Chapter 1, Sky Collapsing from the Start? Hidden SSS level glitch. Blue Star, Dragon Country, Jiang City. The sky outside the window was an unhealthy, sickly crimson, as if a solidified blood clot was hanging in the air above the city. The streets were empty, with only the harsh blaring of alarms echoing across the city, accompanied by a cold mechanical electronic voice that pierced into everyone's ears. Warning! Warning! The 36th round of Rule Curse Tales selection is about to begin. Countdown, 10, 9, 8. At this moment, across Dragon Country, all 1.4 billion people stopped what they were doing, staring intently at their phones, computers, or the live broadcast on giant screens in the squares. Please, don't let it be me, don't let it be me. Last time, Dragon Country's chosen one, the King of Special Forces, only lasted 3 days in Zombie Campus before being eaten up for breaking the school rules. If we lose again, Dragon Country will face the night parade of 100 ghosts punishment. Heaven help us, this time we need someone with a higher IQ, or at least better talent. Inside a shabby rental room, Fangyuan was slurping the last bite of instant noodles, watching the countdown on the screen, and burped loudly without a care for his image. He was a small-time horror game streamer, usually streaming low-budget horror games. But because of his bad gameplay, his fans often jokingly called him Fangyuan, meaning yum in Chinese. This cursed tail thing, is it really that sinister? Fangyuan wiped his mouth with a tissue. Just then, a pale white beam of light suddenly pierced through the ceiling and precisely enveloped him. Fangyuan froze, and the cup of noodles in his hand dropped to the floor with a loud thud. Congratulations, you have become Dragon Country's 36th chosen one. The next second, his figure vanished from the rental room, as if evaporating into thin air. Dragon Country Live Room. As the screen lit up, the live room was instantly flooded with hundreds of millions of viewers. When they saw the person on screen, the previously tense and excited comments section fell into an eerie silence, only to explode into cries of despair moments later. What the heck? Who is this guy? Looks like a guy who just woke up from bed? It's over. It's all over. Look at his sleepy face, with instant noodle broth still on the corner of his mouth. The human is here. His name is Fangyuan, a third-rate game streamer, known for being terrible yet loves to play, with extremely slow reactions. The heavens have abandoned Dragon Country. We wanted an elite, not a useless couch potato. Inside the Dragon Country Curse Tales strategy team command room, Team leader Qin Weiguo stared at the information on the big screen, sighed deeply, and massaged his throbbing temples. No matter what, even if it's just a pig, we have to figure out a way to make him live a few more days. Get ready for the connection, analyze his talent. Cursed Tales Space Talent Awakening Hall. Fangyuan stood in a vast void of white space. In front of him floated a massive wheel. Please draw your personal talent. Talent levels are ranked from highest to lowest, SSS, A, B, C, D, E. The talent will determine your survival rate in the Cursed Tales dungeon. Please pray seriously. A draw? I'm familiar with this. Fangyuan remained surprisingly calm. Since he was already here, he figured it was worth a shot, like a dead horse being treated as a live one. He casually spun the wheel. The wheel spun rapidly, flashing alternating gold, purple, and blue lights. The hearts of all Dragon Country citizens were in their throats. Gold! 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 The wheel slowly came to a stop. There was no dazzling golden light, nor the prestigious purple light. Only a dull, bleak gray light, representing the lowest level. Congratulations, Chosen One Fangyuan, your talent awakened, D-level slow reflexes. Talent description, your reaction time is slower than most. When facing fear or unexpected situations, your reaction speed will drastically decrease. Note, this means you'll be slower than others even when trying to escape. The live room completely exploded. D-level? And it's a negative buff D-level? Slow reflexes? Isn't that a death sentence in the Cursed Tales world? The ghosts will be right in front of you before you even realize it. Forget it, prepare for the Cursed Tale to arrive. I'm already writing my will. Can we apply for a replacement? What's the point of playing this? Inside the command room, Qin Weiguo's face was ashen, and the teacup in his hand shattered into pieces. A D-level talent, this was the worst starting talent in Dragon Country's history of chosen ones. However, what no one knew was, Fangyuan, inside the white space, saw a scene completely different from theirs. At the instant the words, D-rank dull, appeared. The whole space suddenly shook hard once, like some high-dimensional power forced its way into the system code. That line of gray words began to twist and break, turning into messy code, then regrouped into a line of text giving off a dark red, strange glow. Unknown error detected, system rebuilding. Covered disguise activated, externally shown as D-rank. Actual awakened talent, SSS-Rank rule breaker? Talent description. Passive no law no heaven, you will be immune to all direct killing, mental pollution, and negative states brought by urban legend rules, and can reverse mental pollution onto urban legends. Passive physical salvation, you can touch, attack, and even destroy rule products, note, including but not limited to ghosts, urban legend items, instance facilities. Active? To be unlocked. Yi Fangyuan blinked, and the stiff face from tension instantly became vivid. Ignore rules? He asked carefully, system, can this be returned? I think D rank is pretty good, this SSS rank looks like a cheat, will I get banned? The system gave no response. The red words faded away, leaving only one gray line of D rank dull floating in the corner of his sight, like silent mockery. Alright, since I'm here, I'll stay. Yi Fangyuan shrugged, the corner of his mouth lifting into a playful curve. Looks like this is a high-end match. Teleportation starting. Current instance, 24-hour convenience store. Instance difficulty, 3 stars, death rate 85%. Clear condition, survive until 6 a.m. the next morning and complete shift handover. Light and shadow flowed. When Yi Fangyuan opened his eyes again, a moldy cold smell and faint blood smell hit his nose. He was standing behind the counter of a narrow, dark convenience store. The light tube above his head made a zzz electric sound, bright then dim, lighting the shelves like ghost shadows and gravestones. Outside the store door was thick black fog. That energy coffee must have a problem. Can things inside rule horror stories be eaten so casually? It's over, Yi Fangyuan's slow talent, he probably won't even have time to press the red or blue button before being eaten by a ghost. Look fast. Yi Fangyuan moved. On the screen, Yi Fangyuan picked up that rule paper. He read it very seriously, he even nodded a little. Just when everyone thought he was about to start memorizing the rules and trembling while following them, Yi Fangyuan made a move that made the whole world stop breathing. He crushed the rule paper into a ball, casually spread it flat on the counter, then took a pen out of his pocket and started to write and draw on it. The Dragon Nation strategy team all stood up. What is he doing? Those are life-saving rules. The camera moved closer. They saw that behind every single rule, Yi Fangyuan drew a huge X, and his mouth kept muttering. Keep smiling? Too tiring, are you here to buy things or to sell smiles? No sleeping? Are you joking? Don't you know staying up late hurts the kidneys? No looking in mirrors? I'm this handsome, why can't I look? Finally, his eyes stopped on the cup of energy coffee beside the counter, releasing strange green gas. He lifted the coffee, smelled it with disgust. This smell is way too strong, it's expired, right? The next second, under the terrified eyes of countless viewers, Yi Fangyuan directly poured that cup of coffee that might contain deadly poison or a curse into the money tree flower pot next to it. Zzz. The money tree instantly withered, black smoke rose up, as if it let out a sharp scream. See, definitely expired, good thing I didn't drink it. Yi Fangyuan clapped his hands, yawned, then turned and walked toward the restroom door behind him that had the words no entry during work hours written on it. So sleepy, I'll sleep first and talk later. If customers come, please knock, I might not hear it. After saying that, click. He locked the door from inside. The live broadcast room fell into 10 full seconds of dead silence. Then, the screen exploded with question marks like a tsunami. What is he doing? In the first minute, he already broke the no sleeping rule and the no entry into restroom during work rule? This is not slow. This is straight up looking for death. It's over, Dragon Nation is finished, get ready for the funeral meal. However, Yi Fangyuan was already lying on the small uncomfortable bed in the restroom, eyes closed. In his vision, the blood-red words warning, you have broken the rules that should have appeared had just shown up, when they were smashed into pieces by a brutal golden lightning bolt, turning into tiny stars and disappearing without a trace. Yi Fangyuan turned over and found a comfortable position. This bed is a bit hard, bad review. Chapter 2 Who sleeps while locking the door in the middle of the night like this? The viewers in the live broadcast room felt their hearts turn to ashes. The Dragon Nation command center was in total chaos. Heart rate normal. Brainwaves steady. He really fell asleep. A monitoring staff stared at the data on the screen, his voice shaking. Sheen Wegwa stared at the screen fiercely, his nails almost digging into his palm. Based on past experience, the moment rules are broken, the chosen one would face erasure, either sudden heart stop, or being dragged into darkness by invisible ghost hands. But now, 10 minutes had passed. From the restroom came a rhythmic snoring sound. Hurrrr. The sound passed through the live broadcast microphone, clearly spreading to every corner of the world. No way, is this guy's heart this big? This is a horror instance. There are ghosts everywhere outside. I call him the sleep god, this dying before death sleep quality is really enviable. Wait, look at the door. Someone cried out. The camera turned, aiming at the broken wooden door of the restroom. Outside the door, the convenience store that was originally dead silent began to change. The lights flickered wildly, the sizzling electric sound became sharp and piercing, like someone scratching a blackboard with fingernails. Thick black blood slowly seeped in through the crack of the door. Dong, dong. Thud. The heavy sound of knocking echoed. At first, it was slow, as if something was testing, and then it became urgent and violent. Thud thud thud. Thud thud thud. The door trembled violently, as if it would be smashed to pieces at any second. A cold, hoarse voice slithered through the door gap. Open the door. I know you're in there, open the door. You want to slack off too, breaking the rules, die, die. The voice had a disgusting, slimy quality, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue in the ear. Many frightened viewers in the live stream already covered their eyes. However, the snoring inside just paused for a moment. Fangyuan turned over, muttering, "Who is it, so late at night, stop making noise." Then, he went back to sleep. Outside, the eerie voice. It seemed that the disregard had angered it. The shadow outside let out a shrill, terrifying scream. Black blood boiled, and the walls of the rest area began to ooze scarlet writing, "Rule violators, die." Countless pale arms reached out from the walls, grabbing towards Fangyuan on the bed. The live stream chat flooded, "It's over. The execution has started." Just as the longest ghostly hand was about to touch Fangyuan's nose, Fangyuan suddenly raised his hand and slapped the ghostly hand, as if swatting away a mosquito. Smack! Stop messing around. ZZZT. A loud noise like an electrical short circuit rang out. The ghostly hand, upon contact with Fangyuan's skin, instantly released white smoke and began twitching violently, as if it had touched a hot iron. Ah! A scream, unlike anything human, echoed through the rest area. The ghostly hands retracted from the walls like they had been electrocuted, and the blood-red writing on the walls disappeared instantly, as if it had been erased by an eraser. The knocking sound outside stopped abruptly. The entire convenience store fell into an even eerier silence than before. Fangyuan scratched his nose, smacked his lips, and muttered, "Why is this mosquito still buzzing?" Live stream. What just happened? Did I see things? That ghost hand, was it burned? I need to rewind. When that ghost hand touched Fangyuan, did it start smoking? Is this the D-class talent for being slow-witted? This is some Golden Bell Shield Iron Shirt stuff. Inside the command center, Jinwei was suddenly stood up, his eyes blazing with unprecedented brilliance. Something's wrong. This is definitely not a slow-witted talent. Quickly, analyze the footage frame by frame. Fangyuan slept soundly through the night. Until a loud alarm woke him up. He groggily sat up and glanced at his phone. 12 a.m. Ah, work time's here. Fangyuan stretched lazily, yawning as he pushed open the rest area door. Outside, the convenience store had returned to calm. Only the potted money tree on the floor had turned into a puddle of black water, and the rule notice on the counter was nowhere to be found. He walked to the counter and sat down, idly twirling a pen. "Welcome," he called out to the empty store. Ding dong. As if to answer him, the store door automatically opened. A chilling gust of wind blew in, carrying fallen leaves. Then, a figure slowly walked inside. It was a woman dressed in a bright red dress. Her long hair hung damply over her shoulders, and she kept her head lowered, so her face was hidden. Her walking posture was strange, as if her feet weren't touching the ground, but floating instead. Rule 3, if a customer wearing red clothes appears, press the red button. The viewers' hearts tightened once again. Red-dressed ghost. Press the button now. Fangyuan is still spacing out. What is he looking at? This is the downside of being slow-witted. His reaction is too slow. Fangyuan was indeed looking, but he wasn't looking at the button. Instead, he was staring at the woman's dress. TSK, this red dress is a bit old-fashioned, and it's all wet, isn't she cold? He rested his chin in his hand, giving a very critical look. The red-dressed woman floated up to the counter. A rotten stench immediately hit his face. She slowly raised her head, revealing a pale, swollen face. There were no eyeballs in her eye sockets, only two blood-soaked black holes dripping with blood tears. "I want to pay." The voice was eerie and terrifying, echoing in the air. She stretched out a bony, emaciated hand, pulling something out of her chest and slamming it on the counter with a bang. It wasn't money. Instead, it was a bloody, still-beating human heart. "Pay, now." The female ghost cracked her mouth open, revealing a full set of sharp teeth, as though waiting for Fangyuan's terrified scream, so she could devour him for breaking the rules. According to the rules, Fangyuan should have immediately pressed the red button and smiled while asking if the customer wanted their item heated. But Fangyuan didn't move. He stared at the heart for a moment, his brows furrowing. "Sister, we're a legitimate convenience store. We don't accept internal organs as collateral. Fangyuan said seriously, we only take cash, cards, or QR code payments. It's a bit filthy, and you've dirted my counter. The female ghost, ? She seemed confused, or perhaps no chosen one had ever dared to speak to her like this before. No money? Fangyuan raised an eyebrow. If you have no money, what are you buying? The female ghost froze. She hadn't picked out anything yet. Wasn't the process supposed to start with paying the heart as a life ransom, and then she could choose anything? I want to buy your life. The female ghost growled, leaning forward violently, her terrifying ghost face almost touching Fangyuan's nose. Oh, life, huh? Fangyuan remained unfazed, even leaning back slightly, waving his hand in a dismissive gesture. He turned around and pointed to a worn-out poster on the wall behind him. The poster read, Store Anniversary Celebration, all items, with the text beyond that blurred and unclear. Fangyuan grabbed a pen casually and quickly added a few words to the poster. Store Anniversary Celebration, all items 0 yuan. Then, with great generosity, he grabbed a bottle of Fatty's Happy Drink from the shelf and slammed it onto the counter. Here, the life you wanted, happy drink. Fangyuan smiled, pointing to the advertisement on the drink, happy life extending drink, revive with a sip. Since it's 0 yuan, no need for money. This life is on the house, take it, no thanks required. Oh, by the way, he suddenly remembered something and added, do you need it heated? The female ghost looked at the bottle of soda, then at the 0 yuan poster on the wall, completely frozen. The rules, actually approved? In the logic of the rules, even though Fangyuan had altered the poster, as long as she was the customer, she had to follow the store's rules. Since the clerk said it was 0 yuan, it was 0 yuan. Since there was no money involved, the heart she had intended to use to buy the life was invalid. Since the transaction was complete, the soda had been given, she had no reason to continue the encounter. A trace of confusion and grievance appeared in the ghost's eyes, those two hollow sockets now filled with bewilderment. This wasn't right, was it? The script didn't go like this. Take it, no need to be polite. Fangyuan shoved the cold soda into the female ghost's icy hands. After you drink it, don't forget to leave a good review. The female ghost held the cold soda, her ghostly existence deeply shaken. She stood frozen for a moment, her body trembling, ready to lash out, only to find that the power of the rules was pushing her away. Transaction complete, customer, please leave the store. Wow. The female ghost let out a sound like crying, silently putting away the heart from the counter, then turned and floated toward the door. Her back appeared strangely lonely and desolate. Take care, and welcome back next time. Fangyuan waved enthusiastically. In the live broadcast room, millions of viewers watched as the female ghost in red, holding a bottle of soda, floated away, completely speechless. After a moment, the barrage of comments exploded like a volcano. Holy shit! You can play it like this? Manually editing the poster? This actually works? The legendary life-extending soda. That ghost must be crying. Ye God! Please take my knee. This move is out of this world. Not only did he not press the button, he didn't take any money, and even gave her a bottle of soda. The key point is, he came out completely unscathed. Qin was slumped in his chair, staring at the screen where Fangyuan was humming a tune and wiping down the counter, wiping away bloodstains. The corners of his mouth twitched. This guy, really a D rank? No, the analyst next to him swallowed nervously. I think we might have struck gold, or picked up a madman. At that moment, Fangyuan, looking in the direction the female ghost had gone, was quietly muttering to himself. This physical exorcism talent is really useful. When I touched her hand just now, it felt like she was shocked by electricity and kept trembling. Could I have static electricity? Chapter 3, The Collapse of the Lighthouse Country's Contestant and Yishin's Midnight Snack Time. While the Dragon Country's livestream was filled with joy, and even started spamming Yishin is awesome, the live streams from other countries were shrouded in despair. The dungeon was synchronized globally. Although the setting was always the 24-hour convenience store, each chosen one faced their own unique horrors. Lighthouse Country livestream. The chosen one, John, a retired Special Forces soldier, had awakened the S-Rank talent, Eye of Insight. This talent allowed him to see hidden traps and hints within the rules, and the people of Lighthouse Country had high hopes for him. At this moment, John was crouched behind the counter, drenched in cold sweat, tightly gripping a utility knife he had found on a shelf. Just moments ago, he had also encountered the red-dressed female ghost. Using Eye of Insight, he accurately pressed the red button. But he did not have Fangyuan's zero-cost purchase trick. The female ghost slapped her chest, demanding by my life. John dared not refuse, trembling as he followed the process, trying to give her change using the ghost coins in the register. But the register jammed. The female ghost lost patience, and her bloated face began to tear apart, causing the entire convenience store space to distort. No. No. John stumbled back in fear, trying to defend himself with the utility knife. But this was just a normal physical attack, completely ineffective against the eerie forces. ZRRR. The screen went black, followed by a scream. Lighthouse Country Chosen 1 John, challenge failed. Punishment, a random city in Lighthouse Country will be invaded by the red-dressed vengeful ghost for 24 hours. Lighthouse Country's livestream was immediately flooded with curses and fear. Sakura Country livestream. The chosen one, Sakura, a seemingly fragile high school student. Although she had awakened the A-rank talent, inspiration, which allowed her to foresee danger, at this moment, she was curled up in a corner, trembling in fear. She had just barely dealt with the red-dressed female ghost, sacrificing one of her fingers to calm the ghost's wrath. Now, she was crying uncontrollably, clutching her severed finger, her sanity, Saiyan value, plummeting. At this very moment, the world's eyes once again focused on the Dragon Country livestream. Because everyone was terrified to realize that while others were still struggling on the line between life and death, Fangyuan was hungry. Dragon Country livestream. After sending off the red-dressed ghost, the convenience store returned to calm. Fangyuan patted his stomach. I felt a bit hungry when I woke up earlier, and this crappy store doesn't even have delivery. He turned to look at the shelves behind him. The shelves were filled with all kinds of goods, but upon closer inspection, something was wrong. The bread packaging was wriggling with black worms, the mineral water bottles had floating eyeballs, the chips bag had the label human skin crisps, crunchy and crispy. Any normal chosen one would be too terrified to eat these, let alone not throw up. It would take nerves of steel to even handle it. But Fangyuan was different. He walked over to the food section and picked up a package labeled Ghost Spicy Sticks. In his vision, the originally twisted and horrifying product information, under the effect of his rule-breaker talent, was automatically purified. Item, Ghost Spicy Sticks, low-level eerie ingredient. Original effect, eating it causes a SAN value to drop by 20 and stomach pain for 3 days. Passive correction, chewy texture, mildly spicy, eating it slightly boosts mental strength. Looks fine. Fangyuan tore open the package and bit into a spicy stick. The viewers. Don't eat it. That's food for ghosts. I have a bad feeling, he's going to puke blood and collapse any second. It's over, he just dodged the ghost, and now he's going to fall because of greed? However, Fangyuan chewed it happily and even commented, this spicy stick is a bit tough. If only there was a bit more cumin. At that moment, another customer walked in. This time, it wasn't a ghost, but a big black dog in a suit, walking on 2 legs. The black dog wore glasses and held a briefcase, looking like a corporate worker just getting off a shift. Rule number 2, no matter what the customer looks like, keep smiling. The black dog approached the counter, threw the briefcase down, and actually spoke, give me a pack of cigarettes, the Ghostfire brand. Fangyuan, still chewing on spicy strips, mumbled, are you here for the $0 purchase, too? The black dog pushed its glasses up and shot a fierce look. What $0 purchase? I'm paying. Hurry up, I need to go back to work. With that, it pulled out a 1 million ghostly banknote. Fangyuan glanced at the banknote, then at the row of cigarettes on the shelf, glowing with a green light. He reached for the cigarettes. The moment his hand touched the pack, the physical exorcism passive ability was triggered. ZZZZZ. The cigarette pack, previously full of eerie energy, suddenly let out a wisp of blue smoke. The ghostly face pattern on the pack instantly turned into a simple panda face. Fangyuan handed the cigarette over. The black dog took the cigarette, ready to light it, but then its face changed. What? It quickly threw the cigarette to the ground, as if it were a hot iron brand instead of a cigarette. Why does this cigarette have no ghostly energy? Is this a living world cigarette? The black dog looked at Fangyuan in horror. Are you trying to burn me alive? In the world of strange stories, the energy of the living world was like poison to the supernatural. And anything Fangyuan touched was, in a sense, enchanted with resistance to supernatural forces, repelling them. Fangyuan innocently shrugged. You asked for it. Our store doesn't do returns. The black dog's fur bristled in anger, a low growl coming from its throat. Its body began to expand, as if it were about to transform into a terrifying beast. Woof. I'm going to file a complaint. I'll eat you up. The power of rules began to condense around the black dog, and the lights in the convenience store flickered again. The atmosphere in the livestream grew tense. This dog looks even scarier than a female ghost. What's Fangyuan going to do now? The $0 trick won't work anymore, they paid. Fangyuan sighed and finished the last bite of spicy strip. He didn't press the red-blue button to differentiate customer types but instead walked straight out from behind the counter. A complaint? Fangyuan walked right up to the transforming black dog, which had grown over 2 meters tall, with exposed fangs and an overwhelming presence. But Fangyuan simply raised his hand and gently patted the dog's head. His talent activated, physical exorcism, enhanced version. Sit. Boom. An invisible but overpowering force instantly pressed down on the black dog's head. It was the crushing force of higher dimensional rules. The black dog suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of fear, a trembling deep within its soul, like the man in front of it wasn't human, but some ancient god that devoured ghosts. The rule power that had just gathered instantly collapsed. The 2-meter beast deflated like a punctured balloon and in the blink of an eye turned back into the little black dog in his suit. And it couldn't help but bend its back legs, lay down with its front legs, and obediently sat on the ground, even sticking out its tongue. Woof! The black dog was stunned. Why was it listening to this human? What was this deep-rooted sense of obedience? Fangyuan nodded in satisfaction and reached out to scratch the dog's chin. Now that's more like it, why bother with being a corporate worker? Acting all cute is better. The black dog trembled all over, feeling so comfortable it almost rolled its eyes, but reason told it this was humiliating, though its body obediently began wagging its tail. Alright, do you still want the cigarette? Fangyuan asked. The black dog shook its head frantically, feeling that if it took the cigarette, its soul would be ripped apart. Well, no refunds. Fangyuan pocketed the 1 million ghostly banknote, consider it a tip for me. The black dog nodded repeatedly, grabbed its briefcase, tucked its tail, and fled in a hurry, running faster than a rabbit. Welcome back next time, bring some friends to play. Fangyuan shouted from behind. The black dog that had just run out the door slipped under its feet, fell flat on its face like a dog eating dirt, then climbed up and rolled and crawled as it vanished into the black fog. The live stream room fell completely silent. A full minute passed before someone weakly sent a single comment bullet. Just now, was that dog training? No, that was ghost training. Why do I feel Fangyuan is the biggest boss in this dungeon? Other countries' players are being chased and killed by ghosts, our Dragon Nation player is petting ghosts? Is this art style kind of wrong? Inside the command center, Qin Weiguo looked at the screen where Fangyuan folded the 100 million underworld bills and put them into his pocket, and suddenly realized something. Wait, underworld money can circulate as hard currency in the ghost story world. What he just did, not only did he not die, he even earned weird money in reverse? Qin Weiguo took a deep breath, a trace of wild heat flashing in his eyes. Quick! Record this. Fangyuan may have mastered a method to loot resources in this world. And at this moment, in a corner of the convenience store, that restroom door that had shown no movement and had the words, "Absolute Safe," written on it suddenly made a dong-dong sound again. But this time it was not knocking. It seemed like something was trying to squeeze out from under the crack of the door. Fangyuan turned his head, looked at the black shadow that was struggling to squeeze out, and raised his eyebrows. Yo, that brother from just now hasn't left yet? He walked over, squatted down, and showed a bright smile to that black shadow. Perfect timing, the long night is endless, no heart to sleep. Come out and chat? The black shadow under the door crack. It suddenly did not want to go out anymore. It wanted to go home. Chapter 4, You in the mirror are too ugly, I help you fix your face. Dragon Nation live stream room. On the screen, an extremely absurd scene was playing out at the door of the convenience store restroom. That black shadow that was trying to shrink back was pulled out of the door crack by Fangyuan like pulling a radish, alive and hard. Come out already, what are you hiding for? With a soft pop sound, that thing finally revealed its true face. It was a skeleton wearing a torn gray uniform and holding a mop. Its eye sockets burned with dark green ghost fire, and its whole body gave off a choking rotten stink. Weird name, Cleaner, D-level. Trait, responsible for cleaning the bodies of chosen ones who broke rules and were erased inside the store. Originally, it was drawn here by the aura of Fangyuan breaking rules while sleeping, planning to come in to collect the corpse. As a result, it was stunned at the door by Fangyuan's angry shout, and now was even lifted up by this human barehanded by the neck bone. Kada. The cleaner skeleton's upper and lower jaws trembled, it felt this human's hand was like a red-hot iron clamp, burning so much that even its soul was smoking. Since you're a cleaner, that's just right. Fangyuan pointed at the money tree that had melted into black water beside the counter, dragged that place clean. I don't like my work environment too dirty and messy. The skeleton was stunned. I came to collect your corpse, and you tell me to mop the floor? Just as it wanted to raise the cursed mop in its hand to resist, Fangyuan's fingers slightly tightened, and that hard neck bone immediately made a cracking sound under heavy load. Got an opinion? Fangyuan asked with a smiling face, his eyes kind and gentle. Kada, no opinion. The skeleton shook its head like crazy, survival desire fully maxed out. It immediately rushed toward that puddle of black water and wildly waved the mop to scrub the floor, its moves standard like it was taking part in a housekeeping service contest. The livestream audience was dumbfounded. Good guy, catching ghosts to do housework? Why does this skeleton look kind of pitiful? God ye, not only no overtime pay, but also squeezing weird labor force, very capitalist. 3:30 a.m. The convenience store once again fell into dead silence, with only the sound of the skeleton cleaner diligently mopping the floor in the corner. Fangyuan sat in front of the counter, bored to death. Once a person gets idle, it's easy to look for things to do. His gaze fell on a full-body mirror on the side of the cashier desk. Rule 6, remember. Do not stare directly at yourself in the mirror for more than 10 seconds. This is one of the most common rules in ghost stories. Mirrors are usually connected to the other world, and long periods of staring will result in being replaced by the ghost in the mirror, or being pulled into another dimension. Fangyuan stood up and walked to the mirror. My hair seems a bit messy. He fixed his bangs in front of the mirror, then started examining his face, left and right. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds. The live stream chat exploded with warnings, it's been 10 seconds. Stop staring. On the 11th second, a sudden change occurred. The Fangyuan in the mirror didn't move along with his actions. The Fangyuan outside the mirror was still stroking his chin, but the Fangyuan in the mirror suddenly dropped its hands, and its mouth split open to the ears, revealing a mass of jagged, saw-toothed teeth. Its gaze turned venomous and greedy. It slowly raised its hand and reached out of the mirror, trying to choke Fangyuan's neck. The atmosphere of terror instantly thickened. However, Fangyuan did not retreat. He stared at the distorted version of himself in the mirror, furrowing his brows with a look of dissatisfaction. TSK, I used to look pretty handsome, but why do I look so sleazy when I smile? Fangyuan even took a step forward, ignoring the ghostly hand reaching out, and directly raised his right hand to slap the mirror, more accurately, to slap the face of the mirror ghost that had extended half of its body. Smack! His talent activated, physical exorcism. Go back. That slap seemed light, but it actually contained a dimension-shattering strike at the level of rules. The mirror ghost was stunned. The slap not only deformed its face but also felt like a heavy blow to its fundamental rules. The hand it had extended was immediately forced back, and the gaping mouth was forcibly closed by the slap. That smile looks too ugly, try smiling again. Fangyuan acted like a picky director, pointing at the ghost in the mirror. Do you understand expression management? Smile with sunshine, smile brightly. The mirror ghost, clutching its swollen face, looked at Fangyuan in terror. It wanted to escape back into the depths of the mirror, but Fangyuan's hand actually passed through the mirror and grabbed it by the collar, as though catching a chicken. Where do you think you're going? I told you to smile. Fangyuan's hand twisted inside the mirror, forcibly pulling the mirror ghost in front of him, then grabbed its cheeks with both hands, lifting them upward. Come on, follow me, cheese. The mirror ghost cried and sobbed, forced to display a smile that was even uglier than crying. That's better. Fangyuan released it, nodding in satisfaction, and casually wiped his hands on the mirror. Next time you make an ugly expression, I'll smash this mirror. The mirror ghost trembled in fear, desperately nodding, and then quickly returned to a normal reflection, its movements even more precise than Fangyuan's, terrified it might be punished again if it was even a second slow. In the livestream, Jin Weiguo watched the scene, silently picking up his thermos and drinking a sip of goji water to calm his nerves. Record this. Fangyuan's talent has cross-dimensional physical interference ability. He can touch not only physical entities but also conceptual reflections. Also, suggest we arrange a psychologist for him. This kid definitely has some violent tendencies. 4 a.m. This is the most dangerous moment during the convenience store night shift. The manager checks the accounts. The lights in the store suddenly went out, leaving only the pale green light from the cashier's computer screen. Heavy footsteps could be heard from the door. Each step made the floor creak, as if a giant elephant was approaching. A massive figure, nearly 3 meters tall, covered in fat and sores, squeezed into the convenience store. It was wearing a manager's uniform that was about to burst, holding a thick account book in its hands. Dungeon boss, gluttonous manager, 3-star lord level. Its small green bean-sized eyes were fixed on Fangyuan, and its voice rumbled like thunder. Give me the account. If you haven't earned enough to buy your life, I'll cut your meat off, to settle the debt. This is a guaranteed death situation. The red-clad female ghost from before was at zero-cost purchase, no money was given, the black dog gave money, but it was paper money from the underworld, which hasn't been processed yet. The cash register was completely empty. Other foreign contestants, if they were lucky enough to survive up to now, mostly scraped by with a little loose change from previous customers, or by offering their body parts as payment. The manager's greasy hand slapped heavily on the counter, shaking the cash register to the point of falling apart. Where's the money? It roared, foul-smelling saliva spraying everywhere. Fangyuan calmly wiped the saliva off his face and flicked his hand in disgust. Why the rush? Loud voices can cause high blood pressure. He slowly reached into his pocket and pulled out the tip that the overworked black dog had given him. It was a whole stack of underworld paper money. Denomination, 100 million. Yi Fangyuan slammed the 100 million paper bills onto the counter. Here, today's revenue. The manager froze. Its small, green eyes instantly bulged out, staring fixedly at the 100 million underworld paper money, its breath becoming rapid. In the world of strange tales, paper money from the underworld isn't just currency, it's also a source of power. Ordinary ghosts buy things with hundreds or thousands, but this 100 million, it's enough to buy this shabby convenience store 100 times. This is all for me? The manager's voice trembled, its previously fierce aura immediately softening, and the fat on its face folded into a flower-like shape. What? You think it's too little? Yi Fangyuan made a motion to take it back. If it's too little, I'll just flush it down the toilet. No. It's not little. It's too much. The manager slammed its hand down on the stack of paper money at lightning speed, fearing that Yi Fangyuan might change his mind. It looked at Yi Fangyuan with completely changed eyes. This wasn't a new employee. This was literally the god of wealth incarnate. Ah, I knew you were a talent. The manager rubbed its hands together, its terrifying roar now replaced by a sycophantic, squeaky tone. I was a bit loud earlier, please don't mind. Night shifts are tough, right? How about I give you a shoulder rub? In the corner, the skeleton janitor, who had been mopping the floor, dropped its jaw onto the ground. Was this the same gluttonous manager who would swallow employees whole at the slightest provocation? The live stream audience was also dumbfounded. Money can make even ghosts push the millstone, the ancients were right. If that black dog knew its money was being used like this, it would probably be mad enough to come back to life. Ye god just used the trick of borrowing flowers to present a Buddha, and completely bought off the boss? Yi Fangyuan waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a beggar. Alright, enough with the empty talk. Take the money, don't bother me tonight, I need to catch up on sleep. Got it. You sleep. Sleep well. The manager bowed and nodded. The bed in the break room is a bit hard, should I bring you a sofa? No need. Yi Fangyuan yawned and pointed at the door. If there's nothing else, kneel down and get out. Yes. I'm going right now. The manager, as a 3-star lord-level boss, hugged the 100 million paper money and scurried out of the convenience store, even kindly closing the door for Yi Fangyuan on the way out, adjusting the welcome mat in front of the door. The convenience store returned to its quiet state. Yi Fangyuan glanced at the time. It was 4:15 a.m. Only 2 more hours until my shift is over. He looked toward the corner where the skeleton janitor had almost mopped the floor bald. Hey, you over there, bonehead. The skeleton stiffened and stood at attention. Clack. Can you give a massage? Skeleton? A moment later. Around the world, the audience watched as the livestream showed Yi Fangyuan lying comfortably on a lounge chair behind the counter, while a skeleton was carefully massaging his shoulders with its finger bones, occasionally offering him a bottle of mineral water that hadn't expired. The technique's alright, just a bit too pokey. Yi Fangyuan closed his eyes and commented. Inside the Dragon Country Command Center, there was complete silence. After a long while, Qin Weigua finally spoke softly. Cancel all the previous despair plans. Activate the Yi God Personal Show Special Record Group. Also check if that skeleton janitor can be brought back to the country. I see it works pretty efficiently, the Sanitation Bureau might need it. Chapter 5, Settlement. The only SSS level evaluation, the whole country is buzzing. The time reached 5:55 a.m. The black mist outside the convenience store gradually thinned, and the eastern horizon began to show a pale, fish-belly white. Yi Fangyuan stretched and sat up from the lounge chair. The skeleton cleaner next to him immediately handed him a hot towel, no idea where it came from, maybe it was a rag soaked in boiling water. Thanks, little bone. Yi Fangyuan wiped his face, glanced at the convenience store that was spotless, even the floor was reflecting light, and nodded in satisfaction. Alright, you've worked hard all night too, go rest in the door crack. The skeleton was overjoyed, trembling with emotion. It bowed deeply to Yi Fangyuan, then grabbed its beloved mop and dashed back into the crack of the restroom door at full speed, swearing it would never come out again. Ding dong. The electronic clock on the wall turned to 6 o'clock sharp. The convenience store door opened on time. A young man with a pale face and 2 strange blush marks on his cheeks walked in. His movements were stiff, like one of those paper figures made for burning for the dead. This was the morning shift clerk. He walked to the counter, his painted-on eyes locked on Yi Fangyuan, his voice sharp and piercing. Shift change, check the accounts, count the inventory. This was the last hurdle before passing. According to the rules, the night shift clerk must ensure that the accounts match the sales, and the inventory must be correct, otherwise, they cannot leave the store and might even be cleared away by the morning shift clerk as bad accounts. The paper clerk opened the cash register. Empty. He looked at the shelves. Missing, 1 bottle of happy water, given to the female ghost, 1 pack of ghost spicy strips, Fangyuan ate it, 1 box of cigarettes, given to the black dog. The paper clerk's face immediately turned dark and terrifying, the smile drawn on his face began to curve downward, revealing rows of sharp, fine teeth. Where's the money? Where's the merchandise? The accounts don't match, inventory missing. How, do you want to die? A cold, murderous aura locked onto Fangyuan. The paper clerk's hands instantly transformed into sharp paper knives, seemingly ready to slice Fangyuan into pieces. The live stream audience's hearts tightened again. What the hell? Even at the last moment, they're going to cause trouble? The cash register is empty. God gave the 1 billion underworld coins to the store manager, it hasn't been logged. How do we explain this now? Say the dog ate it? Facing the paper clerk's questions, Fangyuan wasn't flustered. Instead, he looked at him in shock. You don't know? Fangyuan widened his eyes, his tone even fiercer than the paper clerk's. Last night the store manager came to check the accounts, and personally took the money. The goods were also taken by the manager to entertain VIP guests. What? The paper clerk froze for a moment, the murderous aura around him paused. The store manager took the 1 billion underworld coins and left, laughing so hard his mouth wouldn't close, and you dare question the manager's decision? Fangyuan slammed his hand on the counter, pointing to the door, shouting, don't believe it? Go ask the store manager yourself. Or do you think the store manager would embezzle such a small amount? Hearing the words 1 billion underworld coins and store manager, the paper clerk shuddered violently. It knew the store manager's temper very well, that was someone who would eat employees on a whim. And it could indeed smell the lingering presence of the store manager in the air, along with that extreme joy, after receiving the money. Could it be that the store manager really took it? The paper clerk's originally fierce expression instantly became hesitant. What? Still don't believe me? Fangyuan sneered, taking off his nameplate and throwing it on the table. How about I call the store manager now and have him come back to explain to you? As he spoke, he reached for the red phone on the counter, usually the direct line to hell. No. No. The paper clerk was scared out of its wits. Have the store manager come back? Would it even survive that? It hurriedly grabbed Fangyuan's hand, forcing a stiff, flattering smile back onto its face. I believe. Since it was the store manager who took it, there's definitely no problem. I'll balance the accounts, don't worry. That's more like it. Fangyuan smirked, patted the paper figure's shoulder, making a rustling paper sound. Work hard, I'm watching you. Remember to sweep the area where you dragged that skeleton, it's a bit dusty. Yes. Have a safe trip. As the paper figure respectfully bowed to send him off, Fangyuan swaggered out of the convenience store's door. The moment his feet crossed the threshold, the convenience store, the black mist, and the street instantly shattered like a mirror. Congratulations to the Dragon Country's chosen one, Fangyuan, for successfully completing the 24-hour convenience store instance. Settlement in progress. In the white settlement space, Fangyuan stood again in front of the giant screen. The screen began to scroll data wildly. Survival time, 24 hours, perfect. Rule compliance, 0%, record broken. Sanity fluctuation, no fluctuation, this is absurd. Exploration degree, 100%, you even dragged the ghost from the mirror out. Special achievements. 0 yuan purchase pioneer, successfully tricked the fierce ghost into a free transaction. Beast tamer, made eerie creatures feel fear from the soul. Ghost repeller, beat up the mirror ghost and forced the skeleton to work. Money player, bribed a lord-level boss, making it your protector. Comprehensive evaluation, SSS grade, perfect completion. Server-wide announcement, congratulations to the Dragon Country's chosen one, Fangyuan, for earning the world's first SSS grade evaluation. At this moment, the Dragon Country was in an uproar. Countless people flooded the streets, waving national flags, and cheers filled the sky. SSS grade. My god. It's actually the legendary SSS grade. I knew Yishin could do it. I laughed so hard when that paper man got tricked into twisting. Invincible. This is true invincibility. Reward distribution in progress. 1. Personal rewards. All attributes plus 20, Constitution, Spirit, Strength, Agility. Hell coins, 5 million, initial funds. Special item, blood-stained employee badge, after equipping, can disguise as a weird faction, reducing the attack desire of low-level weird creatures. Skill, Ghost Eye, beginner, can see the weaknesses of the Yuri. 2. National rewards, manifested in Dragon Country reality. National luck boost, all citizens' constitution plus 10%, immune to mild viral infections. Tech blueprint, controllable nuclear fusion beginner ignition device blueprint, full version. Resource manifestation, a rare earth mine with 5 billion tons of reserves randomly generated within Dragon Country. Dragon Country Command Center. When Qin Weigua saw the words controllable nuclear fusion, his hand shook so violently that he couldn't even hold his teacup. Nuclear fusion, it's actually controllable nuclear fusion. This is the ultimate technology capable of changing the entire human energy landscape. With it, Dragon Country will completely break free from the energy crisis and stand at the pinnacle of the world. Quick! Immediately seal the information. Gather all top scientists for research. Qin Weigua was so excited his eyes reddened. He looked at the calm young man on the screen and gave a standard military salute. Yi Fangyuan, you are the hero of Dragon Country. Reality World Yi Fangyuan's rental room. With a flash of light, Yi Fangyuan reappeared in his room, which smelled of instant noodles. He glanced at his phone, only 1 day had passed. At this moment, his body was undergoing earth-shattering changes. The boost from all attributes plus 20 was terrifying. His once slightly chubby otaku physique instantly became tight and powerful. His abs were faintly visible, and his vision and hearing had reached the human limit. Who? Is it over already? Yi Fangyuan clenched his fist, feeling the abundant power within his body. At this moment, his phone suddenly vibrated. It was an unknown number. After connecting, a steady yet excited voice came from the other side. Hello, Mr. Yi Fangyuan. I am Qin Weigua, the leader of the Dragon Country Strange Talk Strategy Group. First, congratulations on your victory, and thank you for the great contribution you've made to the country. The country has arranged the highest level of security for you, as well as an independent villa. Also, a bonus of 100 million yuan has already been deposited into your account. Yi Fangyuan raised an eyebrow. Villa? 100 million bonus? Leader Qin, right? Yi Fangyuan interrupted the other party's words. The tone was still lazy. I take the money in the house. But when does the next instance start? On the other end of the phone, Qin Weigua froze for a moment. By the rules, the chosen have 7 days of rest time. You want to? Yi Fangyuan walked to the window, looking at the still gloomy sky outside, the corner of his mouth lifting into a wild smile. 7 days is too long. I want to go in early and take a look. Qin Weigua. At this very moment, some strange things in the horror world suddenly felt cold on their backs and let out a huge sneeze. That disaster star, he is not coming again, right? Chapter 6 March into Midnight Library. The first rule is no talking? The real world, Dragon Nation, Jiang City Hillside Villa. This was the safe house prepared by Dragon Nation for Yi Fangyuan. Within 5 kilometers, security was extremely tight, and there were even fighter jets patrolling above the clouds all day. At this time, Yi Fangyuan was slumped on a million-worth real leather sofa, holding the latest tablet, looking at the hot searches about himself. Hot search rank 1, hashtag GodYi $0 shopping hashtag. Hot search rank 2, hashtag Dragon Nation gets controlled nuclear fusion tech hashtag. Hot search rank 3, hashtag can the skeleton cleaner be introduced hashtag. So boring. Yi Fangyuan tossed the tablet away and looked at Qin Weigua sitting opposite, cutting an apple with a serious face. Leader Qin, still no movement? I have rested for 3 days already, my bones feel like they are about to rust. The fruit knife in Qin Weigua's hand paused, and he smiled bitterly with helplessness. Mr. Yi, no, God Yi. Ordinary chosen wish the rest time could be longer. Some even kill themselves because they don't want to enter instances. But you push us every day to go in. There are many talents in instances, they speak nicely, even if it's ghost screams, and you can pick up money. How good. Yi Fangyuan said it as a matter of course. Qin Weigua was just about to say something when suddenly, the red alarm lights in the villa lit up, and sharp buzzing sounds filled the hall. Qin Weigua's face turned pale at once. What's going on? Could it be enemy agents invading? But the next second, that familiar, cold mechanical electronic voice actually pierced through the villa's physical defenses and exploded beside their ears. Warning! Warning! Detected chosen CN001 Yi Fangyuan. Due to overly outstanding performance in the last instance, he has attracted the attention of the horror will. Forced recruitment order triggered. Target instance, Midnight Library. Instance type, multiplayer confrontation / large maze / survival. Participating nations, Dragon Nation, Lighthouse Nation, Sakura Nation, Kimchi Nation, Empire where the sun never sets, a total of 10 chosen. Qin Weigua jumped up, eyes full of fear. Forced recruitment? And a multiplayer confrontation instance. This is the horror will targeting you. They will definitely unite to deal with you. Multiplayer instances are the nightmare of all chosen. Because inside, the evil of the human heart is often more terrifying than ghosts. However, Yi Fangyuan smiled. He slowly stood up from the sofa, tidied his collar, and excitement flashed in his eyes. Multiplayer instance? That means this time someone can help me pass the time? Leader Chin, leave the apples for me to eat when I get back. As soon as his voice fell, that familiar pale light beam descended from the sky, instantly engulfing Fangyuan's figure. Teleportation complete. Current location, Midnight Library, first floor hall. When his vision cleared, a musty, moldy smell of old paper mixed with a faint formaldehyde scent immediately hit him. Fangyuan found himself standing in a vast space, as grand as a Gothic cathedral. Above him was an unseen dark ceiling, with only a few dim, yellowish chandeliers hanging, swaying dangerously. All around were rows of giant bookshelves, towering dozens of meters high. The bookshelves twisted and turned like a maze, stretching endlessly into the distance. The air was cold and biting, and the silence was suffocating. Except for him, there were 9 other people standing nearby. Above their heads floated the national flags and names of their respective countries. Fangyuan immediately spotted a few familiar faces, or rather, the elites he had seen in the files. Smith from the Lighthouse Nation, S-class talent, steel body, with a massive build like a bear, was currently staring at Fangyuan with a gaze full of hostility. Ingzi from the Cherry Blossom Nation, A-class talent, inspiration, was hiding behind Smith, her face pale. And then there was Park Yixing from the Kimchi Nation, B-class talent, quick hands, who was sinisterly fiddling with a knife. Oh, looks like everyone's here. Just as Fangyuan was about to greet them, a system prompt suddenly popped up in his mind. Welcome to the Midnight Library. This is a hall of knowledge, as well as a graveyard for souls. All borrowers must strictly follow the rules below. Violators will have their borrowing privileges revoked by the administrator, i.e., erased. A large, yellowed piece of parchment materialized in mid-air on the central pillar of the hall. The camera in the global livestream immediately zoomed in. Midnight Library basic rules, first floor. Maintain absolute silence. The library is a sacred place for reading, and any loud talking, shouting, or noise exceeding 30 decibels is strictly prohibited. If you must communicate, please use paper and pen. Take care of the books. Do not fold pages, doodle, or tear any books. If you find any damaged books, immediately hand them over to a patrolling administrator. Do not attempt to fix them yourself. Mind your borrower card. Each borrower will receive a temporary borrower card, white, upon entry. Please wear it visibly on your chest. Anyone, or anything, without a borrower card will be considered overdue books and dealt with accordingly. Stay away from red-covered books. Most of the books in the library are safe, black or blue covers, but if you see a red-covered book, immediately close your eyes and step back. Never read it, and certainly don't take it off the shelf. About the administrator. The administrators wear gray robes and masks. They absolutely despise noise, but their hearing is extremely sharp. If you hear heavy footsteps approaching, immediately hold your breath until the sound fades. The library does not provide food. Eating is strictly prohibited unless permitted by the library director. As soon as the rules appeared, the expressions of all the chosen ones changed. The first rule was a fatal trap. Maintain absolute silence, no talking aloud. Smith from the Lighthouse Nation immediately covered his mouth and made a shoe gesture to his allies, from the Cherry Blossom Nation, Kimchi Nation, etc., then pointed to his pocket, signaling them to use pens to write messages. Ingzi was so scared that she even held her breath, afraid that even the sound of her breathing would break the rule. The entire hall fell into an eerie silence, so quiet that the sound of a needle dropping on the floor would probably be heard. At that moment, a crisp, loud, and even somewhat lazy voice suddenly erupted in the hall. Hey! Hey you! Do you have the Wi-Fi password? In that instant, the other 9 chosen ones froze, their eyes nearly popping out. They turned mechanically, looking toward the source of the voice. Fangyuan was standing beneath the rule announcement board, hands in his pockets, loudly shouting at the air. Speak up, system. There's no internet here? How am I supposed to watch videos? The live stream chat exploded in an instant. He's gone mad. He's lost it. The first rule is absolute silence. He's actually yelling? That's it, no need for the Lighthouse Nation to act, Fangyuan just got himself sent away. I knew it, I knew he couldn't stand not causing trouble. Thud. 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 The moment Fangyuan's voice dropped, heavy and hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from the dark depths of the hall. The sound was immense, like a hammer smashing into the wooden floor, each step pounding on everyone's heart. A terrifying pressure filled the air. In the darkness, a towering figure close to 2.5 meters tall slowly emerged. It wore a tattered gray robe, a pale smile mask on its face, and dragged a gigantic, rusty pair of scissors behind it. The scissors scraped along the ground, making a sound that was painfully grating to the ears. Patrolling Administrator, Elite Monster. Hearing Sensitivity, Max. Hostility Level, Targeting Noise Source. Smith saw the scene and a smirk of schadenfreude appeared at the corner of his mouth. Is this how it ends? So this is what a SSS level from the Dragon Kingdom amounts to, just a stupid fool. He even took a step back, ready to enjoy the sight of Fangyuan being cleaved in two by the administrator's giant scissors. The administrator moved at lightning speed and in the blink of an eye was right in front of Fangyuan. Its towering shadow fully covered Fangyuan, and the massive scissors were raised high, aimed directly at Fangyuan's neck. Noise elimination. A low growl came from beneath the mask, vague and unclear. Faced with this lethal strike, Fangyuan not only didn't dodge, but instead frowned and dug at his ears. So noisy. Fangyuan raised his head, looking at the towering administrator, and directly pointed his finger at its nose, mask, scolding. I mean, your service attitude is really awful, isn't it? I just asked for the Wi-Fi password, and you scare me with scissors? And Fangyuan took a deep breath, energy sinking into his abdomen, his voice louder than before, practically roaring. The first rule says any noise exceeding 30 decibels is strictly prohibited, but the sound of you dragging those scissors was at least 80 decibels. The sound of you walking was at least 60 decibels. Are you breaking the law? The scissors that were raised in the air froze. The other 9 chosen ones were also dumbfounded. Brother, are you reasoning with a ghost? And correcting its volume? Talent passive, physical superiority, plus, logical breakdown, activated. Fangyuan grabbed the collar of the administrator's gray robe and yanked it down sharply. Despite the huge difference in size, the burst of regulatory pressure at that moment caused the administrator to stagger and bend down slightly. Look at me. Fangyuan stared into the 2 pitch-black eye holes of the administrator's mask, full of righteous anger. As an administrator, do you know what it means to lead by example? You're so noisy yourself, how can you manage the readers? Put the scissors away. Take off your shoes. Walk on your tiptoes for me. Administrator. Its simple AI logic and regulatory core seem to be in conflict. Judgment, this human has created noise. Execution, exterminate. Conflict, the human pointed out that the administrator violated a deeper silence logic, and the human exuded an aura of a superior being that scared the ghost's SSS-level talent pressure. The administrator's hand began to tremble. In the terrified and dazed gazes of all, this elite monster that had just been so menacing actually silently set down the giant scissors. Then, it really bent down and began to untie the laces of its gigantic leather boots. Moments later, an administrator with 2 bare, large hairy feet, holding its shoes and the scissors, tiptoed back into the darkness, not daring to make a sound, looking like a small student who had done something wrong. Before leaving, it even bowed to Fangyuan, as if to say, I'm sorry, I disturbed you. The place fell into complete silence. This time it was truly silent, not even a sound of breathing could be heard. Fangyuan clapped his hands, turned around, and looked at the group of foreign chosen ones who had turned into stone, revealing a brilliant smile. What are you looking at? Never seen quality education before? Alright, you there, the tall one from Lighthouse Nation. Fangyuan pointed at Smith and loudly said. I saw you gesticulating just now, do you know the Wi-Fi password? Come on, tell me loudly. Smith shook his head furiously, his face turning green, the pen in his hand dropped to the ground in fright. Is this even human? This is clearly a devil scarier than a ghost. Chapter 7, Midnight Library, Shu. I am telling a strange bedtime story. Fangyuan's loud shout of quality education not only scared the administrator away, but also planted a deep shadow in the hearts of all foreign chosen ones. Originally planning to unite to isolate or even plot against the Dragon Country, the multinational alliance now crumbled like earth falling apart. No one dared to be the one to provoke this ruthless person who could make ghosts take off their shoes. Dragon Country live broadcast room. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. I need to screenshot that part where the administrator took off his shoes to use as my screensaver. Smith turned green, where's that arrogance from earlier? But is it really okay for Yishin to be so loud? The rules aren't just decorations. Upstairs, for Yishin, rules are just paper to wipe his behind. Midnight Library, first floor, Area B bookshelf. 10 minutes later, the chosen ones scattered, starting to search for clues to the second floor. According to the rule hints, they needed to find a book called The Key of Truth, or at least find relevant index cards to open the elevator to the upper levels. Fangyuan wandered alone among the huge bookshelves. It was eerie and terrifying. Most of the books on the shelves were old and worn, with some spines having growths like tumors, and occasionally, whispers could be heard as pages turned. Rule 4, stay away from red-covered books. As Fangyuan walked, he suddenly stopped. In front of him, on the shelf, there lay a book as bright red as blood. The red was not only glaring but even seemed to pulse slightly, as if it were sewn from fresh human skin. The cover had no words, only a picture of a tightly closed eye. The temperature around dropped suddenly, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. Fangyuan narrowed his eyes, looking at the book. Normal logic, immediately close your eyes and retreat, pretend you didn't see it, run as far away as possible. Yi Fangyuan's logic, this book is such a flashy color, it definitely has something good, maybe it's a limited edition. He reached out his hand, ignoring the subtle warning vibrations in the surrounding space, and yanked out the forbidden red book. Gee. The moment his hand touched the book cover, a sharp, soul-piercing scream erupted from within the book. The painted eye on the cover suddenly opened wide, its bloodshot pupils staring intensely at Yi Fangyuan, reflecting an endless abyss. Mortal! You dare disturb my slumber! Your soul shall become. Pa! Yi Fangyuan slapped the book cover with his palm, right on that just opened eye. The slap was crisp and loud, carrying the suppressive power of the physical exorcism rule. Shut up, you're too noisy. Yi Fangyuan frowned and scolded, can't you see it says keep quiet on the wall? You have no sense of public duty. The red book was stunned by the slap. The eye shed tears of grievance, and the monstrous mouth that had just opened was forcefully slapped back shut. As a cursed book, when had it ever been treated this way? Yi Fangyuan didn't care whether it was willing or not and directly opened the book. Inside, there were no words, only twisted, terrifying illustrations of human faces, as if sealing countless wronged souls. Each page radiated strong waves of mental pollution, trying to impact Yi Fangyuan's brain. An ordinary person would go mad just looking at it. But as Yi Fangyuan looked, he yawned and even took out a black marker from his pocket, picked it up during his last stop at a convenience store. The artwork is so poor, the human anatomy is all wrong, this face is crooked like a shoehorn. He commented while sketching. He began to doodle madly on the terrifying illustrations of human faces. Putting sunglasses and a cigar on this fierce ghost, drawing cat whiskers on that long-tongued ghost, and giving that roaring soul a lollipop in its mouth. Before long, a book of the dead, full of cursed vibes. He forcefully transformed it into the Raging Comics, Hell Special Edition. That book trembled more and more violently, eventually even letting out a whimper of mercy, its pages flipping wildly, trying to close itself. That's right, even as a ghost, you need a sense of humor. Who wants to see someone sulking all day? Yi Fangyuan looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction and casually stuffed it back on the bookshelf. If anyone dares to flip through you again, you just tell them a joke, understand? The red book nodded desperately, its spine bending crazily, then at a visible speed changed its cover to a harmless sky blue, even disguising itself with some cute cartoon fonts selected bedtime stories for children. It cowered, it completely cowered. Meanwhile, on the other side of the C District bookshelf, Park Yisheng from the Pickle Nation and Sakura from the Cherry Blossom Nation were sneaking together. Park Yisheng held a newly found index card, his eyes harsh, a sinister smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Miss Sakura, I have a way to deal with that Dragon Kingdom guy. Park Yisheng whispered, pointing at a row of books on the nearby shelf, I just used my talent quick hands to swap the labels. This row looks like safe blue books, but among them is a cleverly disguised curse trap book. As long as we lure him over and have him open this book, the curse will instantly explode. Even if he doesn't die, he will be heavily injured. At that time, the administrator will clear him away like garbage. Sakura hesitated, her face pale, but he dares to scold the administrator. That's because the administrator is foolish. The power of the rules is absolute. Park Yisheng gritted his teeth, jealousy filling his eyes, I don't believe he's a god. Why is he so arrogant? Just as the two were scheming, a leisurely whistling sound came from afar. Yi Fangyuan walked over with his hands behind his head, as if strolling through his own backyard. Park Yisheng immediately put on a fake smile and welcomed him, holding a writing board, afraid to speak, in case it attracted the administrator. He quickly wrote on the board, Mr. Yi. We found an important clue leading to the second floor over there. But the bookshelf is too high for us to reach, could you please help? It's about the key to truth. Yi Fangyuan stopped and glanced at the smiling Park Yisheng, then at the trembling Sakura hiding behind him. A playful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Help? Sure. Yi Fangyuan shouted loudly, still completely ignoring the silence rule, his voice booming, I happen to be quite bored. Lead the way. Park Yisheng was ecstatic inside, he took the bait. This fool actually fell for it. He led Yi Fangyuan to the trap-filled bookshelf, pointing at a blue book that had been tampered with, indicating it was the clue, and made a pleased gesture. Though the cover of the book was blue, a closer look could reveal a sinister black aura leaking out from the seams. Yi Fangyuan stepped forward and reached for the book. Park Yisheng's heart raced to his throat, the dagger in his hand clenched tightly. As soon as Yi Fangyuan was cursed and froze, he would strike. However, just as Yi Fangyuan's finger was about to touch the spine of the book, he suddenly stopped. Oh dear, I suddenly remembered. Yi Fangyuan turned to look at Park Yisheng, a look of innocence on his face, I just touched a red book, and my hands are all dirty. Could you help me grab it? Park Yisheng's face stiffened, shaking his head frantically, writing on the board, I'm too short to reach it. Can't reach? Yi Fangyuan looked down at Park Yisheng, who was only half a head shorter than him, a glimmer of mockery in his eyes. No worries, I'll help you. Yi Fangyuan suddenly made a move, grabbing the back of Park Yisheng's collar. Before he could react, Park Yisheng felt his feet leave the ground, lifted up by a terrifying force. Bring it to me. Yi Fangyuan actually used the 140-pound Park Yisheng as a human stick, forcefully jabbing it towards the trapping book. Bang! Park Yisheng's face accurately and violently smashed into that book. The pages of the book opened automatically, and a mass of black cursed smoke sealed within erupted instantly, like a venomous snake, directly spraying Park Yisheng in the face. Park Yisheng let out a pig-like scream. He couldn't care about the silence rule anymore. The black mist seemed to have a life of its own, drilling into his 7 orifices. His face quickly rotted, sprouting disgusting flesh tumors, his whole body convulsed violently in midair, rolling on the ground in pain. Hey! Why are you screaming so loudly? Yi Fangyuan feigned a surprised expression, letting go of his hand, allowing Park Yisheng to crash to the ground. Looks like this book had mustard tucked inside, huh? Stinging your eyes? Thud. 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 At that moment, heavy and dense footsteps echoed around them. They were the administrators attracted by the screams. And not just one, but 3 in total. They burst out of the darkness wielding rusted giant scissors, their gray robes rustling, targeting the wailing Park Yisheng on the ground. Judgment, create extreme noise. Execution, annihilate. Sakurako was already paralyzed with fear on the ground, crawling and rolling away without daring to look back. Yi Fangyuan stood aside, arms crossed, whistling at the aggressive administrators. Hey, guys. The administrators paused, turning their heads towards this evil star. The leading administrator, barefoot and only wearing socks, was the same one who had his shoes scolded off by Yi Fangyuan before. Seeing Yi Fangyuan, it instinctively shrank its neck. Yi Fangyuan pointed at Park Yisheng on the ground, speaking in an official tone. This person is making noise and defiling the area with his indiscriminate acts, face, seriously affecting the city appearance, and he is also loud, violating the 1st and 5th rules. I suggest dragging him away, no cutting here, it'll dirty the floor, hard to clean. The barefoot administrator felt like it had received a great reprieve, wanting only to stay far away from Yi Fangyuan. It waved its scissors at its subordinates. The other 2 administrators immediately stepped forward, lifting the screaming Park Yisheng from both sides, dragging him into the darkness like a dead dog. No! Save me! I was wrong! Ye God, save me! Park Yisheng's voice grew fainter, finally disappearing entirely into the darkness at the end of the bookshelf, leaving only a puddle of foul-smelling pus behind. Chosen 1 Park Yisheng from the Kimchi Kingdom, challenge failed. Punishment arrives, the silence curse will descend upon the Seoul region of the Kimchi Kingdom. Anyone making sounds exceeding 50 decibels will lose their vocal cords. Yi Fangyuan clapped the dust off his hands and said to the air. Next time you want to trick people, remember to practice your act first. Also, don't play by rules in front of me, I am your ancestor. After saying this, he pulled out the real clue from that bookshelf. It was a card tucked between 2 inconspicuous corners of another book. The card read, the key to the 2nd floor is at the chime of midnight. Midnight? Yi Fangyuan glanced at the huge vintage clock hanging in the center of the hall. Current time, 23:55. Only 5 minutes left. He surveyed his surroundings and found that the remaining surviving chosen ones were all looking at him with expressions of awe, or like they were looking at the Grim Reaper, trembling as they hid in various corners. Smith was even burying his head between his legs, pretending to be a mushroom. Come out, don't hide. Yi Fangyuan found a relatively clean table to sit down, crossing his legs and patting the tabletop. The bell is about to ring. I heard midnight in the library will have good things come out. Since everyone is here, how about we hold a book sharing session? Everyone? Big brother, are you a devil? Holding a book club at a time like this? But no one dared to refute. Smith was the first to crawl out hurriedly, eagerly using his sleeve to wipe the table for Yi Fangyuan. Ye God, what book do you want to read? I'll go get it for you. I'm your loyal fan. Yi Fangyuan smiled as he looked at him. No need to search anymore, the light is about to go out. Just as the words fell. Ding! The clock struck midnight, tolling 12 times. All the lights in the library instantaneously extinguished. A darkness, 100 times denser than before, surged forth from beneath the ground like a tidal wave. The true Midnight Library had just opened its doors. Chapter 8, Midnight Library, Midnight Revelry? No, this is my domain. As. The muffled bell echoed 12 times in the hall. Each toll felt like a strike against everyone's skull, shaking their very souls. With the last beam of light consumed by darkness, the once quiet library suddenly came to life. Bookshelves began to move, producing a thunderous noise, as if gigantic stones were grinding together. From beneath the floor arose countless faint scratching sounds, a multitude of mice, not mice, but human-faced rats gnawing at the foundation. A strong stench of decay hung in the air. Ah! A scream pierced the darkness. It was unclear who the unfortunate soul was that was snatched away. Smith and Sakura huddled closely together, holding a lighter in their hands, yet they couldn't ignite it. In this midnight moment, ordinary flames could do nothing to dispel the dark. Only Fangyuan remained calmly seated at that table. His eyes glimmered slightly. This was the skill, Ghost Eye, Beginner, that activated after clearing the last dungeon. In his vision, the darkness was not completely black, but showed a strange gray-green hue. He saw countless translucent ghosts floating out from the bookshelves, holding tattered books, mumbling incantations. Some bizarre creatures crawled across the ceiling. The most striking sight was the enormous reception desk in the center of the hall. The previously empty desk now had a woman sitting there, dressed in a long black gown from the Victorian era. She had no head. At her neck was a smooth, flat surface, upon which rested a thick, glowing golden book. Night Shift Manager, the Headless Lady, Lord Level. Key item, the Key of Truth is within the book on her neck. Interesting. Fangyuan stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. The little ghosts around him, upon seeing Fangyuan rise, froze in their tracks, wanting to pounce but suddenly paralyzed. Because they sensed it was the aura that even the gluttonous store manager bowed to, the aura that made red-dressed vengeful spirits offer cola. That's the aura of the great demon king. Run! Don't provoke him. The little ghosts scattered in all directions, more terrified than encountering sunlight. Fangyuan ignored these weaklings and walked directly toward the headless lady. Tap, tap, tap. In this chaotic, noisy midnight revelry, Fangyuan's footsteps sounded particularly out of place. Smith, hearing the footsteps, yelled in fright, "Ye God! Don't go! There's something terrifying over there." Although he couldn't see clearly, his S-class talent told him that the reception area was certainly a place of death. Fangyuan didn't turn back, just waved his hand. "I'm just borrowing a book, you all do as you wish." He walked up to the reception desk. The headless lady seemed to sense someone approaching. She slowly raised her hand, pointing to the book on her neck, then pointing to a sign beside her. The sign bore a line of blood-red words. To borrow the truth, you must leave behind one item. Either your eyes, your tongue, or your memories. This was a transaction. To get the key to the second floor, one must sacrifice a part of their body. The viewers in the livestream held their breath. How do you choose? If you give an eye, you'll go blind. If you give a tongue, you'll be mute. What will ye God give? He's so stingy, surely he doesn't want to give anything. Fangyuan stared at that sign, rubbing his chin. Leave behind one item? He reached into his pocket and rummaged around. Then, he pulled out a crumpled piece of paper. It was an expired coupon he had casually taken from the convenience store dungeon. Here, what do you think of this? Fangyuan slapped the coupon on the table. Even though it's expired, it's still a memory. This is a precious relic from another world. Headless Madam. Although she had no head, Fangyuan could feel her entire being radiating an angry emotion of, "Are you kidding me?" The air around them instantly froze. Countless black hairs surged from the bottom of the headless madam's skirt, wildly waving like tentacles, ready to strangle this ungrateful human. Don't like it? Fangyuan was not frightened at all. Instead, he shook his head with a regretful expression. Why are the administrators so materialistic nowadays? Do they only want body parts? He sighed and reached for the headless madam's neck. To be precise, he reached for the book on her neck. Since the deal can't be made, I might as well steal it. Boom! The headless madam was utterly furious. Those black hairs instantly pierced toward Fangyuan's heart like swords. However, just as the black hairs were about to touch Fangyuan. Talent activated, physical superiority. Fangyuan's hand moved like lightning, grabbing that mass of black hair. Stay still. Zing. That mass of black hair burned in Fangyuan's hand like dry grass meeting fierce flames, instantly igniting and billowing thick black smoke. The headless madam trembled violently, letting out a silent scream. It was deep pain from the depths of her soul. Fangyuan did not stop. With his other hand, he directly grabbed the book, the Key to Truth. Give it to me. The headless madam tried to resist, firmly guarding the book with both hands. The two struggled in the air. One had the overpowering strength of a boss-level monster, and the other was an invincible cheat with all attributes plus 20 in built-in rule suppression. Let go. I am a reader. Readers are gods. Fangyuan strained as he pulled, loudly reasoning, does God need to give his eyeballs for this book? Do you believe I'll complain about you? The headless madam was completely broken down by this forceful logic and even more forceful strength. She felt as if her hands were about to be torn off. How could this human be stronger than a troll? Finally, with a sizzle sound, the headless madam let go. Not only did she let go, but she also fell backward due to inertia, bringing that vintage chair down with her. Fangyuan held the book that radiated golden light, satisfied as he patted the cover. Wouldn't it have been fine to cooperate earlier? Why the need for all this fuss? At this moment, the rumbling sound of the bookshelf stopping. The little ghosts around all shrunk back into the book seams, trembling. The fallen headless madam silently got up and adjusted her skirt. Although she had no head, at that moment, everyone felt an emotion called injustice. She pointed towards the second floor direction, making a get-lost gesture. Thanks. Fangyuan was in high spirits and turned to shout to Smith and Sakura, who were still huddled in the corner. Let's go. Those who want to catch a ride, hurry up. Time won't wait. Smith and Sakura snapped out of their daze. The two hurriedly rolled and crawled over, closely trailing behind Fangyuan, wishing they could stick to his back. As they passed by the headless madam, Smith's legs trembled, fearing that this boss might take out her anger on him. But the headless madam didn't even glance at them, silently sitting there like a wronged little wife. Second floor passage unlocked. A golden staircase extended down from the darkness, leading up above. Fangyuan stepped onto the staircase. A system prompt sound echoed in his ears. Congratulations, you have obtained a key item, the key to truth. Second floor area unlocked, tranquil reading room. Current exploration degree, 15%. Just as Fangyuan was about to disappear at the end of the staircase, he suddenly stopped and looked back at the headless madam. By the way, since you have no head, how do you read books usually? Fangyuan took out a marker from his pocket and threw it casually. The pen landed precisely on the headless lady's desk. It's a gift for you. Next time, you can draw eyes on your neck, no need to thank me. The headless lady held the pen tightly, her body stiff. Until Fangyuan's figure completely vanished, she slowly raised her hand and really drew two big eyes on her smooth neck surface. Then, to her surprise, she actually saw something. She looked in the direction Fangyuan had left, feeling not anger, but an extremely complex emotion. This human is kind of interesting. Dragon Country Live Room. Ha ha ha. Drawing eyes. Is ye God trying to make me laugh to death and inherit my Huabe? Headless lady, I've never been this speechless in my life. Not only did he snag the key for free, but he also teased the boss. Ye God is getting more skilled at this. But I feel the second floor must be even more dangerous. The quiet reading room sounds wrong just by the name. Legua looked at the screen, let out a long breath but still furrowed his brows. The second floor, that's the area about cognitive pollution. Fangyuan, you must not be careless. Chapter 9 Midnight Library, second floor reading room, no throwing heads around. At the end of the golden staircase was a heavy redwood door. A plaque reading Quiet Reading Room, 2F, hung on the door, covered in claw marks and dried blood stains. Fangyuan pushed open the big door, and a musty smell of old paper mixed with formaldehyde rushed towards him. Behind him, Smith and Sakura pressed tightly against his back, wishing they could turn into ornaments hanging on him. Oh wow, the environment is not bad. Fangyuan looked around. The space on the second floor was even more oppressive than the first. Hundreds of old reading long tables were neatly arranged here. Each table had a dim green shaded lamplit. What sent chills down the spine was that about a third of the seats were occupied. Or to say, they were occupied by corpses. Some wore long gowns from the Republic era, some wore modern school uniforms, some were highly decomposed, while others were nothing but skeletons. They all bowed their heads, fixated on the books spread out before them, gripping pens tightly, madly writing something. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The only sound in the entire space was the scratching of pen tips on paper, dense enough to make one's scalp tingle. Second floor reading room borrowing rules. On the wall behind the door, a new rules notice was posted. Silence, this is a sacred place for learning. Absolutely no disturbing the readers here while they study. If your voice causes a reader to look up, you will bear the consequences. Knowledge seeking, if a reader asks you a question, please provide a correct answer within 10 seconds. If you answer incorrectly or exceed the time, you will become a new collection. No sitting, it is strictly forbidden to sit in any empty seat. Empty seats are reserved for latecomers. Roll call, every hour, the administrator will conduct a roll call. Those whose names are called must respond present. If you do not have a name, or if your name is not on the list, please immediately hide under the table. After Smith read the rules, his face turned pale. Q question? What if they ask me calculus or quantum mechanics? I'm just a soldier. Sakura was even more terrified, trembling all over, and a roll call? We're not even on the list. At that moment. Bang! On the nearest table by the door, a student in tattered school uniform suddenly slammed his pen down. It slowly turned its head, the neck making a cracking sound as it rotated a full 180 degrees, revealing a face without features, just a massive mouth. "Shut up!" It emitted a hoarse voice from deep within its throat. "How do you solve this problem? Tell me how to solve it." Its hand holding a compass slowly pointed towards Smith. Rule 2 triggered. A reader asks a question. In that instant, Smith felt a breath of death lock onto him, his legs turning as heavy as lead, unable to move. The faceless student raised the book in its hand, on which was written a bloody question. Question: how many cuts are needed to completely skin a person? A. 1 cut. B. 100 cuts. C. 1,000 cuts. D. Countless cuts. Smith collapsed. What the hell is this question? Choosing wrong means death. I choose C. Smith said, trembling. The faceless student opened its wide mouth, showing a mouthful of serrated teeth. Wrong. Wrong. Punishment. It suddenly lunged at Smith, the compass in its hand gleaming coldly, aiming straight for Smith's eyeball. Ah! Smith desperately shut his eyes. Bang! A dull sound echoed. The expected pain did not come. Smith opened his eyes and saw a familiar figure blocking him. Fangyuan pressed the faceless student's head with one hand, forcing it back into its seat. It's just a question, why get physical? Fangyuan looked at the question, his face full of disappointment. You can't answer such an easy question? This is the worst batch of ghosts I've ever taught. The faceless student was stunned. It wanted to struggle, but Fangyuan's hand was like a heavy mountain, pinning it down. Choose a for this question. Fangyuan pointed at the question, saying, as long as the technique is good, just make a cut at the top, pour in mercury, and it can be completely skinned in one cut. Don't you understand this? How did you study in dissection class? Faceless student? Although it was a ghost, it had never tried this technique. Why did this human understand better than it? And this question? Fangyuan casually flipped through its workbook, pointing out how to cook human meat without being tough. You chose wrong again. It must be simmered on low heat, and add some cooking wine to remove the fishy taste. Why did you choose high heat stir fry? That's for stir frying kidneys. The few readers nearby, who had been ready to act, heard this professional critique, quickly withdrew their heads, pretending to be busy. This human is too brutal, we cannot provoke. Fangyuan patted the faceless student's shoulder. All right, don't embarrass yourself here. Put away that compass, it's a tool, not a weapon. The faceless student shivered, silently putting away the compass, picking up the pen again, lowering its head to pretend to do questions, even changing the answer to A. In the live broadcast room, the audience was laughing hysterically. What the hell, pouring mercury into the skull? How many episodes of the 10 Cruel Punishments of the Qing Dynasty has you watched? Ghost, this question is out of syllabus, the teacher never taught this. Smith looks dumbfounded, probably wondering whose turf this really is. After resolving the little episode, Fangyuan walked around the reading room like a principal, hands behind his back. He would point out the hanging ghost's handwriting. Your writing is so ugly, how will you write a threatening letter in the future? And critique the headless ghost for its improper sitting posture. Sit up straight. Eyes? Oh, you have no eyes, then it's fine. Wherever he passed, the originally ominous and ghostly reading room surprisingly became organized, and the atmosphere of learning was extremely strong. All the ghosts were desperately pretending to be good students, afraid of being called out by this devil principal. Just then, a melodious and eerie bell rang. A secret door at the end of the reading room opened, revealing a tall, thin figure in a black tailcoat holding a roster. It wore monocles, its face as pale as paper, with a neurotic smile at the corner of its mouth. Second floor administrator, examiner, elite boss. Skill, death roll call. If a name is called and the person does not respond or is not present, they are directly erased. Roll call time. The examiner's voice was soft and piercing, echoing in the empty reading room. All the ghost students instantly sat up straight, not even daring to breathe. Smith and Sakura remembered Rule 4, scared and immediately wanted to crawl under the table. Why crawl? Is it dirty? Fangyuan grabbed the back of Smith's collar and lifted him up, this little achievement. But, if I'm not on the list, I'll die. Smith said with a sorrowful expression. At this moment, the examiner had reached the podium and opened the deathly roster. Zhang-san? Here. An incomplete-bodied ghost in the corner raised its hand. Li Si? Here. The examiner read the names quickly, and with each name, a red light would sweep by to confirm identity. Soon, it finished reading a page. It lifted its head, and those gray-white eyes scanned the entire room, finally landing on one person in the middle of the aisle with 2 pendants, Fangyuan and 3 others. A stranger? The examiner pushed up its monocle, the corner of its mouth cracking into a smile. Not on the list. Is this a truant student? It raised the pen in its hand, the tip pointing at Fangyuan. Since there is no name, then, let's clear it. A terrible power of death gathered at the pen tip. Smith and Ingzi had already closed their eyes, waiting for death. At that moment, Fangyuan moved. He did not dodge but instead boldly walked up to the podium. Before the examiner could react, Fangyuan grabbed the roll and pen from its hand. Give it here. Examiner? Fangyuan stood on the podium, looking down at the examiner, sternly scolding. How do you do an examination? Ha? Is your voice so small that the students in the back can't hear? And this list? Fangyuan flipped through the roll, pointing at the mess of bloody handprints on it. This is a mess. The format isn't even right. Don't you know that paperless operations are in effect now? The examiner was baffled by this string of retorts. It had lived for hundreds of years, and this was the first time it encountered a human daring to snatch its roll. Why who are you to dare? The examiner was about to get angry. Fangyuan smacked the roll right on the examiner's face. Slap. Who am I? I am the supervisor sent by the higher-ups. Fangyuan placed his hands on his hips, his aura fully unleashed, an SSS-level talent pressure disguised as the aura of an upper-class person. I see the study atmosphere on your second floor is quite a problem. Just now, a student even poked someone with a compass. How are you managing this? The examiner felt a pressure from the depths of its soul. It was a more terrifying aura than that of the dean. Its instincts told it, this human is not to be trifled with. As supervisor, the examiner stuttered. What else? Who else would dare speak so loudly in the midnight library? Fangyuan snorted coldly, pointing at Smith and Ingzi in the audience. Those two are new transfer students. They just wanted to find a seat and couldn't even find one, having to crawl under the desk. Does that make sense? The examiner broke out in a cold sweat from fear, even though it didn't have sweat. Yes. It's my dereliction of duty. The examiner immediately shouted at the ghosts below, what are you all doing? Don't you see new students? Those in the back, put your heads down to make some space. Crash. The few ghost students in the back were so frightened that they hurriedly withdrew their spare heads from the table and even kindly wiped the chairs with their sleeves. This is more like it. Fangyuan nodded in satisfaction, tossing the roll back to the examiner. Continue calling names. Remember to be louder, full of spirit. The examiner held the roll as if it had received a treasure, nodding repeatedly, yes. Supervisor, please take a seat. I will call names right away. Next, an extremely magical scene appeared in the second-floor reading room. A terrifying ghost examiner stood at the podium, yelling loudly, Wang Wu. Here, the ghosts below yelled with all their might. And Fangyuan sat in a special VIP seat beside the podium, the chair the examiner moved over, crossing his legs, holding the book The Key to Truth, reading with great interest. Smith and Ingzi shrank in their seats at the back, staring at Fangyuan on the podium in a daze. Smith mumbled, I seem to really be in a ghost school? Ingzi, Ye God really does seem to be a supervisor. Only the audience in the live broadcast room knew. Fangyuan's book The Key to Truth had not been opened at all. He was actually looking at the doodle of the headless lady on the cover and secretly calculating in his heart. There are so many ghosts on this second floor. If I can take a few back for old Qin to use as laborers, wouldn't this dragon country's GDP take off? Chapter 10, Midnight Library, Hell Elevator? No, this is a VIP special elevator. After the roll call storm in the second floor reading room, the atmosphere in the entire area became strangely unusual, strangely harmonious. The ghost students buried themselves in heavy studying, even afraid to make the sound of turning pages, fearing to anger the supervisor on the podium. The examiner stood by like a dutiful little secretary, occasionally pouring tea for Fangyuan, not sure where the blood-red tea came from. This tea has a bit of a fishy taste, next time, let's switch to Bilyukan. Fangyuan said after taking a sip, critiquing it. Yes, we will definitely switch next time. The examiner nodded eagerly. Sitting in the back row, Smith and Sakura had completely gone numb. Their only thought now was, hold tightly to the thigh of the Godyi, never let go. After resting for a while, Fangyuan stood up and patted the Key to Truth in his hand. All right, stop pretending. Take me to the third floor, he said to the examiner. The examiner was stunned for a moment, his face turning a bit ugly. Supervisor, you want to go to the third floor? That place is. What is it? Fangyuan raised an eyebrow. That is the forbidden book area. The examiner lowered his voice, fear deeply embedded in his tone. What's locked there are existences that even the director cannot fully control. Even we administrators usually do not dare to approach that elevator. Oh? Then I must go take a look. Yi Fangyuan became even more excited. I love things that are challenging. Seeing he couldn't be persuaded, the examiner could only sigh and pointed to a wall at the end of the reading room. The elevator is right behind that wall. But the examiner pointed to the key to truth in Yi Fangyuan's hand. You need to use the key to truth to open the hidden door. And also, the elevator itself has rules. Rules of the Hell elevator to the 3rd floor. Overload, the maximum capacity of the elevator is 2 people. One more person, and the elevator will plummet into an endless abyss. Asking for directions, inside the elevator, there is a lady elevator attendant. She will ask you which floor you are going to. Never answer 3rd floor because the 3rd floor is a place of death. You must answer to heaven. Price, as a fare, you need to tell her a joke that makes her laugh. If she does not laugh, you must stay behind. After listening, Yi Fangyuan nodded thoughtfully. Only 2 people allowed? There are 3 of us here. He glanced at Smith and Sakura. Both turned pale instantly. Smith suddenly knelt down. God Yi. Don't leave me behind. I'm strong, I can be your meat shield. Sakura was crying like a rain-soaked pear flower. God Yi, I can cook and do laundry, please take me with you. Yi Fangyuan looked at them with disdain. Who said I was going to leave you behind? I'm just saying this rule is unreasonable. He walked to the wall and pressed the key to truth into a groove in the wall. Boom. The wall slowly opened, revealing an old, rusty-barred elevator behind it. Inside the elevator stood a female ghost in a red uniform, her face pale blue with a deep, visible bone scar around her neck. Elevator lady, Wraith level. She raised her head, her eyes entirely white, scanning the 3 of them. Where do you all want to go? Her voice sounded like it was coming from the bottom of a well. Yi Fangyuan strode into the elevator, dragging Smith and Sakura in along with him. At this moment, the elevator had 3 passengers. Warning! Elevator overload. Warning! Elevator overload. The alarm light on top of the elevator began to flash red frantically. The whole cabin violently shook, making a noise as if it were about to break apart and fall at any moment. The elevator lady revealed a sinister smile. Overloaded, one must get off, or we all die together. Smith and Sakura hugged each other in terror, screaming continuously. Yi Fangyuan, however, looked calmly at the weight limit plaque on the elevator. Limit, 2 persons /150 kilograms. He pulled out a marker from his pocket. It really was a universal tool. In the shocked gaze of the elevator lady, he added a 0 after the 2. Limit, 20 persons /1,500 kilograms. Then, he added another 0 after 150 kilograms. Modification complete. Yi Fangyuan patted the sign and turned to the elevator lady, saying, all right, let's go. Is it overloaded now? I see this elevator is spacious enough. Even if we stuff in a big elephant, it would still be fine. The elevator shook, and it actually stopped. The alarm light also went out. Rules were forcibly changed, and the system determined passed. The elevator lady. She had been a ghost in the elevator for so many years, killing countless overloaded chosen ones, and had never seen such shameless behavior. This is cheating. She howled unwillingly. What cheating? This is called system upgrade, capacity optimization. Yi Fangyuan said confidently, hurry up, drive. The elevator lady was so angry that she trembled all over, but under the pressure of rules, she could only swallow her anger. Where to, what floor? She gritted her teeth and asked the second question. According to the rules, the answer must be to heaven. Smith was about to answer, but was shot down by a glare from Yi Fangyuan. To the 3rd floor. Yi Fangyuan said straightforwardly. The elevator lady's eyes brightened. Finally got the chance. Answer incorrect, the 3rd floor is a dead zone. Since you want to die, then I will send you. She was about to press the button that led to the abyss of hell. Yi Fangyuan suddenly reached out, crossed over her, and pressed all the buttons on the elevator panel. 1st floor, 2nd floor, 3rd floor, 4th floor, even the non-existent -18th floor. All the buttons lit up, shining like a Christmas tree. Who said we're only going to the 3rd floor? I also want to stroll to the 4th floor and see the scenery underground. Yi Fangyuan said with a smile, what? Your elevator can only go to one place? Too outdated, right? The elevator lady was once again dumbfounded. This operation burned out her CPU. Multi-floor commands were input simultaneously, causing a logical chaos in the system. Are they going to the dead zone? Or to heaven? Or underground? In the end, the elevator let out a mournful cry and chose the most stable option, stop at each floor in order. Ding! The elevator slowly started, rising smoothly. That's right. Yi Fangyuan nodded in satisfaction. There was only one last rule left: tell a joke. The elevator lady took a deep breath of ghost energy, staring fiercely at Fangyuan, the fair. Tell me a joke that makes me laugh, otherwise. This was not just a rule, but her obsession. She died after choking on a cold joke, so her resentment was deep, and her laughter threshold was incredibly high. Almost no one could make her laugh. Smith and Sakura watched Fangyuan nervously. This was the final hurdle. Fangyuan looked at the elevator lady's pale and terrifying face and suddenly leaned in a little closer. Do you want to hear a joke? I do. Good. Fangyuan pointed to a mirror in the corner of the elevator. Go take a look in the mirror. The elevator lady was stunned, instinctively turning to look at the mirror. The mirror reflected her face, swollen and bruised, eyes bulging, with half her neck broken. Did you see it? Fangyuan asked. I saw it. That's enough. Fangyuan spread his hands. That's already the biggest joke. Looking like that and still coming out to scare people, ha ha. Fangyuan laughed first. The elevator lady. Smith and Sakura. The whole place fell silent. Is this really a joke? This is personal attack. This is stirring trouble on top of the great deity. The elevator lady's anger meter instantly maxed out, her hair stood up, her mouth opened to the limit, preparing to swallow this sharp-tongued human alive. I don't find it funny. Die. Just as she was about to explode, Fangyuan suddenly reached into his pocket and pulled out the book he had doodled on, The Key to Truth, actually disguised as that red forbidden book. He opened the book and pointed at a page. On that page was a drawing of a female ghost identical to the elevator lady, but Fangyuan had drawn two long, dripping noses, a big red flower on her head, and she was holding a broken bowl begging for alms. Additionally, there was a caption next to it: I am like a flower, seeking support. But the elevator lady saw the drawing. The strong visual impact, the lewd aura, the strikingly similar features. She didn't want to laugh. Really didn't want to laugh. But that book, modified by Fangyuan. But ha ha ha. Gooses gooses gooses. The elevator girl broke down. She let out a laugh like the clang of a bell, laughing so hard that she bent over, causing the wound on her neck to bleed, tears flowing from her eyes. So funny. Too funny. Ha 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 ha. Judgment, the joke succeeded. The fare has been paid. Ding. The elevator stopped. The door opened. Third floor, forbidden book area has arrived. Fangyuan kicked the still cackling elevator girl aside and strode out of the elevator. Let's go, next stop, hell. Smith and Sakura looked at the ghostly girl still rolling on the ground laughing, exchanging a glance filled with deep respect for Fangyuan. Was this really a chosen one? This was clearly the king of hell come to stock up on goods in the world of ghost stories. Chapter 11, Midnight Library. Do you thirst for knowledge? The space on the third floor was completely different from below. There were no bookshelves, no tables and chairs, not even a floor or ceiling. This was a corridor floating in the void. All around was a deep and boundless starry sky, countless glowing words floated and flowed like stars, merging into rivers of light. At the end of the corridor hovered an enormous book. That book was as tall as 10 stories, crafted from unknown black metal, wrapped in chains. The pages turned automatically, each flip causing the surrounding space to tremble. Forbidden book, omniscient and omnipotent, fake. Final boss of the dungeon, the keeper of secrets. Fangyuan stood in the corridor, looking at the massive book and whistled. Wow, what a grand scene. So much better than that little commotion down below. Smith and Sakura were left speechless by the sight before them. This kind of visual impact far exceeded human imagination. Ye God, did we walk into the wrong set? This feels like a sci-fi blockbuster. Smith stammered. Who cares if it's sci-fi or fantasy, we came all this way, we have to bring something special back. Fangyuan stepped forward. At that moment, a figure slowly appeared in front of the giant black book. It was an old man wearing a starry robe, white beard flowing, eyes tightly closed. But in his hand, he held a scepter embedded with an eyeball. Keeper of Secrets, 4-star Lord Demigod level. The old man slowly opened his eyes. In that instant, Fangyuan felt as if countless eyes were watching him at the same time. Mortal. The old man's voice was grand and ethereal, directly resonating in everyone's minds. You have passed the trial and come to the end of truth. I am the Keeper of Secrets, guarding all forbidden knowledge in the world. Speak, what do you desire? Infinite wealth? Eternal life? Or weapons to destroy the world? This was a kind of spiritual inducement. Ordinary chosen ones hearing this kind of voice would have their inner greed instantly magnified, then make wishes, ultimately becoming sacrifices to this forbidden book. Smith's eyes were glazed over, drooling. I want I want to be the richest person in the world. I want invincible power. Sakura mumbled to herself, I want to be beautiful. I want everyone to love me. Their bodies began to uncontrollably float towards the black book, their souls being drawn out. Ahem. An extremely unflattering cough interrupted this sacred ceremony. Fangyuan stood still, not floating at all, instead digging in his ears. Old man, what did you just say you are? The Keeper of Secrets frowned slightly. His mental control actually had no effect on this human? I am the Keeper of Secrets, overseeing omniscience. Oh, so you're just a librarian then? Fangyuan interrupted him directly, why make it so fancy? Omniscient and omnipotent? Then let me ask you a question, can you answer it? The Keeper of Secrets smiled. It was a dismissive smile. Mortal, there is no answer in this world that I do not know. Whether in the past, present, or future. Oh really? Fangyuan's lips curled into a wicked smile. Then I ask you, this key can open how many locks? He raised the key of truth in his hand. The Keeper of Secrets froze. What kind of stupid question is this? This is the key of truth. It can open the door of wisdom. Of course it can only open one lock. The Keeper of Secrets answered with confidence. Wrong. Fangyuan shouted back, just now I used it on the second floor to open the elevator door, and on the first floor I used it to open the brain hole of the headless lady. You say, how many locks is this? Keeper of Secrets, does this even count? Why does it not count? Are you not all-knowing? How can you not even know this? Fangyuan pressed the attack, I ask you one more, on the tree rides a monkey, on the ground is one monkey, in total how many monkeys? The Keeper of Secrets calculated fast, 2. Wrong. It is 8. Fangyuan looked full of contempt, because that is a ride, 7 monkeys. Keeper of Secrets. He felt his intelligence was insulted. Is this a brain teaser? Is this playing with the wisdom of a god? Enough. The Keeper of Secrets was angry. The staff in his hand slammed hard on the ground, do not show this low little cleverness in front of me. Since you do not fear knowledge, then go mad inside the endless flood of information. Boom. That huge black book suddenly opened. Countless golden words poured down like wild floods and beasts, turning into real attacks, rushing toward Fangyuan. This is not just words. This is a huge stream of information. Each piece of information is enough to burst a human brain, the birth of the universe, the whispers of ancient gods, the history of human extinction. This is, knowledge flood, forbidden spell. Smith and Ingzi were not the main targets, but just being brushed by the aftershock, they already held their heads and screamed in pain, blood flowing from 7 holes. This knowledge is too heavy. My brain is going to explode. However, Fangyuan, who was in the center of the storm, looked calm. He even opened his arms, like hugging sunlight, to hug those rushing words. Talent passive, rule breaker, takes effect. High-risk mental attack detected judged as junk information harassment. Junk block/filter mode has been automatically turned on. Those knowledge floods that could drive people mad, at the moment they touched Fangyuan's body, were like mud cows entering the sea, disappearing without a trace. Fangyuan was not only fine, he even felt his mind became much clearer. What is this ancient god recipe? Looks a bit interesting. Braised eyeball needs spicy? 100 ways the world is destroyed? Too old, no creativity. The secret of Widow Wang next door? Oh ho, this one is exciting. Fangyuan was like scrolling short videos, while taking the attacks, while quickly picking the content he liked. The Keeper of Secrets was stunned stupid. His proud ultimate killing move was actually taken by this human as bedtime reading? Impossible. How can a mortal brain carry this level of information? The Keeper of Secrets roared in disbelief. Just this? Fangyuan curled his lips, a bit disappointed. I thought there would be some shocking big secrets, but it is all gossip and nonsense. Old man, your all-knowing has a lot of water. He walked step by step toward the Keeper of Secrets, under the sky full of word storms, walking as if on flat ground. Coming and not returning is not polite. Fangyuan walked to the front of the Keeper of Secrets, the distance less than 1 meter. Since you poured so much knowledge into me, then I also give you some new knowledge. Fangyuan stretched out his hand and grabbed the staff inlaid with eyeballs. Do you know what short video is? Do you know what shake hands is? Do you know what ghost animal is? Talent activated, reverse mental pollution. In Fangyuan's mind, those most brainwashing, most magic, most nonsense meme cultures from Earth's internet were instantly packed into a huge mental bomb, and blasted into the Keeper of Secrets' brain along the staff. Chicken, you are too beautiful. Great mighty heavenly dragon. Swinging sheep. Subject 3. The Keeper of Secrets' eyes suddenly widened, pupils shaking hard. This kind of never contacted, no logic but extremely infectious junk information. For him, the omniscient who pursues rigorous logic, it was simply poison. No, what is this? Stop. Hurry up and stop. The Keeper of Secrets clutched his head, crying out in pain, my logic library is about to collapse, this melody, damn it, why do I want to dance? Before them, that solemn and sacred demigod-level boss began to twist uncontrollably, making an extremely standard social shake move. Next to him, Smith and Sakura, even though their heads still hurt, were completely dumbfounded. Is this a boss battle? Isn't this a large-scale dance party? Fangyuan kept the beat, like a lead dancer, yes. Just like that. Shake it. This is true happy knowledge. Move it to the beat. Move it to the beat. In that mesmerizing rhythm, the huge black book also began to open and close with the beat, like it was DJing. The Keeper of Secrets was in despair. His divinity was shattering, and his authority was swept away. I give up. I admit defeat. The Keeper of Secrets fell to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Please, take these things out of my head. I don't want to dance anymore. Fangyuan stopped casting spells. He looked at the Keeper of Secrets, who was trembling on the ground, and nodded with satisfaction. It would have been good if it was like this earlier. Fangyuan bent down and took the staff from the Keeper's hands. This stick looks nice, it's mine now. Consider it my mental damage compensation. The Keeper of Secrets dared not oppose, repeatedly nodding, you take it. Take it all. Do you want that book? Just don't make me dance again. Fangyuan looked at the huge black book and shook his head in disgust. It's too big, can't move it, and there's no place to put it. He turned and waved to the still dumbfounded Smith and Sakura. Alright, stop dazing. We cleared the level, let's go home for dinner. As the Keeper of Secrets admitted defeat, the surrounding starry sky began to shatter, and the clearing portal slowly opened. Congratulations to the Dragon Country's chosen one Fangyuan for leading his teammates, deadweight, to clear the instant's Midnight Library. Calculating. Fangyuan hummed a little tune, playing with the newly acquired staff, stepping into the portal. Behind him was the still twitching Keeper of Secrets, humming dinosaurs against wolves. On this day, the high levels of the strange talk world fell into silence once again. They realized that the person from the Dragon Country was not only a rule breaker but also a source of mental pollution. Chapter 12 System Error, Illegal Data. Spit it out. Congratulations to the Dragon Country's chosen one Fangyuan. Calculating. The light of the portal had already wrapped around half of Fangyuan's body. He held the all-knowing staff, which had an eye embedded in it, humming the tune of dinosaurs against wolves, 1 foot already stepping into the edge of the real world. However, at that moment, the entire library's space suddenly trembled violently, like a computer screen freezing and flashing wildly. Red warning pop-ups erupted densely in the void, obscuring the starry sky. Warning! Warning! Detected serious logical error. Error code, E999, high-dimensional mean virus invasion. Source analysis, Keeper of Secrets Saiyan value is 0, core database contaminated by junk information. Fangyuan halted, looking at the suddenly red portal before him. Is it lagging? Before he could react, the originally gentle system prompt turned sharp, piercing, filled with urgency. Illegal settlement. Illegal settlement. Chosen one Fangyuan. You are carrying illegal items, Keeper of Secrets staff. And have inflicted irreversible mental trauma on the boss of the instance. Initiating emergency correction program, highest alert, purge mode. Resetting instance, clearing failure. All personnel return to the lower world. I didn't say I wanted to return it. Fangyuan tightly gripped the staff, I took it by my ability, why should I spit it out? But this time, the strange talk will seem to be truly serious. An irresistible massive suction force came from behind. The originally solid void corridor instantly collapsed, transforming into countless shattered fragments of words. Ah! Smith and Sakura were already so emotional they were ready to go home, but they watched helplessly as the door to their home exploded. The two were like kites with cut strings, sucked into the endless dark abyss below. Ye God! Help me! Fangyuan was also sucked back. He looked at the teleportation door that was getting farther away and even tried to hook the door frame with his staff. Just leave a crack in the door for me. Sadly, he missed. Boom! The three figures completely vanished into the abyss. Only the Guardian, still twitching and dancing the social shake on the ground, kept crying while looking at the sky. Finally, gone? I don't have to dance anymore? In the next second, a red lightning bolt struck him on the head. System notification, Guardian dereliction of duty, demoted to waste recycling station manager. Immediate execution. Guardian. He wanted to die. Falling. Loading inner world data. Current area, fairy tale forbidden zone, magically altered. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The sound of wind howling in his ears. Fangyuan felt like he was in free fall. But he wasn't scared at all, he even adjusted his posture to present a comfortable big shape. Inner world? Sounds way more fun than the outer world. He glanced at the all-knowing staff in his hand, still there. Good, the equipment didn't get lost. Soon, the scenery below became clear. It wasn't a hard floor, but a pink forest? The trees looked like giant lollipops, rivers flowed with rainbow-colored liquids, and clouds like cotton candy floated in the sky. It looked beautiful, dreamlike. Except for that pink rabbit by the river, drinking water, with 3 mouths and a muscular body. Bang! Fangyuan crashed heavily onto a giant mushroom bed, bouncing twice before landing safely. Immediately after, 2 screams came. Bang! Bang! Smith and Sakura also fell, crashing onto the grass nearby. Smith, with his thick skin and steel-like body, was fine, getting up and shaking his head. Although Sakura was a bit dizzy from the fall, she was still alive. Where is this? Smith looked around cautiously. A pink forest? Could it be a hidden bonus level? At that moment, a giant fairy tale book appeared out of thin air, automatically flipping open. New rules appeared before the 3 in an extremely cute cursive font. Welcome to the Dark Grim Fairy Tale Experience Zone. Rule 1, Role Play. To ensure the story's integrity, each entrant must draw a character card and strictly act according to the character. Those who go OOC, out of character, will be erased by the plot. Rule 2, Plot Mission. Complete the main mission of this chapter to leave the current area. Now starting to draw characters. 3 beams of light enveloped the 3. Chosen 1 Smith, drawing character. Congratulations on obtaining the character, Little Red Riding Hood. Character traits, innocent, cute, weak, loves picking mushrooms, must wear a red cloak. Swish. Smith's Special Forces camouflage uniform instantly disappeared, replaced by a bright red dress with lace trimming and a small red hat on his head. He now held a delicate small bamboo basket. Standing in a little red dress, the 1.9-meter-tall Smith, with muscles and a bushy beard, looked messy in the wind. His 2 furry chunky legs looked especially eye-catching against the pink background. Fuck! Smith let out a desperate roar. Why am I Little Red Riding Hood? This is not scientific. Chosen 1 Sakura, drawing character. Congratulations on obtaining the character, Big Bad Wolf, cub version. Character traits, although a wolf, is timid and often bullied. Desires to eat meat but only dares to eat vegetables. Sakura gained a fluffy gray wolfskin onesie, with a tail behind her and wolf ears on her head. She looked somewhat cute. Sakura touched her ears. He sighed in relief. Fortunately, as long as I'm not being eaten. At last, light enveloped Fangyuan. Chosen 1 Fangyuan, role extraction in progress. The system is calculating compatibility. Detected that this target is extremely dangerous. Allocating the weakest role to restrict its actions. Congratulations, you have received the role, Sick Grandma. Character setting, old and weak, bedridden, without any fighting power, just waiting for Little Red Riding Hood's visit, or to be eaten by the big bad wolf. The light faded away. A white nightcap appeared on Fangyuan's head, a pair of reading glasses on his face, and he wore a floral nightgown. Most importantly, a big bed appeared out of nowhere, sealing him on the bed. The system kindly covered him with a blanket. Fangyuan lay on the bed, pushed up his reading glasses, and looked at Smith in a dress and Sakurako with a long tail. The whole place fell silent for 3 seconds. Then Fangyuan burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Smith! That leg hair of yours goes perfectly with the lace. Smith was so humiliated he wanted to find a hole in the ground to hide in. Ye God! Stop laughing. This rule says OOC will result in death. Smith covered his skirt, squeezed his voice, forced to fit the character. I am just a weak little girl. After saying that, Smith threw up first. Warning! Little Red Riding Hood, please mind your words and actions. Vomiting is prohibited. A warning voice came from the sky. Smith could only force the vomit back down and put on a naive, twisted smile. Sakurako looked at Fangyuan lying on the bed and cautiously asked, then, what should I do? You? Fangyuan yawned and adjusted the position of the pillow. You are the wolf. According to the story, you should first go eat Little Red Riding Hood, and then come back to eat me. Sakurako looked at Little Red Riding Hood Smith, who was 2 heads taller than her, with arms thicker than her thighs. I'm scared. Sakurako was about to cry. What was this? This wasn't Little Red Riding Hood. This was the Red Giant Hulk. Just as the three were caught in chaos from the role allocation, a real wolf howl came from deep in the forest. Aoo! The ground trembled. A genuine big bad wolf, boss level, 3 stories tall, oozing black corrupt liquid, with red glowing eyes, emerged from the woods. It was not a fake impersonation like Sakurako's. It was the executor in this story. Plot corrections: Dark Demon Wolf. Task: eat all the actors who do not follow the script. It stared at Smith in address, and surprisingly, a hint of disdain appeared in its huge wolf eyes. This little Red Riding Hood, has she taken too many hormones? The demon wolf spoke human words, its voice like thunder, whatever, more meat is more chewy. It opened its enormous mouth, drool dripping to the ground, corroding deep pits. Smith was so scared his legs turned to jelly. This was not just fear, but also a weak debuff from the character setting. Gr. Grandma! Help me! Smith screamed and rushed toward Yi Fangyuan's bed. Yi Fangyuan lay on the bed, looking at the giant demon wolf, and instead of panicking, he pulled out a staff of omniscience, now disguised as a cane, from the blanket. What's all this noise? Can't you see Grandma is taking a nap? Yi Fangyuan took off his reading glasses, his eyes becoming sharp. Since this is a dark fairy tale, let's not do anything warm and fuzzy. Come, dear granddaughter, Smith, help me sit up. Grandma will teach this wolf today what it means to respect the elderly and love the young. Chapter 13, Dark Grim Fairy Tales. Mr. Big Bad Wolf, have you heard of pension insurance? In the pink fairy tale forest, the atmosphere was tense. The 3-story tall dark demon wolf was slowly closing in, leaving deep corrosive footprints with every step. Its crimson eyes were fixed on Smith in address, seemingly contemplating where it would bite without getting its teeth stuck. At that moment, Smith was trembling in fear as she hid by Yi Fangyuan's bedside, tightly gripping the bedsheets. Like a 200-pound giant baby. Sakurako, the wolf cub, had long been scared, curled up under the bed, with only a part of its tail trembling outside. Only Yi Fangyuan, that supposed grandma who should be bedridden and powerless, was sitting cross-legged on the bed at this moment, playing with the all-knowing staff disguised as a cane. Roar! The evil wolf let out a roar, its foul breath sweeping through like a hurricane, breaking the surrounding candy trees. Hand over Little Red Riding Hood. The evil wolf growled, I want to eat this piece of pork belly first. Smith cried out, Grandma, save me. It wants to eat me. Yi Fangyuan calmly patted Smith's head. It felt a bit prickly since it was a buzz cut. Don't be afraid, Grandma is here. Yi Fangyuan lifted his head, looking at the giant evil wolf. Hey, Harry One. Yi Fangyuan knocked on the bed's edge, producing a crisp sound. Are you here to follow the script, or to offer warmth? The evil wolf was stunned. Offer warmth? What nonsense! I came to eat people, the evil wolf roared. It's my duty. It's the script. Eat people? Yi Fangyuan pushed up his reading glasses on the bridge of his nose, looking disapproving. That's where you're wrong. Look at this kid, pointing to Smith, tough and meaty, a military man, all those muscle fibers, not just tough, but lacking in nutrition. And look at me, an old lady on the verge of death, full of germs. You wouldn't be afraid of getting a stomach ache? The evil wolf hesitated. It indeed felt that these two looked unappetizing. Then, I don't care. I want to eat anyway, the evil wolf said, somewhat angrily. Don't be in a rush. Yi Fangyuan suddenly revealed a kind smile, one laced with a slyness even the wolf grandma did not possess. I see you're getting on in years, still toiling away outside eating people. It must be tough for you? The evil wolf instinctively nodded. It was indeed tough. Nowadays, it was harder to catch chosen ones, and it always had to guard against counterattacks, plus there was no social security in the world of bizarre tales. That's right. Yi Fangyuan slapped his thigh. Young man, you need to plan for the future. You only know how to eat people. Have you thought about what you'll do when you get old? What if your teeth fall out? What if you can't run anymore? The evil wolf's eyes grew confused. This was a wolf life philosophy it had never considered before. Then, what should I do? The evil wolf instinctively asked. Yi Fangyuan pulled out a stack of paper from under the pillow, actually a system backpack. It was a pile of promotional flyers for ghost coins he had casually taken from the last convenience store quest. Come, take a look. Yi Fangyuan waved his hand. This is our Fairy Tale Town's latest worry-free wolf life retirement financial plan. As long as you invest a little savings now, when you get old, you can live in this luxurious villa made entirely of candy, pointing to the nearby tree, and every day someone will bring you the freshest Little Red Riding Hood, with a special groomer to take care of your fur. The evil wolf's eyes brightened. Although it was a boss, its IQ still lingered in fairy tale logic, simple, direct, easily deceived. Really, is it that good? The evil wolf lowered itself, bringing its huge head close to Yi Fangyuan, staring at the flyer. Of course it's true. Would Grandma lie to you? Yi Fangyuan looked righteous. Look, I already bought it. Even though I'm sick now, my mindset is good. I have guarantees. And this is even a limited time offer. Fangyuan lowered his voice, speaking mysteriously, as long as you don't eat us today, I'll give you an internal family discount. Plus, I can throw in a bucket for the whole family insurance. The evil wolf was completely tempted. Why did it toil to eat people? Isn't it just for survival? If it could lie down and enjoy retirement, who would want to chase after this unappetizing group of humans every day? Then, how much do I need to invest? The evil wolf cautiously asked. Fangyuan held out 5 fingers. 5 sheep, the evil wolf asked. No, 5 treasures. Fangyuan pointed at the string of skull necklaces hanging from the evil wolf's neck. Those were the relics of the strong it had eaten. He pointed at its glimmering claws that sparkled with cold light. These external things, we come into the world with nothing and leave with nothing. It's better to trade them for a peaceful old age. The demon wolf hesitated for a moment, looking at its treasured necklace, then at the beautiful future described by Fangyuan. Finally, it gritted its teeth. Deal. The demon wolf extended its huge paw and carefully took off the skull necklace from its neck and placed it on Fangyuan's bed. Each skull on that necklace exuded the aura of an S-level item. And this? It then spat out a glowing orb from its mouth. This was its inner core, the key plot item. Is this enough? The demon wolf looked at Fangyuan with anticipation. Smith and the girl Sakura under the bed were already stunned. This can really happen? This is the so-called telecom scam. Oh no, face-to-face scam? Is this wolf a fool? Fangyuan unceremoniously tucked all those treasures into his arms, system space. That's enough. Way too much. Fangyuan grinned and drew a mark, actually just a turtle, on the flyer, then handed it to the demon wolf. Here you go, this is the proof. After 49 days, you can go to Fairytale Town to find that Pinocchio to exchange it. The demon wolf treated the flyer like a treasure, carefully pinching it with its claws, afraid of damaging it. Thank you, Grandma. You are such a good person. The demon wolf was moved to tears. It felt that today it had met a benefactor. It not only avoided an upset stomach but also solved its retirement problem. Alright, off you go. We also need to rest. Fangyuan waved his hand as if shooing away a beggar. Hey! You're leaving just like that? The demon wolf turned and ran away, joyfully howling as it went. I have insurance now. I have insurance now. Its massive figure quickly disappeared deep into the forest. Crisis averted. Smith plopped down on the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Is this really done? He looked at Fangyuan, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Ye God, won't your conscience hurt? If that wolf really went to find Pinocchio, it would probably be scammed out of everything, even its underwear, right? Fangyuan toyed with the demon wolf's inner core in his hand, sensing the surging power within. Conscience? Fangyuan looked puzzled. I did it for its own good. Just think about it, eating humans is unhealthy, right? High cholesterol, high fat. I'm helping it give up meat, which is a virtuous act. As soon as he finished speaking, a system notification sound rang out. Congratulations on completing the hidden plot, turning weapons into influences, scam successful. Obtained key item, Demon Wolf Inner Core, can open the next chapter passage. Current plot evaluation, SSS level, are you even human? As the notification sound faded, the surrounding pink forest began to blur. A light portal opened at Fangyuan's bedside. Let's go, to the next scene. Fangyuan jumped out of bed, threw off that ridiculous sleep cap, and returned to his original form. Smith and Sakura also returned to their original appearances. Smith looked at his normal pants and was almost brought to tears. Finally, I don't have to wear a skirt anymore. The three stepped into the light portal. This time, what awaited them would be a true baptism of war. Entering chapter, Iron-Blooded Meat Grinder. Type, War/Survival. Warning, there are no fairy tales here, only death. Boom! The deafening explosion was almost piercing to the eardrums. Before the three could recover from the dizziness of the teleportation, a mixture of burnt earth, gunpowder, and rust filled their nostrils. Hide! Quickly hide! Smith instinctively reacted. He shoved the still-dazed Sakura into a muddy shell crater and quickly stuck his head out to survey the surroundings. This was a gray, completely oppressive battlefield. The sky was obscured by thick black smoke, and countless propeller aircraft battled amongst the clouds. The ground was crisscrossed with trenches. In the distance was the ruinous city, ravaged countless times by artillery fire. Countless skeleton soldiers, dressed in gray, tattered military uniforms, were charging forward, rifles in hand, with the sound of click-clack echoing as they ran towards the opposing position. On the other side was the Iron Army, equipped with mechanical armor that covered them completely. Bullets poured down like rain, the mechanical roar and the sound of shattering bones rose and fell in a violent symphony. Current chapter, Iron-Blooded Meat Grinder. Faction distribution, Resistance, Skeleton Faction. Mission objective, defend Hill 003 until all members are killed or the enemy is annihilated. Battlefield Iron Rules, Regulations. 1. Absolute obedience, there are no names on the battlefield, only ranks. Those of lower rank must unconditionally obey the orders of those of higher rank. Those who disobey will be considered deserters and executed on the spot. 2. Death before dishonor, take one step back, and you die. 3. Weapon binding, discarding weapons is strictly prohibited. The three immediately checked their identities. Smith glanced at his shoulder, which had 2 stripes. Identity, Sergeant, Squad Leader. Equipment, worn rifle. Sakura glanced at her shoulder, which was bare. Identity, Rookie, cannon fodder. Equipment, rusty entrenching tool. Fangyuan looked down at himself. He was wearing an oily apron that was obviously 2 sizes too big, and his shoulder had no badge or even a piece of fabric. In his hand, he held a blackened frying pan. Identity, temporary cook, no rank. Equipment, frying pan, if you want to use it to block bullets. Fangyuan shook the frying pan in his hand, his mouth twitching. Why? Why is Smith the squad leader, and I'm the one cooking? Is this system targeting me? At this moment, Smith regained a long-lost confidence. This was the battlefield. This was his territory. He tightened his grip on the rifle, his expression turning resolute, even carrying a hint of pride as if to say, finally, it's my turn to lead, ye god, even though you are strong in the supernatural instance, this is the battlefield. Please follow my command. I am a sergeant, according to the rules, I have the right to command. Just then, a skeleton officer in tattered uniform, with half of its skull exposed, charged over. It waved its command sword, red soulfire burning in its eye sockets, and roared at the 3 hiding in the shell hole. You lot! What are you dawdling for? The enemy is rushing up. That one cooking, referring to Fangyuan. You get up too. Take that pan and smash the tin can. The skeleton officer's command was enforced with an undeniable rules weight. Smith gritted his teeth, raised his gun, and prepared to charge. Sakura was so frightened she curled up into a ball, afraid to even cry. However, Fangyuan stood still without moving. He glanced at the skeleton soldiers holding rifles like fire staves, then looked over at the Iron Army charging forward in heavy tanks. This battle cannot be fought. Fangyuan shook his head in disdain, the equipment gap is at least 50 years. This is typical of a suicide strategy. Does the commander have much for brains? Oh, wait, you really don't have brains. Hearing this, the skeleton officer's soul fire surged. What did you say? Daring to question the officer. According to the first battlefield iron rule, I will shoot you. It raised the enormous flintlock pistol, the dark muzzle pointed directly at Fangyuan's forehead. Rule triggered, disobeying military orders results in immediate execution. A chill of death locked onto Fangyuan. The viewers in the live stream felt their hearts leap to their throats. It's over. This time there's no ghost to fool with, this is a brainless skeleton soldier. The battlefield rules are the most unreasonable, how will ye god get out of this? Faced with the gunpoint, Fangyuan remained calm. Don't be in such a hurry to pull the trigger. Fangyuan slowly pulled out something from his pocket. It was the all-knowing staff he had snatched from the keeper in the last chapter. This staff was completely black, with a strange glowing eyeball set at its top, surrounded by star-like patterns. In the previous level, it was a magical item. In this level, in the system's judgment logic. This stick radiating an aura of supremacy was recognized as something else. Fangyuan slammed the staff down to the ground, straightened his back, and his momentum instantly changed. Open your dog eyes? Oh no, your bone eyes, and see what this is? The skeleton officer was stunned for a moment, instinctively looking at the staff. High-level authority item detected. Item identification, Supreme Commander's staff, mythical level. Holder's identity correcting. Although Fangyuan was still wearing that greasy apron, in the skeleton officer's eyes, system UI interface, Fangyuan's title of kitchen helper instantly shattered. Replaced by a line of dazzling golden letters. 5-star Grand Marshal, highest commander on the battlefield. Clatter. The gun in the skeleton officer's hand fell into the muddy water. Its originally fierce soulfire trembled violently, as if witnessing some incredible miracle. Marshal? Thud. The skeleton officer's knees weakened, and he directly knelt in the mud, his skull hitting the ground with a bang. I have eyes but cannot see. I did not know the Marshal personally came to inspect the food. Please forgive me, Marshal. This was Fangyuan's way to break the situation, using item levels to suppress rules. Since the rule states lower ranks must obey higher ranks, then I will become the highest one. Yi Fangyuan kicked the frying pan away and yanked off the apron, throwing it onto the skeleton officer's face. Get up. Yi Fangyuan tapped the skeleton officer's skull with the staff. Now that you know I am the marshal, why are you not quickly issuing orders? Yes. Please instruct us, Marshal, the skeleton officer replied respectfully. Order all troops to cease the charge. Yi Fangyuan pointed at the muddy trenches around them. Do you see what this place is called? Even a pigsty is cleaner than this. How can we maintain high morale in such an environment? Everyone, put down your guns. Immediately fix the camp environment. I want to build a solid bunker here. No, build a villa. One with bulletproof glass and a temperature-controlled swimming pool. The skeleton officer was dumbfounded. Marshal, the enemy is still shelling. Before he could finish speaking. Swish. A huge high-explosive shell came screaming from the enemy steel army position, aiming accurately towards Yi Fangyuan's command post. Smith was shocked. Yi, watch out. That's heavy artillery. This was not an illusion, it was real physical damage. But Yi Fangyuan didn't even lift his eyelids. He stretched out his left hand. This was the hand with physical transcendence, SSS-level talent. Before this talent, any product of the rule's damage assessment was invalid. A shell was also one of the rule products. Snap. In the horrified gazes of everyone and ghosts, Yi Fangyuan caught the spinning heavy shell with one hand, as if catching a thrown basketball. The shell buzzed in his hand but did not explode. Because Yi Fangyuan's palm pressed down hard on the fuse, a more domineering rule, this thing is not allowed to explode, forcibly suppressed the chemical reaction of the gunpowder. This shell is pretty crudely made. Yi Fangyuan weighed the shell in his hand, then took out a marker from his pocket, drew a smiley face on the shell's head, and wrote 3 big words. Return order. To come without giving back is not polite. Yi Fangyuan took a deep breath. The terrifying power from the +20 to all attributes exploded. He, like throwing a shot put, used his waist to exert force and suddenly hurled the shell back. Go! Swish boom! The shell flew back to the enemy's steel legion at twice the speed, crashing precisely into the artillery tube of the command tank across. A huge mushroom cloud rose from the enemy's position in the distance. The world fell silent. Yi Fangyuan brushed off the dust from his hands and turned to look at the petrified skeleton officer and Smith. What are you staring at? The enemy has lost fire, aren't you going to hurry up and get to work? Hey, Sergeant Smith. You go command these skeletons and cement. Sakurako, take a shovel and dig the foundation. If I can't stay in the new house tonight, the whole army will lose dinner. Skeleton officer. Smith. Is this the might of the marshal? Catching shells with bare hands? In the next second, the entire rebel position surged with excitement. The skeleton soldiers slung their guns on their backs and crazily began digging and moving bricks. After all, in their simple logic, the marshal was much scarier than artillery shells. A brutal trench battle was forcibly turned into a battlefield construction simulator by Yi Fangyuan. Chapter 15, Iron-Blooded Meat Grinder. There's nothing a hot pot can't solve. An absurd scene appeared on the battlefield. On the rebel side, it was bustling with activity. The skeleton soldiers seemed like tireless perpetual motion machines, working with astonishing efficiency under Smith's command. In just 2 hours. A small 3-story building, although with a mix of styles, trench and Gothic, rose firmly in the center of the position. Even the walls were built, made from the abandoned tank armor plates picked up from the battlefield. At this moment, the atmosphere on the Steel Legion side was fearfully heavy. The Iron Commander, codenamed Iron Hand, was a half-mechanical cyborg. He stood on the command vehicle, looking through a telescope at the scene, with his electronic eye constantly flashing red logic error warnings. What are they doing? That's a defensive structure? The adjutant leaned in. Sir, it doesn't seem like that. The one with the chimney looks like a kitchen? I think I smell something delicious. Yes, a delicious smell. A rich, overpowering, and utterly out-of-place aroma of spicy hot pot was wafting into the noses of every soldier in the Steel Legion. Although the Steel soldiers had been modified, it didn't mean they had lost their sense of smell and taste. On the contrary, their long-term diet of nutrient paste had given them an almost pathological craving for real food. Gurgle. No one knew whose stomach growled first. Then, one after another, the sounds of swallowing echoed on the steel position. Yi Fangyuan sat on the newly built villa terrace, with a massive flat-bottomed pot originally meant to stop bullets in front of him. The pot was bubbling with red oil, cooking the expired luncheon meat and dehydrated vegetables he had scavenged from the last dungeon, convenience store, along with a mutated wild rabbit he had caught on this battlefield. Iron Hand angrily slapped the adjutant's helmet. Useless. That's a trap. That's a sugar-coated shell. Just then, Yi Fangyuan shouted again. I know you're afraid of breaking the rules. How about this, let's follow the battlefield rules. We declare surrender. Ah no. It's a ceasefire negotiation. We invite your army's highest commander and delegation to our position for friendly discussions. This negotiation will provide a buffet service. This move was too ruthless. It gave the other side an easy way out. This was not just a free meal, it was negotiation. Iron Hand's electronic eyes flickered a few times. He looked at his soldiers behind him, who were low in morale and drooling at the sight of their enemy, then glanced at the nasty nutrient solution in his hand. Ahem. Iron Hand straightened his military uniform and said in a deep voice, since the enemy has proposed a negotiation, for the sake of peace and the greater good it won't hurt to take a look. Bring the guard squad and stay alert. 10 minutes later. The Steel Commander, Iron Hand, cautiously entered the rebels' position with 20 fully armed elite soldiers. They had expected to see strict defenses and dark muzzles of guns. Instead, they were greeted by 2 rows of skeleton soldiers standing in formation, holding napkins instead of guns. Fangyuan enthusiastically stepped forward and unceremoniously grabbed Iron Hand's mechanical arm. Hey, old Iron. I've heard so much about you. Come, take a seat. Before Iron Hand could react, he was pushed down at the hot pot table. A set of bowls and chopsticks, still fresh, just carved wooden chopsticks, was placed in front of him. This Iron Hand was about to adopt a stern demeanor. Fangyuan directly picked up a piece of perfectly cooked meat and placed it in his bowl. Don't say anything, it's all in the meat. Try this, it's authentic Sichuan flavor, packed with punch. Iron Hand looked at the meat in his bowl, the aroma hooked his soul like a bait. He trembled as he picked up the meat piece and put it into his mouth. Boom! His taste buds exploded. In that moment, Iron Hand seemed to see his long-past grandmother running in the sunset. Delicious. Tears, droplets of oil, streamed down Iron Hand's cold, semi-mechanical face. At that moment, all camps, all missions, all hatreds could go to hell. Come, let's drink. Fangyuan poured another glass of liquor, actually diluted industrial alcohol, but just right for the cyborgs. This meal was truly a delightful gathering. By the end, Iron Hand was already calling Smith his brother, even asking his men to bring over a tank for Sakura to play on as a slide. Brother! Iron Hand, slightly tipsy, wrapped an arm around Fangyuan's shoulder, even though he was 2 heads taller, and slurred, this war hick is pointless. Really pointless. Exactly. Fangyuan agreed, we're all working folks, why push ourselves to the limit? Let's do this instead, we develop this land together. Develop? Iron Hand was taken aback. Yes. You see, you have the technology, and we have the manpower. Fangyuan pointed around, let's collaborate and transform this meat grinder battlefield into a war-themed amusement park. Sell tickets. Sell merchandise. Then we both get rich, why fight anymore? Iron Hand's eyes lit up. This vision. This insight. No wonder he was the Grand Marshal. Deal. Iron Hand slammed the table, cracking it, from now on, we decide what happens in these parts. System prompt, the plot is severely deviating. Detected illegal alliance between opposing factions. Mission objective changed to build a harmonious new battlefield. Congratulations on clearing the level. Evaluation, SSS level, peace prize winner. The portal opened in the living room of the villa. Fangyuan stood up and wiped his mouth. Alright, old Iron, I leave the rest of the project to you. I have something to do, so I'll take my leave. Iron Hand reluctantly held onto Fangyuan's hand. Brother, come back often. Next time, I'll bring good wine. Definitely. Fangyuan waved his hand and stepped into the portal with the well-fed Smith and Sakura. Behind them, the deafening farewell from the skeleton soldiers and steel soldiers echoed. Farewell, Marshal. Safe travels. Loading new chapter. Current book, The Alley of No Return. Type, rule-based strange tale/horror. Warning, please manage your curiosity carefully. As the light dissipated, the 3 appeared in a cold, damp alley that seemed to have no end. Without the fragrant aroma of hot pot, there was only a biting cold and the lingering smell of mildew. Fangyuan let out a big burp and rubbed his belly. I'm full, it's just right to take a walk to digest. He looked at the dark alley ahead, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I hope to meet a few interesting sparring partners. Chapter 16, The Alley of No Return, Am I Parking in Reverse? Do you understand? The alley was narrow, just wide enough for 2 people to walk side by side. The walls on both sides soared into the sky, covered in moss and unknown black fungi, with many yellowed missing person notices plastered on them. Every photo on the notices was black and white, staring blankly at those who passed by. Current rules, alley regulations. A new notice was pinned to the wall, the writing a dripping red, as if it were still bleeding. This is a one-way street. No matter what happens, you can only walk forward, absolutely cannot look back. About calling. If you hear someone behind you calling your name, never respond, and do not turn back to check. That is them tempting you. About shoulders. If you feel someone patting your shoulder, it's because your sunlight is weak. Please immediately cough 3 times loudly and quicken your pace. About the end. This alley has no end, unless you find that only door. After reading the rules, Smith and Sakura both felt a chill on their backs. This psychological horror was more discomforting than the gunfire they faced earlier. Cannot look back, Sakura whispered, staring intently ahead, her neck stiff as if in plaster. Let's go. Fangyuan was quite relaxed, hands in pockets, like an old man strolling after a meal. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps of the 3 echoed in the empty alley. They walked for about 5 minutes. The disturbance began. A chilling wind blew from behind, making Smith's skirt flutter wildly. Smith, Smith. A mournful, tragic female voice sounded right behind Smith, so close it seemed to touch his ear. Is that you? I'm so cold, look back at me. Smith shivered all over, cold sweat soaking his back instantly. He recognized that voice. It was the voice of his deceased first love. But he was a veteran, his mental fortitude quite strong. He gritted his teeth, staring ahead, too afraid to make a sound. Seeing that he ignored her, the voice grew even more mournful. Why don't you pay attention to me? Don't you want to see me? Look back. You can see me as long as you turn around. A cold hand rested on Smith's left shoulder. Rule 3 triggered, pat on the shoulder. Smith nearly jumped up in fright. He was about to scream when he suddenly remembered the rules. Cough. 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 He coughed loudly 3 times, like a tuberculosis patient, then quickly sped up and rushed forward. The hand retracted, and the voice gradually faded away. Phew, that was close. Smith wiped his sweat away. At this moment, the voice changed its target. Fangyuan. This time it was an old, hoarse voice, sounding like a frail old man. Young man, I lost my wallet, could you help me look back? Fangyuan stopped in his tracks. Sakura grew anxious, whispering a reminder, God. Don't pay attention to it. Cannot look back. Fangyuan didn't speak. He stood still, as if pondering something. The ghost behind him thought it had a chance and continued to tempt. It's right at your heel, just look back for a moment, there's a lot of money inside. Oh? A lot of money? Fangyuan suddenly spoke. In the next second, amid the shock of everyone and the ghost, he made an extremely strange move. He did not turn around. Instead, he directly bent backward. Like the action of dodging bullets in the movie The Matrix, his upper body leaned back to the limit, even his head nearly touching the ground. In this position, his line of sight naturally became looking back. But he did not violate the rules. Because his toes were still facing forward, and his body front was still facing forward. In the rules judgment. Belonging to adjusting body posture, not belonging to turning around. Fangyuan hung upside down, looking at the old ghost behind him who was about to launch a sneak attack. The old ghost was a terrifying old lady with a face full of wrinkles and eyes that seemed to pop out. At that moment, she was stretching out her bony hand, ready to pat Fangyuan on the shoulder. Seeing this scene, the old lady froze completely. Is this really what they call turning around? Fangyuan looked at her upside down, grinning. Grandma, your back disc isn't holding up, huh? I'm already bent like this, why aren't you bending? Old lady. She felt that her career was challenged. The rules only said you couldn't turn around, but they didn't say you couldn't bend down to look. Where's the money? Why can't I see it? Fangyuan continued to ask. The old lady stammered, maybe it was blown away by the wind. Lying is wrong. Fangyuan maintained his bent posture, suddenly lifted one foot, standing on one leg, and kicked at the old lady's chin from an extremely tricky angle. Talent activated, physical exorcism, upside down hook version. Bang! This kick had great power, sending the old lady flying 3 meters high, stuck against a missing person notice on the wall, unable to peel herself off. Ah! The old lady let out a terrible scream and dissipated into black smoke. Fangyuan exerted force in his waist, springing up like a spring, returning to an upright position. This flexibility, not diminishing with age. He twisted his waist, looking proud. Smith and Sakura were dumbfounded. This is possible? Is this how you exploit the rule bug so refreshingly? Have you learned anything? Fangyuan turned back, this time it was a real turn, turning back to his teammates does not count as a violation, and asked the two. The two shook their heads wildly. This operation can only be done by someone with a good back like you, if we tried it, we'd suffer from a herniated disc and multiple fractures. Continuing forward. The ghosts seemed to be intimidated by Yi Fangyuan's earlier move, remaining silent for a long time. Until they reached the deep end of the alley. There was no way forward. It was a wall. A realistic door was painted on the wall, but it was just a painting, completely unable to be pushed open. And behind them, a dense sound of footsteps emerged. Hundreds, even thousands of shadows surged out from the darkness. Since they couldn't trick you into turning around, they would directly physically encircle you. Rule 4, unless you find the only door. No way forward? Sakura said despairingly, are we going to be trapped here? Yi Fangyuan looked at the wall, then at the approaching tide of ghosts. Who said there's no way? Yi Fangyuan pointed behind him. Isn't the way right behind us? Smith was shocked. Ye God. We can't turn back. Turning back means certain death. Who said I wanted to turn back? Yi Fangyuan turned around, now facing the ghost tide, with his back to the wall, but he didn't move forward. He looked at the ghost swarm rushing towards him, a cold smile on his lips. Since this is a one-way street, let me show you what it means to reverse into the garage. Yi Fangyuan began to walk backward. That is to say, facing the ghost tide, he stepped back, actually moving toward the ghost tide. In his logic of action, he was retreating. But in spatial orientation, he was rushing into the ghost group. System judgment in progress. Chosen 1 behavior analysis, currently retreating. No violation of only move forward rule, because he is moving toward his back. No violation of cannot turn around rule, because he is always facing forward / toward the ghost tide. Judgment result, legal operation. The ghost group was confused. This human is rushing in backward. And while walking in reverse, he swung that staff, which had now turned into a big stick. Bang! 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 Yi Fangyuan was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Excuse me, excuse me. Can't you see I'm backing up? Do you have any public virtue? He shouted while smashing aside the ghosts that were blocking the way. Beep beep. Please pay attention while reversing. He even added sound effects himself. Those ghosts had never seen this kind of playstyle. The rules restricted them to only attack those who turn around or those who stop. But this one was reversing. And doing it quickly. Yi Fangyuan brutally carved out a bloody path through the dense tide of ghosts. But he did not continue to fall down. He merely cleared away the obstacles. Then, he walked back to the sealed wall in front of him. Since there is no door, then let's create one. Yi Fangyuan raised his staff and faced the wall painted with a door. The talent activated, logic collapse. I say, this is the door. He drew a handle on the wall, then gripped the drawn handle and twisted it hard. Click. The door painted on the wall surprisingly took on a real texture and opened as he twisted it. Behind the door was a dazzling white light. Let's go, it's quitting time. Yi Fangyuan pushed the door open and strode inside. Smith and Sakura looked at the door that had appeared out of nowhere, then glanced back at the bruised and battered ghosts behind them, who dared not speak their anger. Reversing into the garage, opening a new door. Smith muttered to himself, I understand now. As long as the mind doesn't slide, there are always more solutions than difficulties. The two followed closely and charged into the light door. Current chapter clear. Evaluation, SSS level, old driver. Loading new chapter. Current book, cultivation is too difficult, fragment. Genre, cultivation Cthulhu pollution. Warning, those with an unstable Dao heart should proceed with caution. Chapter 17 Cultivation is too difficult, fellow Daoist, please hold on. Care to dance? Behind the light door was a gray, hazy world. 3 blood-red moons hung in the sky, resembling 3 engorged eyes gazing down at the earth. The ground was barren, only purple vines wriggling like tentacles. The air was thick with a strong scent of incense, but mixed in was the stench of corpses. Role distribution. Smith outer disciples of the body refinement sect. Character setup, muscular and simple-minded, his left arm has turned into a giant crab claw due to practicing the wrong technique. Smith looked at his giant crab claw, which was still opening and closing and even drooling, feeling completely defeated. Why? I am a special forces soldier. Not a mantis shrimp. Sakura Saintess of the Hahuan sect, backup. Character setup, alluring appearance, but actually a pill jar, with insects planted inside her body. If she doesn't replenish on time, she will die. Sakura touched her face and found her skin unusually pale, and she felt very hungry. That craving for young energy made her look at Smith with an unsettling glare. Yi Fangyuan? System searching. No matching template found. Generating randomly. Congratulations, you have obtained the identity, master of a dilapidated Taoist temple. Character setup, possessing an unparalleled technique, which is actually a scam, hunted by both righteous and demonic paths, extremely unstable in mental state. Fangyuan changed into a tattered Taoist robe and held a tattered whisk, disguised as a staff.
Wuliang Tianzuan.
Fangyuan flicked the whisk and bowed. This place has toxic spiritual energy.
Indeed, it was toxic. Every breath of spiritual energy here contained indescribable whispers. Ordinary people would go mad and turn into monsters who only knew how to kill after just one breath.
At that moment, a flash flew from the distance. It was a flying sword, but standing on the sword was not a person, but a sword fairy covered in flesh tumors with only half a head.
He.
The sword fairy made a strange laugh and hovered above the three, such fresh blood food. Perfect for refining my myriad souls banner. Yuanying stage old monster, blood tumor real person, pollution level 90%. With a wave of his hand, the flying sword instantly transformed into a long, toothy centipede, lunging towards them. Smith raised his crab claw to block it, only to be dizzy from the mental pollution radiating from the centipede.
Is this the power of a cultivator? Smith despaired.
This was a battle from another dimension altogether. Fangyuan, however, remained calm. He looked at the charging centipede sword and suddenly pulled something out of his pocket. It was a big speaker, loudspeaker. This was something he had snatched from the keeper in the Midnight Library, and after modification, it was now called Magic Sound Treasure.
Fellow Taoist, please stay. Fangyuan shouted loudly and pressed the play button.
A burst of rhythmic, dynamic music instantly filled the sky, even drowning out the whispers of the three blood moons.
The vast horizon is my love. Beneath the endless green hills, flowers are blooming.
What kind of rhythm is the best, the most swinging? What kind of singing is the most cheerful?
The most dazzling national style, enhanced version.
The centipede flying sword, originally fierce and terrifying, froze at the moment it heard this melody. Its body began to uncontrollably twist with the beat.
Twisting left, twisting right. What kind of demon magic is this? The blood tumor real person in the sky also changed color dramatically. He felt his yuan-ing in his body dancing along with the rhythm, partying. My Tao heart is in chaos. The blood tumor real person clutched his chest. He wanted to control his body, but that melody seemed to have magic, drilling deep into his soul. Fangyuan held a loudspeaker, dancing like a square dancing ant, while shouting. Come. Everyone dance together. Moves must be in sync. We will dance away all the bad luck in this world. Get ready, go. The winding river comes from the sky. Talent activated, reverse mental pollution, joy virus.
This extremely brainwashing square dance hit from Earth was an extreme dimensional strike for this dark, twisted, and oppressive cultivation world. If the cultivation here was depressing, then the square dance was healing and foolish.
The blood tumor real person finally could not hold on anymore.
He fell from the flying sword, but it did not stop him. He crawled up from the ground, his body stiffly striking a classic Phoenix Legend pose.
Stay here.
The blood tumor real person howled out that lyric. With this roar, the disgusting flesh tumors on his body actually exploded. Not exploded, but blossomed like fireworks, turning into colorful flowers.
Purification successful.
Pollution level of target decreased to 50%. The blood tumor real person's head, now only half, surprisingly grew back a bit, and his eyes became clear, though still a little silly.
What happened to me?
The blood tumor real person watched his dancing hands and feet, tears streaming down his face. Why do I feel so happy?
That's it.
Fangyuan turned off the speakers, actually just turned down the volume to use his BGM, walked over, and patted the blood tumor real person's shoulder.
Fellow Taoist, what does cultivation really seek? Isn't it about achieving a clear mindset? Everyday fighting and killing is so uninteresting. Why not join me in forming a group? We'll call it the first male group of the cultivation world. How about debuting? The blood tumor real person was completely fooled. He knelt down with a thud. Master, please teach me a deeper method, dance steps.
Fangyuan nodded in satisfaction.
Easy. Now, take out your 10,000 souls banner.
The blood tumor real person obediently presented a pitch-black, ghostly flag. Fangyuan took the flag and wrote a few big words on it with a marker, Ye God Fan Support Group.
Then he planted the flag in Smith's crab claw. From now on, you will be the flag bearer. That hedonism sex, Ingzi, you are responsible for the accompanying dance. Smith. Ingzi. Thus, in this bizarre cultivation world, an extremely peculiar team was born.
Leading the way was a broken Taoist, Fangyuan, holding a loudspeaker playing Little Apple. Following behind was a strong man with a big flag, Smith. Further back was an enchanting holy maiden dancing with flair, Ingzi. At the very end was a group of monsters and cultivators drawn by the music, dancing square dance while crying. They marched westward, or eastward, direction was unclear, and wherever they passed, those indescribable tentacles and vines withered or swayed to the rhythm. Those demons and monsters preparing to ambush, upon hearing "You are my little apple," all had their Dao hearts shattered, joining the dancing ranks. This is Yi Fangyuan's happy cultivation method. Isn't cultivating difficult? This is clearly about me dominating the cultivation world with square dancing. System alert. System alert. Detected significant tampering with the core logic of the instance. The cultivation world has completely collapsed. Requesting higher level intervention. Request failed. The editorial department is drowning in complaint letters. Yi Fangyuan looked at the 3 blood moons flashing in rhythm in the sky and smiled. Looks like the heavenly Dao enjoys music too. Chapter 18. It's too hard to cultivate here, everyone ascends? No, everyone debuts. The team was growing stronger. At first, there was only one fan, the blood tumor real person, but with the bombardment of songs like The Most Dazzling National Style, Little Apple, and Subject 3, all the demons and monsters within 500 miles were purified. Now, following behind Yi Fangyuan, there was a grand cultivation dance troupe. There was a half-bodied skeleton ancestor, keeping the beat with its ribs. There was a hydra demon with 9 heads, swaying its heads in the air like waves. And a group of vengeful female spirits who could only scream before, now dancing in unison like a girl group. The scene was extremely pleasing to the eyes, if you didn't look at their faces. 1 2 3 4. 2 2 3 4. Spin. Move. Yi Fangyuan stood on a giant rock, holding a feather duster like a conductor's baton, full of spirit. Smith waved a big flag of the Yi God fan club. Though the claw was heavy, he was used to it and even found it handy for holding glowsticks, glowing bones. Yi God. Ahead is the center of this world, the abyss of despair. The blood tumor real person, now the deputy leader of the dance troupe, rushed over, panting, to report, "That's the core of this broken world, and it's the most polluted place. It's said that it's home to the incarnation of the heavenly Dao." Incarnation of the heavenly Dao? Yi Fangyuan raised an eyebrow. What does it look like? Is it also a monster? Not to be looked at, not to be named. The blood tumor real person shook in fear. Anyone who has seen it has gone mad. Oh, then it hasn't heard my playlist yet. Yi Fangyuan was full of confidence. The team continued to move forward. Soon, they arrived at the edge of a huge black abyss. The abyss was bottomless, churning with viscous black liquid, where countless huge eyes floated and sank. A mental pressure strong enough to instantaneously kill an S-class chosen one shot up from the bottom of the abyss. There was no sound here. Even Yi Fangyuan's loudspeaker emitted a buzzing interference, like bad reception. All the monster fans stopped, terrified, huddling on the ground. It was fear from deep within their souls. Warning. Facing world will. Say N value assessment in progress. Splash. The black liquid in the abyss suddenly exploded. An indescribably colossal existence slowly rose. It seemed to be stitched together from countless corpses, as if countless lines of rules were entangled. It had no fixed shape and changed every second. Flawed heavenly Dao, now corrupted. It made a sound. It was not a language, but a mix of countless screams, curses, and wails in a chaotic noise. Destruction. Devour. Despair. This sound directly exploded in everyone's minds. Sakura spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted immediately. Smith knelt on the ground, blood flowing from his 7 orifices, and even the claw was trembling. Even the blood tumor real person, an old monster in the nascent soul stage, began rolling his eyes, about to turn back into a monster. Only Yi Fangyuan stood there, still. He frowned and patted the loudspeaker in his hand. Hey! Hey! Testing the mic. Buzz. The loudspeaker emitted an ear-piercing electric sound. So noisy. Yi Fangyuan looked at the gigantic incarnation of the heavenly Dao. Your vocal quality isn't good, it's all noise, hasn't been adjusted by a sound engineer, right? The incarnation of the heavenly Dao. It was taken aback. Why had this tiny bug not gone mad? It extended a giant tentacle made of countless human hands, wanting to crush Yi Fangyuan. Don't move your hands and feet. Yi Fangyuan suddenly took something out from his bosom. It was not a scepter nor a grand trumpet. Instead, it was a music sheet. This was a page he had torn from the red forbidden book in the Midnight Library, on which he had doodled the simplified score of Good Luck Comes. Since you are the Dao of Heaven, you should understand musical harmony, right? Yi Fangyuan threw the music sheet into the air. His talent activated, physical overshadowing plus rule rewrite. Play, music for me. He sharply flicked the whisk in his hand, and it transformed into a beam of golden light, striking the music sheet. Buzz. The originally chaotic and evil aura of the abyss suddenly froze. Then, a cheerful and joyful sound of a swana burst forth, even carrying a hint of rustic vibrancy. D-D-da-D-D-da-D-da-D. BGM forcibly replaced, good luck comes, swana version. Once the sound of the swana emerged, it was simply world-destroying. As the saying goes, among all instruments, the swana is king. It either elevates you to heaven or leads to marriage. That joyful sound wave forcefully pushed back the noise emitted by the Tao of Heaven's incarnation. The originally eerie and terrifying black abyss, under this festive BGM, actually seemed a bit awkward. The constantly changing body of the Tao of Heaven's avatar froze. It felt a mysterious power from the east forcefully rewriting its core code. Good luck comes to you. Good luck brings joy and love. As the BGM reached its climax, Fangyuan jumped up. He did not dance but took out a copper coin sword, made from paper offerings. If the Tao of Heaven is not right, then let's change it. Fangyuan charged towards the giant monster. Today, I shall perform a ritual for you and dispel the bad luck. He stabbed the sword into the body of the Tao of Heaven's avatar. It did not cause physical harm, but Ziz! The black polluted substances on the Tao of Heaven's avatar began to quickly dissolve, like snow encountering a fierce fire. Those negative emotions representing despair and pain were forced to transform into joyful spirits under the cleansing of good luck comes. The face of the Tao of Heaven's avatar, made up of countless corpses, was forced to split into a wide smile. No. I am not happy. I want to cry. The Tao of Heaven's avatar struggled. No. You don't want to. Fangyuan shouted, you must smile. Smile from the heart. Keep smiling and good fortune will naturally come. Again, several swords stabbed down. The Tao of Heaven's avatar completely collapsed. It found that it really couldn't help but want to laugh, although its heart was bitter, its mouth was very honest. Boom! The 3 blood moons in the sky surprisingly turned into 3 bright red lanterns. The black tentacles on the ground transformed into red streamers. The entire abyss became a massive scene of a spring festival gala. All the monsters stood up, even if they were still bleeding, their faces radiated with a happy, eerie smile. Smith got up, looking at this scene, muttering to himself, is this ascension? Yes, ascension had occurred. In an extreme state of happiness, the Tao of Heaven's avatar chose to explode on the spot, transforming into countless golden light points, scattering across the world. System prompt, current world pollution has been cleared. Hidden ending achieved, all ascended, physical. Rating, SSS level, did you overshadow the Tao of Heaven? Fangyuan put away the copper coin sword, looking at the golden light filling the sky, nodding in satisfaction. It seems the effect is good. I might consider developing into the funeral industry in the future. At that moment, those countless golden lights gathered together, forming a golden key, landing in Fangyuan's hand. Obtained item, World Core, Fragment. This is the key to the final boss room, the editorial department. Finally, is it over? Fangyuan tightened his grip on the key, glancing at the still silly smiling Smith and Sakura. Stop laughing, your drool is dripping. Fangyuan waved his hand, let's go. I'll take you to meet the culprit who made you suffer so badly. A golden staircase leading to the sky slowly appeared. At the end of the staircase, a pair of huge eyes stared through the screen, dimensional barrier, horrified by it all. Those were the eyes of the editor. The pen in its hand was broken. Chapter 19, breaking into the editorial office, your pen is nice, but now it's mine. The golden staircase was long, seemingly leading to the end of the universe. With each step, the scenery around changed dramatically. 1 second it was a battlefield filled with gunfire, the next second it was a pink fairy tale forest, and the following second was a joyful cultivation world. These were all wasted drafts. Fragments of worlds that were abandoned, deleted, or written badly by the editor. Fangyuan climbed step by step with Smith and Sakura. Finally, they reached the end of the staircase. In front of them was an extremely ordinary white wooden office door. A sign hung on the door, Editor-in-Chief's office, no entry for unauthorized personnel. Inside the door came the sounds of rapid typing on a keyboard and the tearing of paper. Is this the end? Smith looked at the door, unable to believe it. He thought it would be a grander, more terrifying scene. Sometimes, the most terrifying things are often hidden in the most ordinary places. Fangyuan adjusted his tattered Taoist robe, not yet changed, and then raised his foot. Bang! He didn't knock, he kicked the door open. Package delivery. Checking the water meter. Fangyuan swaggered inside. The room was big, with massive bookshelves on all 4 walls, stuffed with all kinds of manuscripts. In the center of the room stood a huge desk. Behind the desk sat a being that looked very much like a human but actually had no face. Its face had only a huge mouth that opened and closed continuously, and it held a red pen as thick as an arm.
Final boss, Devil Editor, 5-star Lord, Pseudo-God level. Ability, plot modification, character erasure, reality rewrite. Upon seeing Fangyuan burst in, the editor's faceless visage seemed to turn toward him. You've come. The editor's voice was hoarse, tired, tinged with anger. You, this greatest bug. You ruined my settings. You made the big bad wolf buy insurance. You turned war into an amusement park. You even made the heavenly path do square dancing. The editor waved the red pen in its hand, ink splattering everywhere, each drop of ink corroding a black hole into the ground. Do you know how much hair I've lost to fix these plots? Even though it has no hair. Fangyuan dug in his ears. Is it my fault? You write terrible plots, the logic is broken, and you don't let readers give their opinions? Fangyuan pointed at his two little followers behind him. Look at these poor kids, one tough guy you wrote as a crossdresser, and one pure girl turned into a backup. This is called torturing the protagonist. Do you understand? Smith and Sakura immediately burst into tears upon hearing this. Yishin understands us. Shut up. I am the god here. What I say goes. The editor roared, directing the red pen violently toward Smith. I've disliked you for a long time. Disappear. It wrote the character delete in red in the air. A terrifying force of rule descended. Smith's body began to turn transparent, as if erased by an eraser. Help, help me. Smith cried out in terror, his legs already gone. Someone who deletes me in front of me? Fangyuan scoffed coldly, his body suddenly bursting forth. He didn't use any fancy skills but charged directly at the desk. Talent activated, physical transcendence. Fangyuan gripped the tip of the red pen tightly. Zzz. The erasure rule contained in the pen furiously attacked Fangyuan's palm, but apart from a little white smoke, it couldn't break through his defenses. How could you possibly touch the creation pen? The editor was taken aback. Creation pen? I think it's just a rotten pen. Fangyuan exerted force to twist it. Crack. That red pen, symbolizing the highest authority, shattered. He actually bent it barehanded. The pen tip tilted to one side, and the delete character that was in effect twisted along with it, turning into a meaningless doodle. Smith's body instantly regained its form. He sat down with a thud, touching his thigh, thankful to be alive. Let go of the pen. Fangyuan grabbed the editor's wrist with his other hand and twisted it hard. Ah! The editor let out a scream. Although it was a god, it was surprisingly suppressed by a human on a physical level. You can't write plot, you can't fight, what a useless boss you are. Fangyuan mocked while forcefully snatching the pen from the editor's hand. Give it to me. The pen was in hand. Fangyuan held the heavy red steel pen, feeling it was even more useful than the previous scepter. Now, the pen is in my hand. Fangyuan twirled the pen, a devilish smile creeping onto his lips. Does this mean it's my turn to write now? The editor trembled, curling up in the chair, genuinely scared. What do you want to do? You can't write recklessly. This will cause the world to collapse. Collapse? Fangyuan curled his lips. Isn't that just perfect? This garbage world, the sooner it dies, the better. He walked to the desk piled high with manuscripts and picked up a blank sheet. Then, with a flourish, he wrote. New rules. 1. From now on, all books in the library shall be available for free borrowing. 2. Any form of forced role-playing is prohibited, unless voluntary, for example, when I want to see Smith in women's clothing. 3. The editorial department must provide Wi-Fi, air conditioning, and drinks for the couch potatoes. After finishing, Fangyuan slapped the paper onto the desk. Buzz. Red light flashed. The new rules instantly took effect, covering every corner of the Midnight Library. The originally eerie library suddenly lit up with a soft warm light. The forbidden books and strange tales on the shelves all turned into ordinary books. The suffocating sense of oppression in the air disappeared, replaced by the cool breeze of air conditioning. And beside the desk, a refrigerator really appeared out of nowhere, filled with chilled cola. The editor watched all of this, completely slumping in the chair. It was over. All gone. Its hard work, its settings, its atmosphere of horror, all destroyed by this man. It turned into a community service center. This is how it should be. Fangyuan opened the refrigerator, took out a can of cola, and gulped it down. Burp. He let out a loud burp and threw the pen back to the editor. Of course, the pen tip had been straightened, but it left behind his spiritual mark, so the editor could only listen to him in the future. Alright, stop looking like you just lost your parents. Fangyuan patted the editor's shoulder, which was covered in ink. From now on, do a good job and write more of these public benefit plots. If you dare to churn out any of those heart-wrenching ones, I'll come back and chop off your hands. The editor nodded frantically, like a garlic peeling machine. Yes, yes, yes. Whatever you say is right. Okay, we should go. Fangyuan waved to Smith and Sakura. At this moment, one wall of the room slowly opened, revealing a door leading to the real world. This time, it was not a trap, but a true return passage. The three walked toward the door. Just before leaving, Fangyuan suddenly remembered something and turned back to the editor, saying, "By the way, remember to send me a copy of the sequel to The Overbearing Ghost King Loves Me. I want to see if Long Outyan passed the civil service exam." The editor. It answered tearfully, "Okay. I will definitely send it." As the three stepped into the door, light engulfed everything. Congratulations to the chosen one Fangyuan from the Dragon Kingdom for completing the quest Midnight Library, Inner World. Because you not only completed the quest, but also altered the ownership of the quest. Special evaluation, EX level, immeasurable. Server announcement, Fangyuan, the chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom, becomes the first quest owner. The real world was completely in an uproar. Chapter 20 EX level settlement, returning alone. In a world of hidden currents. Global announcement. Congratulations to the chosen one of Dragon Country, Fangyuan, for clearing the Midnight Library, Inside World. Clearance rating, EX level, incalculable. Special reward, obtain absolute ownership of the Midnight Library dungeon, including scenes, facilities, and all staff. Dragon Country's national luck, significantly enhanced. National spirit resistance plus 50%. Unlocked tech tree, basic spacefolding technology. Due to an anomaly in the dungeon, the next entry time is to be determined. These lines of golden text floated in front of every human retina around the globe, lingering for a full 3 minutes. The world seemed to have been paused. Immediately, a huge uproar erupted. Within Dragon Country, cheers swept through every city like a tsunami. Meanwhile, in some secret meeting rooms across the ocean, the air was heavy enough to drip. Their worst fears had come true. The man not only returned alive, but he also came back with power to break the balance. Strange talk transmission channel divergence point. Golden light surrounded the three. This is the border between reality and strange tales, a fork in destiny. According to the rules of the strange tales, the chosen one who completed the dungeon would be forcibly sent back to the coordinates they entered. Fangyuan walked in front, playing with the Red Devil editor pen in his hand, looking content, as if he had just taken a stroll in his own backyard. Behind him, Smith and Sakurako wore unusually complex expressions. Smith looked at Fangyuan's unguarded back, a flicker of extreme hidden resentment flashing in his eyes. His hands, hidden in his sleeves, dug deep into his palms, blood seeping out. Why do all the benefits go to him? I suffered humiliation in the dungeon, playing the fool and acting meek, and in the end, he got an EX rating, while I'm just a supporting character? Sakurako lowered her head, and on her seemingly innocent face, the corners of her mouth curled into a strange arc. In her pupils, a hint of black aura swirled, leftover influence from the Hahuan sect that hadn't been completely purified in the immortal cultivation dungeon. Ye god, your power is so captivating. If I could devour you or make you the most perfect puppet. The two exchanged a glance, though they didn't speak. In that moment, a seed called jealousy and greed took root and sprouted in their hearts. They were unwilling. They were top elites of their respective factions, S-level talent holders. How could they accept being forever Fangyuan's stepping stone? Buzz. The power of transmission began to take effect. 3 beams of light enveloped the three. Fangyuan stopped, didn't turn around, merely said lightly, "Some things are not for just anyone to yearn for. This dungeon serves as a lesson for you." Smith and Sakurako stiffened, their hearts racing. Did he discover them? But Fangyuan made no move, only chuckled lightly, raising the pen in his hand, casually drawing a line in the air. "Take care." Boom! The beams of transmission erupted instantly. Fangyuan transformed into a golden light, shooting straight towards Jiang City in Dragon Country. As for Smith and Sakurako, they turned into 2 somewhat embarrassed streaks of light, being forcibly pulled towards the ocean and the islands to the east. Reality World, Dragon Country, Jiang City, Fangyuan safe house, Mountain Villa. A blinding golden light flashed through the villa's living room. Fangyuan's figure appeared out of nowhere. The torn Dao robe on him instantly repaired itself into the white leisure clothes he originally wore as it touched the ground. He twirled the red pen in his hand, with a shrunk staff clipped at his waist. Phew, finally quiet. Fangyuan threw himself onto the leather sofa, comfortably sighing and casually picking up an apple from the coffee table, crunching into it. No need to hear those two jabbering in my ear. This is life. In fact, Fangyuan had already noticed the malice that had developed at the last moment between the two. Although he did not possess mind reading, he had the ghost eye. In his vision, Smith and Sakura were entwined with strands of black evil thoughts. The color was more nauseating than the low-level anomalies he had seen in the instance.
Ghost eye feedback, detected strong malice. Targets, Smith, jealousy, Sakura, greed. Keeping them in the instance was for entertainment and to use as tools. Now that he returned to reality, the tools lost their value and naturally became potential enemies. However, Yi Fangyuan did not care. Ant's malice did not even count as a scratch for an elephant. Bang! 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 There was a hurried yet polite knocking on the door. Mr. Yi! God Yi! Qin Weigua hurried in with a team of fully armed special agents. Seeing only Yi Fangyuan sitting there unharmed, Qin Weigua visibly breathed a sigh of relief. It's good you are back. Just now we detected 2 energy fluctuations being ejected back overseas. It seems those 2 have gone back. Yi Fangyuan chewed on an apple, his tone calm. Each returns to their home. After all, they are not family and cannot enter the same door. Qin Weigua nodded and his expression became serious. Going back is good. However, according to our intelligence analysis, although they survived this time, their psychological state is very unstable. Moreover, they had close contact with your core ability, which might become a breakthrough point targeted by their camp against you. We need to strengthen our defenses. It doesn't matter. Yi Fangyuan waved his hand, showing indifference. Just right, if they don't come looking for trouble, I think this EX level is a bit too hot to handle. He twirled the pen in his hand, a hint of amusement in his eyes. Old Qin, help me prepare some things. What do you need? Qin Weigua immediately took out a tactical tablet to record. Help me register a company, call it Jiangcheng Abnormal Affairs Consultancy. Additionally, Yi Fangyuan pointed out the window, I need to claim the surrounding mountaintops under my name. I brought back some local specialties that need to be raised. Qin Weigua didn't have time to ask what specialties they were. Suddenly, a low, ancient roar reverberated from the sky outside the villa. A large black cloud enveloped the mountainside. From within the cloud, a gigantic wolf's head emerged. It was the demon wolf Yi Fangyuan had brought back. Though its size was compressed, it was still as big as a truck. On the back of the demon wolf sat a skeleton dressed in a sanitation worker's vest, holding a mop. System prompt, your companion has arrived in reality via a special channel, please check. Qin Weigua almost dropped the tablet in his hands. This is the specialty? Yi Fangyuan smiled, stood up, and walked to the window, watching the 2 pets curiously observing the real world. This is just the beginning. Those who want to do little tricks in the dark will soon realize that they are facing not just me, but an entire, monster tail army. Across the ocean, a certain secret base. Smith crawled out of the teleportation pod drenched in sweat, surrounded by researchers in white coats and somber high-ranking officers. He's back. Immediately conduct a medical check and memory extraction. Smith abruptly pushed away a researcher wanting to approach, his eyes filled with red veins and mad hatred. Yi Fangyuan. Yi Fangyuan. Weakness? He seems invincible, but I know the secret of that pen he has. I also know the limitations of his scepter. As long as you give me enough resources, I have a way to target him. I have a way to make him fall from his pedestal. The general nodded with satisfaction, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Very good. The organization will give you all the support. Even, we can use that S-level forbidden item that has been sealed away. Codename Hunt Plan, officially launched. At the same time, deep within a shrine on an island in the eastern seas, Sakura knelt before a strange statue, her body undergoing some indescribable mutation, black runes appearing on her skin. To gain that man's power, I am willing to sacrifice everything. A storm targeting Yi Fangyuan, coming from the real world, is quietly brewing. And at the center of the storm, that man is sitting on the sofa, pondering whether to have hot pot or barbecue for dinner. Chapter 21, Jiangcheng Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company, officially open today. Real World Jiangcheng Hillside Villa. At 8 o'clock in the evening. Yi Fangyuan sat in a genuine leather esports chair, adjusting the angle of the camera. Although he is now the EX-level boss that makes countries tremble in fear, he still hasn't forgotten his original profession, streamer. Live stream title, just back from a dungeon run, let's chat and recruit some employees. The moment he started streaming, the room's popularity skyrocketed. Online spectators, 3 billion plus. The server let out a cry of being overwhelmed, but under the highest level technical support from the Dragon Country, it held on. The screen was flooded with so many messages that it was impossible to see, filled with comments like "Ye God is awesome, please let me hug your thigh," and "Why haven't those 2 foreigners returned?" Ahem, good evening everyone. Yi Fangyuan held up a giant half-eaten apple, waved at the camera, and said, "This dungeon run was quite tiring, but the rewards were okay." He casually picked up the devil's editing pen from the table and shook it. Someone asked what this is. Oh, this is a souvenir from the dungeon boss. It supposedly can rewrite rules, but I tried, and it can only make apples a bit bigger, or change the delivery time of food to instant teleportation. Not much use. Livestream audience. Intelligence agencies from various countries. This is called not much use? This is a damn causality weapon, okay? And this. Fangyuan took out the omniscient staff that was pinned to his waist, which had shrunk to the size of a conductor's baton. This thing is a speaker, the sound quality is not bad and it comes with a subwoofer. As he spoke, he pressed the eyeball button on the staff. The vast horizon is my love. The deafening sound of the most dazzling national style instantly filled the live stream room. Audience. This is really absurd. You're using a mythical level item as a square dance speaker? At that moment, a strange clicking sound came from outside the camera, followed by a huge shadow passing by. The chat exploded. Holy crap! What was that just passed? Looks like a skeleton? And a giant dog head. Fangyuan glanced at the chat and turned the camera. In the frame, the skeleton janitor who had diligently mopped the floor in the convenience store dungeon was now wearing a custom black suit, though it looked empty without flesh to fill it out, holding a cloth and furiously cleaning the villa's floor-to-ceiling windows. Beside it, the huge magic wolf lay on the carpet, while a special task force member was grooming it. The magic wolf looked utterly pleased, occasionally letting out a purr. Oh, let me introduce you. Fangyuan pointed at them, this is our company's new staff. The skeleton gentleman is currently our logistics department's sanitation supervisor. Its specialty is cleaning any stains, including blood and body oil, thoroughly. This big dog is currently our security department's head. Its specialty is eating a lot and barking loudly. Our company's full name, Zhongcheng Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company. Main business, solving all supernatural events that science cannot explain. Charges are fair, and we deceive neither the young nor the old. Not only do we handle ghost-catching business, but we also provide high-end services like psychological counseling and career planning for ghosts. We welcome all business owners who have needs to place orders. Additionally, Fangyuan revealed a meaningful smile to the camera. We also welcome certain ill-intentioned individuals to come for exchanges. After all, my dog has been a bit picky lately and wants to eat some fast food. This sentence was clearly meant for certain people across the ocean. At the moment when the live broadcast reached its climax, Qin Weigua hurriedly walked into the camera's view. He held an urgent document in his hand, his expression somewhat unpleasant. Mr. Yi, I'm afraid your first order of business is here. Fangyuan turned off the microphone, but not completely, the audience could still vaguely hear, raising an eyebrow. What? A ghost with no eyes has arrived so soon? Qin Weigua handed over the document and lowered his voice, saying, on the northern outskirts of Jiangcheng, bus number 444. That's a real-life weird tale we've monitored for a long time. Originally, it only ran empty in the deep night, causing no harm. But since you returned tonight with a significant amount of rule power, it seems the rules in the real world have loosened. Half an hour ago, that bus suddenly lost control and crashed into the city, and it forcefully swallowed a whole bus of returning passengers. Now, it is speeding down Jiangcheng Avenue, and any police car attempting to intercept it has been penetrated. It is like a ghost. Fangyuan took the document and glanced at it. In the photo was an old, dilapidated bus emanating a ghostly green light. The window showed the terrified faces of people, their handprints imprinted on the glass. Cursed codename, Last Bus 444. Level, C, evolving towards B. Rule characteristics, as long as you board, you have to pay a coin, buying life. The final stop is Huangquan Road. Sea level? Fangyuan curled his lips, that's a bit weak. But as the first order of business after opening, it's rather auspicious. He stood up and reopened the microphone to the live broadcast. Brothers, the action has arrived. Tonight is not only the opening ceremony but also the first outdoor combat lesson. The topic is, what can you do when you encounter a ghost bus in reality, besides paying a coin? Follow me. Fangyuan snapped his fingers. The skeleton supervisor, who was cleaning windows, immediately dropped the cloth and pulled out a huge fire axe from behind, unknown from where he got it. The magical wolf, enjoying its grooming, suddenly stood up, shook its fur, roared thunderously, and instantly grew to 3 meters in its battle form. Old Qin, ready the vehicle. Qin Weigua quickly nodded, the dedicated vehicle is already at the door. No need. Fangyuan pointed at the magical wolf outside the window and directly jumped onto its broad back. Isn't this a ready-made mount? Little Black, let's go. Target, Jiangcheng Avenue. Whoa! The magical wolf howled, its forepaws generating wind, directly smashing through the villa's floor-to-ceiling window. The skeleton supervisor looked at the recently cleaned glass with a pained expression, turning into a streak of black lightning as it leaped down from halfway up the mountain. The skeleton supervisor followed closely behind. Although it couldn't fly, it ran extremely fast, its leg bones creating sparks. The drones in the live broadcast quickly kept up. Global viewers held their breath. This scene was too explosive. In the night sky above Jiangcheng, a man, a wolf, and a skeleton flew between skyscrapers, heading straight for the rampaging ghost bus. Comments. Wow. Riding a wolf down the mountain. This is so cool. Is Ye God going to take on the ghost bus alone? That skeleton runs so fast. Won't its leg bones break? I have a feeling that bus is going to have bad luck. On Jiangcheng Avenue, a bus wrapped in black gas, with headlights flowing with blood tears, was recklessly driving in the wrong direction. Inside the bus, dozens of passengers were huddled together, shivering in fear. In the driver's seat sat a ghostly driver in an old uniform, with no chin. It drove the bus while howling with a leak in its throat. Insert coin. Those who do not insert a coin will die. Suddenly. Bang! A loud noise came. The entire roof of the bus seemed to be struck by a meteor, caving in a huge section. The ghost driver slammed on the brakes suddenly, though it didn't help. It raised its head, looking up at the roof in terror. There, a giant wolf claw pierced through the metal roof, and soon after, a handsome face hung upside down, peeking in. Fangyuan looked at the car filled with ghostly energy and trembling passengers. Finally his gaze landed on the ghost driver. He grinned widely, revealing a set of big white teeth. Driver, does this bus go to the Yellow Springs Road? Perfect, I have a multi-billion big project, Ghost Money, that I want to discuss with you. Chapter 22, 444 Route Ghost Bus. Master, your bus needs maintenance, can I help you wash it? Creak. The screeching sound of brakes echoed on the empty streets of Jiangcheng. Tires left 2 fiery marks on the ground. But the ghost bus didn't stop. As a product of the rules, regular brakes were just decorations for it. It continued to speed forward at 120 miles per hour, trying to shake off the heavy object on the roof. On the roof. The wolf's claw gripped the metal tight, as steady as a mountain. Fangyuan hung half of his body down into the bus, still maintaining that shocking calmness. Driver, refusing to take passengers is wrong. Fangyuan looked at the chinless ghost driver, frantically turning the steering wheel, and shook his head. Also, your speed is over the limit, I have reason to suspect you're driving while fatigued. Though the ghost driver had no chin, the ghostly fire in its eye sockets jumped violently, clearly angered. Get down, and die. It suddenly waved its hand, and the grab handles in the bus came to life, turning into countless black tentacles, reaching out to entwine Fangyuan. At the same time, the lights inside the bus instantly went out, replaced by a sinister green glow. Rule triggered, non-paying passengers will be devoured by the bus. A powerful suction force came from the bottom of the bus, trying to pull Fangyuan into the endless black abyss. The audience in the livestream saw this scene and their hearts stopped. It's over. This is a rule kill. Not inserting a coin means certain death. Ye God, run. Fighting inside the bus is too disadvantageous, the space is too small. However, facing the incoming tentacles and rule suction, Fangyuan merely sighed. Insert a coin, right? Okay. One hand gripping the edge of the roof, the other hand reached into his pocket. Then, he pulled out the skeleton manager. Yes, the skeleton manager that had just been running behind, somehow had climbed onto the roof, and was grabbed by Fangyuan by the spine. Go, manager. Fangyuan shouted, throwing the skeleton manager like a javelin into the huge coin slot, which was actually a black hole in the floor of the bus. Since we're inserting a coin, let's make it a big one. Skeleton manager, clack? I'm not a coin, boss. But it still loyally executed the order, mainly because it was thrown in. The moment the skeleton manager fell into the black hole, a high-level eerie aura from the Midnight Library instantly erupted. High-level unit inserted detected. System judgment, denomination too large. Unable to provide change. The ghost bus's rule logic got stuck. It had only devoured coins and human lives, never anything of this level like a skeleton monster. Moreover, the skeleton manager was not devoured. After landing, it immediately displayed its professional instinct, starting to clean up. It waved its rag and fire axe, hacking and wiping at the tentacles that had come to entangle. Clack! Clack! It's too dirty. This tentacle is covered in bacteria. Slash! Slash! Those tentacles, gathered from resentment, were cleared away by the skeleton manager like chopping vegetables. For every tentacle severed, it wiped the cut with a rag. It was a dream come true for someone with OCD. The suction force in the bus instantly disappeared. The ghost driver was stunned. What the hell is going on? Tossing in a skeleton and still cleaning inside? Looks like the fare has been paid enough. Fangyuan chuckled, flipped his body, and jumped directly from the roof into the driver's seat, standing next to the ghost driver. Master, can we chat? At that moment, the ghost driver could already feel the terrifying pressure coming from Fangyuan, the aura of an EX-level conqueror. It wanted to run, to abandon the car and escape. But Fangyuan's hand was already resting on its shoulder. Talent activated, physical exorcism. ZZZ. White smoke rose from the ghost driver's shoulder. That was the reaction to the rules being forcefully suppressed. What do you want to do? The ghost driver asked with a wind-whistling throat. Oh, nothing much. Fangyuan pointed to the dilapidated, drafty bus. I see your vehicle is poorly maintained. Not only is the exterior damaged, but the interior is filthy, and there are illegal modifications everywhere, referring to the tentacles. How can this provide quality service for passengers? So I've decided to requisition this vehicle. Requisition? The ghost driver was dumbfounded. Yes. Fangyuan took out a red devil editing pen from his pocket. He didn't write on paper but directly wrote a big line on the bus's windshield. Jiang City Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company Employee Exclusive Bus. License plate, Jiang A88888, Spiritual. Rule modifications. 1. Cancel the coin-operated life-buying rule, change to swiping employee cards to board. 2. Can only operate when receiving company orders, strictly prohibited from picking up passengers privately. 3. The interior must be kept tidy. Violators, referring to the driver, will have salaries deducted, spiritual currency. Buzz. Red light flashed. The entire bus underwent a tremendous change. The originally ghostly green headlights transformed into bright LED lights. The black gas wrapped around the bus was purified, turned into a shiny black metallic sheen. The bloody handprints inside the cabin disappeared, replaced by real leather seats and air conditioning. Even the ghost driver's tattered uniform transformed into a well-fitted black suit, complete with a large-brimmed hat. Renovation completed. Current vehicle, Ghost Bus, B grade A grade. Features, can pass through walls, invisibility, supersonic travel, built-in BGM. The ghost driver looked at the newly transformed bus and then at its new uniform. That brain, once filled only with resentment and killing, suddenly felt something called professional pride. This bus, driving it is way more exciting than before. From now on, you will be the dedicated driver of our company. Fangyuan patted the ghost driver's shoulder. Do well, although you won't get the 5 insurances in one fund, spiritual currency will be sufficient. The ghost driver immediately straightened its back, and although it had no chin, it still gave a somewhat unstandard salute. Yes. Boss. Very good. Fangyuan turned around and looked at the passengers in the cabin, who were already dumbfounded. Everyone, I'm sorry for scaring you. This terrifying journey ends here. To compensate for everyone's mental distress, this trip's fare is completely waived. Additionally, Fangyuan pointed at the skeleton supervisor crazily wiping the floor. If anyone needs housekeeping services, you can scan the QR code on its back. That's our company's new business. All passengers. Who the hell would dare to scan that? 10 minutes later. The bus stopped steadily in Jiang City's central square. The passengers scrambled and rolled out of the bus. Although their legs were weak, each person's face bore the relief of having survived a disaster. Fangyuan stood at the door of the bus and waved to the still broadcasting camera. Alright, that's today's practical teaching. When encountering a ghost bus, do not panic. First, check how well it is maintained. If it's unqualified, help it straighten things out. That's it for today's livestream. Thanks to all of you for the rockets. Next livestream preview, when a devil wolf meets a demolition team, who demolishes faster? End broadcast. Clack. The livestream screen went dark. But the global hype did not fade, instead, it became even crazier. This wave of operations by Fangyuan not only solved a strange tale, it further demonstrates to the whole world that strange tales can be tamed and utilized. This directly overturns humanity's understanding of fighting strange tales. Lighthouse Country White House. The president looked at the blacked-out screen, his coffee cup trembling in his hand. He turned the ghost bus into a shuttle bus? Yes, Mr. President. The intelligence director beside him looked pale, and according to satellite monitoring, that vehicle speed is faster than our fighter jets. If he uses this vehicle to transport that kind of skeleton monster to attack us. The president remained silent for a long time, finally slumping weakly in his chair. Immediately, cancel the first phase of the God-killing plan. First, we should send a delegation to Long Country to ask if that consulting firm accepts overseas business. For example, can they help us clean out the haunted basement of the White House? If we can't fight, then let's join, or hire. This is the last stubbornness of capitalism. Chapter 23, Company Team Building? No, this is for international debt collection. Real-world Jiangchang Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company. The next morning. sunlight spilled onto the terrace of the mountain villa. Fangyuan, wearing pajamas and holding a cup of hot milk, looked at the scene before him, nodding in satisfaction. In the villa's yard, the shiny black bus was quietly parked there. The skeleton supervisor was washing the bus with a high-pressure water gun. Even though the bus wasn't dirty, he had a compulsion. The ghost driver, now called Old Wang, was squatting beside the wheel, waxing the tires with some unknown black grease, humming an unknown tune. The magic wolf was lying on top of the bus, basking in the sun, its huge body resembling a small black mountain, occasionally flicking its tail, startling birds out of the sky. "Good morning, boss." Seeing Fangyuan come out, the ghost driver Old Wang immediately stood up to salute, even though he still had no chin, but his speech was much smoother now. Fangyuan had drawn him a fake chin. "Morning." Fangyuan took a sip of milk. "How's the bus?" "Report, boss. It's in perfect condition." Old Wang patted the body of the bus. "Last night I took a lap on the city highway, reaching a top speed of 800 yards, even the traffic police's speed camera couldn't catch it. And this bus can even become invisible, passing toll gates without paying." "Ahem." Fangyuan choked a bit. "You still have to pay at toll gates. We are a legitimate company, we can't evade fees. Remember to get an ETC." "Yes." Old Wang scratched his head. At that moment, Qin Weiguo rushed in, drenched in sweat. "Mr. Yi. Something big has happened." "What now?" Fangyuan put down his cup. "Another ghost bus?" "It's not a ghost, it's a person." Qin Weiguo handed a tablet to Fangyuan. "Look at this." On the screen was an international news report. "Shocking. Sakura Country announces the successful summoning of a Shikigami." Sakura Country's chosen one, Sakura, held a mysterious ceremony on the summit of Mount Fuji last night, successfully signing a contract with the S-Rank strange-tail creature Yamata no Orochi. The Sakura Country government claims this is a milestone for humanity to master extraordinary power, and based on this, an East Asia supernatural co-prosperity sphere will be established. In the video, Sakura, wearing a red and white shrine maiden costume, stood at the crater. Behind her, 8 enormous snake heads flickered in the smoke, exuding a terrifying aura. Sakura's gaze was fervent and cold as she spoke into the camera. "Some people think they can be invincible just by relying on a dog and a skeleton, right? The true divine power is about to descend." After watching the video, Fangyuan not only didn't get angry, he actually laughed. "Yamata no Orochi? Isn't that the 4-legged snake with 8 lumps?" He had seen the genuine 9-headed snake demon in the Immortal Cultivation side story. It was one of his backup dancers. In comparison, this one summoned by Sakura looked a bit malnourished, like a budget version. "Mr. Yi, this is clearly a provocation against you." Qin Weiguo expressed concern. "Moreover, according to intelligence, they seem to plan to target our overseas Chinese businesses. They create supernatural events to force us." "Provocation?" Fangyuan shook his head. "This is delivering results." He tossed the tablet back to Qin Weiguo. "Old Qin, help me check if there are any unresolved S-class supernatural bounties in Sakura Country?" Qin Weiguo was stunned, and then his eyes lit up. "Yes. And there are many. For example, the famous Suicide Forest and Inanaki Tunnel. The Sakura Country authorities have been helpless, with rewards amounting to over $100 million. "Very good." Fangyuan snapped his fingers. "Notify all company employees, actually just the 3 of us, prepare to gather. We're having a team building today." "Where to?" Qin Weiguo asked. "To Sakura Country." Fangyuan's mouth curled into a wicked smile. "Since they want to engage in supernatural co-prosperity, I will help them prosper. By the way, collect that 100 million bounty. This is called cross-border debt collection." Half an hour later. Jiang City Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company first all-staff meeting. Location, Ghost Bus, Route 444, carriage. Fangyuan sat in the tour guide seat next to the driver's seat, holding a small flag. In the carriage sat Skeleton Supervisor, with a full set of cleaning tools. Magic Wolf, shrunken to the size of a husky, squatting in a seat. Qin Weiguo, acting as the official liaison, was forced to accompany, currently nervously fastening his seatbelt. "Attention all employees." Fangyuan cleared his throat. The destination for this team-building trip, Sakura Country. Mission objectives: make money, gain fame, slap faces. "Old Wang, have you secured the spot?" Ghost driver Old Wang excitedly pressed the gas pedal. "Secured it, boss. Under Mount Fuji, Inanaki Tunnel." "Good, let's go." V-room. The ghost bus let out a deep roar. In the next second, the space around the bus began to twist. Talent skill, space folding, activated. Vehicle characteristic, shuttling between worlds, activated. This bus, enhanced with EX level rewards, did not take the regular route. It directly charged into a shadow in front of a villa. The laws of physics in the real world failed at this moment. The bus submerged into the shadow as if sinking to the bottom of the water, disappearing from Jiang City. Sakura Country Inanaki Tunnel. This was an abandoned tunnel for many years, known as the most terrifying supernatural forbidden place in Sakura Country. It was said that no one who entered the tunnel ever came out alive. The depths of the tunnel were constantly echoing with screams and the ringing of telephones. At this moment, Sakura was leading a team of onmyoges, standing at the tunnel entrance. "Lady Sakura, are we really going to lay an ambush here?" a trembling onmyoji asked. "Of course." Sakura stroked the talismans in her hand, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. "That arrogant Fangyuan will definitely be unable to withstand the provocation. This is my home field, reinforced by the avatar of Yamada no Orochi, plus the local vengeful spirits. Even if he has incredible abilities, he will die here." Just then, from the darkness deep in the tunnel, a strange sound suddenly emerged. Not a scream. Not the ringing of telephones. But a heavy bass BGM? "The vast horizon is my love." Sakura? All onmyoges? Before they could react, two blaring bright lights, high beams, suddenly pierced through the darkness of the tunnel, blinding everyone's eyes. Beep. The deafening sound of a horn rang out. A black bus, like a battle vehicle charging out of hell, came drifting out from the depths of the tunnel, accompanied by a gust of wind and BGM. What the heck? Is that a bus? The onmyoges panicked and scattered in all directions. With a stylish drift, the bus came to a halt in front of Sakura, only 0.01 centimeters away from her nose. The door opened. Fangyuan, wearing sunglasses, holding a small flag, stepped down with a radiant smile. "Hey, isn't this Miss Sakura? So polite, and you've brought so many people to welcome us?" Fangyuan took off his sunglasses, looking at the bewildered Sakura, and pointed to the bus behind him. "Let me introduce, this is our company's team-building bus. I heard there are serious ghostly disturbances here?" "That's great!" Fangyuan shouted back. "Skeleton Manager. Grab the tools. Get ready to work. Demon Wolf. Go. Drag out those blind ghosts inside for me. Today, we are going to clean this place until it's shinier than the Yasukuni Shrine toilet." Chapter 24, Inuyami Tunnel? No, it's a newly opened car wash passage. Sakura stood at the tunnel entrance, staring at the black bus blocking her way, her mind blank. She had imagined countless ways for Fangyuan to make an entrance. For example, descending from the sky like a god. Or charging in with 1,000 troops, exuding a terrifying aura. Even stumbling in after being tricked by her. But she never expected this guy to arrive on a bus, blasting most dazzling national style, as if he were on vacation. Fangyuan. You are so arrogant. Sakura snapped back, a mix of shame and anger. "This is Inuyami Tunnel. The lair of S-level vengeful spirits. Do you think it's your backyard?" As she yelled, the 8 snake-headed shadows behind her suddenly swelled up, emitting a stench-filled black mist. At the same time, countless terrifying ghostly howls echoed from deep within the tunnel. The local vengeful spirits sleeping in the tunnel were awakened. They sensed the presence of the living, a multitude of fierce ghosts. Cold winds howled, and ghostly figures danced ominously. The yin-yang masters who had just fled began to regain their confidence. "Lord Sakura is mighty. Kill him. Use his blood to worship the great serpent." Faced with this terrifying scene, Fangyuan calmly pulled out a bag of sunflower seeds from his pocket and cracked one open. "It's a bit noisy." He turned to shout into the bus, "Old Wang, turn up the BGM volume." "Got it, boss." The ghostly driver, Old Wang, pressed the gas pedal while hitting the max button on the speaker. What kind of rhythm is the most swaying? The terrifying soundwave instantly drowned out the ghostly howls. The passionate rhythm even made those snake-headed shadows wobble a bit. Then, the back door of the bus opened. "Time to work. No dawdling." Click. Click. The skeleton manager jumped down, carrying 2 huge buckets. It had a high-pressure water gun slung on its back, and cleaning agents clipped to its waist, fully armed. It glanced at the tunnel walls covered in graffiti, gore, and moss, and its eye sockets flared with angry red flames. Dirty. Too dirty. The skeleton manager could not bear this environment. It immediately opened the high-pressure water gun and sprayed it at the nearest fierce ghost. Sizzle. What came out of that water gun was not ordinary water, but holy water enhanced by Fangyuan's physical exorcism, actually tap water with a bit of detergent. Ah! The fierce ghost that had just pounced was hit in the face by the water stream, letting out a wail as its malice washed away like dirt. "Don't block the way. I'm here to wash the walls." The skeleton manager kicked the washed-out fierce ghost aside, then started scrubbing the walls furiously. Everywhere it went, decades-old bloodstains, graffiti, and mildew disappeared, revealing the original cement color, which even shone in the light. On the other side. Oh whoa! The demon wolf leaped down from the top of the bus, its shape expanding in the wind, instantly returning to its 3-meter-tall form. It charged into the ghost crowd, like a husky into a chicken coop. Those vengeful spirits that made the yin-yang masters tremble were mere snacks before the demon wolf. Crunch! Each ghost was gobbled up. Crisp and delicious, like chicken meat. The demon wolf ate while disdainfully spitting out bones, remnants of vengeful spirits. Why do the ghosts here smell so fishy? So bland. In just 5 minutes. The originally eerie Inuyami tunnel underwent a dramatic transformation. On the left, the skeleton manager was cleaning up, the sound of the high-pressure water gun echoing, making the tunnel shine brighter than a 5-star hotel lobby. On the right, the demon wolf was enjoying an all-you-can-eat buffet, chasing after ghosts scattered throughout the tunnel. Those fierce ghosts were running for their lives, wishing they could die again. Help! That dog eats ghosts. Don't drip on me. My makeup is ruined. Is this exorcism? This is a demolition office. Sakura was dumbfounded. The yin-yang masters were stunned. Even the phantom of the 8-headed serpent summoned by Sakura was bewildered. Its 8 heads glanced at each other, confusion etched in their eyes. Who am I? Where am I? What are these people doing? Fangyuan walked up to Sakura, still cracking sunflower seeds. How is it, Miss Sakura? Fangyuan pointed to the newly cleaned tunnel entrance behind him. Are you satisfied with our company's service? This cleaning power, this extermination efficiency, isn't it worth a 5-star review? Sakura was trembling with rage, her face turning purple. Fangyuan. You bully too much. She suddenly bit her tongue, spraying her blood onto the talisman. 8-headed great god. Show your power. Devour this arrogant mortal. Boom. The 8 serpent heads finally solidified, transforming into a gigantic monster with 8 heads, filling the tunnel entrance. The pressure of the S-class horror creature erupted. Mortal, die. The 8 heads opened their mouths wide at the same time, spewing forth toxic mist, flames, and lightning. Shin Weigui hid in the bus, his face turning pale with fear. Mr. Yi. S-class. This is the real deal. Fangyuan sighed and threw the sunflower seed shell on the ground. The skeleton supervisor rushed over to clean it up, while shooting Fangyuan a glare. What a hassle. Fangyuan pulled out the all-knowing staff from his waist. I originally wanted to deal with you as an ordinary cleaner, but you insisted on forcing me to use force. He looked at the massive 8-headed serpent, his gaze turning cold. S-class? Is it really that strong? Fangyuan thrust the staff into the ground. Ability activated, rule breaker, passive. Item activated, all-knowing staff, command spirit. I say, no public urination here, nor spitting fire or water. Buzz. An invisible ripple of rules spread out. The fire and toxic mist just spewed by the 8-headed serpent suddenly turned into soap bubbles in midair. Pop, pop, pop. Countless colorful bubbles filled the sky. 8-headed serpent? Its 8 heads froze simultaneously. Before it could react, Fangyuan had already jumped up. Magic wolf. Hold down its tail. Skeleton. Get a toilet brush. Fangyuan jumped onto one head of the 8-headed serpent, raising the staff, now turned into a giant baseball bat. Having 8 heads makes you impressive? Just makes your face look big, right? Bang! With one swing, he smashed one of the serpent heads into the ground. This swing is called physical exorcism. Bang! Another swing knocked out the other head that was spewing lightning. This swing is called quality education. The next scene was so brutal that the viewers in the livestream covered their eyes. Not really, they were all screenshotting. The once mighty S-class divine beast was being brutally beaten by Fangyuan, who was riding on its neck. The magic wolf held onto its tail, while the skeleton supervisor brushed its teeth with a toilet brush, complaining about its bad breath. 10 minutes later. The 8 heads of the 8-headed serpent had all been beaten into a mess, lying limp on the ground, tongues out, eyes vacant. It surrendered. It truly surrendered. Sakura knelt on the ground, watching her revered god being beaten like this, her faith shattered completely. No, it's impossible. She muttered. Fangyuan jumped down from the serpent head, fixing his hairstyle. He walked up to Sakura, looking down at her from above. Miss Sakura, remember to settle the bill. Fangyuan pulled out an invoice, cleaning fee, extermination fee, security fee, and also the mental distress fee from earlier. A total of $500 million. I support bank transfer, not meat compensation. Oh right. Fangyuan pointed to the 8-headed serpent, which now lay like a dead snake.
This snake looks promising, with tough skin and thick meat. Just what our company needs for sewer work. After all, it has 8 heads, high efficiency. Consider it a debt repayment, no objections, right? Sakura rolled her eyes and fainted from anger. That night. Shocking. Dragon Country's god single-handedly defeats the forbidden land of Sakura Country. Did the dog bark tunnel become a popular car wash spot? The 8-headed serpent joined the Jiangcheng Abnormal Affairs Company as the head of the drainage department. The media around the world went crazy. Meanwhile, Fangyuan was sitting on a bus back home, counting the bounty money he had just received, grinning from ear to ear. This cross-border business is really easy to make money from. Chapter 25, the first thing to do when getting home, arrange for new employee 8-headed serpent to clear the drain. Real-world Jiangcheng Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company, Banshan Villa. The first rays of morning sunlight spilled over the villa's garden. The stylish black Phantom bus, Route 444, parked steadily in its spot, still carrying a hint of the salty sea breeze from the land of cherry blossoms. Fangyuan jumped off the bus, stretched lazily, and held a heavy box in his hand, $500 million extorted from Ingzi. This trip was a huge profit. He tossed the box to Qin Weigua, who was waiting at the doorway. Old Qin, put it in the account. Also, take out a portion to give bonuses to all company staff. The skeleton supervisor has been working hard lately, buy a few boxes of imported toilet cleaner for it. Qin Weigua took the box, his hands trembling. This was $500 million. Ye God would come back from one trip with income from several small targets, a money-making ability faster than a money printer. Okay, Mr. Yi. By the way, about that new employee you brought back. Qin Weigua pointed to the bus's trunk. Inside came a dull thumping sound, accompanied by hissing snake sounds. Fangyuan slapped his forehead, almost forgot, there's a snake. He walked to the back of the bus and opened the trunk. Splash. A smaller version of the 8-headed snake, only the width of a wrist, slithered out. Though smaller, the 8 heads still bit at each other, their gazes fierce. New employee, 8-headed serpent, sealed form. Position, head of drainage department. Status, extremely dissatisfied, attempting to escape, even wanting to bite the boss. As soon as the 8-headed serpent landed, all 8 heads simultaneously looked at Fangyuan, fire blasting from their eyes. Mortal. Daring to insult a deity. Just wait until I regain my powers. Smack. Before it could finish, Fangyuan slapped the biggest head right in the middle. Regain what? This is Dragon Country, my territory. If you're a dragon, you need to coil up, if you're a snake, you need to clear the drain. Fangyuan pointed to a manhole cover in the corner of the villa. That drain has been a bit clogged lately, go clear it for me. If you don't do it well, you won't have food to eat. The 8-headed serpent. It was an S-class bizarre entity. The guardian deity of the land of cherry blossoms. I won't go. A warrior can be killed but not humiliated. All 8 heads shook together in protest. Not going? Fangyuan chuckled and snapped his fingers. Magic wolf, time to eat. Awah! The magic wolf, in husky form, which had been eyeing the scene, rushed over, drooling while staring at the 8-headed serpent. To it, wasn't that just 8 spicy sticks? The 8-headed serpent instantly wilted. Though it was a divine beast, it was sealed now and couldn't defeat this magic wolf that Fangyuan had fed countless dog foods, high-level nether coins. Okay. I'll go. The 8-headed serpent, tears in its eyes, twisted its body and slithered into the stinking manhole cover. That's more like it. Fangyuan nodded in satisfaction. After handling the trivial matters, Fangyuan could finally lie back on the lounge chair on the terrace and enjoy a moment of peace. However, this peace did not last long. In the evening, the sky suddenly turned dark. It wasn't the kind of clouds that indicated rain, but a strange, dark red mist. Qin Weigua rushed onto the terrace with a look of urgency, holding an emergency report in his hand. Mr. Yi, the situation is not good. In the 24 hours since you went to the land of cherry blossoms, strange phenomena have appeared in Jiangcheng, no, across the whole country. What phenomena? Fangyuan asked. Rule invasion. Qin Weigua opened his tablet and displayed a series of surveillance footage. Screen 1, in a certain office building in Jiangcheng. All employees were frantically working overtime, feeling an intense sense of urgency. Even at 3 in the morning. Because a notice was posted at the entrance of the building, those who have not completed their KPI are prohibited from leaving the building, or they will face termination, in the physical sense of the word. Scene 2, a certain middle school. Students were all facing away from the blackboard while the teacher scratched the blackboard with their nails. The rule was, those who look back will receive a major demerit, to be punished. Scene 3, at the foot of the mountain, the happy community high-end neighborhood. Surveillance showed that a layer of gray mist blocked the entrance.
Anyone attempting to enter or leave vanished the moment they touched the mist. At the entrance of the community, there was a brand new notice board. Happy Community Owners Move-in Code. This is? Fangyuan narrowed his eyes. The strange tail system has not retreated due to your victory, Qinwei said in a deep voice. On the contrary, it seems to have changed its strategy. It no longer directly deploys monsters, but instead integrates the strange tail rules into our daily lives. It wants to turn the real world into copies. Fangyuan looked at the neighborhood shrouded in grey mist at the foot of the mountain. Not only was it a rich area, but it was also the outpost for his hillside villa. The strange tail system had driven a stake here, clearly trying to show off to him. This is interesting. Fangyuan stood up, a cold smile creeping on his lips. If I can't defeat them head-on, they start playing dirty? Pulling this kind of a soft knife to cut meat trick? He glanced at the Orochi peeking into the sewer, checking the toilet, and the skeletal supervisor grooming the magic wolf. Just right, new employees are on board and haven't done any team building. Since this neighborhood is right at my doorstep, let's take it as a target. Fangyuan straightened his clothes and picked up the omniscient staff, which had shrunk into a civilized stick, from the table. Old Qin, notify the others. Tonight, I'm going to that neighborhood, to inspect the buildings. By the way, tell those creatures inside, this territory belongs to the Yi family. Happy Community Neighborhood North Gate? Outside the warning line, fully armed SWAT officers and anxious family members had gathered. Fangyuan, along with the skeletal supervisor and the magic wolf, mini version, crossed the warning line and stood at the entrance of the community. The fog was thick, with visibility of less than 5 meters. The security booth at the entrance was empty, with only the automatic barrier continuously rising and falling, making a strange creaking sound. And next to the door, on the notice board, was the so-called owner's code. Fangyuan stepped forward and carefully read it. Identity verification. This community is a high-end gated community, only allowing owners and invited guests to enter. Before entering, please make sure to register at the security booth and present the property deed. Unauthorized entrance will be cleared by security. Lights out time. Every evening at 10 p.m., the community will turn off the lights uniformly. After lights out, turning on lights and making noise are strictly prohibited. Neighbor relations. If you see your neighbor doing strange things, like sharpening knives on the balcony or burning paper in the hallway, please keep smiling and compliment them. Is this it? Fangyuan sneered. Magic wolf, go tear down that notice. Oh whoa! The magic wolf rushed up and bit the notice board, shattering the one infused with the power of rules. Alright, now there are no rules. Fangyuan strode toward the big gate. Ding! The barrier suddenly dropped, blocking the way. In the security booth, a ghostly figure dressed in a security uniform, with a pale and purplish face, slowly appeared. Show me the property deed. The ghostly security guard raised a bloody baton, blocking the way. Rule 1 triggered, unauthorized entry. Fangyuan stopped in his tracks and looked at the ghostly security guard. I don't have the property deed. But I have this. Fangyuan pulled out a giant pipe wrench, just taken out from the toolbox by the skeletal supervisor, from his clothes. I'm here to fix the sewer. I heard that the Yin energy here is too strong and caused a blockage. I'm here to clear it. The ghostly security guard stood stunned. Before it could react, Fangyuan had already swung the wrench down on its forehead. Bang! Don't block the way, it delays my work. Fangyuan kicked the barrier aside and walked boldly into the so-called happy community with the skeleton and the magic wolf. Behind them, 8 snakeheads quietly emerged from the sewer, their malicious eyes fixated on the depths of the neighborhood. These humans, more ferocious than ghosts. The 8-headed serpent murmured, then obediently followed Fangyuan's aura into the depths. The first battle of the reality horror story officially began. Chapter 26, Happy Community. Those missing neighbors are watching you. Happy home community inside. As soon as he passed through the gate, the air around seemed to solidify. The streetlights in the community emitted a dim, unstable hum, stretching the shadows of Fangyuan, the skeleton, and the magic wolf lawn, twisting like monsters crawling on the ground. It was terrifyingly quiet here. No insect chirping, no wind rustling, not even the distant noise of the city. It was as if this community had been stripped from the real world, becoming an island. In the flower beds on both sides, there were not the common green plants, but an unknown shrub with dark red leaves. Upon closer inspection, the veins of those leaves were still gently pulsating, as if they were sucking up some nutrients from the soil. Fangyuan glanced at the time. 21:55. There were still 5 minutes until the lights-out time mentioned in the rules. The rules here are very strong. Fangyuan activated Ghost Eye. In his vision, behind the windows of every building, it seemed there were pairs of eyes watching them. But when he looked over, all he found were closed curtains and dark glass. Let's go to Building 3. Yi Fangyuan pointed to the tallest building ahead. According to security guard old Zhang's information, that was the place where the first disappearance occurred, and it was also the area with the densest aura of horror stories. The three of them, one person, one skeleton, one wolf, walked towards Building 3. As they passed by the bottom of Building 2, Yi Fangyuan stopped in his tracks. On the balcony of the first floor, a few pieces of clothing were hanging out to dry. A red dress, red high heels, and even a red bed sheet. Under the dim light of the street lamp, that bright red seemed especially glaring, as if stained with blood. Moreover, there was no wind, yet those clothes were gently swaying, as if an invisible person was wearing them and moving about. Interesting. Yi Fangyuan squinted. He noticed a note taped to the glass door of the balcony. Missing person notice, my daughter is missing. She loves looking in the mirror. If you see her in the mirror, please tell her to come home for dinner. Mirror? Yi Fangyuan noted this keyword down. They continued moving forward. Just as they were about to reach Building 3, a middle-aged woman wearing pajamas and with unkempt hair was slowly pushing an old-fashioned baby stroller down the middle of the road. The wheels creaked as they rolled over the ground, making a creak sound. The woman lowered her head, mumbling, "Good baby, sleeping, don't look in the mirror, you'll get eaten if you do." There was no baby in the stroller, only a broken mirror. When the woman saw Yi Fangyuan, she stiffly raised her head, revealing an extremely haggard, sunken-eyed face. "Young man, it's so late, still wandering outside? Do you want to see my baby?" Rule triggered, neighborly relations. If you see a neighbor doing something strange, please smile and compliment them. The woman pushed the stroller closer, and the broken mirror reflected not the sky, but twisted human faces, those of the missing. The normal response would be to quickly compliment, "What a cute baby," and then exploit the loophole in the rules to escape. But Yi Fangyuan did not move. He stared at the mirror, his gaze sharpened. "Ma'am, your child looks quite unique." Yi Fangyuan pointed at the faces in the mirror. "So many faces, are they all from the same birth?" The woman's smile froze. "Don't you think they are beautiful?" The woman's voice became sharp, the temperature around suddenly dropping. "They are all in there, very happy, do you want to go in?" As she spoke, the mirror suddenly erupted with a sucking force. The mirror rippled like water waves. A pale hand reached out from the mirror, grasping towards Yi Fangyuan's ankle. "Trying to pull me in?" Yi Fangyuan let out a cold laugh. "Magic wolf, give it a meal." "Oh whoa!" The magic wolf, who had been following closely behind, could no longer contain itself. It lunged forward, not biting the old lady, but directly sinking its teeth into the ghostly hand that had emerged from the mirror. Snap! The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed. "Ah!" A chilling scream came from the mirror. That hand was forcibly torn off by the magic wolf and swallowed whole. Phew, tasted like glass, not good. The old lady was so frightened she fell to the ground, trembling. She looked at the mirror, her eyes filled with fear. "No. I didn't want to harm you. It forced me." The old lady pointed at the mirror, rambling, "As long as you trick someone in, it won't eat me." "It?" Yi Fangyuan caught the point. "Who is it?" It's the property manager." The old lady trembled as she spoke. "He's in the mirror, he's watching us." Before her words finished, bang! The shattered mirror suddenly exploded, turning into countless grains of powder. The old lady screamed in horror, her entire being seemed to have the soul sucked out of her, collapsing onto the floor, fainting. Silencing witnesses? Yi Fangyuan looked at the mirror fragments on the ground, his eyes cold. At this moment, the clock struck 2200 hours. Buzz. A deep electric hum resonated throughout the community. All the streetlights and hallway lamps went out in the same second. The world fell into absolute darkness. Lights out time is over. Now commencing curfew. No lights allowed, no sounds permitted. In the darkness, the unit door of Building 3 opened automatically, like a gaping mouth, waiting for prey to enter. "Lights out, ha!" Yi Fangyuan stood in the dark, not the slightest bit flustered. He snapped his fingers. "Skeleton supervisor, light it up." Click. The skeleton supervisor pulled out an ultra-high-power spotlight from the toolbox behind. Bang! A strong beam pierced the dark, shining directly at the entrance of Building 3. "Let's go." Yi Fangyuan stepped into the building that had devoured countless people. Since this property manager enjoys hiding in the mirror watching the show, I'll go pull it out. Tonight, we won't sleep. We're going to check the water meter. Chapter 27, Terrifying Building 3, Dad, I'm back, huh? Happy Community Building 3. As soon as Yi Fangyuan stepped into Building 3, he felt a clear drop in temperature. If the outside community was chilly, then this building was bone-chilling cold, as if he'd walked into a morgue. The elevator stopped on the first floor, the door wide open, the lights flickering on and off.
No elevator. Yi Fangyuan glanced at the mirror in the elevator and walked straight to the stairwell. According to the old lady's hints, the mirror was a passage connecting the core of the ghost story, and it wasn't the right time to go in. The three of them, one person, one skeleton, one wolf, ascended the stairs. Their footsteps echoed in the empty hallway. They arrived on the third floor. Room 302, exactly the home of the first missing person, Mr. Zhang. Yi Fangyuan took out the spare key he had pilfered from the security booth and unlocked the anti-theft door of 302. Let's camp out here tonight. A musty smell filled the room. 2 sets of chopsticks were still laid out on the dining table, the food long rotted into a pool of black liquid. The television was on, the screen filled with static, making a buzzing electric sound. Click. The skeleton supervisor disdainfully dumped the moldy food into the trash can, then began to wipe the table. It simply couldn't tolerate such a dirty and messy environment. The magic wolf lay at the door, its ears perked up like antennas, vigilantly watching the anti-theft door. Yi Fangyuan sat on the sofa and glanced at the clock on the wall. 23:30. Late at night. According to the inside rules of Building 3. When you are in the room and hear knocking, you must respond within 3 knocks, or the door will open automatically. But regardless of whether you respond or not, never open the door. This was a dead-end rule targeting psychological defenses. If you don't respond, the door will open automatically. The ghost comes in. If you respond, the ghost knows someone is inside and will do everything possible to trick you into opening the door. ZZZZ. The TV's snowy screen suddenly flickered, the image turning blood red. Immediately after. Knock, knock, knock. A soft knocking sound came from the door. The sound was light and slow. It wasn't like a finger knocking, but more like nails gently scratching on the door. 1 knock, 2 knocks, 3 knocks. It stopped. The air in the room suddenly froze. The magical wolf let out a low whimper, its fur standing on end. A voice came from outside the door. Daddy, open the door. It's me, little Bao, I'm back. It was a tender, sobbing child's voice. It sounded extremely pitiful, like a lost child finally finding home, shivering and begging the father to open the door. If an ordinary missing person, Mr. Zhang, heard that voice, even knowing his son was missing, he would dash to the door, driven by immense sorrow and a glimmer of hope. This is the most poisonous part of the ghost story, it imitates the person your heart most longs to see. Yi Fangyuan raised an eyebrow. Daddy? He glanced at the skeleton supervisor beside him and then at the magical wolf. Do I have such a big son? The skeleton supervisor shook his head wildly. And the acting is too poor. Yi Fangyuan commented, the frequency of this voice is off, it sounds like it's been altered by a voice changer. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound came again, this time more hurried, even with a hint of impatience. Daddy, don't you love me anymore? It's so cold outside, so dark. Open the door. If you don't open it, I'll come in myself. As the voice fell, the doorknob began to slowly turn. Click, click. That anti-theft door, which was obviously locked, was slowly unlocking on its own, with no one operating it. Rule judgment activated, no response is considered a default invitation. The magical wolf couldn't hold back any longer, ready to pounce and tear. Wait. Yi Fangyuan reached out to hold the wolf's head. Don't rush, since it wants to play role-playing, let's play along. Yi Fangyuan didn't block the door or shout loudly. He suddenly cleared his throat and shouted at the door. Oh. It's little Bao back. Daddy is here. Daddy will open the door for you. The movement outside paused for a moment. The ghost seemed not to expect the people inside to cooperate so well. According to the script, shouldn't they be shivering and too scared to make a sound? Really, really? The voice outside had a hint of surprise, then hurry and open the door, I want to come in. Don't rush, don't rush. While speaking, Yi Fangyuan winked at the skeleton supervisor. The skeleton supervisor understood immediately, quickly pulling out a huge burlap sack from his toolbox and hiding behind the door. Yi Fangyuan continued shouting. Son. Daddy bought you new clothes, see if they fit. As he spoke, he walked to the door and grabbed the doorknob. The ghost outside had already opened its bloody mouth, preparing to pounce. Click. The door opened. But it wasn't Yi Fangyuan who opened the door, it was the magical wolf. The magical wolf suddenly stood up, using its 2 hind legs, resting its front paws on the doorknob, yanking the door open. The little ghost, only 1 meter tall and pale all over, looked up and saw a 3-meter tall giant wolf with sharp fangs staring down at it. Daddy? The little ghost was stunned. It looked at the magical wolf, and then at itself. Isn't this gene mutation a bit too serious? Aw. Why are you calling Daddy? The magical wolf tilted its head, drooling as it looked at this little snack. Ah. The little ghost let out a sharp scream and turned to run. But this was a performance delivered right to the door. How could it let it escape? The skeleton supervisor, already lying in ambush behind the door, acted swiftly, directly throwing the huge burlap sack over the little ghost's head. Gotcha! The skeleton supervisor tightened the sack's opening and then, like swinging a heavy hammer, brutally slammed the sack on the ground. Bang! 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 The little ghost in the bag was tossed about, crying out in distress. Let me go! I am a ghost. I am a product of rules. Product of rules? Fangyuan walked over, crouched down, and patted the little ghost's head through the burlap sack. I also follow rules. The rules say that when you hear a knock on the door, you must respond. I responded. The rules didn't say you can't use a burlap sack to hold your son, right? And Fangyuan pulled something out of the sack. It was something that had fallen from the little ghost. A shattered little mirror. The mirror reflected not the scene of room 302, but a twisted, upside-down world. It seems this is the real meal. Fangyuan looked deep into the mirror. Kid, lead the way. He picked up the sack as if it were luggage. Take me to meet your manager hiding in the mirror. Chapter 28, Mirror World, Rock, Paper, Scissors? Loser gives up their head. Happy Community Mirror World. Fangyuan stood in front of the huge dressing mirror in the living room, holding the sack with the knocking ghost. Based on the shattered pieces that fell from the little ghost, this mirror was the passage connecting that outside world and the inside world. Go! Without any hesitation, Fangyuan stepped forward and crashed into the mirror. Buzz. The mirror rippled like water, offering no resistance, and swallowed the one person, one skeleton, one wolf, and one sack into it. After a dizzying spin, they stood again in the living room of room 302. But everything here had changed. All the furniture was turned upside down. The clock hanging on the wall was also running backward. Outside the window was not darkness, but a pale white fog. The most bizarre thing was that the living room was filled with people. To be precise, it was filled with Mr. Zhang. There were a dozen identical Mr. Zhangs surrounding the dining table. Their movements were stiff, their expressions blank, and each held a piece of shattered mirror, stuffing it into their mouths. Crunch, crunch. That was the sound of chewing glass. Seeing Fangyuan enter, the dozen Mr. Zhangs turned their heads simultaneously, their necks making a bone-chilling twisting sound. Another new reflection has come. Eat him, and we will be free. They put down the glass pieces, slowly stood up, and surrounded Fangyuan. Rule triggered, mirror law. In the mirror world, you are an outsider. If you do not follow the mirror rules, you will be assimilated into a reflection. Rule: when the mirror image challenges you, you must accept. Only this one gesture can be used. The leading Mr. Zhang stepped in front of Fangyuan and extended his right hand. Rock, paper, scissors. He shouted quickly, his gaze fixed on Fangyuan's hand. Playing rock, paper, scissors in the mirror world comes with a deadly logical trap. Because it's a reflection, your movements synchronize and oppose those in the mirror. If you show scissors, then the one in the mirror will also show scissors, appearing as scissors. It's always a draw. And a draw usually means death, or an endless cycle until you lose your sanity. Playing a game? Fangyuan looked at the pale hand reaching out to him. Sure. Fangyuan also extended his hand. Rock, paper. The corner of Mr. Shang's mouth curled into a cruel smile. He was ready. No matter what Fangyuan chose, he could force a draw through the rules and used it as an excuse to eat him. Scissors. Fangyuan shouted out the command. But he didn't show scissors, nor did he show paper, and he definitely didn't show rock. At the last second, a hammer suddenly appeared in his hand, handed over by the skeletal manager. Bang! The hammer smashed solidly down on Mr. Shang's outstretched right hand. Bones shattered, tendons snapped. Ah! Mr. Zhang screamed, clutching his hand and retreating. You didn't play by the rules. This isn't rock, paper, scissors. How is it not? Fangyuan played with the hammer, looking innocent. This is called hammer, it counters rock, paper, and scissors. Haven't you heard of it? This is the new version. The surrounding Mr. Zhangs were all stunned. The rules and logic fell apart once again. System judgment, Fangyuan displayed the hammer all gestures. Fangyuan wins. Since I won. Fangyuan raised the hammer, his gaze turned icy. Then according to the rules, the loser has to leave something behind, right? He charged into the crowd, with the hammer in his hand becoming a blur. Bang! 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 This was no game of rock, paper, scissors, it was like playing whack-a-mole. Every mirror image that tried to get close was smashed to pieces by Fangyuan's hammer, turning into shards of glass everywhere. Help! The reflection is attacking. Stop smashing. I'm done playing. In just 1 minute. The living room was left with nothing but shattered glass. Those so-called Mr. Zhines were all physically outmatched. Easily defeated. Fangyuan threw away the hammer and clapped his hands. He walked to the window and looked outside. The neighborhood in the mirror world was also upside down. All the buildings were hanging upside down in the sky. And on the ground was a vast maze made up of countless mirrors. In the center of the maze, there stood a black tower. At the top of the tower, there were huge eyes watching over the entire mirrored world. That pair of eyes, are they the true form of the property manager? Fangyuan squinted. Found it. He picked up the knocking ghost, who was still playing dead in the sack. Hey, stop playing dead. Fangyuan shook the sack. How do we get to that black tower? Lead the way. A faint voice came from the sack. That is a forbidden place, only the manager can go. Not going? Fangyuan pointed the sack at the drooling demon wolf nearby. Perfect, my dog hasn't had enough to eat. Go. I'll go. The knocking ghost screamed, don't eat me. Go left. Just go through that maze. Very good. Fangyuan kicked the demon wolf, which was nibbling on glass shards. It seemed to think the stuff was crunchy. Stop eating, work. Target, Black Tower. Let's go give that manager a send-off. Chapter 29, Mirror Maze, No Path? Then make one. Happy Neighborhood Mirror World Central Square. Leaving room 302, Fangyuan and the three, mainly the demon wolf carrying Fangyuan, and the skeleton manager holding the knocking ghost, arrived at the ground of the neighborhood. Here, the gravity was normal, but the visual effects were extremely depressing. The sky was a gray mirror, reflecting the scenes on the ground. Meanwhile, the original garden, roads, and fountains were completely gone. In their place was a giant maze made up of countless mirrors. The mirror maze was intricate, each mirror reflecting countless reflections. If you carelessly looked for a second, you would see the you in the mirror grinning at you in a bizarre way. In the center of the maze, the black tower loomed, and the huge eye at the top was slowly turning, scanning every corner. Rules, Mirror Maze. 1. The maze has only one path to life. 2. It is forbidden to directly look at your reflection in the mirror for more than 3 seconds, or you will be pulled in to replace it. 3. Cleaners wander in the maze, they have no faces but will mimic your voice. A maze? Fangyuan sat on the demon wolf's back, looking at the dense mirror walls ahead, frowning. I hate mazes the most. Wandering around wastes time. He patted the demon wolf's head. Little Black, do you think these mirrors are fragile? A what? The demon wolf tilted its head, then extended its claws and lightly scratched. Crack! That 2-meter-high mirror wall instantly shattered into the ground like a thin crispy biscuit. Pretty fragile. Fangyuan nodded in satisfaction. Then why walk any path? Directly demolish. Skeleton, get the hammer. Demon wolf, charge with your head. Let's go in a straight line. Boom! With a loud bang. The demon wolf growled, like a heavy bulldozer, charging straight into the maze. It didn't look for a path, nor did it care about the rules. When it encountered a mirror wall, it just crashed through. Crash! Countless mirror shards flew through the air. What was once a cleverly designed maze, even containing spatial folding technology, a great S-maze. In the face of absolute power, it is as weak as a joke. Ah! That's my true form. Don't crash into it. Help! Why is this dog being unreasonable? The cleaners and mirror ghosts hidden in the mirror screamed as they fell out one by one with the mirrors shattering. Before they could attack, they were stomped into mush by the magic wolf's huge paw or knocked out by a single blow from the skeletal supervisor. Fangyuan sat leisurely on the wolf's back and even took out his phone to start a livestream. Though the mirror world had no signal, the omniscient staff had its own local network. Brothers, watch closely. The highest realm of walking through the maze is having no maze at all. As long as you are strong enough, anywhere is a straight road. Just as they were having a blast destroying things. From deep inside the maze came an angry roar. Who is it? Dare to destroy my artwork? The massive eye at the top of the black tower suddenly turned and a red beam of light locked onto Fangyuan. Buzz. The surrounding space suddenly froze. The originally shattered mirror fragments began to float, defying gravity, and reassembled in the air. In the blink of an eye. A gigantic, 10-meter-tall mirror giant stood in front of them. This giant was made entirely of sharp mirror pieces, each reflecting a tortured human face. Maze Guardian, Lord of Mirrors, A-rank boss. Abilities, Infinite Reflection, Physical Attacks Ineffective, Damage Rebound. Mortal, Die. The mirror giant raised its massive fist and slammed it down towards the magic wolf. The magic wolf refused to give in, opening its mouth to bite. Wait! Fangyuan suddenly shouted to stop. Little Black, don't bite. This thing has a damage rebound shell. The magic wolf screeched to a halt. Fangyuan looked at the mirror giant with a cheeky smile. It's all mirrors, right? Physically immune, right? Then let me show you something good. Fangyuan pulled out an item from his pocket. It wasn't a weapon, nor a charm. It was a photo. A photo of the skeletal supervisor in women's clothing that Fangyuan had forced the skeleton to wear a maid outfit for a photo while bored in the library. In the photo, the skeleton wore a pink lace dress, with a bow on its head, striking an incredibly seductive pose. That kind of visual shock, that kind of rapidly dropping sanity, was simply a nuclear bomb in the realm of mental pollution. Come on, everyone, let's appreciate this together. Fangyuan held the photo up to the mirror giant. In that instant, thousands of mirrors on the giant's body simultaneously reflected this photo. 10,000 skeletons in women's clothing. 10,000 pink bows. 10,000 seductive poses. Ugh. Even the magic wolf lying on the ground couldn't help but retch, burying its head into its paws. The mirror giant froze. It was an amalgamation formed by countless resentful souls and rules. It had seen much darkness but had never encountered such extreme darkness. That intense visual pollution drilled into its core logic through every mirror. No, what is this? My eyes, my core. So ugly, so disgusting. I am not clean anymore. The mirror giant let out a desperate wail. Crack! Crack! The mirror pieces on its body began to shatter due to the unbearable ugliness. Aha! With one last scream, that 10-meter-tall mirror giant was completely blown apart by this photo. Crash! It shattered into bits that could never be reassembled. Fangyuan calmly put away the photo. Sigh, today's young people really have poor psychological endurance. He patted the already stunned skeletal supervisor. Did you see? This is called beauty killing. Your looks can be a weapon too. Skeletal supervisor, click. Boss, I think you want me dead. With the roadblock eliminated, a wide path lay ahead. The black tower was already within reach. At that moment, the eye at the top of the tower revealed a deep fear. It had seen the fate of the mirror giant. It did not want to see the photo. It really didn't want to look at the photo. Let's go. Fangyuan pointed at the gate of the tall tower. Let's meet that property manager. Ask him if he is willing to buy a photo collection from me. Chapter 30, at the top of the black tower, want to hypnotize me? Your version is too low. Happy Community Mirror World Black Tower. At the top of the black tower is a huge round hall, surrounded by fully enclosed black glass curtain walls, the floor carved with intricate red incantations, exuding a nauseating smell of blood. In the center of the hall stands an altar. On the altar rests a half-meter-tall black statue. It depicts a monster with an octopus head, bat wings, but a body like a human. Its eyes are two scarlet gems, flickering with enchanting light in the dimness. Beside the statue kneels the property manager in a red uniform. At this moment, the manager's body has become semi-transparent, clearly drawn too much power from the statue. When he saw Fangyuan enter, a flicker of relief and deep terror passed through his eyes. Run, it has awakened. The manager shouted weakly. Awakened? Fangyuan looked at the statue. System notification, detected S-Class forbidden item avatar of the Eldritch God, false. Traits, mind control, memory tampering, reality distortion, domain expansion. Warning, high-risk mental pollution source. Danger level, S-Class. At that moment. Buzz. The two red gem eyes of the statue suddenly lit up. A visible red ripple, like a nuclear explosion shockwave, instantly swept across the entire hall. S-Class mental storm activated. Effect, forcefully tamper with the target's cognition, turning it into a puppet. The magic wolf and the skeleton supervisor standing behind Fangyuan instantly fell victim. The magic wolf let out a mournful howl, trembling on the ground as if it had seen something terrifying. The skeleton supervisor clutched its skull, its whole skeletal frame rattling, the soul fire in its eye sockets flickering wildly, ready to extinguish at any moment. The red ripple also struck Fangyuan. The statue whispered smugly, its voice piercing directly into Fangyuan's mind. Mortal, kneel. I am your master, your memories are false, you are just an ant. By normal logic, Fangyuan should be vacant-eyed at this moment, begging on his knees. However, 1 second passed. 2 seconds passed. Fangyuan stood there, his expression unchanged, even bored as he scratched his ear. The mental impact strong enough to drive an S-Class powerhouse mad rushed into his brain,
but like a cow sinking into the sea, it didn't even make a splash. System judgment in progress. Detected a mental rule attack targeted at the host. Passive talent rule breaker activated. Judgment result, the rule is invalid. Backlash mechanism activated, rebounding the attack back to the origin. Is that all? Fangyuan looked at the statue still desperately releasing red light, with a puzzled expression. This is the level of an S-class? Are you doing red light therapy for me? Can you turn up the power? This little heat wouldn't even cook an egg. The statue? It was stunned. Why wasn't its mind control effective? Immediately, a mental shock 10 times stronger than what it had just released fiercely rebounded. Boom! The 2 ruby eyes of the statue instantly filled with cracks. Ah! A shrill scream echoed from inside the statue. It wasn't a physical sound, but a wail on the soul level. The statue trembled violently, its previously shiny black surface starting to crack, black smoke continuously billowing out. Impossible! How can a mortal's brain have no vulnerabilities? The statue roared in disbelief. What exactly are you? Suddenly, a golden electric current unlike any Fangyuan had felt flash through his mind. That feeling was like a shield that had always been in passive defense suddenly growing spikes. He realized that since the rules could be broken, why couldn't the definition power of the rules be in his own hands? As long as my will is strong enough, I say who I am, the rules must recognize me as who I am. System prompt, detected that the host's mental power has broken the critical value. Talent SSS level rule breaker deep code has been activated. Unlocked active skill, logic restructuring. Skill description, you can induce through language, disguise identity, or use logical arguments to forcibly distort the targets, including NPCs and the rules themselves, cognition. As long as your logic is self-consistent, even if it's fallacious, the rules will temporarily acknowledge your setting. Side effect, using it consumes a large amount of mental power, and if the opponent's logical level is too high, like a deity, it may fail. Fangyuan looked at the line of text that popped up on his retina, and the corner of his mouth curved into a proud smile. So this is how it is, this is the true face of SSS level? He walked to the altar, looking down at the statue from above. You ask me what I am? Fangyuan's gaze sharpened, no longer a passive defender, but a creator of the rules. I am the owner of this place. He extended his hand, without any protection, directly grabbing the statue's head. The statue tried to activate the corrosion curse again, wanting to rot this hand away. Passive talent triggered, physical immunity to negative states. Zizizi. The moment Fangyuan's palm touched the statue, not only did it not rot, but it was as if a red-hot iron pincer met butter. Let go of me. Hot. So hot. The statue screamed. In this man's hand, its rule power was being forcibly shattered by some higher dimensional force. Get down. Fangyuan pulled hard. Crack. The statue was forcibly yanked off the altar, even taking the base with it. Fangyuan held it up in his hand, like lifting a dead chicken. He squinted, looking at the small engraved letters on the statue's base, USA 009. Again, the lighthouse country? Fangyuan sneered. Looks like that lesson last time, Smith hasn't learned his lesson yet. He tossed the statue in his hand. Since it's a contraband, it will be confiscated. Fangyuan pulled out a black plastic bag, one carried by the skeletal manager for garbage, from his pocket, directly stuffing the S-level forbidden item inside. Demon wolf. Skeleton. Stop sleeping. Get up and work. With a kick, Fangyuan woke up the 2 employees who were still having nightmares. The demon wolf jolted awake, saw the bag Fangyuan held, and the struggling statue inside, immediately understood everything. It roared at the bag, its eyes fierce. Stop screaming, this thing can't be eaten, it's all stone, a broken tooth. Fangyuan lifted the bag, turning to walk towards the dumbfounded property manager. At this moment, the manager's body was no longer transparent, with the statue removed, his power was slowly restoring. Gee. God. The manager knelt down with a thud, bowing deeply. Don't waste words. Fangyuan pointed at the collapsing black tower. This place is going to collapse. Hurry and take your little ghosts back to the outer world. Remember the rules I revised earlier, property fees are cut in half, services doubled. If I find out you dare to stir trouble again. Fangyuan shook the plastic bag in his hand. This thing will be your fate. Yes, yes, yes. I will obey the orders of the god Yi. The manager bowed his head like smashing garlic. As the statue was sealed, the mirror world lost its core support and began to completely collapse. Countless mirror fragments fell like snowflakes. When Fangyuan opened his eyes again, he had returned to the top floor of Building 4 in the real world. At this time, it was early morning. The first rays of sunshine pierced through the clouds, shining in the community. Those bizarre gray mists had dissipated. The headgrass turned back into ordinary rose bushes. Those wandering ghosts all disappeared, retreating to dark corners, or starting to clock in at the property office. At the entrance of the community, Qin rushed in with the Special Forces team, holding various detection instruments. Mr. Yi, are you all right? Just now, we detected an S-level energy explosion. Yi Fangyuan threw the plastic bag containing the statue to Qin. That's the culprit. Tell those old men at the Research Institute that this is an S-level forbidden item from the Lighthouse Nation, and they should be careful when slicing it. This thing has a tough mouth, it just tried to hypnotize me. Qin took the bag, feeling the terrifying aura inside even though it was sealed, and his hands were shaking. This was resolved so easily? Why not? Yi Fangyuan stretched lazily, yawning as he walked out. I was planning to play a bit longer, but this boss turned out to be a fragile mage, unable to withstand even my passive attack. He waved his hand, his back confident and relaxed. All right, work is done. I'm going back to catch up on sleep. Qin watched Yi Fangyuan's departing figure, then glanced at the garbage bag containing the S-level evil god in his hand, feeling an indescribable shock surge within him. An S-level forbidden item in his hand felt like a toy. Seal it immediately. Send it to the top-secret laboratory. Qin ordered loudly. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, Smith suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Because on that statue, there lingered a trace of his spiritual mark. Yi Fangyuan, Pu. Smith collapsed on the hospital bed, his eyes filled with terror. That man, is he human or a ghost? Chapter 31, Evil People Conference. If you oppose me, please raise your hand. Those without hands, take your heads down. Happy Home Community Central Square. Morning 8 o'clock. The sun dispersed the last bit of gloom, but for certain residents in the community, the real terror was just beginning. Yi Fangyuan sat in the leather boss chair moved from the property office, holding the loudspeaker, transformed from the omniscient staff, his legs crossed high. In front of him, a neatly lined group of shivering homeowner representatives were kneeling, oh no, sitting. First row, the property manager, accompanied by a group of ghostly staff in red uniforms, head bowed, not daring to make a sound. Second row, ghostly security team, holding brooms and cloths, looking even more obedient than kindergarten children. Third row, mirrored ghosts from the mirror world. Even though the mirror was broken, Yi Fangyuan pulled them out to serve as labor, each one faceless, expressing fear through body language. Fourth row, trapped living homeowners, about 30 or more, now gazing at Yi Fangyuan on stage with the eyes of one looking at a deity. Behind Yi Fangyuan, the demon wolf lay yawning on the ground, revealing its full mouth of eerie white teeth. The skeletal supervisor was professionally massaging Yi Fangyuan's shoulders. Ahem. Yi Fangyuan cleared his throat, his voice spreading throughout the community via the loudspeaker. Good morning, everyone. I am your newly appointed lifelong honorary chairman of the Homeowners Committee, Yi Fangyuan. Last night's events, everyone saw. That unruly statue has been sent for further training, dissection research. Now that the rest of you have chosen to stay, you must follow my rules. The ghosts below nodded vigorously, fearing that a delayed response would result in being thrown into the garbage bin. Now, we will hold the first general meeting for all homeowners. The only agenda is the future development plan for Happy Community. Yi Fangyuan took out a blank sheet of paper, it was just an A4 sheet, and began to read. First, regarding property services. Yi Fangyuan looked at the property manager. From today onwards, property fees will be halved. However, the service must be upgraded. Night patrols cannot stop, but they must not scare people. If homeowners have insomnia at night, you must go tell bedtime stories. Ghost stories are not allowed. If a homeowner's toilet is clogged, the 8-headed serpent will be responsible for fixing it, even though it's still in the sewer. The property manager nodded repeatedly, no problem. No problem. We will definitely do it. Second, regarding security issues. Yi Fangyuan looked at the ghostly security team. In the future, if you see a stranger entering the community, don't just shout to hit or kill. Hello, everyone. It's a salute. If it's a delivery person, they must be allowed in and given directions. The ghost security guards raised their severed hands in salute, yes. Chairman. Thirdly, regarding those vacant homes. Yi Fangyuan pointed at several buildings around him. The occupancy rate in this neighborhood is too low, leaving them empty is a waste. I have decided to transform those haunted houses, for example, Building 3, into a Strange Tales Experience Inn. At this statement, the crowd was in an uproar. The living property owners were stunned, turning haunted houses into inns? Who would dare stay? Yi Fangyuan smiled. You don't understand. Today's young people love this kind of thrilling vibe. When the time comes, you, referring to the ghosts, will be responsible for being NPCs. You can scare people, but you can't hurt them. If you make the guests scream, I'll give you bonuses, ghost money. The ghost's eyes lit up. Can it be played this way? Not only do they not have to hide, but they can legally scare people and make money? Chairman. A bold living property owner raised his hand to ask, what about us? Can we still live here? Of course. Fangyuan said gently, you are the original residents and enjoy the highest treatment. From now on, when you go out, the ghost security will carry your bags. When you come home, the property will open the door for you. If anyone dares to bully you, just come to me to complain. The living property owners were moved to tears. Living here used to be a constant worry, but now it's like being treated like royalty. Alright, now for the vote. Fangyuan looked around, please raise your hand if you agree with this plan. Rustling sounds. Everyone raised their hands. The living raised their hands, and the ghosts raised their claws, or severed hands. Great, it's passed unanimously. Fangyuan nodded in satisfaction. Then, the meeting is adjourned. In the following days, Happiness Community underwent earth-shattering changes. The originally eerie main gate was replaced with a new sign, Happiness Strange Tales Theme Park, formerly Happiness Community. In the security booth at the entrance, the ghost guards, dressed in crisp uniforms, smiled at anyone who approached, though their smiles were a bit creepy. The property office became the visitor reception center. The property manager was busy registering guests every day, counting money until his hands cramped. Meanwhile, Fangyuan sat in his villa, watching his bank account balance on his phone rising constantly, feeling fantastic. Ding-a-ling. The doorbell of the villa rang. The skeleton manager went to open the door. In came Wegwa, but behind him was a middle-aged man in a business suit, looking haggard. Mr. Yi, sorry to disturb you. Wegwa introduced, this is Director Lu from Jiangcheng TV station. He has an urgent matter he needs your help with. As soon as Director Lu saw Fangyuan, he looked like he had found a lifeline, grasping Fangyuan's hand tightly. Ye God! Save us! Our TV station is haunted. Oh? Fangyuan became interested, in what way? Director Lu trembled as he took out a voice recorder. Recently, every day at midnight, our channel automatically airs a show called Midnight Heart Voice. The content is of a woman crying and singing. The key point is, everyone who has listened to the show or called into the hotline has died the next morning. Moreover, the deaths are extremely bizarre, with their ears stuffed full of radio parts. Even our technicians couldn't cut the signal, that frequency seems to be carved right into the air. Fangyuan took the voice recorder but didn't play it, he just turned it in his hand. Death radio? A playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. This is interesting. Just right, I've been a bit bored at home these days and wanted to find some new fun. Fangyuan stood up and waved to the skeleton manager. Prepare, tonight we won't patrol the community. We are going to the TV station, to request a song. Chapter 32, Midnight Radio, caller? No, that's the dead asking for help. Outside Jiangcheng TV station. As night fell, Jiangcheng remained bustling under neon lights, but the 30-story TV station building stood like a giant black tombstone, tall and eerie in the middle of the busy area. It feels out of place. The entire building is sealed off with caution tape. Several special service vehicles are parked at the entrance, their red and blue police lights flashing. Fangyuan got out of the car with the skeletal supervisor and a shrunk version of the magic wolf. Wegwa has been waiting for a long time, but there is no sign of the so-called Director Lu. Mr. Yi, the situation is worse than we expected. Wegwa's expression is serious as he hands over a dossier. Director Lu is missing. Missing? Fangyuan takes the dossier. Yes. Just last night, after he called for help, he never left this building. The surveillance shows that the last place he appeared was the archives on the 14th floor. Moreover, this building has now turned into a dead zone where one can enter but not exit. All 2 reconnaissance teams we sent in have gone missing. Fangyuan looks up at the building. In his ghost eyes, the entire building is encased in a thick, ink-like black rule field. Countless twisted human faces appear on the glass curtain wall, then vanish. At the top of the building, a huge broadcast tower pierces the clouds, continuously radiating invisible gray waves outward. System prompt, detected A-class rule domain, death frequency. Warning, all communication devices will fail upon entering this area, and only broadcasts on specific frequencies can be received. Interesting. Fangyuan withdraws his gaze, it seems this isn't just a haunted live studio, it's turning the entire building into a giant radio. Prepare me a portable radio. Fangyuan instructs. Wegwa quickly has someone bring an old military radio. Buzzing sounds fill the air as soon as it turns on, with faint sounds of someone crying. Help me. I'm on the 14th floor. Don't trust the elevator.
Don't trust. The voice abruptly stops. Let's go. Fangyuan clips the radio to his waist and pats the skeletal supervisor's shoulder. Let's go in and see what this Director Lu has hidden in the archive room. Zhongcheng TV station first floor hall. Pushing open the revolving door, a musty odor rushes at them, like stepping into a closed basement for years. The lights in the hall flicker on and off, and the reception desk is empty, with only a computer screen still lit, displaying a line of red letters. Today's visitors, 0. Current employees, 444. 444? Xin Weigua, who has followed this time despite feeling a bit weak, swallows hard. There are usually fewer than 200 people working in this building. The remaining 200 probably aren't human. Fangyuan approaches the front desk and glances at the computer. Suddenly, the numbers on the computer screen jump. Today's visitors, 3. Looks like we've been registered. Fangyuan smiles, the service is quite efficient. At that moment, the loudspeaker in the hall suddenly bursts to life. Attention all employees, attention all employees. Night shift time has arrived. All employees must return to their stations immediately and start working. Loitering in the halls is prohibited, loud talking is prohibited, and leaving post without permission is prohibited. That was Director Lu's voice. But it sounds extremely stiff, as if synthesized by some software. As the broadcast ends, the previously silent hall suddenly fills with the sound of hurried footsteps. Tap, tap, tap. From various corridors, stairwells, and even the ceiling, figures wearing professional attire walk out. They bow their heads, their faces pale, wearing name tags around their necks, holding folders in their hands, hurriedly crossing the hall as if genuinely rushing to work. But a closer look reveals that their feet do not touch the ground, they are floating. Also, each person's ears are stuffed with rusty metal parts, some are springs, some are copper wires. Rule-triggered, workplace rules. During night shifts, non-employees are not allowed inside. If discovered, they will be forcibly employed, turned into ghosts. A ghostly figure in a security uniform was floating towards Fangyuan and the others. It held a stack of blank employment forms, and its eyes, devoid of pupils, stared intensely at the 3. Newcomer, fill out the form, employment. Xin Weigua was so scared that he almost drew his gun. Don't move. Fangyuan pressed his hand down. Since it's here to check on the case, we have to follow the rules. Fangyuan took out the business card of the general manager of the Zhongcheng Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company. He approached the ghostly security guard with a professional fake smile on his face. Brother, there's a misunderstanding. Fangyuan stuffed the business card into the ghostly security guard's hand. I'm not here to apply for a job. I'm a headhunter from the neighboring company. I heard your staff turnover rate is quite high. I'm here to poach. The ghostly security guard froze. Its logic program only had employment and expulsion, with no option for headhunter. Poach, people? The ghostly guard looked at the business card in its hand, its CPU slightly overloaded. Right, look at your work environment, so oppressive. Fangyuan pointed to the lifeless ghost employees around, each one of them is lackluster. Come work with us, we provide meals and accommodation, plus 5 insurances in a fund, spirit currency version. Before the ghostly security guard could process this, Fangyuan had already bypassed it, heading toward the elevator. Alright, you can think it over. I'll go up and have a chat with your leader first. Fangyuan waved his hand, leading a bewildered Xin Weigua and 2 non-human employees into the elevator. The elevator door slowly closed, leaving only the ghostly security guard standing still, staring at the business card, lost in deep thought about its ghostly life. Inside the elevator. The mirror in the elevator had been smashed, leaving only shards of glass on the floor. Fangyuan pressed the button for the 14th floor. That was where Director Lu had disappeared. Ding! The elevator started moving. At that moment, the radio at his waist suddenly crackled back to life. Zeke, don't go to the 14th floor, don't go. It's lying to you, the archive room only has dead people. The voice was sharp and desperate. Fangyuan looked at the rising numbers, a cold smile creeping on his lips. Only dead people? That's perfect. I'm best at dealing with the dead. Chapter 33, The Death Elevator. Dear, I see the secret stash of money you've hidden. Zhongcheng TV station elevator. The elevator doors slowly closed, cutting off the eerie scene of the first-floor lobby. In the small cabin, the air felt heavy. Fangyuan stood at the front, spinning a red pen in his hand. Xin Weigua pressed against the corner, gripping his firearm tightly, sweat dripping from his forehead. The skeleton supervisor was using its sleeve to wipe the fingerprints off the elevator buttons. It thought they were dirty, while the shrunken magic wolf crouched on the ground, bored, licking its paw. Fangyuan pressed the button for the 14th floor. The numbers on the display began to jump. 1, 2, 3.
The elevator ran very smoothly, with only a faint electric hum echoing in their ears.
Mr. Yi.
Qin Weigua couldn't hold back and broke the silence. You just said Director Liu went missing on the 14th floor.
If we go straight up, wouldn't we run into that ghostly anchor? Wouldn't that be just perfect? Fangyuan looked at the rising numbers, saves me the trouble of searching floor by floor. 10, 11, 12.
Just as the number jumped to 12, the elevator suddenly shook violently.
Z. The lights above went out. The entire cabin plunged into absolute darkness.
Immediately, the radio hanging at Fangyuan's waist suddenly sprang to life without warning. Z. Attention all passengers, this elevator does not stop at the 13th floor. If it does stop, please do not exit the elevator no matter who calls you from the outside. The voice was hoarse and intermittent, like a broadcast with extremely poor signal.
Qin Weigua froze. The 13th floor?
There's number 13 on this elevator panel at all. Indeed, the panel only displayed 12 and 14. But in the darkness, the number on the display eerily froze at a red, bloody number.
13. Ding. A crisp bell rang out.
The elevator door slowly opened. Outside the door was not an office area.
It's not a hallway, but a warm, cozy living room with warm colors.
In the living room, there are a sofa, a TV, and even steaming hot dishes on the dining table. A woman in an apron, with a gentle face, stands at the door, holding a spatula, smiling as she looks at the person in the elevator.
Old Qin?
Why are you back so late? The woman looks at Qin Weigua, her eyes filled with both reproach and concern. The food is cold, come in and eat.
Qin Weigua is stunned.
His pupils contract violently, and the gun in his hand almost drops to the ground.
Hoi. Huifan?
That is his wife who passed away 3 years ago.
Wife, why are you here? Qin Weigua's eyes instantly turn red.
He is a tough man, but the only soft spot in his life is his early deceased wife. At this moment, seeing that familiar face, that warm home, his rational defenses crumble in an instant.
I've been waiting for you.
The woman reaches out her hand. Come out quickly, don't let them, Fangyuan and the others, laugh at you. Qin Weigua instinctively takes a step forward.
Rule triggered, the elevator stops at the 13th floor, exiting the elevator is forbidden. Violators will be forever trapped on this floor, turning into vengeful spirits. Fangyuan watches this scene with cold eyes.
This is a typical illusion trap. In the ghost story instance, ghosts love to use human memories and emotions to create traps.
Old Qin, wake up.
Fangyuan says lightly. But Qin Weigua seems not to hear, his eyes glazed, his steps unceasing.
Huifan. I miss you so much. Just as Qin Weigua is about to step out of the elevator,
the wife outside suddenly cracks a bizarre smile, revealing a mouth full of sharp teeth.
The outstretched hand also transforms into a shriveled, bony claw. Come, join me. At that crucial moment. Bang!
A shoe-clad foot kicks hard at Qin Weigua's backside. This kick is so powerful that it sends Qin Weigua flying back to the corner of the elevator, dazed and confused.
Ouch!
Qin Weigua cries out in pain, covering his backside as he struggles to stand up, his eyes instantly clear.
Yi? Mr. Yi?
Why did you kick me?
If I didn't kick you, you would have become that thing's late-night snack. Fangyuan points outside the door.
Qin Weigua turns his head to look. The once warm living room is rapidly rotting, turning into a ruin full of bloodstains and mold. That gentle wife is now twisted on the ground, contorted into a spider-like shape, letting out a piercing scream.
I want to eat you. The female ghost suddenly lunges at the elevator door, trying to crash in. Want to come in? Fangyuan sneers. He doesn't close the door, instead, he steps forward, blocking the doorway. Sister-in-law, right?
Fangyuan looks at the lunging female ghost and suddenly shouts loudly.
By the way,
just now, old Qin told me his secret stash is hidden under the floral insoles in the house.
It's a full 20,000. He said he wants to use this money to buy a new fishing rod.
The ghost, ready to kill, freezes mid-action. A hint of incredibly human-like anger appears on its snarling ghost face. As an illusion drawn from Qin Weigua's memories, it inherits certain obsessions from his wife's life. For example, hating secret stash money.
What? 20,000? The female ghost's roar changes tone. Qin Weigua. You've become bold, haven't you? Dare to hide money?
It actually gives up attacking Fangyuan and turns to the decaying living room, frantically searching drawers for the insoles.
My money.
That's for buying milk powder for the child.
Seizing the chance while the female ghost is going mad, Fangyuan calmly presses the close button. The elevator doors slowly close.
Until the last moment, you can still hear the sounds of rummaging and cursing coming from outside.
Qin Weigua shrinks in the corner, his face turning pale. Yi. Mr. Yi. I didn't hide any secret money. I know. Yi Fangyuan shrugs, but now that I said it, isn't it enough for it to believe? This is called using the bug in the rules to defeat the rules. And Yi Fangyuan glances at Qin Weigua. Your wife's temper was quite explosive when she was alive. Qin Weigua smiled wryly. Yeah, I never thought that even after becoming a ghost, it would still be managing my money. Ding. The elevator shook again slightly. The number on the display finally skipped over the blood-red 13. 14. Arrived. Get ready. Yi Fangyuan adjusted his collar, and the pen in his hand spun quickly. The real show has just begun. Chapter 34, 14th floor archive room. Who says tapes can't be used for hanging? Jiangcheng Television Station, 14th floor. As the elevator doors opened, there were no screams or howls as imagined. It was terrifyingly quiet here. All the lights along the corridor had burst, leaving only the emergency indicator sign emitting a ghostly green light. Countless sheets of paper were scattered on the ground, and a strong, acrid smell like burnt plastic filled the air. Facing the elevator was the large door of the archive room. The heavy iron door was now half ajar, and a suit jacket hung from the doorknob. Qin Weigua recognized it at a glance as Director Lu's clothing. Director Lu. Before Qin Weigua could rush over, he was pulled back by Yi Fangyuan. What's the hurry? Didn't you see something on the ground? Yi Fangyuan pointed to the floor. In the eerie green light, the ground was covered with a layer of black, hair-like strands. They stretched across the entire corridor, extending into the archive room. That was tape. Countless black tapes, pulled from old-fashioned recording tapes, seemed to slither across the ground like they had life. It seems that this Director Lu was invited in by these things. Yi Fangyuan lifted his foot and stepped on a tangle of tape. Ziz. The tape let out a sharp electrical sound, like a snake whose tail had been stepped on, quickly contracting in an attempt to entangle Yi Fangyuan's leg. Snap. The skeletal supervisor was quick, swinging the fire axe in his hand instantly. Puff. The tangle of tape was smoothly severed, with black liquid surprisingly oozing out from the cut. Dirty. Too dirty. The skeletal supervisor was very angry. He pulled out a huge pair of gardening shears from the toolbox, snipping along like a gardener trimming grass. Yi Fangyuan followed behind leisurely. I really appreciate this cleaning method. Entering the archive room. This was simply an ocean of tape. On dozens of huge iron racks, recording tapes were densely packed. Now, most of these racks had collapsed, with all the tapes pulled out, woven into a giant, black cocoon in this space. And at the center of the cocoon hung a person. It was the missing Director Lu. He was bound by countless tape strands around his neck and limbs, hanging in midair. His face was purple, eyes rolled back, and he was clearly suffocated for a long time. But he was not dead, because the tape seemed to be delivering some form of energy into his body, maintaining his minimal life signs. On his chest hung that recording pen. Save him. Qin Weigua shouted. Don't move. Yi Fangyuan stared at that giant cocoon. That's not an ordinary cocoon. That's a signal receiver. Yi Fangyuan could see that the tapes were vibrating slightly, seemingly receiving commands from the signal tower at the top of the building. Suddenly. ZZ. The enormous black cocoon moved. Countless tapes tightened immediately, yanking Director Lu's body up abruptly, making him twitch like a marionette. At the same time, a mechanical, cold voice emerged from the scratching sounds of the tapes all around. Intruder, eliminate, eliminate. Boom. The tapes that had been scattered on the ground suddenly surged, transforming into hundreds of black snakes, pouring toward the three of them. Magic Wolf, protect old Qin. Yi Fangyuan shouted in a low voice, and the pen in his hand instantly enlarged. Actually, he threw the pen cap away as a dart. Rule modification, wrapping is prohibited in this area. A red light flashed. The tapes that were originally soft and resilient. At the moment of contact with Yi Fangyuan, it suddenly became as crispy as dry noodles. Clap. 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 The magnetic tapes crashed into Yi Fangyuan, shattering into black powder. But this could only block for a moment. Because there were simply too many magnetic tapes here, endless. Skeleton. Don't cut it. Find that master tape for me. Yi Fangyuan shouted while using his staff to knock away the incoming magnetic tapes. In this strange tale of rules, all derivatives, subbodies, were endless, only finding the source, the core tape controlling all this, could break the situation. Though the skeleton manager had no brain, it was highly sensitive to foreign objects. Its eye sockets burned with red flames as it scanned the area. Finally, its gaze fixed on the bottom layer of the collapsed shelf, in an inconspicuous corner. There was a rusty safe. From its seams, black magnetic tapes were continuously gushing out. Click.
It's there. The skeleton manager pointed at the safe. Great. Yi Fangyuan's figure flickered, avoiding a magnetic tape whip that swung at his face. He rushed to the safe. There was a combination lock on the safe. Password? Yi Fangyuan did not even look, directly raising his staff. I am the password. Bang! With a single strike, the rusty safe door was flattened. Yi Fangyuan reached in and grabbed the red magnetic tape that was spinning wildly. Item, Cursed Master Tape, B-Level. Content, a cursed recording. Play it, and you can control the surrounding tapes. Got you. Yi Fangyuan applied force. Crack. The red magnetic tape was crushed in his hand. Instantly, the frantic magnetic tape riot in the whole room stopped. Director Liu, suspended in midair, fell like a kite with a broken string, thud, landing in the pile of tapes, gasping for air. Cough cough. Yi God. Director Liu struggled to get up, pointing at the half-tape in Yi Fangyuan's hand. That's the employment file of Xiaohong. Employment file? Yi Fangyuan raised an eyebrow. He pulled out a segment of tape from the shattered casing and took a glance. The tape really had writing on it, although blurry, he could vaguely make out. Name, Hong. Writing unclear. Employment date, 1994. Reason for leaving, live broadcast accident. Death. Turns out it's an old ghost. Yi Fangyuan tucked the tape into his pocket. Let's go, take Director Liu with us. Let's see this old predecessor's live broadcast scene. At this moment, the radio at his waist rang again. The female ghost broadcaster's voice became sharper, even tinged with a hint of panic. Return the things to me. Come to the 18th floor. I'm waiting for you on the 18th floor. Yi Fangyuan smiled, replying to the radio. Sure, turn the air conditioning up, I'm afraid of the heat. Chapter 35, Midnight Canteen. In this plate, do you want the screws braised or steamed? Jiangcheng TV station employee canteen. Leaving the office filled with magnetic tape tentacles, a group, plus the just rescued, still shaky Director Liu, continued to explore upward. The elevator to the 18th floor seemed to be locked. No matter how they pressed, there was no response. We can only take the stairs. Yi Fangyuan said. But as they passed the 15th floor, a tempting aroma wafted out. It was the smell of braised pork, mixed with the fragrance of freshly cooked rice. In this eerie and terrifying ghost story building, this smell full of warmth felt particularly jarring yet irresistible. Gulp. Director Liu's stomach betrayed him, making a sound. He had been suspended for a whole day and night, already starved to the point of his stomach touching his back. Ye God. How about, we go take a look? Director Liu swallowed hard. This smell seems to be the skill of the canteen chef. Yi Fangyuan stopped. Canteen? He remembered the rule he saw in the lobby. During night shifts, non-station employees are not allowed to enter. But does eating in the canteen count as employee benefits? Let's go, take a look. Yi Fangyuan pushed open the fire door of the 15th floor. Here is indeed the employee canteen. The lights are bright, almost blinding. Dozens of long tables are filled with employees in work uniforms. They are deep in eating, their movements synchronized, mechanically shoving food from their plates into their mouths. But what they are eating is not food. Instead, it is piles of bloody radio parts, discarded wires, and rusty batteries. They chew loudly, black machine oil dribbling from their mouths, yet it seems like they are enjoying earthly delicacies. At the food-serving window, a burly cook wearing a grease-stained tall hat is stirring something in a stainless steel barrel with a huge spoon. In the barrel, boiling mercury is churning. Rule triggered, canteen rules. 1. Since you are here, you must eat. 2. No wasting food is allowed. You must finish everything on your plate, even a single screw. 3. After eating, please give the cook a 5-star review. As Yi Fangyuan and his group walked into the canteen, all the ghostly employees stopped their actions. They turned their heads in unison, staring intensely at these unexpected guests. The ghost chef tapped the iron barrel, producing a loud dong-dong sound. New arrivals? Get your food. Form a line. Liu, the station manager, nearly vomited upon seeing the food. Eating this would surely ruin their insides. Yishin, can we skip the meal? Skip? The ghost chef scoffed, raising the giant spoon still dripping with mercury. Without eating, how will you have the strength to work? Wasting food is a serious crime. You will be turned into fertilizer. With this threat, the surrounding ghost employees stood up, wielding forks and knives. Though plastic, they were extraordinarily sharp under the rule's power, and began to close in. Rule enforced, mandatory eating. Qin Weigua and Liu felt their bodies uncontrollably moving toward the food-serving window, their hands reaching for the plates filled with parts. Don't rush. Yi Fangyuan suddenly spoke up. He stepped to the front of the window, looking at the boiling mercury pot and the pile of rusty screws. Master, your menu is a bit too simple. Fangyuan commented, these screws are raw, right? They haven't even been fried? How can we eat them like this? Are you trying to break our teeth? The ghost chef was taken aback. After working here for decades, it was the first time someone complained about its cooking. What do you know? This is to supplement trace elements, the ghost chef shouted angrily. Trace elements? Fangyuan shook his head. I think you are cutting corners. He snapped his fingers. Magic Wolf, show it what a real appetite looks like. Awah! The Magic Wolf, in husky form, instantly jumped onto the serving counter. It looked at the heap of screws, wires, and mercury soup, its eyes shining. For a top-level magical beast from another world, this metal garbage infused with the power of rules was a great feast. Crunch! Crunch! The Magic Wolf opened its mouth wide, biting into the steel plate full of screws, crushing it and swallowing it whole. Gulps! It then plunged its head into the mercury-filled barrel, drinking the boiling mercury as if it were water. Burp! The Magic Wolf let out a satisfied belch, releasing a silver smoke ring. The ghost chef was left stunned. The surrounding ghost employees were also in shock. Is this a dog? It looks like a shredder. Still not full? Fangyuan patted the Magic Wolf's head, then pointed to the giant spoon in the ghost chef's hand. That can be eaten too, high in iron content. The Magic Wolf immediately focused on the ghost chef. The ghost chef, terrified, dropped the spoon, which clattered to the ground. No! Don't eat me. I'm not high in iron. I only have fat. The ghost chef was in despair. Its rule was must finish the food on the plate, but this dog had eaten even the pot. Was that not an overachieving task? Since you finished. Fangyuan took out his phone, though it had no signal, it served as a prop. According to the rules, I have to give you a review. He pointed in the air a few times. The dishes are not fresh, the texture is too tough, and the service attitude is extremely poor. Bad review. Boom. With the words bad review spoken, black flames suddenly ignited on the ghost chef's body. This was the backlash of the rules. Chefs who failed to satisfy customers would be considered defective products and destroyed. No. Give me a good review. Please give me a good review. The ghost chef cried out in agony as the flames consumed him, his body gradually turning to ash. The ghost employees around him saw the scene and, terrified, dropped their trays and scattered in all directions. Alright, stop chasing. Fangyuan stopped the Magic Wolf from pursuing the ghost employees for snacks. Eating too much junk food is bad for you, it can easily lead to indigestion. He turned to the already dumbfounded director Lu and Chin Weigua. Let's go, let's eat and drink, even though it's food for the Magic Wolf, it's time to move to the next stop. 18th floor, that female anchor is probably waiting anxiously. As they left the cafeteria, Fangyuan casually picked up the large spoon dropped by the ghost chef. The spoon was heavy, engraved with a few words, spoon of gluttony, see great item. Skeleton, take this. Fangyuan threw the spoon to the skeleton manager. From now on, this will be your new weapon. Hitting ghosts with this should sound pretty crisp. The skeleton manager received the spoon and swung it a couple of times, producing a satisfying click sound. The 3 people and 1 dog continued to head toward the top floor. At that moment, the voice in the building's broadcast had turned from sorrowful to hysterical. You actually destroyed my cafeteria. Come up. If you have the guts, come up. I have prepared a great gift for you in the live broadcast. Chapter 36, Death Sound Waves, Noise Disturbance? Then let me show you what a divine song sounds like. Jiangcheng TV Station 16th floor corridor. Leaving the cafeteria, the group continued upward. The higher they went, the stronger the feeling of oppression became. The air was filled with static electricity, causing their hair to stand on end. The emergency lights on the walls had turned completely blood red, illuminating the hallway as if it were hell. Suddenly, Z! A sharp, piercing electrical shriek suddenly erupted from the speakers all around. That sound was not ordinary noise, it was a mixture of countless screams, nails scraping against a blackboard, and the grinding of metal, all combining to create a cacophony that made sanity waver. Ah! Director Lu and Chin Weigui instantly covered their ears and knelt on the ground in pain. Even with earplugs, that sound drilled into their brains like a drill, causing blood to seep from their orifices. Rule triggered, death frequency. When the broadcast sounds, please cover your ears and squat down. If you understand the content of the broadcast, it means your brain has already been invaded by the signal. The noise in the broadcast started to change, transforming into countless overlapping voices. Leave your heads, leave your heads. Join us, become part of the signal. The office doors at the end of the corridor all swung open.
One by one, faceless figures with only a large mouth, the signal ghosts, staggered out. They had no physical form, only made of sound wave patterns. They opened their wide mouths, emitting the same frequency, trying to assimilate the intruders.
Why Yi? Mr. Yi. I think I understand.
Qin Weigua's eyes went blank, and his hands began to uncontrollably grasp his own neck.
They said, they need an antenna. Shut up. Yi Fangyuan frowned.
Although he had a talent for protection, this noise was indeed annoying.
It's so noisy, don't you have any sense of public morals? Renovations at this hour?
Yi Fangyuan pulled out the all-knowing staff from his pocket.
Since you all want to compete in volume, let's see whose sound system is better.
He pointed one end of the staff at the largest broadcast speaker and plugged in his phone at the other end. Though there was no signal, the local music library was still available.
Skeleton, crank the volume knob all the way. Maximum.
The skeleton manager dashed over and forcefully twisted an eyeball-shaped knob on the staff.
Max.
Yi Fangyuan played a long-preserved cherished song.
Title, Good Luck Comes, DJ Nuclear Explosion version. Prelude, Beep Beep.
A loud, festive, piercing sound of a swana instantly overwhelmed all electric noise. Immediately, an intense drumbeat sprayed across the scene like a machine gun.
Good luck comes to you. Good luck brings joy and love. Fold 1,000 paper cranes. Tie a red ribbon.
This song, etched in the DNA of Chinese people, transformed into a substantial golden sound wave with the support of the all-knowing scepter, a mythical level item.
Boom.
The red light in the corridor shattered instantly. Those signal ghosts made of noise began to twist and melt violently in the face of this joyful sound wave, like ice cream meeting the scorching sun.
No. What is this sound, too festive? I can't take it. All my resentment, my sadness, have been swept away by this song.
The ghosts covered their head, which had no ears, rolling in pain.
Some weak-willed little ghosts couldn't help but dance their legs to the beat. Left foot, right foot, spinning around.
The scene suddenly changed. Originally terrifying, the procession of demons turned into a bizarre disco in the corridor.
Qin Weigua and Director Liu also woke up.
Although their ears were still buzzing, this song felt really exhilarating.
Ye God, is this also an exorcism technique? Qin Weigua shouted loudly, because the BGM was too loud.
Of course. Yi Fangyuan held the scepter like a microphone, shaking his legs while shouting.
This is called sound wave interference. Use magic to defeat magic. Use joy to defeat sorrow. Come on. Everyone sing together. Embrace good fortune and thrive across the world.
As the climax approached, the largest loudspeaker at the end of the corridor finally couldn't withstand the high intensity of this positive energy, and a plume of black smoke erupted.
Bang!
The world became quiet, except for the looping Good Luck Comes.
Those signal ghosts completely dissipated, transforming into wisps of blue smoke. Yi Fangyuan turned off the music, smacking his lips reluctantly. Looks like the equipment quality of this TV station isn't good, it blew up after just one song.
He glanced at the staircase leading to the 17th floor.
Let's go, continue up. Let that female anchor hear what true good sound is. Meanwhile,
18th floor, top live broadcast room. Under the red lights, a female ghost in a blood-red cheongsam with disheveled hair sat at the broadcast desk, staring dead at the monitor in front of her. On the monitor, Yi Fangyuan was playing music, and the ghosts were dancing wildly in the corridor. The female ghost's fingers embedded deeply into the table, her nails broke, and black blood seeped out.
Damn it, damn it. He actually dared to play this song in my territory. This is a desecration of art. This is an insult to tragedy.
The female ghost abruptly raised her head, and on her faceless visage, a huge mouth split open.
Since you love listening to songs so much, then I'll ensure you, forever become a part of this song.
She pressed a red button on the sound mixing console.
Activate backup plan, full frequency blocking interference. Summon, deceased listeners, return. The building trembled again.
Countless black telephone wires, like a swarm of snakes, emerged from the walls, floors, and ceilings, wending their way toward Yi Fangyuan and the others who were ascending. At the end of each telephone wire was a listener with only half a body.
They opened their mouths, silently shouting. Listen to me, listen to me. Chapter 37 16th Floor Editorial Department, these manuscripts are toxic, all negative energy. Zhangcheng TV Station 16th floor.
As I pushed the fire door, a musty smell and the stench of rotting paper rushed to my face.
This place was completely different from the floors below. There were no modern office equipment, no LED lights. Everything here seemed to freeze in the 1990s.
Dim yellow incandescent bulbs flickered overhead, emitting a buzzing electric sound. Thick files and newspapers piled high on wooden desks, and the calendar on the wall was stuck on July 14, 1999. Is this the editorial department of the old station? Director Lu looked around in shock, unable to close his mouth. I heard from the old employees that when the station expanded, they sealed off this floor, saying it was haunted. It turns out to be true. Haunted? Fangyuan walked to a desk and casually picked up a piece of yellowed manuscript paper. I don't think it's haunting, it feels more like bullying. The manuscript was a news article, but it was covered in big red X's, and insulting comments were scribbled all over it. Utter nonsense. Rewrite. Who do you think you are to be a host? Go back to cleaning toilets. Go die. Nobody wants to hear your voice. Every line was filled with strong malice and bullying. Fangyuan narrowed his eyes. It seems this is where that little red host worked before her death. Suddenly. Whoosh. A gust of cold wind blew through. The stack of manuscript papers on the desk suddenly flew up, like a group of startled white doves, spiraling wildly in the air. Then, the text on those papers started to bleed, turning into twisted human faces. I hate. Why bully me, why? Countless voices filled with resentment echoed in the air. Rule-triggered, literary prison. Reading the discarded drafts on the desk is strictly forbidden. Once read, you will be suffocated by the bitterness in the words. Ah! My eyes. Director Lu screamed and covered his eyes. He accidentally glanced at the manuscript floating in front of him and now felt as if his eyeballs were on fire. The flying manuscript papers seemed to have smelled blood, instantly pouncing towards Director Lu, trying to envelop him completely. Old Qin! Help! Fangyuan shouted, swinging his staff, knocking several manuscript papers away. Although Qin Weigua had no special talent, he was an old soldier and reacted quickly. He drew his gun, loaded with red powder, and shot at the papers in the air. Bang! Bang! The bullets pierced through the papers, igniting a flash of fire. But there were too many papers to finish off. Magic Wolf! Stop looking! Get to work! Fangyuan kicked the Magic Wolf, which was trying to understand the manuscript, thinking it was a menu. Awah! The Magic Wolf realized what was happening and lunged at the storm of papers. It opened its big mouth, biting down on a dozen papers and tearing them to shreds with a crunch. Skeleton Supervisor! Sweep the floor! Click! The skeleton supervisor pulled out a huge pair of gardening scissors and a broom from its toolbox. It might not have a brain, but it hated messy paper scraps the most. Dirty! Too dirty! The skeleton supervisor waved its scissors and charged into the pile of paper, flipping and flying around. Chop! Chop! The papers filled with resentment couldn't fight back under the skeleton's scissors, getting shredded and scattered onto the ground. Fangyuan stood still, holding the devil's editing pen in his hand. He stared at the largest manuscript in the air. Written on it was Little Red's name. Since it's a literary prison, it must be solved with words. Fangyuan traced the air with his pen. Comment: although the writing is immature, the feelings are genuine. Suggest revising and publishing. Rating: pass. As this line of golden text was printed on the manuscript. Buzz. That originally wrath-filled manuscript suddenly quieted down. The bloodstain slowly faded, returning to ordinary ink. Other papers seemed to be inspired too, falling to the ground, no longer attacking. Whoa whoa! A low sobbing sound filled the air. It was a remnant of Little Red's lingering obsession here. Her biggest wish in life was for someone to recognize her writing, to acknowledge her voice. And now, Fangyuan had given her this delayed recognition, even though it was forced. Alright, stop crying. Fangyuan put away his pen, looking at the mess of shredded paper on the ground. Skeleton, clean it up. We need to go to the next floor. Click. The skeleton supervisor began sweeping tirelessly. Director Lu rubbed his swollen eyes and got up from the ground, a look of having escaped death on his face. Ye God, what was that just now? That was the embodiment of workplace bullying. Fangyuan said lightly. It seems your station's corporate culture is not great, Lu. Director Lu bowed his head in shame. Let's go. Fangyuan pointed to the stairs leading to the 17th floor. Now that we know the reason, the next path will be much easier. Let's go to the 17th floor and hear what those accomplices have to say. Chapter 38, Hello, this is the direct line to hell, how well done do you want it? Jiang City TV Station 17th floor? Passing through the stairway plastered with suicide notes, Fangyuan and his group arrived at the 17th floor. The environment here was even more oppressive than the 16th floor. The entire floor was divided into small cubicles, like a giant beehive. Each cubicle was equipped with an old-fashioned black rotary phone, the phone lines tangled like spider webs on the ceiling, extending into unknown darkness. Ring ring ring. Ring ring ring. Countless phones rang simultaneously. The ringing echoed in the empty space, creating a maddening storm of noise. But strangely, there were no operators present. Only those phones rang lonely, as if waiting for someone to answer. Rule triggered, forced answer. When the phone rings, it must be answered within 3 rings. Otherwise, the thing on the other end will crawl over along the phone line. After answering, the caller must be satisfied within 1 minute, or it will be considered poor service and punished. Qin Weiguo looked at the hundreds of vibrating phones, his face turned green. Yi, Mr. Yi, how do we answer? We only have a few people, and there are hundreds of phones. Who said we have to answer them all? Yi Fangyuan calmly walked to the nearest workstation. He picked up the ringing receiver. Hello? On the other end of the phone came a hoarse, desperate voice, as if thick phlegm was stuck in the throat. I don't want to live anymore. I want to die. I want to take everyone with me. This was a typical vengeful spirit of a society. According to the rules, if it was not satisfied, it would crawl over and kill. Want to die, huh? Yi Fangyuan's tone was relaxed, even carrying a hint of teasing. Well, you found the right person. Our company happens to be short on security, and the requirement is to be ruthless, to have that I want to take everyone with me momentum. I think you fit the bill quite well. The spirit on the other end was stunned. It hadn't finished delivering its prepared curse lines. How did it suddenly turn into a job interview? I want to kill, the spirit insisted. Killing is so boring. Yi Fangyuan guided gently. Killing will get you jail time, though you're a ghost, you won't serve time, and you'll have to bear the consequences. Why not join our company, legally exorcise ghosts, get a salary, and venture violent tendencies? How about it? A salary of 3,000 ghost coins, meals and accommodation included. The spirit fell silent. It seemed to be weighing the pros and cons. After a moment, a hesitant voice came from the phone. Really includes meals and accommodation? Of course, I'm the boss, I call the shots. Yi Fangyuan patted his chest to assure. Then I'll give it a try? Great. Just hang up the phone now and go downstairs to fill out a form. Click. The call was hung up. The crisis was averted. Qin Weiguo and Director Lu stood by, dumbfounded. This can actually work? Ye God, did you just turn a hotline into a recruitment hotline? Resource utilization. Yi Fangyuan shrugged. But the surrounding phones were still ringing, and the ringing became more frantic. What about the rest? Qin Weiguo asked. Simple. Yi Fangyuan turned to the 2 non-human employees behind him. Skeleton, Magic Wolf, it's time to get to work. Skeleton, you go answer the phones over there. If you encounter the crying ones, tell them cold jokes. If you encounter those wanting to kill, tell them we need cleaners. Clack. The skeleton supervisor excitedly rushed over, grabbing 3 receivers, starting to communicate with the ghost in bone language. Magic Wolf, you handle the unreasonable ones. If you encounter those cursing, just roar back at them. No one has ever won against your loud voice. Howl. The demon wolf jumped onto the table and released a thunderous roar into a microphone. The ghost on the other end of the phone was directly stunned, even scared enough to hang up the phone on their own. So, the entire hotline center on the 17th floor suddenly changed its atmosphere. What should have been a terrifying scene filled with grievances and curses turned into a lively customer service center. Yi Fangyuan sat in the middle like a commander. Hello? Thinking of jumping off? Don't jump, the ground is hard and it hurts when you fall. Come here and carry bricks, it will also help you exercise. Hello? Looking for a substitute? Why look for a substitute? Isn't it better to live a wonderful life yourself? In just 10 short minutes. The phone ringing non-stop gradually became sparse. Most of the ghost listeners were misled, some went to be reborn, some went downstairs to fill out forms, and even some became Yi Fangyuan's fans, expressing their intention to send rockets to the host. Only one phone was still ringing. It was a red, dedicated line phone placed in a central position. It hadn't connected to any external line but was directly linked to the 18th floor. Yi Fangyuan walked over and picked up the red receiver. Hello? There was no sound on the other end, only heavy breathing. After a long while, a chilling female voice came through. You actually swayed my listeners. It was Xiao Hong. Swayed? Yi Fangyuan laughed. I am helping them find new jobs. You know, the job market is tough these days, it's not easy to be a ghost. Stop talking nonsense. Xiao Hong's voice became sharp. Come up. I'm waiting for you on the 18th floor. I want to personally turn you into a specimen. Click. The phone was slammed down forcefully. At the same time, the fire door leading to the 18th floor, which was originally closed, creaked open automatically.
Red light spilled out from the crack of the door, seeming to invite, yet also warning. Looks like the boss lady is angry. Fangyuan put down the receiver and adjusted his clothes. Let's go. To meet this one who kept us busy all night. Chapter 39, The Disappearing Staircase, Not Opening the Door? Then let's tear this broken building down. Jiangqing TV station, the staircase from the 17th to the 18th floor. Though the fire door was open, when Fangyuan and the others reached the staircase, they found that the way ahead was blocked. What should have been the stairs to the 18th floor had now turned into a smooth, cold concrete wall. There was no door on the wall, no cracks, as if this building never had an 18th floor at all. In the center of the wall, there was a huge red poster. The poster depicted a female host from behind, with a line written below in blood. Only the most loyal listeners can find the entrance to the truth, death. Question: What is host Xiao Han's favorite song? A. Black Friday. B. Wedding dress. C. A Great Compassion mantra. This is a rule puzzle. If they answer incorrectly, this wall might turn into a giant mouth and swallow them all. If they answer correctly according to the nature of horror stories, perhaps the outcome won't be good either. Director Lu wiped his sweat. Ye God, I don't know the answer to this question. Xiao Han's file from back then was burned. Who knows what she liked to listen to? Qin Weigua furrowed his brows. This is clearly a trap. No matter which one you choose, it's probably a dead end. Fangyuan looked at the question and rubbed his chin. Favorite song? He recalled the song Great Compassion Mantra, DJ version, that was played earlier in the control room. At that time, Xiao Hong had quite a strong reaction. I think it should be C. Fangyuan said solemnly, spouting nonsense. Ha! But when we played that song just now, she seemed to be in pain. Director Lu was confused. That was a painful sensation from being moved. Fangyuan waved his hand. Alright, no more guessing. I hate multiple choice questions the most. He walked to the wall and knocked on it. Thud, thud. Solid and thick. Not opening the door, huh? Fangyuan took out the red tape he found on the 14th floor, Xiao Hong's employment file. Since you don't want me to go in, then I'll just burn this thing. He took a lighter from the skeleton manager and pretended to ignite the tape. This is your only relic, Xiao Hong. If you burn it, you'll truly have nothing left in this world. Not even as a ghost. Fangyuan said as he brought the flame closer to the tape. Sizzle. The tape twisted, making a curling sound from the heat. Stop. A mournful scream echoed from the wall. The smooth cement wall suddenly shook violently, revealing countless faces of pain on its surface. Don't burn it. I'll open the door. Is that okay? The wall didn't want him to destroy its core. The tape was one of the main carriers of resentment. Creak, creak. The cement wall cracked open like a block of toys. A pitch-black, deep passage appeared, leading straight upwards. That's more like it. Fangyuan extinguished the lighter and put away the tape. If you had cooperated earlier, we wouldn't be in this situation. You made me take action. He turned back and waved to the two stunned people and one dog and one skeleton. Let's go check the room. At the end of the passage stood a red wooden door marked 1801 Live Room. There weren't the heavy guards expected, but two paper figures were standing there. These two paper figures wore exaggerated makeup, with blush on their cheeks like monkey bottoms, holding paper morning staffs. Seeing Fangyuan and his group approach, the two paper figures suddenly moved. They stiffly turned their heads, making a rustling sound from the paper rubbing together. No entry for outsiders. Intruders will be killed. They raised the morning staffs, ready to strike down. Paper tigers? Fangyuan laughed. Magic wolf, I'll leave these two to you. Don't eat them, it's hard to digest. Just tear them apart. Awah! The magic wolf, now back to its 3-meter-tall combat form, lunged forward. The two paper figures were like toys in front of an S-class monster. Tear! Tear! With the magic wolf's claws, the two paper figures became a flurry of paper scraps. Too weak. Fangyuan shook his head. He walked up to the red wooden door. This time, he didn't kick the door. He adjusted his clothing, even tidied his hairstyle. After all, it's the final boss, gotta keep some face. He reached for the doorknob and gently twisted it. Creak. The door opened. A bone-chilling wind mixed with the scent of blood surged out from the crack of the door. Fangyuan stepped inside. Hello, I am Manager Yi from the Jiangqing Abnormal Affairs Consultation Company. I am here to discuss an acquisition. Chapter 40 Memory Mirage, the live broadcast accident. Back then, I was the only viewer. Jiangqing television station Mirage Space. At the moment the door swung open, Fangyuan did not see the terrifying live broadcast room he imagined. The surrounding scene twisted like an old television screen skipping frames. When their vision cleared, they found themselves standing in a busy, bright office area. Sunlight streamed in from the window, and the air was filled with the scent of coffee. Employees were busily making phone calls and editing scripts. The calendar on the wall showed July 14, 1999. What is this time travel? Qin Weiguo looked around in surprise. No, this is a memory recall. Yi Fangyuan calmly observed the surroundings. We have entered the memory of that female host. This is the television station from back then. Just then, a young, beautiful girl hurriedly walked past them, holding a stack of documents and looking down. She wore a red dress, had a ponytail, and sported a shy smile on her face. Xiao Hong. Where's the coffee? Why haven't you bought it back yet? A middle-aged man, resembling a supervisor, shouted at her. I'm sorry. I'm going right now. The girl hurriedly ran towards the tea room. So this is Xiao Hong? Director Liu recognized the girl. I've seen her photo in the files, it's her. It turned out that the Xiao Hong back then was not a big host, but an intern who was often called around. The scene shifted. The time was now 11:50 p.m. Still that office area, but all the people had left. Only Little Red is left sitting in the corner, silently shedding tears. On her desk, there is a notification that was just printed, probation period not passed, termination given. Why? I clearly worked so hard. Little Red cries as she picks up the microphone on her desk. Back then, the television station was poorly managed, and there was a spare broadcasting device in this corner. Since you all don't want to listen to me, then I will make everyone listen with me. She turns on the switch. Buzz. Dear listeners. I am Little Red. This is the beginning of the famous death livestream. Yi Fangyuan watches this scene and does not stop it. This is a memory, unchangeable. But at this moment, the illusion suddenly changes. The crying Little Red suddenly raises her head, and her originally clear eyes turn blood red, staring fiercely at Yi Fangyuan standing beside her. Are you watching a joke? Do you think I am pitiful too? The surrounding scene begins to collapse. The bright office turns into hell. Those busy employees turn into faceless ghosts, holding knives and forks, cutting into Little Red's body. And Little Red is laughing crazily. Since you like watching, then watch to your heart's content. Boom! Countless blood-red chains burst from the ground, tying Qin Weiguo and Director Liu into rice dumplings. Yi Fangyuan is also bound by chains around his ankles. Is this your heart's knot? Yi Fangyuan does not struggle but watches the utterly ghostly Little Red. Being bullied? Being terminated? So you want to take revenge on society? Too cliché. Yi Fangyuan shakes his head. He pulls out a red tape from his pocket. Do you know why I have kept this for so long? Yi Fangyuan raises the tape. Because it recorded your last voice. Not just resentment, but also regret. He presses the play button, holding the omniscient staff, which has built-in playback function. The tape spins. The sound that comes out is not a curse, but a weak, trembling female voice. No. Don't come over. I don't want to die. Mom. I want to go home. That was her fear and helplessness in the last moment of the livestream, facing death. She regretted it. She didn't want to become a ghost, she just wanted to vent, but unexpectedly attracted a real demon, perhaps some supernatural being at that time. Hearing this voice, the ghostly Little Red froze. The black mist on her body began to surge violently. No. That is fake. I do not regret. I want to kill everyone. Admit it. Yi Fangyuan takes a step toward her, the chains beneath his feet breaking apart inch by inch. You don't hate this world, you only hate that incompetent self. But now, you have the chance to start over. Yi Fangyuan stands in front of Little Red, extending his hand. Give me your hand. I will take you out to see the outside world. The television station now has no more bullying, because they have all been frightened away by me. Little Red looks at that hand, her eyes flashing with a trace of confusion. She extends her hand. Just at the moment when their fingertips are about to touch. Crack. The illusion shatters. Yi Fangyuan suddenly opens his eyes. They return to the reality of the 17th floor stairwell. Everything that just happened was just an illusion trap created by that invisible wall. But in Yi Fangyuan's hand, there is an additional item. It is a red hairpin. That is the hairpin on Little Red's head in the illusion. I got it. Yi Fangyuan puts the hairpin into his pocket. This is a key prop. With this, when I negotiate with her later, I will have more chips. He glances at the passage leading to the 18th floor. Let's go, this time we really need to meet her. I hope she still remembers the agreement from just now.
Chapter 41, The Guardian of the Live Broadcast Room, Red-Clothed Ghost? In my place, it's just a red rag. Jiancheng Television Station, 18th floor corridor. After the illusion shatters, the path to the 18th floor finally reveals itself. There are no lights here, only the bloodlight seeping from the walls, illuminating the whole corridor like a slaughterhouse. At the end of the corridor, there is a door labeled 1801. The red door is tightly shut. But on both sides of the door, two figures dressed in bright red kipayos stand, with loose hair. They lower their heads, their bodies twisted at an extremely strange angle, each holding a pair of rusty scissors. Guard Boss, twin red-garbed evil spirits, grade A. Special traits, infinite resurrection, physical immunity, cut everything, including your shadow, Who is there? The evil spirit on the left slowly raises its head, revealing a face with no features. Bringing death. The evil spirit on the right also lifts its head, the scissors making a snapping sound in its hand. Qin Weigua swallows hard. Mr. Yi, these two look quite formidable. Indeed. Yi Fangyuan nods. The quality of this qipao is good, but a bit dirty. He turns to the skeleton supervisor behind him. Skeleton, these two are up to you. Remember, we are a civilized company. Be gentle with the ladies, just don't knock their heads off. The focus is, get them cleaned up. Clap. The skeleton supervisor eagerly accepts the task. It had long found these two blood-soaked evil spirits unpleasant. As a skeleton with OCD, it couldn't tolerate such walking sources of pollution. It pulls out two miraculous tools from the toolbox. Left hand, super powerful stain removal spray, filled with holy water blessed by Yi Fangyuan. Right hand, industrial-grade toilet brush, bristles harder than steel. Roar! The two red-clad evil spirits feel provoked and let out a shriek, rushing forward with the scissors. Their speed is extremely fast, their forms flickering like phantoms, and in an instant, they are in front of the skeleton supervisor. Cut off your head. The scissors come down. But the skeleton supervisor does not dodge at all. Sizzle! It raises its left hand and sprays furiously at the faces of the two evil spirits. When the holy water touches the bodies of the evil spirits, it emits a severe corrosive sound, with plumes of white smoke rising. Ah! My face! The evil spirits scream in agony, covering their faces and retreating. Their prideful vengeful aura crumbles like paper before the holy water. Before they can recover. Swish! The skeleton supervisor swings the toilet brush and charges forward. Dirty! Too dirty! I must clean it. It shoves the toilet brush into the mouths of the evil spirits, if they had mouths, stirring furiously. Then it moves to scrub their bodies, wiping away all the bloodstains and vengeful energy. Stop scrubbing. You'll scrub off our skin. The evil spirits are on the brink of collapse. They've never seen this fighting style. This is not a battle. This is forced bathing. And the skeleton is surprisingly strong, holding them down like two little chicks. In just 5 minutes. The two originally ferocious red-clad evil spirits have now turned into two washed-out cheapo wearers, exuding the scent of disinfectant, just like stress balls. They cower in the corner, shaking, looking at the skeleton supervisor with eyes full of fear. Clap. Clean. The skeleton supervisor satisfiedly puts away the toilet brush and even straightens their collars. Yi Fangyuan approaches, taking a look at the two purified doormen. Not bad, good service. He points at the heavy red door behind him. Open the door, I believe you understand the rules now. The two evil spirits dare not protest. They quickly stand, one on each side, respectfully pulling open the heavy red door. They even bow and made a pleased gesture. Welcome. Their voices tremble. That's better. Yi Fangyuan adjusts his tie and strides inside. Demon Wolf, keep up. Don't scare the young ladies. As the demon wolf passes by the two evil spirits, it playfully snarls, causing the spirits to almost lose their souls in fright. 1801 live room inside. Behind the door is a huge, circular broadcasting hall. Black curtains hang all around, and in the center stands a giant anchor platform. Sitting on the platform is none other than the faceless female anchor, Little Red. And behind it, countless semi-transparent shadows float. These are the souls of the audience it had previously devoured. Seeing Yi Fangyuan enter, the atmosphere shifts. Xiaohong did not move. It just quietly sat there, its red clothing swaying without wind. You have come. Its voice echoed in the hall, carrying a chilling sense of oppression. You destroyed my cafeteria, subverted my audience, and whitewashed my doorman. What do you really want to do? Yi Fangyuan walked to the anchor platform, pulled out a chair and sat down, even crossing his legs. He took out that red hairpin from his pocket and placed it on the table. Me? Yi Fangyuan smiled. I'm just here to return this to you.
And by the way, discuss the acquisition. Chapter 42, Confronting Xiaohong, your live streaming room? No, now it is my show. 1801 live streaming room in front of the anchor platform. Fangyuan sat on the chair, facing the faceless ghost emitting S-level resentment, Xiaohong. On the table lay the red hairpin. At the moment she saw the hairpin, the black mist around Xiaohong notably paused for an instant. That was the thing she cherished most in life, the last proof of her being human. But soon, that thread of warmth was devoured by even more violent resentment. Don't think that just because you have a broken hairpin, you can touch me. Xiaohong slammed the table, causing the entire live streaming room to shake violently. This is my domain. I am the ruler here. Rule 1, the anchor's word is truth. Xiaohong lifted her featureless face and issued the first command to Fangyuan. I say, you will feel suffocated. Once spoken, the law followed. An invisible force instantly tightened around Fangyuan's throat. The air seemed to be pulled away, and the oxygen in his lungs was forcibly squeezed out. Qin Weiguai and Director Lu behind him directly clutched their throats and collapsed, their faces turning purple, on the verge of suffocating to death. The magic wolf lay on the ground, gasping for breath, its tongue hanging out. Only Fangyuan remained steadily sitting in the chair. Veins bulged on his neck, but his eyes remained clear. Talent activation, rule breaker, passive, immune to instant death rules. Though it was uncomfortable, he wouldn't die. Cough cough. Fangyuan struggled to cough a few times, then reached out to grab a spare microphone on the table. Suffocated? He turned on the microphone switch. Hello, hello? Testing the microphone. A tremendous sound roared through the speakers, causing Xiaohong to recoil in shock. I say, we must speak science. Fangyuan shouted loudly. Suffocation is due to lack of oxygen. But this room is so big, and although the windows are sealed, there is central air conditioning. How is it possible to lack oxygen? This is idealism. It's feudal superstition. It doesn't comply with fluid dynamics. As he shouted, a golden ripple of rules spread from him. Rule breakdown, logic correction. Buzz. Air began to flow again. Qin Weiguai and Director Lu gasped for air and came back to life. Can this also explain? Director Lu was stunned. Xiaohong was also stunned. Was her truth refuted? Impossible. I am a ghost. I don't speak science. Xiaohong activated her power again. I say, gravity increases tenfold. Boom. The floor suddenly collapsed. The immense gravity made everyone's bones creak. Fangyuan didn't even frown this time. He directly thrust the all-knowing staff onto the table. Gravity? I say, this is space. It is a zero-gravity environment. Talent activation, reality distortion, borrowing the divine power of the staff. In the next second, a miracle happened. The gravity that had pressed people down now vanished in an instant. Qin Weiguai, Director Lu, and even the magic wolf and skeleton all floated up, as if walking in space. Even Xiaohong herself floated up, her red qipao spreading like a jellyfish. Ah! Let me down! Xiaohong panicked and flailed in the air. Though she was a ghost and could fly, this feeling of weightlessness made her lose control of her body. Fangyuan, however, elegantly floated in front of Xiaohong like an astronaut. Do you see it? Fangyuan pointed at everything floating around. Your rules are too primitive. You only know how to destroy. But I know how to play. He reached out his hand, grabbing Xiaohong's ankle floating in the air, pulling it down like a balloon and pressing it back onto the chair. Sit tight. Now, it's my turn to speak. Fangyuan sat back down across from him, twirling the pen in his hand. Your live stream room is now under my control. Do you have any objections? Xiaohong was pressed down in the chair, trembling. Its rules had been cracked, and its power had been suppressed. But it had one last trick up its sleeve. I won't accept this. Xiaohong let out a sharp scream. Fans! Come out! Tear him apart! It unleashed its summoning skill. Boom! The walls of the live stream room cracked open. Countless ghostly listeners, with only half of their bodies and faces full of resentment, surged in like a tide. These were the resentful spirits it had accumulated over the years, its most loyal minions. Is this your trump card? Fangyuan looked at the incoming ghostly listeners, not scared at all, but instead laughing. What a coincidence. These listeners, it seems I just recognized them? He stood up and waved at the wave of ghosts. Hey! That guy wanting to jump off the building. How's the job search going? Hey! That girl who got her heart broken. Did you succeed in your blind date? The few ghostly listeners charging at the front suddenly slammed to a stop. They recognized Fangyuan. Wasn't he the good person who had just provided them counseling downstairs and even helped them find work? Is that our benefactor? That's the boss. The ghostly listeners looked at each other in confusion. Hello, boss. Someone took the lead, and hundreds of ghostly listeners bowed deeply to Fangyuan. Xiaohong? It watched the scene, feeling its entire ghostly worldview collapse. These were clearly its resentful spirits, its puppets. How did they become this guy's employees? You all. Xiaohong was so furious that smoke was coming out from its body. Traitors. All of you are traitors. What traitors? Fangyuan walked over and patted Xiaohong's shoulder. This is called wise birds picking good trees to roost in. What future do you have with you? Crying every day, and no salary. Follow me, and you'll have food and housing, plus 5 insurances and a fund, ghost money. Fangyuan took out a stack of ghost money from his pocket and slapped it down on the table. Here, everyone gets overtime pay tonight. Clatter. All the ghostly listeners cheered and rushed over to grab the money. Xiaohong sat alone in the chair, watching the ghost money being divided up, then looked at the scene of betrayal. It finally realized something. It had lost. Lost utterly. Not only had it lost the rules, but it had also lost the hearts, ghostly hearts, of its followers. I admit defeat. Xiaohong lowered its head, its red clothes fading, turning into an ordinary white dress. That's more like it. Fangyuan put away the pen and picked up a hairpin from the table, gently pinning it onto Xiaohong's head. Welcome to the Jiang City Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company. Your employee number is 004, preceded by Skeleton, Magic Wolf, 8-headed Serpent. Position, Customer Service Department Manager. From now on, this will be your new office. Xiaohong touched the hairpin on its head, and to its surprise, 2 lines of tears flowed down its faceless face. It nodded. Yes, boss. Chapter 43, Recruited Xiaohong. The company benefits are nice, but the boss is a bit stingy. Jiang City TV Station 1801 Live Stream Room. With Xiaohong's submission, the black rule field enveloping the TV station building completely dissipated. The sky outside dawned with a fish belly white. The sunlight broke through the shattered windows, casting light on the devastated live stream room. Those ghostly listeners received their overtime pay, ghost money, and satisfiedly scattered. Some returned to the phone line, some went downstairs to fill out employment forms. In the live stream room, there was nothing left but a mess and a few living people. Xiaohong, now wearing a white dress, with a red hairpin on its head, stood obediently aside, holding a broom and cleaning up. Though it had no facial features, the diligent movements revealed a humble sense of I want to perform well to get lenient treatment. Boss, the floor is clean. Xiaohong's voice was no longer cold and eerie, but instead bright and pleasant. Even a bit magnetic. Truly a professional broadcaster. Not bad. Fangyuan sat at the broadcasting platform, checking this time's gains. Dungeon settlement completed. Rewards obtained. Death microphone, bound, can force broadcast to the entire channel and comes with a soundwave attack. Cursed master tape, purified, can store the sounds of ghosts, serving as a summoning medium. New employee, Xiaohong, grade a grievance spirit, has words or law, weakened version, and mind control abilities. This wave didn't lose. Fangyuan put away the items and stood up. Old Lu, this building is fine now. He patted the dazed director Lu. Don't let people work overtime at night anymore. Keep it up with the 996, and be careful of Xiaohong calling you in the middle of the night. Director Lu shivered in fear, nodding repeatedly, definitely. Definitely. From now on, everyone will work 9 to 5. Absolutely no overtime. Then what about this live broadcast room? Director Lu cautiously asked. I want this place. Fangyuan pointed around. From now on, this will be our company's publicity department. Xiaohong will work here and help you record some late-night programs, the soothing kind. No problem. No rent. All utilities covered. Director Lu exclaimed, feeling as if he was granted amnesty. As long as there are no haunting issues, forget about no rent, he'd be willing to pay to have it. Jiangcheng Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company Conference Room. When he returned to the villa, it was already noon. Fangyuan held the first official company-wide meeting. Attendees. General Manager, Fangyuan. Logistics Supervisor, Skeleton, currently wiping the table. Security Minister, Demon Wolf, currently gnawing on a bone. Pipelines Department Minister, 8-headed Serpent, poking one head out from the sewer, with vegetable leaves on its body. Customer Service/Publicity Department Manager, Xiaohong, currently serving tea. External Personnel, Qin Weigua, responsible for paying the bills and taking notes. Ahem. Fangyuan tapped the table.
Our company now looks quite decent. Our range of business covers 4 major areas: security, cleaning, unblocking, and customer service. But Fangyuan shifted his tone. Our medical security system is still very weak. He pointed at the broken rib of the skeleton supervisor, which was broken during a fight, then pointed to the slightly swollen head of 8-headed serpent. What if employees get injured at work? There's nowhere to treat them. Go to a normal hospital? The doctors might faint in the ICU when they see a group of demons and monsters. The crowd of monsters nodded in deep agreement. Being a ghost is tough, there's nowhere to fix broken hands and feet. So, our next goal is to establish a company-exclusive hospital. Upon hearing this, Qin Weigui immediately opened the document in his hand. Mr. Yi, what you said is quite timely. In the northern suburbs of Jiangchang, there happens to be an abandoned private hospital, Renai Hospital. This hospital was sealed off 6 months ago due to a serious medical accident, and it has since become a notorious haunted place. It's said that anyone who enters, as long as they register, never comes out again. Moreover, the doctors there seem very fond of performing surgeries. Yi Fangyuan's eyes lit up. Fond of performing surgeries? Then they must be highly skilled. Just right, skeleton's rib needs a new one, and 8-headed serpent's teeth need some fixing. He stood up, waving his hand. Dismissed. Everyone go back and prepare. Tomorrow morning, we head to Renai Hospital for a checkup. Jiangchang Northern Suburbs Renai Hospital. Under the night, Renai Hospital loomed like a giant beast crawling in the wilderness. The hospital's main gate was tightly closed, wrapped in iron chains and seals. But from a window on the second floor, a faint green glow seeped through. In the operating room, sounds of electric saws cutting bone echoed, along with the maniacal laughter of the doctor. Perfect, this is the most perfect stitching. What about the next patient? Quickly send in the next patient. Little did it know. Tomorrow, it would welcome a group of the most troublesome patients in history. And a director who specializes in treating doctors. Chapter 44, Renai Ghost Hospital. I have an illness, but I haven't said what it is. Jiangchang Northern Suburbs Renai Hospital Main Gate. The morning fog was thick and unbreakable. The gray-white main building of Renai Hospital appeared vaguely in the mist. Like a standing corpse. The door was tightly shut, wrapped in rusty iron chains and yellow caution tape. But through the gaps in the chains, a thick black liquid oozed out, emitting a nauseating smell of formalin. Yi Fangyuan stood at the door with the skeletal supervisor and the 8-headed snake, in a smaller form. This time, there was no Qin Weigui and no special task force. Because the rule force field around this hospital had materialized, anyone carrying modern weapons would experience an instant biological rejection reaction, their bodies rotting away. Only patients recognized by the rules could enter. On the wall next to the door, there was a notice written in blood. Renai Hospital notice for patients. Mandatory registration. The hospital does not accept healthy individuals. Anyone entering must register at the front desk and be diagnosed by a triage nurse. Doctor's orders are law, the words of the doctor are absolute truth. If you think the doctor is wrong, that means your condition has worsened. No discharge, only those who are cured can leave the hospital. Note, death is also a form of cure. No visitors allowed, the hospital implements closed management and denies visits. Death is also a cure. Yi Fangyuan frowned at the line of blood-written text. Looks like we can't force our way in this time. He could feel that the intensity of this hospital's rules far exceeded that of the previous radio station and neighborhood. It formed a closed-loop logic. Once you enter, you must be a patient. If you are a patient, you must obey the doctor, and the doctor will lead you to death. Are you ready? Yi Fangyuan asked, turning back. The skeletal supervisor held a toolbox. Although expressionless, the skeleton trembled slightly, an instinctive reaction subdued by higher-level rules. The 8-headed snake curled up even more, hiding all 8 heads. This place, the smell is off. I want to go home. Go home my ass. We've come all this way, we have to bring back some specialties. Yi Fangyuan pushed open the heavy iron door. Creak. As if lifting the lid of a coffin. The 3 of them stepped into the hall. The hall was empty, with only a woman dressed in a pink nurse's uniform sitting at the front desk. She lowered her head, using a sharp pair of scissors to trim her nails. Her nails were long and pitch black, and the clippings fell on the table, making a metallic cracking sound. Registration. Yi Fangyuan walked to the front desk. The nurse slowly raised her head. Her face was delicate, but she had no pupils, her whites of her eyes were filled with blood vessels. The most frightening part was that her mouth was sewn shut with black thread, only able to make muffled sounds of mm. But a cold, emotionless voice echoed directly in Yi Fangyuan's mind. What illness? I'm not sick. Yi Fangyuan tried to exploit a bug. I'm here for inspection. Bang! The nurse thrust the scissors into the table with force, embedding it deeply. No illness? Then go die. The air around them instantly froze. Blood began seeping from the floor, and countless pale hands reached up from below, grabbing Fangyuan's ankles. Warning! Violation of Rule 1. Execution of cleaning procedure imminent. The force was immense. Even Fangyuan, possessing SSS-grade talent, felt a heavy sense of constraint. This was not just physical power but also an eradication at the level of rules. If he insisted he was not sick, the hospital would determine him as trash and dispose of him in the next second. Wait. Fangyuan raised his hand. I am sick. The ghostly hands on the ground halted. The nurse pulled out the scissors, her pale eyes fixed on him. What illness? Fangyuan pointed to his two teammates behind him. It, the skeleton, has osteoporosis and multiple crushing fractures. It, the 8-headed snake, has schizophrenia, always thinking it has 8 heads. As for me. Fangyuan took a deep breath. I have severe delusions. I always think I am the director of this hospital, and I want to fire all of you. The nurse fell silent, as if judging the authenticity of this illness. After a moment, she took out 3 blood-stained medical records. Thrown on the table. Confirmed. Medical record generation in progress. Fangyuan picked up his medical record and his expression changed slightly. Name, Fangyuan. Symptoms, delusional disorder, violent tendencies, cognitive impairment. Triage result, severe patient. Sent to operating room 4 for immediate craniotomy, frontal lobe removal. Name, skeleton, unnamed. Symptoms, severe skeletal deformity. Triage result, sent to orthopedics. Dismantle and reorganize. Name, Yaki, pet snake. Symptoms, multiple head deformity. Triage result, sent to veterinary department. Remove extra heads, keep 1. Remove the frontal lobe? Dismantle? Cut heads? Fangyuan sneered, they want to ruin us. Before he could explode with anger. Buzz. The floor suddenly collapsed. 3 black holes appeared beneath the feet of the 3. Rule triggered, forced treatment. Patients have no right to refuse the treatment plan. A force of irresistible rule gravity erupted in an instant. The skeleton supervisor didn't even have time to swing his fire axe before being sucked into the left black hole. Boss. Help. I don't want to be dismantled. Yaki the snake was also sucked into the right black hole. Hiss. Don't cut my head. That's my IQ. Fangyuan felt his body sink, the black hole aimed at severe patients swallowed him whole. As he fell, he tried to counterattack with the all-knowing scepter, but the light from the scepter was unexpectedly suppressed. System prompt, non-medical devices will be banned in the hospital domain. Even the props are sealed? Fangyuan's heart froze. This copy indeed had something going on. Darkness swallowed everything. Operating room 4. When Fangyuan regained consciousness, the glaring shadowless lamp made him squint his eyes. He found himself tightly bound on a cold operating table. His limbs were secured with heavy belts, a metal collar was around his neck, and a gag was stuffed in his mouth. He tried to struggle a bit. Not a muscle moved. These belts were engraved with red runes, specially designed to suppress S-rank powerhouses. Around him stood 3 doctors in white coats. They all wore masks, revealing only eyes filled with fervor and greed. That kind of gaze was like looking at a lamb waiting for slaughter. One primary surgeon held a buzzing craniotomy saw in hand. Perfect material. The doctor used his rubber-gloved hand to stroke Fangyuan's forehead, the cold touch sending chills down his spine. As long as we cut this part, you will no longer have those strange delusions. You will become very obedient, very compliant. The electric saw slowly approached. Fangyuan looked at the rotating teeth, less than 5 centimeters away from his center brow. He couldn't move. The props were sealed. His teammates were missing. This was simply a deadly situation. But in Fangyuan's eyes, there was no fear, only a hint of calm madness. Take the stuff out of my mouth. He signaled the doctor with his eyes. The doctor stopped and looked at him with interest. Do you want to beg for mercy? Too bad, it's too late. It reached out and removed the gag from Fangyuan's mouth, wanting to hear the human's wail before death. Fangyuan took a deep breath and flexed his stiff jaw. Then he looked at the doctor and a strange smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Doctor, before you act, can you answer me a question? What question? If the patient suddenly becomes your superior during the operation, would that count as a medical accident? Chapter 45, Mercy Ghost Hospital, the logic reversal on the operating table. Mercy Hospital Operating Room 4. The air was filled with a strange mix of disinfectant and blood. The buzzing of the electric saw echoed in the small space, the dried blood on the saw blades appearing especially glaring under the shadowless lamp. The primary surgeon was momentarily taken aback by Yi Fangyuan's question. Superior? It let out a mocking weird laugh, the sound muffled and distorted through the mask. Here. Only the doctor and the corpse. Even if you are the king of heaven, lying on this bed, you are just a piece of meat waiting to be cut. Stop struggling, just accept the treatment. Once the frontal lobe is cut, you won't feel pain anymore. The doctor raised the chainsaw again, aiming at Yi Fangyuan's forehead. This time, there was no hesitation, and he directly pressed the acceleration button. Zzz. The high-speed rotating teeth brought a gust of bloody wind, and they were about to cut open Yi Fangyuan's skull. At this critical moment, Yi Fangyuan's eyes suddenly turned into strange dark gold, ghost eye, activated. In his vision, the three doctors were entangled with dense lines of rules. And on the chief surgeon's chest hung an inconspicuous work badge, with a line of small print. Intern Doctor, ID 9527. Assessment task, independently complete a craniotomy. If failed, patient death or escape, will be executed by the mentor. So it was an intern. Stop. Yi Fangyuan suddenly shouted loudly. This voice contained the intimidating power of a rule breaker, causing the doctor's hand to tremble instinctively. What are you shouting about? The doctor was somewhat angry. I'm saving your life. Although Yi Fangyuan was tied up, his eyes were filled with pity. Look at your chainsaw, isn't the blade crooked? The doctor instinctively glanced at the chainsaw. It wasn't crooked? I mean, your procedure is crooked. Yi Fangyuan spoke extremely quickly, not giving it time to think. According to Article 3 of the Rena Hospital Surgery Guidelines, intern doctors must have their mentors present during high-risk surgeries. Otherwise, it's considered a violation, and the consequences are yours to bear. Where is your mentor? The doctor was stunned. It was indeed sneaking out to perform surgery, trying to pass the assessment. The mentor was not present at all. How do you know I'm an intern? The doctor panicked. Who I am is not important. Yi Fangyuan seized the opportunity. What matters is, if you cut now, I will die. If the patient dies, your assessment will fail. According to the rules, you will be executed. But if you go get the mentor now, you might get scolded, but at least you can save your life. Choose, do you want to die now or take a scolding? This was a typical psychological game. The doctor fell into a dilemma. Its simple ghost brain started operating wildly. At the moment of its hesitation, Yi Fangyuan moved. Though his limbs were tied, his neck could still move. He suddenly raised his head and heavily slammed his iron head against the wrist holding the chainsaw. Bang! The doctor felt pain, and in a daze, the still rotating chainsaw slipped from its hand. The chainsaw arced through the air and landed precisely on the assistant who was handing over the pliers. Zzz. Ah! The assistant screamed, the arm was directly severed. The scene instantly fell into chaos. You dare to hurt people? The chief surgeon furiously lunged at Yi Fangyuan, wanting to strangle him. But Yi Fangyuan was waiting for this moment. With the chaos caused by the chainsaw, the previously tight rules of suppression began to loosen. Talent activated, physical release. Yi Fangyuan's muscles bulged. Bang! 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 Those belts carved with spells were forcefully torn apart with a sound that made one's teeth ache. Yi Fangyuan suddenly sat up, punching the chief surgeon coming at him in the face. Bang! This punch carried the power of rule destruction, directly knocking the doctor's mask off and caving in half of its face. Now, who is the patient? Yi Fangyuan jumped off the operating table, moving his wrist. He picked up the chainsaw from the ground. Just now you said that once the frontal lobe is cut, it won't hurt anymore, right? Yi Fangyuan approached the chief surgeon lying on the ground step by step. Then I want to see if you feel pain. Don't come near. I'm a doctor. The doctor retreated in fear, trying to escape. But Yi Fangyuan had already stepped on its chest with one foot. Now, you are the material. Zzz. 5 minutes later. Yi Fangyuan pushed open the door of the operating room and walked out. He wore a stolen white coat, and although it was a bit loose, the badge that said lead surgeon on his chest was quite eye-catching. In the operating room, the three originally ruthless doctors were now neatly tied to the surgical table, bandaging each other's wounds and trembling. The warm-up is over. Yi Fangyuan adjusted his collar. He glanced at the sign in the hallway. Orthopedics Veterinary Department. I need to go find my teammates first. Yi Fangyuan took the electric saw and headed left towards the orthopedics department. Skeleton supervisor, I hope your bones are still hard enough.
Chapter 46, Benevolence Ghost Hospital, Orthopedic Horror, the Skeleton Supervisor's Professional Alignment. Renai Hospital 3rd Floor Orthopedics. The hallway was quiet, with only the sound of Yi Fangyuan's leather shoes on the floor and the occasional whir of the electric saw. Various human skeletal structure diagrams hung on the walls, but the bones in those diagrams were twisted, displaced, and even had barbs growing out of them. Reaching the door of the orthopedic consultation room, Yi Fangyuan heard sounds coming from inside. Crack, crack. That was the sound of bones breaking. And there was a hoarse, excited voice talking to itself. This femur, so perfect, so smooth, so hard, it's simply a work of art. As long as I take it apart, I can assemble a perfect skeleton. Yi Fangyuan kicked the consultation room door open. Ward round. The scene before him made him raise an eyebrow. Inside the room, the skeleton supervisor was hanging on a huge iron frame, like a skeletal specimen for teaching. A ghost doctor dressed in a butcher's apron, holding a hammer and chisel, was circling around the skeleton supervisor, eyes filled with madness. It was about to knock one of the skeleton supervisor's ribs off. Crack. Boss. Save me. This pervert wants to take me apart. The skeleton supervisor's jaw trembled wildly upon seeing Yi Fangyuan. It, a logistics supervisor, was actually being treated like a toy. What a loss of dignity. Stop. Yi Fangyuan walked in holding the electric saw. Which medical school did you graduate from? So rude? The ghost doctor turned its head, its bloodshot eyes fixed on Yi Fangyuan. Who are you? How dare you interrupt my creation? It raised the hammer, which was smeared with unknown bone marrow. Creation? Yi Fangyuan sneered, you call this creation? This is vandalism. This skeleton is an outstanding employee of our company, every bone is accounted for. Dare to touch it and see what happens. The ghost doctor was furious. In this orthopedics department, I have the final say. The bones I like are mine. It swung the hammer and charged over, wanting to smash Yi Fangyuan's head and see the structure of his skull. Rule triggered, orthopedic competition. Here, only the person with the hardest bones has the right to speak. Facing the charging ghost doctor, Yi Fangyuan did not use the electric saw. He simply extended a hand and firmly caught the descending hammer. Bang! The dull thud echoed. Yi Fangyuan's hand remained steady, while the ghost doctor's hand was jarred. Too weak, haven't you eaten? Yi Fangyuan slapped the ghost doctor across the face. Smack! This slap, imbued with physical exorcism power, dislocated the ghost doctor's cervical vertebrae, tilting its head to its shoulder. Looks like you need an adjustment. Yi Fangyuan grabbed the ghost doctor's neck and twisted it hard. Crack! It twisted to the other side. Ah! It hurts. I'm dying from the pain, the ghost doctor shrieked. Good, it should hurt. Yi Fangyuan tossed it aside and went to the iron frame, helping the skeleton supervisor loosen its restraints. Are you okay? Crack. I'm fine. Just missing 2 fingers, the skeleton supervisor raised its bare palm in grievance. Dare to take my employee apart? Yi Fangyuan turned to the ghost doctor, who was trying to correct its head. Since you love taking bones apart so much, let's see how it feels to be taken apart. Skeleton, go. Show it your professional skills. The skeleton supervisor moved its joints, and the red fire in its eye sockets instantly surged. Though it wasn't good at fighting, it was a master at disassembling and assembling. After all, it often fell apart and reassembled itself. Click. Leave it to me. The skeleton supervisor rushed forward and snatched the chisel from the ghost doctor's hand. The next scene was nothing short of a live human anatomy lesson. This collarbone is in the wrong position. Take it apart and reassemble it. Why does this knee have no meniscus? Put a screw in to hold it. This spine is a bit crooked, let's straighten it out. The ghost doctor's screams echoed throughout the orthopedics department. It watched in horror as its body was disassembled by the skeleton supervisor like building blocks, then reassembled in an extremely bizarre and inhumane way. 10 minutes later. A new species, resembling a spider with limbs bending the wrong way and a head growing from its rear, was born. Click. Perfect. This is postmodern style. The skeleton supervisor clapped its hands, even though fingers hadn't grown yet, looking proud. At this point, the ghost doctor was so exhausted it couldn't even scream, squirming on the ground like a bug. Alright, enough playing. Yi Fangyuan glanced at this work of art. Though a bit disgusting, it did give the ghost doctor a lesson. Let's go, to the next stop. That guy, Yaki, is still waiting in the veterinary department. The skeleton supervisor picked up 2 finger bones from the ground and put them back, carrying the toolbox, happily following behind Yi Fangyuan. The boss is the boss, following the boss means there's food to eat, even though it doesn't eat meat.
At the same time, Renai Hospital Basement Level -1 Veterinary Department. This place, originally meant for performing surgeries on experimental animals, had now turned into a bloody arena. The Yaki snake, miniature version, was locked inside a huge iron cage. Outside the cage, a group of veterinarians dressed in green scrubs surrounded it. They held various strange instruments, their eyes filled with crazed enthusiasm. Never seen a species like this. 8 heads? Cut off 7 for specimens, and use 1 for hot pot. The Yaki snake curled up in the corner, shivering. It, a Class S divine beast, had never been treated like this. Hiss. Boss, save me. I want to go home and clear the drain. Just then. Boom. The veterinary department's door was violently smashed open. A man in a white coat, holding a chainsaw, walked in with an excited skeleton. I heard there are many small animals here? Fangyuan looked at those ghost veterinarians and revealed a wickedly kind smile. Just in time, my dog has been a bit picky lately. Though the demon wolf isn't here, I can pack you up to take home. Chapter 47, Renai Ghost Hospital, The Screams of the Veterinary Department. Renai Hospital Basement Level -1 Veterinary Department. The environment here was worse than the above floors, as if it had been pulled from the deepest nightmares of a horror movie. The ground was damp and sticky, every step making a squelch sound, tarnished with a mixture of unknown bodily fluids, blood, and disinfectant. The air was filled with a strong, nauseating burnt smell, like fur being scorched, and like rotting meat fermenting under high temperatures. The walls were hung with various creepy masterpieces, cats sewn onto the backs of rabbits, dogs twisted into twists, and a freak with human faces but fish bodies. Most of them were dead, yet those murky eyes still stared at every intruder, as if telling the story of the sins committed here. And in the center hall, on the massive, blood-stained operating table, the Yaki snake, miniature version, faced its greatest crisis in its life as a snake. It was pinned down with several thick steel nails etched with runes, like a giant worm awaiting slaughter. The 8 heads, typically so proud, now hung limply, crowding together, shivering uncontrollably. Surrounding it were 5 ghostly veterinarians dressed in green protective suits and wearing gas masks. They held terrifying tools, a sizzling laser cutter, skinning pliers with barbs, and even a huge syringe as thick as an arm used for extracting marrow. TSK, what a rare specimen. The lead veterinarian gently tapped the belly of the 8-headed serpent with the cold back of the scalpel, producing crisp sounds of pop. With so many heads, its nervous system must be very complex. If we can extract its brain intact and soak it in nutrient solution, we might create that legendary multi-core processor potion. Its voice came through the gas mask, sounding dull and perverse, filled with a frenzy for killing. Hiss. Let me go. You bunch of quacks. I am a divine beast. Do you understand what a divine beast is? The 8-headed serpent struggled desperately, trying to spit out poison fire. But the rule suppression was too strong, it couldn't even breathe fire or grow larger, wriggling like a helpless little snake. Divine beast? The assistant next to him let out a laugh, the skinning pliers in hand snapping loudly. Once you're here, it doesn't matter if you are a divine beast or a wild animal, you're all just our experimental materials. Lie still, let's peel off this layer of skin first. These scales look nice, we could make some good shoes for the dean as a gift. As he spoke, the assistant raised the skinning pliers, the cold jaws aimed at the nape of the 8-headed serpent. The 8-headed serpent felt despair. It closed all 16 eyes and silently prayed, "Boss. Where are you? I want to go home and clear the drain. I want to eat that silly dog's leftover food. As long as I'm not turned into shoes, I'll do anything." At that critical moment. Creak. The heavy operating room door let out a groan under pressure and was slowly pushed open. A figure in an ill-fitting white coat, holding a still-dripping chainsaw, walked in against the light. Behind him was a skeleton polishing an axe with a rag. "Excuse me." Fangyuan leaned against the door, not holding any illegal items, but casually picked up a bottle of blue potion from the nearby shelf. His tone was relaxed, as if he had just walked into a regular restaurant. "May I ask, is this bottle of Gene Rampage Potion, animal version, yours?" The air in the operating room froze. The 5 ghostly veterinarians simultaneously stopped their movements, turning in unison to fix their eyes on this oblivious human. "Who? Get out. Can't you see we're performing surgery?" The lead veterinarian roared, pointing the scalpel at Fangyuan, and put down that bottle. "It's for the S-class specimen, 1 drop could make an elephant explode." "Oh, it's for S-class use." Fangyuan nodded, as if he hadn't heard the threat at all. He leisurely walked to the operating table and looked down at the 8-headed serpent still pretending to be dead. "Yachi, stop playing dead." Fangyuan sighed, shaking his head in disappointment. "You are an S-class divine beast, how did you end up like this? Since the rules have restricted your power, let's use some scientific methods to break through those limits. Come on, drink the potion." Yi Fangyuan unscrewed the cap and poured the entire bottle into one of the eight-headed serpent's open mouths without caring about the dosage. No! That's a whole bottle. It's going to explode. The ghostly veterinarian screamed in terror, trying to stop it, but it was too late. Gloolump! Gloolump! Before the eight-headed serpent could react, the blue liquid flowed down its throat. The next second, its body suddenly stiffened. A terrifying wave of heat exploded inside it, like a volcano erupting in its belly. The divine power that had been tightly suppressed by the rules broke through all barriers in an instant under the impact of this raging potion. System prompt: excessive intake of prohibited drugs detected. Warning: genetic lock released. Test subject out of control. Hiss. A deafening hiss echoed, the sound wave spread like a solid force, instantly shattering all the glass instruments in the operating room. Immediately, its body began to swell uncontrollably. The small snake, originally as thick as a wrist, instantly transformed into a colossal beast that filled the entire operating room. The 8 ferocious snakeheads, each the size of a truck, squeezed into the tight space, nearly breaking the ceiling. The scales scraped against the walls, producing a painful sizzle sound. The poor operating table was directly pressed into a disc of iron. The few ghostly veterinarians hadn't reacted before they were pushed into the corner of the wall, becoming meat patties. What kind of monster is this? How could the drug effect be so strong? The lead veterinarian collapsed in fear on the ground, the gas mask falling off, revealing an ugly face full of sutures. Monster? One of the snake heads slowly lowered, its massive shadow enveloping the lead veterinarian. It flicked its tongue, eyes filled with mockery and brutality. I am your grandpa. Crack. The snakehead opened its gaping mouth and swallowed the still trembling veterinarian in one bite. There was no chewing, it was swallowed whole. Then, the other snakeheads began their feast. This leg is nice, has some chew. This brain is a bit small, not enough to get stuck in my teeth. Bad review. Don't run, the one with the pliers. You wanted to skin me just now? Come on. Let's hurt each other. The once terrifying operating room instantly transformed into a private buffet for the 8-headed snake. Screams, chewing sounds, and the cracking of bones intertwined to form a bizarre symphony. Those ghostly veterinarians, who usually found pleasure in torturing animals, finally experienced the fear of being treated as food. They struggled and wailed under the snake's jaws, but it was futile. Yi Fangyuan leaned against the door, quietly watching this scene. He even picked up a medical record book from the shelf, as if recording experimental data. The drug effect is good. Side effect is increased appetite. In just 2 minutes, the entire veterinary department fell silent. Only the sound of the 8-headed snake burping and the scattered limbs and broken arms remained. Burp. The largest snake head opened its mouth, spitting out a blood-stained white coat. Boss, this doctor is a bit stuck in my teeth, full of preservatives. But this drug is really powerful, I feel like I could swallow this whole building in one bite. The 8-headed snake said with a satisfied look, even licking its lips a bit more. Yi Fangyuan walked in, waving his hand in disgust to disperse the smell. Having something to eat is already good. He walked over, patting the rough, rock-like scales of the 8-headed snake. Since you are full, then shrink back. It takes up too much space, this house needs renovations. Though the 8-headed snake was a bit reluctant to leave this overwhelming feeling of power, it obediently shrank down under Yi Fangyuan's pressure and transformed back into the little snake, coiling around Yi Fangyuan's arm. Let's go. Yi Fangyuan left the blood-scented veterinary department with 2 satisfied employees, one who just finished some bone-breaking practice and another who just finished a big meal. He glanced at the sign at the end of the corridor. Ophthalmology. Team assembled. Next stop, ophthalmology. I heard there's a vision chart that's quite interesting, let's go test our vision. Chapter 48, The Benevolent Ghost Hospital. Is this called a vision chart? This is clearly a book of life and death. Renai Hospital, 2nd floor, ophthalmology. Exiting the blood-scented veterinary department, Yi Fangyuan led the 2 well-fed employees up the stairs to the 2nd floor. The lights on the 2nd floor were brighter than those in the basement, but this brightness carried a strange pale whiteness, like that of the lights in a morgue. The walls on both sides of the corridor were covered with various dissection diagrams of eyes. Look closely, the eyeballs in those pictures are still rolling, as if monitoring every passerby. Ophthalmology. Yi Fangyuan looked at the sign, a playful smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. I want to see how ghosts test vision. He pushed open the door to the ophthalmology room. Next. A cold, mechanical voice came from the examination room. The room was large and empty. On the wall directly opposite the door hung a gigantic eye chart. But this eye chart was completely different from the ordinary ones. It had no E, nor any letters at all. Instead, it displayed lines of increasingly smaller and more twisted red incantations.
In front of the chart sat a ghostly ophthalmologist wearing thick glasses and a white coat. Behind the lenses were no eyes, only two bottomless black holes. In the chair before it sat a patient who had already been deprived of both eyes. It was unclear whether it was a ghost or a human. Rule triggered, vision test. 1. Must clearly see the line of characters pointed out by the doctor and read it out loud. 2. Reading incorrectly or failing to see clearly will be deemed as visual disability, necessitating eyeball replacement surgery, eye gouging. 3. Note, the characters on the eye chart are spiritually contaminated. Staring for more than 5 seconds will drastically reduce sanity. Oh? New arrival? The ghost doctor turned its head, its hollow eye sockets looking at Fangyuan. Did you register? Come sit. It pointed at the chair still stained with blood. Fangyuan walked over, kicked the unfortunate soul who had already been gouged of its eyes out of the way, and casually signaled the skeletal supervisor to drag it out for emergency aid, and sat down boldly. Doctor, my vision isn't great, could you please prescribe me some glasses? Fangyuan asked with a smile. Prescribe glasses? The ghost doctor let out a cold laugh. First, we test your vision. If you fail, it doesn't matter what glasses you get, you can only get new eyes. It picked up a pointer and pointed to the top line of the eye chart. That line was huge, as big as a fist. I see you. Read it. The ghost doctor ordered. I see you. Fangyuan calmly read aloud. This level of spiritual contamination wasn't even a tickle for him. Not bad. The ghost doctor nodded and pointed down with the pointer. The font shrank by half. Your eyes are mine. Your eyes are mine. Fangyuan continued to read, his tone as flat as if he were reading the news. The ghost doctor was slightly surprised. A normal person reading this line would have started bleeding from the eyes by now. It pointed down again. Smaller and more twisted. Gouge out your eyes and give them to me. Look at me, don't blink. The abyss is gazing at you. Fangyuan read to the second to last line in one breath. At this point, that line was so small it looked like an ant, and each character was writhing madly, as if trying to crawl off the paper and into his eyes. Interesting. Fangyuan rubbed his eyes. These words even have effects? Humph, don't get too proud. The ghost doctor suddenly pointed the pointer at the last line. That line was so small it was almost invisible. Even under a microscope, it was just a blurry black spot. Moreover, this line contained an S-rank blinding curse. Anyone trying to see it clearly would have their retinas instantly burned by the curse. Read it. The ghost doctor roared, if you can't read it, I'll gouge out your eyes. It held a sharp scalpel in its other hand. The skeletal supervisor and the 8-headed serpent grew tense, ready to act at any moment to intervene. But Fangyuan waved his hand, signaling them not to move. He squinted slightly. Talent activated, ghost eyes. A dark golden light swirled in the depths of his pupils. The cursed fog blocking his sight instantly dissipated in his vision. That tiny, twisted, and malicious line of characters clearly appeared before him. Fangyuan saw through it. But he suddenly smiled. Doctor, are you sure you want me to read it out? Nonsense. Hurry up and read. The ghost doctor was impatient, the scalpel already pressed close to Fangyuan's eyelid. All right, since you insist on it. Fangyuan took a deep breath, sinking his energy to his dantian, and loudly read out the final line of text. Who sees who is blind? As soon as these 4 words were spoken. Boom! A terrifying backlash of power erupted instantly. The huge vision chart suddenly caught fire, turning into a ball of black flames. And the thick-glassed ghost doctor let out an extremely mournful scream. Ah! My eyes! Its thick glasses shattered, with shards piercing into its pitch-black eye sockets. The eye sockets, which originally had no eyeballs, suddenly flowed tears of black blood. The rule of this curse was, the one who sees clearly becomes blind. But Fangyuan was protected by the Ghost Eye, immune to the curse. As the rule's creator and enforcer, when the rule was read aloud in this way by Fangyuan and bounced back, it became the target of the curse. I see clearly, but I am not blind. Fangyuan stood up, looking at the ghost doctor rolling on the ground. Looks like the one who's blind is you, doctor. Since your vision is so poor, you shouldn't wear that white coat either, it's easy to cause medical accidents. Fangyuan walked over and stripped the ghost doctor's white coat off, though a bit dirty, it was usable, meanwhile confiscating its surgical knife. Skeleton, write it a diagnosis. Fangyuan commanded. Click. Okay, boss. The skeleton manager took out a prescription and wrote with its hand that had 2 broken fingers. Diagnosis result, severe eye disability. Treatment plan, suggest to find employment at a blind massage parlor. After sticking the prescription on the ghost doctor's forehead, Fangyuan swaggered out of the ophthalmology department with the team. Orthopedics, veterinary, ophthalmology are all sorted. Fangyuan looked at the sign at the end of the corridor leading to the cafeteria. After a busy morning, I'm a bit hungry. Let's go see how the food in this hospital is. Hope it's better than that TV station. Chapter 49, Benevolent Ghost Hospital. Where did the morgue go? Why is there no B1 floor in this elevator? Benevolent Hospital Elevator Lobby. Having solved the troubles of the ophthalmology department, Fangyuan brought the team to the elevator door. According to common sense, the morgue in a hospital is usually underground. But when he pressed the elevator button, he found that the elevator panel only had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There was no B1 and no B2. Even the underground veterinary department had to be accessed via stairs. It seemed the elevator was deliberately set to not go underground. Strange. Fangyuan knocked on the elevator door. Does this hospital not have a morgue? Where did the dead patients go? Hiss. Could it be they were eaten? The Yamata no Orochi coiled around Fangyuan's arm, flicking its tongue. I smelled a strong stench of corpses in the veterinary department earlier, but it wasn't from there, it came from deeper. Deeper? The elevator door opened. Fangyuan activated Ghost Eye, and through the closing gap of the door, clearly saw the floor button that the mover pressed. So it was hidden here. After Fangyuan and the others took the elevator down, they walked out with their group. It seems B1 is for the veterinary department, and B2 is the morgue. But he did not rush to go down. His gaze landed on a receipt that the porter had dropped earlier. It had slipped out of the porter's pocket when the cart shook. Fangyuan picked up the receipt. Renei Hospital Material Dispatch List. Date, today. Item name, fresh ingredients, grade A. Quantity, 1 body. Source, operating room number 4, failed surgery. Receiving unit, staff canteen/kitchen. Looking at this receipt, Fangyuan's eyes instantly turned cold. Fresh ingredients? Failed surgery? Sent to the canteen? These words strung together formed a chilling truth. It turned out that the so-called morgue in this hospital did not exist at all. Or rather, it was the cold storage of the canteen. Those patients who died on the operating table were not buried, but instead treated as ingredients, sent into the kitchen, cooked into meals, and fed to other patients. This was not just murder, it was cannibalism. Ugh. The skeletal supervisor, upon seeing the content of the receipt, made a retching motion, even though it had no stomach. It was too disgusting, more repulsive than anything it had seen in the sewers. What a great Renei hospital. Fangyuan crumpled the receipt into a ball, nearly breaking the pen in his hand. Renei? I see it's human flesh. He turned around, looking at the freight elevator. Not going to be too. Fangyuan's voice was as cold as dropping ice shards. We're going to the canteen. I want to see what that so-called kitchen is really cooking. Renei Hospital 1 Estate Floor Staff Canteen. At this moment, it was mealtime. The canteen was bustling with noise. Countless patients in hospital gowns were lining up, holding metal lunchboxes, their eyes dull as they waited for their food. The air was filled with a strong smell of meat. But this smell was too strong, almost greasy, making one dizzy if inhaled for too long. Behind the serving window, several bulky, shiny-faced ghost chefs were using large spoons to scoop red meat soup from enormous iron pots. Chunks of unidentifiable meat floated in the soup, and sometimes bits of fingers or eyeballs could be seen. Come on, eat more, eat enough and you'll be better. The ghost chefs laughed eerily while serving food. The patients took their lunchboxes as if they were starving ghosts being reborn, not caring whether it was hot or not, pouring it straight into their mouths. Gulp, gulp. They drank with grease dripping from their mouths, displaying a satisfied yet eerie smile. Chapter 50, Renei Ghost Hospital. Is this called a nutritious meal? I see it's corpse oil mixed rice. Renei Hospital 1 Estate Floor Staff Canteen. Through the thick glass door, covered in grease and blood handprints, Fangyuan did not immediately push the door open. He stood in the shadow of the corridor, coldly observing the scene inside through the cracks in the glass. The canteen lights were off, the only light coming from the red-hot stoves in the kitchen and a few grim green emergency lights on the walls. The air was filled with an extremely strong and slightly sweet smell of meat. But this smell was too rich, like a large chunk of fatty meat cooked for 3 days and nights in low-quality flavoring. Just one whiff made it feel as though a thick layer of lard coated the inside of one's lungs, causing a wave of nauseating spasms from the stomach. Gulp, gulp. The canteen was filled with people. Countless patients in blue and white striped hospital gowns huddled together like livestock at rusty long tables. They did not talk, nor did they make eye contact, only the mechanical sound of swallowing could be heard. In front of each person, there was a huge stainless steel basin filled with dark red, thick meat soup as sticky as glue. Rule suppression, gluttony. Those entering the canteen must eat. Stop end.
He would be seen as an anorexic patient and would be force-fed, physically. Yi Fangyuan's gaze fell on the oldest man closest to the door. The old man was so thin that his bones were almost visible, with deep-set eyes, but his eating movements were frighteningly wild. He didn't even use a spoon, burying his face straight into the metal basin, licking up the red broth like a dog, mouthful after mouthful. As he ate, tears streamed down his cheeks and mixed into the soup. Ugh! The old man seemed to have overeaten, retching violently, his body twitching as he tried to vomit up what was in his stomach. Smack! A big, greasy, black-haired hand suddenly pressed down on the old man's neck. It was a ghostly chef wearing a blood-stained apron. Towering at 2 meters tall, with a belly like a barrel and a pig's head mask on its face, it held a ladle still dripping with oil. Vomit? Who told you to vomit? The ghost chef's voice was thick and muffled, as if squeezed from a pile of fat, dripping with a cruel mockery. Such a good nutrient meal, what a waste to throw it away. Eat it all. Even what comes out, eat it down. It pressed the old man's head forcefully into the iron basin. Gurgle. The old man's face was plunged into the boiling hot meat soup, releasing suffocating bubbling sounds. He struggled, but his frail arms were powerless against the ghost chef. Moments later, the old man stopped moving. The ghost chef lifted the old man's hair, looked at the ruined face, nostrils stuffed with meat debris, and disdainfully sneered. He died just like that? So weak. It tossed the old man's body onto a cart in the corner like trash. On that cart, several bodies were already piled up. Next. Who else hasn't eaten enough? The ghost chef waved its ladle and patrolled the cafeteria. Wherever it went, the patients, who were already nearly full, trembled in fear, stuffing food into their mouths even if their stomachs were about to burst. Fear. Despair. This was not a cafeteria, it was a forced-feeding slaughterhouse. Outside, Yi Fangyuan's eyes gradually turned cold. Behind him, the skeletal supervisor's eye sockets glowed with fiery intensity, the toolbox in its hands creaking under pressure. Though it was a spirit, it was a clean and principled spirit, and witnessing such a scene of feeding people like pigs seriously crossed its bottom line. Don't rush. Yi Fangyuan reached out to stop the skeleton wanting to rush in. Let's first see what they are eating. Yi Fangyuan activated the ghost eye. Dark golden light swirled, and the delicious filter that covered the food shattered instantly. He saw clearly what was in the stainless steel basin. That was not meat soup at all. That was grease from corpses. Floating on top were meat pieces, chopped fingers, bits of internal organs, and some unknown soft tissue. And the big bone being gnawed on by the patient was unmistakably a human thigh bone with flesh still clinging to it. Most disgusting of all, countless tiny, white maggots squirmed in the broth. They burrowed in and out of the meat chunks, sliding down the patient's throats with every swallow, settling in their bellies. This was a pot of toxic meat soup. Feeding patients to patients, and planting corpse poison. Yi Fangyuan took a deep breath, suppressing the killing intent in his chest. The doctors in this hospital really understand how to recycle. At that moment, there was a commotion deep within the cafeteria. A young female patient suddenly screamed, spitting out a hard, solid object from her mouth. Clang! The object fell onto the iron table with a crisp sound. It was a gold ring, stained with meat shreds. The female patient looked at the ring, her pupils dilating as if she had seen the most terrifying thing in the world. This is my husband's ring. She trembled, looking at the remaining meat soup in the basin. Let out a heart-wrenching cry. You fed me my husband? Ah! She went insane. She reached into her throat, desperately clawing, wanting to vomit out what she had eaten, even if it meant tearing her stomach apart. Shut up! Another ghost chef wearing a bull's head mask came over. It held a bone cleaver in its hand, looking at the crazy female patient without anger, but instead let out a piercing, strange laugh. Have you spit it out? Lucky you, that's a special prize. The bull-headed chef approached the female patient from behind, raising the cleaver. Since you have eaten family, that means a family reunion. To celebrate the reunion, you should also become a part of this soup. The blade flashed cold light, about to slash down on the female patient's neck. The surrounding patients closed their eyes in fear, trembling, no one dared to speak or stop it. Here, compassion is unnecessary, surviving is the only instinct. Just as the blade was about to touch the skin. Boom! The thick glass door of the cafeteria suddenly exploded open. Not pushed open, but shattered by a terrifying force. Countless shards of glass shot like bullets toward the bull-headed chef. Who? The bull-headed chef instinctively raised a hand to cover its face. As the smoke cleared, a figure in an ill-fitting white coat, holding a dripping blood chainsaw, stepped on the ground covered in glass shards and slowly walked in. Yi Fangyuan did not look at the chef but instead picked up the gold ring on the ground and wiped it with his sleeve. Sanitation rating, 0 points. Yi Fangyuan lifted his head, his dark golden eyes devoid of warmth. Finding foreign objects in the food, and still daring to commit murder? Show me your chef's certificates and health permits. Today, the health department is conducting a surprise inspection. Chapter 51, Loving Ghost Hospital, Sanitation Inspection, please show your ingredient qualification certificate. Loving Hospital first floor staff cafeteria? With Yi Fangyuan's furious shout, the noisy swallowing sounds in the cafeteria abruptly stopped. A deathly silence enveloped the entire place. Hundreds of vacant eyes turned to the man at the door, holding a chainsaw and radiating malevolence. The bull-headed chef, who was about to attack with the cleaver, froze in midair. Its big copper bell-like eyes stared fixedly at Yi Fangyuan, heavy white steam pouring out of its nostrils. Health department? The bull-headed chef let out a thunderous low growl, its voice filled with disdain and rage. This is Loving Hospital. It's the director's territory. Even if the king of hell came, he couldn't manage our kitchen. And it pointed at the chainsaw in Yi Fangyuan's hand. What health inspector brings something like that? I see you're here to cause trouble. Cause trouble? Yi Fangyuan smiled, casually tossing the gold ring specked with meat and catching it again. This is called violent law enforcement, you understand? He stepped toward the food counter, each step sounding like a funeral bell ringing in the hearts of the crowd as his leather shoes crunched on the shattered glass. This ring was found in your soup. Yi Fangyuan slammed the ring on the stainless steel counter, making a crisp sound. According to Article XX of the Food Safety Law, finding foreign objects in food, especially this kind of precious metal, is a serious violation. And Yi Fangyuan activated the Yi Ghost Eye, scanning the buckets of boiling red meat soup. In his vision, the floating meat pieces were wrapped in intense black resentment, countless small resentful souls wailing and struggling in the soup, trying to climb out. Not only is your meat not fresh, but it hasn't been inspected, right? This is zombie meat, chef. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding patients, although in a daze, instinctively shuddered. The bull-headed chef's face turned extremely ugly. You little brat, you're seeking death. It slammed its hand on the counter. The bone cleaver was deeply embedded in the iron sheet. Here, I say it is meat, it is meat. I say it's a nutritious meal, it is a nutritious meal. Since you like to check so much, come in and inspect the goods. Rule triggered, kitchen forbidden zone. Anyone who illegally enters the kitchen will be treated as ingredients, automatically skinned and boned. Boom! The glass panel at the serving window suddenly fell, isolating the front hall from the kitchen. At the same time, the walls of the cafeteria began to ooze dark red liquid. Those originally dazed patients suddenly appeared to be summoned by something. Their eyes instantaneously turned completely black, drool of greed pooled at the corners of their mouths, and they let out beast-like growls from their throats. Hungry, so hungry. Meat, fresh meat. They no longer stared at the soup in their bowls but turned their heads to look at Yi Fangyuan. Under the distortion of the rules, Yi Fangyuan had transformed in their eyes into a huge, walking, aromatic piece of premium pork belly. Eat him, eat him. Hundreds of patients stood up like zombies, unsteadily surrounding Yi Fangyuan. Using someone else to kill? Yi Fangyuan looked at the crowd rushing toward him, but he did not panic. He knew these patients were also victims. They had lost their minds to the broth infused with corpse poison, becoming puppets of the chef. If he used the saw to clear a path directly, it would truly be a slaughter. Do you want me to kill civilians? You wish. Yi Fangyuan stabbed the chainsaw into the ground. He took a deep breath and suddenly pulled something out from his pocket. It was not a weapon, but a bottle of medicated oil, taken from the skeleton supervisor's first aid kit. Since you all can't think clearly, I'll help you wake up. Yi Fangyuan twisted the bottle cap open. He suddenly sprinkled it with force. Splash! A small bottle of medicated oil in Yi Fangyuan's hand seemed to transform into a torrential rain. The green liquid turned into mist, accurately covering every patient rushing forward. That refreshing scent shot straight to the top of their heads, instantly exploding in the cafeteria. Achoo! So spicy. My eyes, so spicy. The first few patients in the front were blinded by the medicated oil and immediately screamed while covering their eyes. That strong stimulating feeling forcefully shattered the murkiness controlled by the corpse poison in their minds. Where am I? Just now. I wanted to eat people? The blackness in their eyes gradually faded, replaced by fear and disgust. Seeing the severed limbs and broken arms in their hands, many kneeled on the ground and began to vomit. Ugh! The sounds of vomiting rose and fell, merging into one chorus. The bull-headed chef in the kitchen was dumbfounded. The poisonous meat soup it had painstakingly simmered was actually ruined by a bottle of medicated oil? Damn it! The bull-headed chef was furiously enraged. It kicked open the small door of the kitchen and rushed out, wielding the bone cleaver. Since the puppets were useless, it would take matters into its own hands. Its massive body resembled a tank, shaking the floor with every step. I will chop you into meat paste. Make you into tomorrow's breakfast. The knife edge with the smell of blood aimed straight at Yi Fangyuan's face. Yi Fangyuan stood still, not moving at all. He simply said calmly, "Skeleton, serve the dish." Clack! A white shadow jumped down from the ceiling. It had been hiding up there. The skeleton supervisor was not holding a weapon but instead carrying a boiling pressure cooker, taken from the kitchen. It fell down from the sky, similar to a slam dunk, and forcefully slammed the boiling pressure cooker onto the bull-headed chef's head. When? A huge sound echoed. Scalding broth flowed down the bull-headed chef's neck. Ah! The bull-headed chef let out a pig-like scream. Even a ghost would lose skin when burned by this hot enhanced broth. It flailed around like a headless fly, dropping the knife in its hand. Looks like this dish is a bit overcooked. Yi Fangyuan pulled out the chainsaw from the ground. Step by step, approaching the chef who was still screaming. Since you are the chef, you must know. The worst thing in cooking is using ingredients that aren't fresh. SZZZZZZ. The chainsaw roared to life. Yi Fangyuan's eyes were as cold as a blade. Now, it's my turn to check your meat, for freshness. Chapter 52, Benevolent Ghost Hospital. I tried the soup for you, it's a bit salty. Benevolent Hospital first floor canteen kitchen. The bull-headed chef lay on the ground, with a deformed pressure cooker still on his head, writhing in pain. Scalding hot soup burned off the pigskin mask on his face, revealing a true visage filled with sores, even sporting fangs. Don't come closer. He heard the chainsaw getting closer, the countdown to death ticking down. I was wrong. I shouldn't have cooked carelessly. I have a certificate. I have a health certificate. The ghost chef desperately pulled out a greasy little booklet from his pocket, holding it above his head, trying to prove his legitimacy. Yi Fangyuan stepped on his wrist, kicking the booklet away. It's too late. I just gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. Yi Fangyuan raised the chainsaw. Besides, I just tried your soup, actually just smelled it. You added too much salt. It's overwhelming. As a chef, if you can't even control the seasoning, keeping you around is a disaster. SZZZZZZ. The chainsaw came down. There was no suspense. The ghost chef's massive head was sliced off by Yi Fangyuan like a watermelon. Black blood gushed out, splattering onto the stainless steel countertop, making a sizzling corrosive sound. With the chef's death, the suffocating oppressive rules in the canteen instantly vanished. Those originally controlled patients, who were vomiting, finally regained complete consciousness. We are saved? That doctor no, that God killed the monster. They looked at Yi Fangyuan, their eyes filled with awe and gratitude. Yi Fangyuan turned off the chainsaw and glanced back at the poor souls. Alright, stop vomiting. Skeleton, get them some clean water to rinse their mouths. Then clean this place up. Clack. The skeleton manager acknowledged the order, having long found the grease on the floor unsightly, immediately taking out a mop. Yi Fangyuan did not linger. He stepped over the ghost chef's body and walked deeper into the kitchen. This place was even more bloody than outside. The chopping board was piled high with unprocessed ingredients. In the corner freezer, countless black bags with only numbers on them were frozen. And at the very back of the kitchen, there was a tightly shut cold storage door, carved with intricate runes. A sign hung on the door, Extreme Cold Land, no entry without permission. Found it. Yi Fangyuan recalled the corpse transport receipt from the earlier worker. Receiving unit, staff canteen/kitchen. That worker delivered the bodies here. But what lay behind this door was definitely not just a cold storage. Yamada no Orochi, come out to work. Yi Fangyuan shook his sleeves. Yamada no Orochi, mini version, poked its head out, sniffed the air, and disdainfully flicked its tongue. Hiss. So stinky. It smells like dead rats. Stop talking, open the door. Yamada no Orochi reluctantly crawled over, using the tip of its tail to poke the keyhole. The tip of its tail can change shape, acting as a universal key. Click. The lock opened. Yi Fangyuan pushed open the heavy cold storage door. A blast of white cold air surged out, instantly dropping the surrounding temperature below freezing. Behind the door was not the expected freezer, but a downward staircase, covered in frost. The staircase seemed bottomless, as if leading to hell. I see. Yi Fangyuan looked at the staircase. This is the entrance to the missing B2 floor. Also the true processing plant of this hospital. He turned back and shouted to the skeleton manager. Skeleton, I'm leaving this place in your care. Don't let those patients run around. I'll go down with Yamada. The skeleton manager gave a salute, clack.
I promise to accomplish the task. I will make this place shine like a mirror. Fangyuan walked into the chilling stairwell with the 8-headed snake. After just 2 steps, the door behind him closed automatically. The surroundings fell into a lifeless darkness. Only from the depths of the stairs came the faint sound of a dull, rhythmic pounding. Dong, dong, dong. It was like someone was hammering something with a giant mallet, one blow after another. Interesting. Fangyuan activated his ghost eye. In the darkness, his eyes sparkled with a dark golden light. Let me see what kind of monsters are hiding down here. Chapter 53, Benevolent Ghost Hospital. You call this an artwork? This is clearly a shoddy construction. Benevolent Hospital, Floor B2, Flesh Processing Plant. After passing through that seemingly endless, frost-covered staircase, the temperature in the air had dropped below zero. Each breath would condense into icy lumps in his lungs, stinging his windpipe. But when Fangyuan pushed open the heavy fire door, a wave of heat mixed with a strong smell of blood rushed toward him. This was not a cold storage. This was a vast, roaring flesh factory. Above him were complex pipes, coiled like a giant beast's intestines on the ceiling, continuously dripping dark red liquid. The liquid fell to the ground, pooling into winding streams, flowing toward a huge drain in the center of the room. Surrounding him were dozens of operating conveyor belts. What was being transported was not goods, but disgusting raw materials: pale arms, twitching thighs, skinned torsos, and even hearts still beating, all packed into transparent glass jars, as if in a bizarre display. Sizzle, crack. The sound of machines working, bones being sawed, and flesh being torn mixed together, forming a hellish symphony. Beside the conveyor belt stood dozens of hunchback seamsters, dressed in rubber aprons and wearing gas masks. In their hands, they held steel needles almost half a meter long and coarse black threads, moving mechanically and numbly. Snip, snip, snip. The sound of needles piercing flesh was clearly audible. Fangyuan saw that the closest seamster was working on a multi-armed monster. It was forcibly stitching 3 arms of different sizes and skin colors onto a weak torso. Because the sizes didn't match, it smashed the bones with a hammer and forced them inside. Although the torso had no head, the body was convulsing violently, as if it could still feel pain. Hiss, boss, I want to vomit. The 8-headed snake, hidden in the sleeve, finally couldn't help but peek out. Although it was a man-eating divine beast, this scene was too sickening. It had no appetite and even felt a bit nauseous. Hang in there. Fangyuan frowned, a hint of disgust flashing in his eyes. This place is dirtier than a slaughterhouse. He did not rush to act but slowly strolled around the workshop like a leader inspecting the area. He passed by workstation after workstation, watching the seamsters create one monstrous deformity after another. Some attached cat heads to human bodies, some hollowed out human organs to stuff with cotton, and others were stitching 2 bodies together to make conjoined twins. Is this what they call a processing factory? Fangyuan stopped in front of a workstation where an eye was being sewn. The seamster was stitching a huge, bloodshot eyeball into the eye socket of a doll. Fangyuan reached out and gently pressed down on the eyeball. The seamster's hands paused. It slowly turned its head, the eyes behind the gas mask murky and filled with anger. Who? Don't block my work. This batch of goods needs to be shipped out. Its voice was hoarse, like sand stuck in its throat, carrying a sense of long-term silence. Working? Fangyuan sneered coldly, his fingers applying slight pressure. Put. That eyeball was directly crushed by him, black liquid splattering all over the seamster's face. What are you doing? The seamster roared, raising the steel needle in his hand. I'm helping you check the goods. Fangyuan pulled out a tissue to wipe his hands, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. This eyeball is rotten, you plan to sew it in? Do you want to suffocate the client? He pointed at the monsters struggling on the assembly line around them. And that one, its arm is installed backwards, that one, the thread ends are sticking out 2 inches long, and that one over there, its intestines are flowing out without being stuffed back in. Fangyuan shook his head, a face full of disappointment. Is this the quality of your products? It's simply trash. You dare sell such shoddy work? Aren't you afraid of client returns and complaints? The seamster was stunned. He had worked here for decades, and no one had ever dared to question his skills. In their eyes, these deformed monsters were the most perfect works of art. What do you know? This is art. It's the aesthetics of splicing. The seamster was enraged. That simple mind couldn't grasp quality standards, feeling insulted instead. I'll sew you to the wall. So you can appreciate my art forever. It roared, swinging the barbed steel needle, stabbing fiercely toward Fangyuan's eyes. The other seamsters also stopped their work, grabbing saws and hammers, surrounding them with fierce looks. Rule triggered, craftsman's fury. Insulting the seamster's works will be treated as raw material, forcibly disassembled and restructured. Art?
Yi Fangyuan looked at the stabbing steel needle, not dodging. He merely tilted his head slightly, the needle grazed past his ear, nailing into the wall behind. Then, he grabbed the seamster's wrist with his other hand. Crack! A crisp sound of a bone breaking echoed. The seamster's wrist was forcibly broken, twisted at a strange angle. Ah, the seamster shrieked. Since you think this is art, let me teach you what true art is. Yi Fangyuan snatched the steel needle back and grabbed a handful of black thread from the nearby table. Baki, come out and help. Hiss. What? I don't eat this dirty stuff, the Baki snake protested. Hold it down. Yi Fangyuan pointed at the still screaming seamster. Though unwilling, the Baki snake lunged out, its body instantly elongating, tightly coiling around the seamster, pinning it down on the workbench. Yi Fangyuan held the steel needle, his gaze becoming focused and cold, like a real surgeon. I see that your hands and feet are a bit uncoordinated, the proportions are off. For the sake of art, I need to help you adjust a bit. In the next few minutes, heart-wrenching screams echoed by the assembly line, more brutal than slaughtering pigs. The other seamsters were stunned, frozen in place with their weapons, not daring to step forward. They saw the intruder using dazzling techniques that were nothing short of divine, sewing the seamster's hands and feet together. And the stitching was so tight and fine, it even formed a beautiful bow. All done. Yi Fangyuan snipped the thread ends and clapped his hands. Now the seamster had turned into a strange ball-shaped creature, hands and feet connected, able only to roll like a ball on the ground. This is art. Yi Fangyuan commented with satisfaction, even taking out his phone to snap a picture. This structure is not only sturdy but also very aesthetically pleasing. You can roll like this to work from now on, it's efficient. The surrounding seamsters trembled in fear, dropping their tools all over the ground. Who else thinks their skills are art? Step up, I don't mind guiding you a bit more. Yi Fangyuan scanned the area, and wherever his gaze landed, all the monsters lowered their heads. Some even started to actively dismantle the faulty products they had just sewn together. Redoing, fearing to be sewn into a ball. Very well. Yi Fangyuan took out a wrinkled order from the pocket of the seamstress who had been sewn into a ball. Delivery note. Order number, VIP009. Product, enhanced ghost hand, left. Recipient, ICU ward, bed number 1, Mr. Lee. ICU ward? Yi Fangyuan looked at this address, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. So the buyer is right below us. He tucked the delivery note into his pocket and kicked the meatball on the ground. Let's go, Yaki. We are going to deliver this item to Mr. Lee's door. Yi Fangyuan picked up the still sobbing meatball, treating it as a gift, and walked towards the large door marked with VIP passage at the end of the workshop. Chapter 54, Benevolent Ghost Hospital, the Eternal One in the ICU, may I borrow your ghost hand? Benevolent Hospital Underground Level -2 VIP Passage. Pushing open the heavy metal door, the noise and bloody smell from outside were instantly cut off. It was so quiet here, as if it were another world. The floor was soft red carpet, above was a gentle crystal chandelier, and the air even carried a faint scent of lavender. If he did not know this was underground level -2, Yi Fangyuan would have thought he had entered a 5-star hotel. On both sides of the corridor, there hung oil paintings. The people in the paintings wore extravagant dresses, but their body parts appeared particularly jarring. Some had a green ghost eye. Some had arms as thick as gorillas, those were the arms of the seam monster. And others had transparent chests with a purple ghost heart beating inside. Each painting had a price tag below it. Ghost eye transplant, 50 million each. Ghost hand enhancement, 80 million each. Demon heart, 200 million each, including rejection treatment. TSK Tisk, truly a lucrative business. Yi Fangyuan looked at those prices, unable to help but exclaim, no wonder this hospital treats living people as ingredients, it is actually to support these rich clients. He carried the seamster sewn into a ball, the gift, to a pair of double doors at the end of the corridor. A golden plaque hung on the door, ICU Special Care Room number 1. It was exactly the address on the delivery note. Knock. 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 Yi Fangyuan politely knocked on the door. Who is it? A strong yet somewhat irritable male voice came from inside. Is my delivery here? Why are those useless people so slow? Hello, courier. Yi Fangyuan pushed the door open and walked in. The ward was large, decorated extravagantly. Huge floor-to-ceiling windows, although fake, with a simulated landscape on the screen, genuine leather sofas, and a gigantic LCD television were all present. On the large hospital bed lay a plump middle-aged man with a face full of flesh. He did not appear weak like an ordinary patient, instead, his face was flushed with vigor. However, he only had a right hand, the left sleeve was empty. Upon seeing Yi Fangyuan enter, Mr. Lee paused for a moment. Who are you? Where's my doctor? He fixed his gaze on the meatball in Fangyuan's hand, confusion flashing in his eyes. What is that thing? It's a gift. Fangyuan threw the still whimpering seamster on the ground, then took out the delivery note. You are Mr. Lee, right? Your enhanced ghost hand has arrived. Where is it? Hurry and attach it to me. Mr. Lee excitedly jumped off the bed. His movements were surprisingly agile, not at all like a disabled person. Fangyuan noticed that he wore a black ring on his right hand, which emitted faint regulated waves, seemingly used to suppress the ghostly energy within. The goods are behind, they are still on the way. Fangyuan pulled over a chair to sit down, but before that, I need to verify your qualifications. Qualifications? Mr. Lee frowned. I spent 200 million to buy a membership, what more qualifications do I need? Are you new here? Don't want to do this anymore? He waved his right hand forcefully. That seemingly ordinary right hand suddenly expanded a bit, its skin turning a bluish purple, and the nails grew larger. Item, parasitic ghost hand, C-class. Source, transplanted from a certain powerful ghost. Kid, don't push your luck. Here, what I say is the rule. Mr. Lee sneered, waving his ghostly hand towards Fangyuan's neck. The speed was so fast it created a whooshing sound. Oh, practiced before? Fangyuan sat in the chair without moving. Just as the ghostly hand was about to touch him. Slap! Fangyuan raised his hand and effortlessly grabbed Mr. Lee's wrist. That powerful ghostly hand, capable of crushing stones, felt like it was caught in a vice in Fangyuan's grasp, completely still. This. Mr. Lee's eyes widened in terror. How is this possible? I have the ghostly hand's power. I have 10 times the strength. 10 times? Fangyuan shook his head. Too weak. You dare to have such a faulty item attached to you? Aren't you afraid of getting nail fungus? He exerted a slight force. Crack. Mr. Lee's wrist let out a sharp sound, his bone broken. Ah! Mr. Lee screamed in agony, kneeling on the ground. But he did not give up resisting. From his other empty sleeve, a black tentacle suddenly twisted out, wrapping around Fangyuan's ankle like a snake. It turned out that although he had lost his left hand, another strange creature was parasitically living inside it. Yamada no Orochi, do your work. Fangyuan shook his sleeve. Hiss. The 8-headed snake sprang out, biting that tentacle and slurping it in like spaghetti. Hick. The 8-headed snake burped. This thing is a bit fishy. Mr. Lee was completely dumbfounded. His trump card, his power, seemed like a joke in front of this young man. Who exactly are you? What do you want? I have money. I can pay you. Mr. Lee pulled out a black card from his pocket. There's 100 million in this card. The password is 6/8. Spare me. Fangyuan took the card, glanced at it, then casually tossed it to the 8-headed snake, as a toy. I don't lack money. Fangyuan stood up, walked up to Mr. Lee, his gaze cold. I'm just curious. He pointed at Mr. Lee's bluish-purple ghostly hand. How many people did you kill for this thing? How much nutritional meal did you eat? Mr. Lee's eyes flickered. This is also for survival, for immortality. Immortality? Fangyuan sneered. Living forever by eating human flesh and having a ghostly hand, does that still make you human? He reached out, grabbing the connection point of Mr. Lee's ghostly hand. Since this hand isn't yours, let's take it back. No. Don't pull it. That's my life. Mr. Lee let out a heart-wrenching scream. Rip. Fangyuan showed no hesitation, yanking forcefully. That ghostly hand, already merged with flesh and blood, was brutally torn away. Blood gushed out. Mr. Lee fainted from the pain. Fangyuan tossed the twitching ghostly hand to the 8-headed snake. Extra meal. The 8-headed snake excitedly lunged forward to enjoy the feast. Fangyuan glanced at the unconscious Mr. Lee, then at the tightly shut doors of the hospital rooms outside the corridor. Looks like there are still quite a few patients here. He picked up the meatball, the suture worker, from the ground, walking towards the next patient room. Since I'm here, let's visit room by room. I will also be a visiting doctor. Chapter 55, Benevolent Ghost Hospital, the crying of obstetrics and gynecology. You call this a baby? Benevolent Hospital, underground level -2 depth of the corridor. After clearing the immortals in the ICU, Fangyuan now held a bloody set of keys. These were universal cards searched from Mr. Lee that could open all doors on this level. Hiss. Boss, the smell ahead isn't right. The 8-headed snake coiled around Fangyuan's arm, suddenly twisting uneasily. There's a strong scent of milk? No, rotten milk. Milk scent? Fangyuan paused. At the end of the corridor was a pair of pink double doors.
The doors had cute cartoon designs and were adorned with a string of wind chimes. But in such a grim environment, this pink only felt creepy. The sign on the door read, Newborn Care Unit, NICU. Faintly, sounds of a baby crying came from behind the door. Wah wah. The sound was sharp and piercing. Like scraping glass with nails, it made one's eardrums ache. Let's go in and take a look. Fangyuan pushed open the door. The scene behind the door made even someone accustomed to strange tales frown. This was a huge temperature-controlled room. The room was filled with hundreds of large, transparent glass petri dishes. Each dish was filled with pale yellow nutrient solution, and floating in the liquid were curled-up babies. But these babies looked too strange. Some had 3 eyes, some had wings on their backs, and some even had no skin, exposing their bright red muscles and pulsing veins. Though their eyes were closed, they made a disturbing wailing sound from their mouths. In the center of the room, a grotesquely plump ghostly head nurse in a nurse's uniform was pushing a cart filled with red liquid, perhaps blood milk, to feed these petri dishes. It inserted tubes into the dishes, watching as the babies greedily sucked, a motherly, yet terrifying, smile on its face. Rule triggered, quiet moment. The babies are resting, making noise is strictly forbidden. If you wake them up, you will face the consequences. Shoo. The ghostly head nurse noticed the intruder, raised a finger to his lips, and made a gesture for silence. Its fingers were long, and its nails were sharp like blades. The babies are sleeping, don't disturb them. It spoke softly, but its gaze was fierce, staring at Fangyuan as if to say that if he dared to make even the slightest sound, it would pounce on him and tear him apart. Fangyuan looked at those so-called babies. Ghost eyes activated. Item, artificial ghost baby, semi-finished product. Components, grudge spirit fragments plus corpse remains plus a drop of the Dean's blood. Purpose, as backup parts for the divine body, or as feed. Feed? Fangyuan scoffed coldly. Using corpses as feed to raise this group of monsters? He did not lower his voice but deliberately raised his volume. Hey! That fat nurse! Fangyuan shouted. This shout was like thunder in the quiet temperature-controlled room. The ghost babies, who were either sleeping or pretending to be asleep, were instantly awakened. Wah! Hundreds of ghost babies opened their eyes simultaneously, with hundreds of completely black, resentful eyes. They began to pound against the glass wall frantically, making a loud banging noise. You! The ghost head nurse was furious. You've woken them up. You will pay for this. Its body suddenly swelled, the originally pink nurse's uniform tearing apart, revealing a bloated body stitched together from countless pieces of human skin. It swung its arms, filled with syringes, charging like a meat cannonball. I'm not good at soothing children. Fangyuan dodged to the side, avoiding the nurse's charge. He patted the 8-headed serpent on his arm. Yatsukami, it's up to you now. Hiss? What's up? Don't you love to eat? These are jellies. Fangyuan pointed at those glass jars. The 8-headed serpent looked at those soft ghost babies, its eyes brightened. Though they looked a bit ugly, the energy fluctuations were really tempting. Roar! The 8-headed serpent instantly grew larger, although it couldn't return to its complete form due to space constraints, it was still enough. It charged like a greedy python, directly shattering a petri dish. Crash! Nutrient solution spilled everywhere. The ghost baby, who had yet to scream, was swallowed whole by the 8-headed serpent. A bit fishy, but the texture is quite chewy. The 8-headed serpent gave its assessment. Having had the first, there was bound to be a second. A buffet feast unfolded in the obstetrics and gynecology department. The ghost head nurse went mad. No! My babies! They are the Dean's treasures. It tried to stop the 8-headed serpent, but Fangyuan stood in its way. Your opponent is me. Fangyuan held a pair of surgical scissors, he had just grabbed them. I see your skin is a bit loose, was it not pulled tight during the stitching? Let me help you trim up. In the next few minutes, it was a one-sided crushing. Although the ghost nurse was strong, in front of Fangyuan, the rule breaker, its rule suppression was completely ineffective. Fangyuan was like a tailor, cutting away the excess human skin from the nurse's body, piece by piece. This piece won't do, it's too oily. This piece is the wrong color, it affects the appearance. In the end, the bloated monster was trimmed down to its original size, a withered corpse, lying on the ground unable to move. Meanwhile, the 8-headed serpent had also overeaten. Hundreds of ghost babies had been consumed by it, more than half, the remaining ones were curled up in the corner, trembling, not even daring to cry. Burp! The 8-headed serpent let out a full belch, and a faint golden light appeared around its body. Having eaten so many high-energy ghost babies, its strength seemed to have restored a lot. Alright, no more eating. Fangyuan kicked the glass shards on the ground. It's time to find the main culprit. He looked towards a hidden door at the deepest part of the room. That was the passage to the director's office, or the core laboratory. The god-making project? Yi Fangyuan sneered. I want to see what kind of thing you can create. Chapter 56, Benevolent Ghost Hospital, the Director's Diary. Why is the handwriting getting more and more chaotic? Benevolent Hospital Underground Level -2 Core Area. After solving the ghost baby problem in obstetrics, Yi Fangyuan, with the satisfied eight-headed serpent, reached the deepest part of the corridor. There was only an inconspicuous iron door here. The door had no sign, only a complex password lock. Hisses. Boss, there is a heavy grudge behind this door, heavier than those ghost babies before. The eight-headed serpent twisted its body uneasily. It could sense that behind this door hid the darkest secret of the entire hospital. Yi Fangyuan took out the universal card he found on Mr. Lee and swiped it. Beep. The red light lit up. Insufficient permissions, access limited to the director only. Tisk, quite strict. Yi Fangyuan put away the card and grabbed the eight-headed serpent. Let me borrow your tail. Hisses. I am a divine beast. Not a locksmith. Although it protested verbally, the eight-headed serpent obediently extended its tail tip into the keyhole. After some fiddling, a click sound was heard, and the door opened. Director's office, and file room number 5. The room was small but exceptionally tidy. One wall was a bookshelf filled with various medical classics and forbidden books. The other wall hung a huge black and white photo. In the photo was a young, handsome doctor holding a gently smiling woman in his arms. The two looked very happy, with the background being the benevolent hospital. Is this the director? Yi Fangyuan walked to the desk. On the desk lay a thick diary wrapped in black leather. On the cover of the diary, there was a line written in gold powder, to my beloved, Sophie. Yi Fangyuan opened the first page. March 1, 1995, Sunny. Sophie's illness has been diagnosed. Late-stage brain cancer. How can this be? She is so kind, so beautiful. I must save her. Even if it takes all my medical knowledge. The handwriting was neat, revealing a hint of anxiety and determination. Yi Fangyuan continued to flip through. June 15, 1995, rainy. All regular treatments have failed. Chemotherapy made her lose all her hair, she is in so much pain. I can't go on like this. I must find a new method. I've heard that there is a substitution technique in ancient texts. September 9, 1995, overcast. The first experiment failed. The body of that death row inmate rejected Sophie's cells. It seems ordinary people's bodies are too weak to bear the weight of the soul. I need stronger material, a stronger body. As he flipped through the diary, Yi Fangyuan noticed that the handwriting began to become messy and chaotic, and even dark red bloodstains began to appear on the paper. January 1, 1996, snow. I succeeded. I have sewn the arm of a monster onto the experiment body, and it came to life. Although it has lost its sanity, its vitality is extraordinarily strong. This is the road I have been looking for. Only by breaking the boundary between humans and monsters can one attain eternal life. May 20, 1996, the handwriting has completely turned into blood writing. Sophie is dead. No. She is not dead. Her soul is still here. I have sealed her in that statue. As long as I create a perfect body, she can be revived. A perfect body needs the strongest arms, the strongest thighs, the strongest heart. I will piece them together. 1999, the handwriting is no longer recognizable, full of mad doodles. Eat. Devour the weak. Filter the strong. Only the strongest flesh and blood are worthy of my Sophie. God. I will create a god. The diary abruptly ends here. On the last page, there is a design drawing. The drawing depicts a gigantic humanoid creature. Its arms are twisted from dozens of different arms, its legs are the hind limbs of some beast, its chest embedded with that evil god statue, and the head. The head is empty. Below it is a note, waiting for Sophie's soul to return. Madman. Yi Fangyuan closed the diary, his gaze cold. To save one person, you killed thousands. Is this called love? It is called selfishness. He threw the diary back onto the table. At that moment, the ground of the room suddenly shook violently. Boom! The bookshelf collapsed, and the photos on the walls fell. The floor cracked open a huge gap, revealing a deeper space below. A terrifying, suffocating aura surged from the crack. That is, an S-class aura. It seems that God has awakened. Yi Fangyuan walked to the edge of the crack and looked down. At the bottom of the abyss, a huge monster, pieced together from countless flesh and blood, slowly opened its eyes. It has no head, but in its chest area, there is a hollow, as if waiting for something to fill it. Next to it stood an old man in a white coat, with gray hair and a crazed look in his eyes. Final boss, Mad Dean, S-Class. The old man looked up at Fangyuan standing above and revealed a nervous smile. You've come. Did you bring my statue? Hurry. My Sophie, can't wait any longer. Fangyuan touched the black plastic bag in his pocket, which contained the statue. Want it? He smiled. Then you have to ask if my employees agree. Yamada no Orochi, skeleton, it should feel it up there too, prepare to attack. Chapter 57, The Benevolent Ghost Hospital, Stitching God? I think it's a garbage recycling station. Benevolent Hospital Underground Core Laboratory. Jumping down the crack, Fangyuan arrived at the lowest level of the hospital. Here is a huge, round underground space, with walls covered in all kinds of wriggling organs, connected by thick blood vessels to the central altar. On the altar stands that nauseating giant creature. Stitching God, semi-finished S-Class. It stands about 5 meters tall, its body composed of countless different colored skins and muscles stitched together. Its left arm is a massive giant's arm, while the right arm is a tentacle twisted from 7 or 8 human arms. Its legs are the hind limbs of some reptile, covered in thick scales. Most terrifying are the countless eyes covering its back, each rotating madly. Although it has no head, the hollow in its chest emits a black light that devours everything. A perfect masterpiece, it's truly beautiful. The Mad Dean stood at the foot of the altar, obsessively gazing at the monster. He held a surgical knife reflecting cold light, turning to look at Fangyuan. Hurry! Give me the statue. As long as I put the statue in, it will be complete. My Sophie will come back to life. Fangyuan pulled out the black plastic bag and shook it. Want it? He tossed the bag behind him, accurately tossing it to the skeleton supervisor who had just crawled down the vent. Dream on. Your so-called love is treating other people's lives as building blocks? Fangyuan laughed coldly. What you call saving people is just a twisted game of puzzles. What do you know? The president was furious. The lives of mortals are like weeds, only gods can be eternal. To resurrect Sophie, it is worth the death of many. With a fierce swing of the scalpel, he pointed at Fangyuan. Kill him. So his body onto the monster. Roar. The headless stitched god let out a roar that resonated from its chest. It moved. The speed was astonishing. That giant arm crashed down on Fangyuan like a battering ram, accompanied by a howling wind. Yamada! Block it! Fangyuan stepped back. Hiss! The Yamada no Orochi, though usually timid, had to show some strength in front of its boss. It instantly grew larger, though not fully restored. It was several meters long, wrapping its body around the giant arm. Boom! A dull impact sound. The Yamada no Orochi was struck by this punch, scales flying everywhere, crying out in pain. Hiss hiss. Boss. This thing is too strong. I can't hold on. Don't panic, hold it back. Fangyuan darted aside, avoiding the attack of another tentacle. He realized that although this stitched god had terrifying strength, its movements were very uncoordinated. The left hand wanted to strike, but the right hand was twitching, the legs wanted to move forward, but the eyes on its back were looking backward. It's really a half-finished product. Fangyuan saw the flaw. Too many body parts, the consciousness is not unified, conflicting with each other. Since it's stitched together, there must be loose threads. Fangyuan activated his ghost eye. In his vision, the monster's body was covered in dense red stitches. Each thread was formed from resentment, connecting the limbs that did not belong to the same person. On the monster's back, there was a particularly thick main thread. Skeleton! Fangyuan shouted. Click! Boss, I'm here. The skeleton manager rushed out from the darkness, holding a toolbox. It had put on professional disassembly overalls, not sure where it got them, and held a giant pair of scissors. Do you see that thread? Fangyuan pointed at the monster's back. That's its lifeline. Tear it apart for me. The fire in the skeleton manager's eye socket suddenly flared up. Disassembling things? This was its specialty. It looked at the messily stitched monster, and its professional instinct kicked in. Click. These stitches are too ugly. This thread is too chaotic. It's simply an insult to sewing skills. I will disassemble it completely. The skeleton manager, like an agile monkey, climbed along the arm wrapped by the Yamada no Orochi to the monster's back. Get lost. Bug. The president noticed the skeleton's intention and tried to stop it. But Fangyuan was already blocking in front of him. Your opponent is me.
Fangyuan held the gluttonous spoon. Since the staff was prohibited, he could only use this.
Come on, let's talk about medical ethics. Bang!
Fangyuan struck the president's scalpel with the spoon.
Although there was no skill boost, with his full attributes plus 50 physical strength, he forced the S-class president back half a step. Meanwhile,
the skeleton manager had already raised the scissors, aiming at the main thread.
Snip! The first cut went down.
One of the stitched god's tentacle arms fell off, thrashing like a fish.
Roar!
The monster let out a painful roar, wildly twisting its body, trying to shake off the skeleton on its back. But the skeleton manager held on tightly to its flesh, swinging the scissors rapidly.
Snip! Snip! The thigh loosened. Half of the eyes on its back fell off.
Even the core hollow in the chest was trembling.
No! Stop! The president went mad.
He watched helplessly as his decades of hard work were being dismantled by a skeleton like taking apart a sweater.
My masterpiece, my god. God?
Fangyuan kicked the president in the stomach, knocking him to the ground.
A pile of garbage stitched together is also called a god?
Today, I will show you what garbage classification looks like.
As Fangyuan's words fell. Boom! The enormous stitched god finally could not hold on, completely collapsed.
Countless severed limbs and broken arms fell down like rain, piling up into a mountain of corpses. At the top of the mountain of corpses, the skeleton supervisor stood proudly, holding the cut main thread in his hand.
Click. Dismantling complete. Much more pleasing to the eye now. Chapter 58, Benevolent Ghost Hospital. Are you calling this surgery? This is a dismemberment scene. Benevolent Hospital Underground Core Laboratory.
As the god of suturing completely collapsed, countless severed limbs and broken arms fell down like rain, forming a nauseating mountain of corpses. The entire underground space fell into a dead silence, only the pile of still twitching flesh making a pata sticky sound. The skeleton supervisor stood at the peak of the mountain of corpses, proudly holding the cut black main thread, like an engineer who had just completed a great project.
Click. Dismantling complete. Much more pleasing to the eye now.
And at the foot of the mountain of corpses, the mad director knelt on the ground, cradling a lump of still pulsing rotten flesh in his hands, his eyes hollow, murmuring to himself.
It's broken, all broken, my masterpiece, my god.
His white coat was already soaked with dark blood, and his once neatly combed hair was now in disarray, like a madman who had escaped from a mental hospital.
Stop wailing.
Fangyuan kicked away a severed hand near his feet, stepping onto the ground covered in flesh as he walked step by step toward the director. He held no weapon, merely twirling a red fountain pen carelessly, his eyes revealing a hint of cold pity.
As a doctor, if you can't even accept the most basic surgical failure, your mental quality is too poor, isn't it? Surgical failure?
The director suddenly looked up, two mad flames igniting in his murky eyes.
No. I did not fail. My theory is perfect. It's you. You ruined everything.
He slowly stood up, the air around him beginning to vibrate violently. Those organs still wriggling on the walls suddenly seemed to respond to some call, breaking away from their blood vessels and flying toward the director. Countless hearts, lung lobes, intestines, gathered in the air, and then forcibly drilled into the director's body.
Gulyolu.
A nauseating swallowing sound rang out. The director's body began to swell rapidly, the skin stretched until it broke, revealing the bright red muscle fibers underneath. Extra arms sprouted from his back, each holding a surgical knife glowing coldly. His head split open, growing a gigantic, congested compound eye.
System prompt, boss form transformation god of surgery, S-rank complete body. Domain unfolding, sterile operating room. Buzz. A pale white light instantly enveloped the entire basement.
Fangyuan felt a flash in front of him. The surroundings changed. No longer was it the dirty laboratory, but an enormous, suffocatingly white sterile operating room. There were no walls around, only countless blinding shadowless lights. The floor was white tiles, smooth enough to reflect human shadows.
At Fangyuan's feet, a red surgical circle appeared. Rule triggered, forced surgery. Within the domain, the operator possesses absolute spatial cutting authority. Any object within the surgical circle will be treated as a lesion and cut away. Welcome to my world.
The director floated in midair, 6 arms waving surgical knives, his voice like thunder.
Here, I am the chief surgeon, and you.
He pointed at Fangyuan. You are just a piece of rotten flesh with cancer cells.
Swish.
The director swung the surgical knife. Though he was more than 10 meters away, Fangyuan felt a sharp chill rushing toward him.
Pooh.
The air beside him was sliced open. An invisible spatial rift brushed past his cheek, cutting off a strand of his hair.
If it had been a little off, it would have cut off his neck. Space cutting?
Yi Fangyuan touched the blood oozing from his cheek, his eyes turned serious.
Interesting. Yaki, skeleton, step back. Yi Fangyuan softly commanded.
The eight-headed snake and the skeleton supervisor immediately retreated outside the surgical circle. This level of rule confrontation was not something they could intervene in, entering would be a death sentence.
Want to run?
The dean sneered, once you step into my operating room, no one can leave intact. His 6 hands waved at the same time. Swish swish swish. Countless spatial cracks, like a dense net, closed in on Yi Fangyuan from all directions. This was not surgery, this was dismemberment. Yi Fangyuan stood still, motionless. He closed his eyes. Talent activated, Ghost Eye, full power. A dark golden light flowed in his eyes. In his vision, those invisible spatial cracks transformed into clear black lines. That was the embodiment of the rules. 3 on the left, 5 on the right, 1 above. Yi Fangyuan's body slightly swayed, moving in a bizarre manner through the dense web of blades. It was like dancing on the tips of knives. Each crack brushed past his skin but never harmed him at all. How is this possible? The dean was shocked. How can your reaction speed be so fast? This is an attack on a rule level. Reaction? Yi Fangyuan avoided the last crack, opened his eyes, and a mocking smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. I am not reacting, I am predicting. Your blade techniques, though fast, are too rigid. Every stroke follows anatomical rules, it's too easy to guess. You are not killing, you are reciting a textbook. This sentence completely infuriated the dean. Shut up. I am a genius. I am the god of medicine. The dean roared, his body swelling again. Since you can see clearly, then I will let you see for yourself. Ultimate skill, universal cutting. The dean's 6 arms closed together, the surgical knives merged into a giant, world-splitting blade of light. This blow had no blind spots, no space to dodge. It intended to cut the entire operating room in half along with everything inside it. Die. The massive blade of light descended. The space made an unbearable cracking sound. Facing this lethal strike, Yi Fangyuan did not dodge anymore. He slowly raised the spoon of gluttony in his hand, yes, that was the only weapon he had. But he did not use the spoon to block the blade. He merely aimed the spoon at the dean's chest. There hung a golden pocket watch. In the vision of Ghost Eye, that pocket watch was the core node of the entire domain. It was also the dean's only weakness. You claim to be a god? Yi Fangyuan's voice was calm and cold. Talent activated, logical reconstruction, active. But in my eyes, you are just a pitiful worm who has lost their loved one. As these words left his mouth, the spoon in Yi Fangyuan's hand suddenly erupted with a blinding golden light. He did not swing the spoon but, like throwing a javelin, hurled it fiercely. Whoosh! The spoon transformed into a golden meteor, directly piercing through that seemingly invincible blade of light, accurately striking the pocket watch on the dean's chest. Crack! A crisp sound of shattering glass echoed. The pocket watch shattered. A photo fell out, drifting in the air. It was a photo of Sophie. The dean's movements instantly froze. The massive blade that was about to cleave Yi Fangyuan's skull stopped just a centimeter away from his brow. Then, it crumbled violently. The domain vanished. The shadowless lamp went out. They returned to that dirty, dark underground laboratory. The dean fell from midair, crashing heavily to the ground. The extra arms, eyes, and muscles on his body melted away like wax. He transformed back into the frail, elderly man. He knelt on the ground, trembling hands reaching for the fallen photo. Sophie, my Sophie. He cried like a child. Yi Fangyuan walked up to him and picked up the surgical knife that had fallen to the ground. The surgery is over. Yi Fangyuan looked at the dean. Patient, mad dean. Diagnosis, heart disease. Treatment plan, forced awakening. He drove the surgical knife into the floor in front of the dean. Now, you can see clearly what you have turned this hospital into. Chapter 59, The Benevolent Ghost Hospital. From today on, this is a rehabilitation center. Benevolence Hospital Underground Core Laboratory. With the complete collapse of the suturing god, the oppressive atmosphere in the entire underground space finally dissipated. The suffocating smell of blood still lingered in the air, but it no longer carried the maddening resentment. Instead, it transformed into a dull silence. The ground was littered with severed limbs and broken arms, quietly lying there, losing the support of vitality, decaying and weathering at a visible speed, ultimately turning into puddles of black pus, seeping into the ground. The mad dean knelt on the ground, tightly hugging an old, slightly yellowed photograph with curled edges. Tears mixed with blood and dirt flowed down his face, washing clear paths on his aged skin. I was wrong. What have I done? He trembled as he stroked the face of the woman in the photograph. Sophie. I'm sorry. I wove a nightmare for you with the pain of countless people. If you could see me now, you would surely be very disappointed. Despair drowned him like a tide. He looked at the piles of once proud experimental materials around him, which now seemed to be accusations of lives lost, the wails of countless broken families. The dean trembled, wanting to pick up the broken surgical knife from the ground. Rather than live like this, it's better to accompany you. The blade was aimed at his own neck. Want to die? A foot in leather shoes suddenly stretched out and kicked the knife away. With a clang, the surgical knife hit the wall and broke into 2 pieces. Dying puts everything to rest? You wish. Fangyuan crouched down, looking at the dean's murky, lifeless eyes. You owe countless lives in this hospital. Those patients you treated as ingredients, those innocents you stitched into monsters, their debts, you have not yet repaid. You want to end it all? Have you asked them? Repay? What can I use to repay? The dean smiled bitterly, his voice hoarse. My divine power is gone, my domain shattered, I am already a useless person. You have hands, a brain, and the top-tier medical skills that even in the underworld still count. Fangyuan pointed outside. There are many abnormal creatures in this hospital, like skeletons and yada no kagami. They can also be injured, can also be sick, can also suffer because they are missing limbs, but no one treats them. Human doctors cannot cure them, and Taoists only want to kill them. From today on, you are no longer the dean. You are the chief volunteer here. Fangyuan pulled out that devil editor pen from his pocket. Although unable to use skills under the replication rules, this pen itself was a magical artifact that could leave marks on any material. He forcefully wrote a few big characters on the back of the dean's blood-stained white coat. Life sentence, labor reform. The writing was bright red, as if written in blood, carrying a binding rule that could not be defied. You will use your remaining life to treat the ghosts you have harmed, to repair the bodies you have destroyed. No salary, no vacation, no retirement. Even if you work yourself to death, you cannot stop. The dean was stunned. He looked at Fangyuan, with a glimmer of disbelief in his eyes, then turned his gaze to the photograph in his hand. Sophie's smile was still gentle. You won't kill me? Killing you would be too easy for you. Fangyuan stood up and dusted off his hands. Besides, I just happen to need a skilled doctor. In this day and age, finding a doctor who can treat zombies and give ghosts makeovers is much harder than finding a hospital director at a top-tier hospital. So, what do you think? Do we make this deal? The director remained silent for a long time. Finally, he slowly stood up and bowed deeply to Fangyuan, his bow so low that it nearly buried his head in the ground. I will do it. As long as I can atone for my sins, I'm willing to do anything. Mission completion settlement. As the director surrendered, the system's prompt sounded like heavenly music in Fangyuan's mind. Congratulations, Dragon Kingdom's chosen one Fangyuan, for successfully completing the S-level mission, the Benevolent Ghost Hospital. Calculating. Completion rating, SSS level, perfect completion. Comment, you not only cleaned all the departments, but you also gave the boss a profound psychological counseling session. This spirit of winning over ghosts with kindness is worth learning for the entire universe. Special achievements. King of medical disputes, in the operating room, you terrified the doctors in reverse, giving them a psychological shadow on their careers. Gourmet critic, exposed the dark truths of the cafeteria, although most of the food was eaten by your pets. Spiritual mentor, successfully reformed the S-level boss, the mad director, leading him back to the right path. Rewards obtained. Ownership of Benevolent Hospital, land title, includes all facilities, equipment, and ghostly staff on 5 above-ground floors and 2 underground floors. S-level follower, repentant director, possesses top-notch suturing and treatment skills, for abnormal beings only. Loyalty level, dead loyal, atonement mentality. Item, S-level scalpel, can cut ethereal bodies in space, requires mental power. Additional skill, painless cutting. National fortune improvement, Dragon Kingdom citizens medical resistance plus 20%, slight increase in cancer cure rates, nationwide immunity to low-level viral infections. Fangyuan looked at these rewards and nodded in satisfaction. I hit the jackpot this time. Not only did I get the land, but I also received a divine healer. He walked out of the laboratory and followed the stairs back to the ground floor. By now, the sky outside was completely bright. The long-lost sunlight pierced through the gray mist that had shrouded the hospital for years, bathing the mottled walls in light. At the entrance of the hospital, Qin Weigua had been waiting for a long time with a fully armed special task force. When they saw Fangyuan come out, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, followed by a burst of enthusiastic cheers. God Yi! God Yi! Fangyuan waved his hand, signaling everyone to be quiet. Stop shouting, it's not over yet. He pointed to the hospital building behind him. The ghosts inside have been almost cleared out. The remaining ones are just some little ghosts who haven't done anything bad, keep them as my employees. However, there's still a bill to settle. Yi Fangyuan's gaze turned icy. Bring out those VIPs from the basement ICU. A few minutes later. A group of elegantly dressed, yet now disheveled people were escorted out by the special task force. Some were missing arms, and some were bleeding from their chests, rejection reactions after ghostly organs failed. They were the rich people who had paid for their lives. At the forefront was General Li, his face ashen, curling up like a scared creature upon seeing Yi Fangyuan. These are all criminals who participated in illegal organ transplants and even funded the director's human experiments. Yi Fangyuan said coldly. Take them away. Those who should be sentenced will be sentenced, and those whose property should be confiscated will have their property confiscated. Also, make a copy of the director's diary and make it public. Let the world see how much blood hides behind the so-called eternal life. Qin Weigua's expression was serious as he saluted. Yes. We will not let it go. As the criminals were taken away, Yi Fangyuan turned his gaze to the ghostly patients gathered in the corridor. Some had broken arms, some had rotting faces, and some had only a floating head left. They looked at Yi Fangyuan timidly, their eyes filled with both fear and gratitude. God Yi, thank you. A zombie with a broken leg said cautiously. Though they were ghosts, they also knew who their savior was. If it weren't for Yi Fangyuan, they would have. They had long been turned into soup or patchwork monsters. All right, everyone disperse. Yi Fangyuan waved his hand, like chasing away a flock of ducks. Those who should reincarnate, go reincarnate. Those who don't want to reincarnate, go register at the front desk. He turned to look at the skeleton supervisor behind him. Skeleton, this place is now under your management. Call in a renovation team to change this place up. The style should be a bit cozier, don't make it too creepy. From now on, this will be our company's abnormal creature rehabilitation center. Remember, charge a bit more. After all, our technology is S-grade, and we have to support such a large gang of ghost employees. Kada. Okay, boss. I'll paint the door golden. Also, I'll install an automatic sensor door. The skeleton supervisor excitedly waved its hands, finally having its own territory. The 8-headed serpent also slid down from Yi Fangyuan's arm, growing a bit larger, coiling around a pillar in the hospital lobby. Hiss. Boss, I want to dig a pond at the entrance for my nest. Approved. Remember not to relieve yourself everywhere. Yi Fangyuan smiled, carrying his exhaustion and spoils, and walked out of the hospital door. At the entrance, a shiny black 444 ghost bus was quietly parked. The ghost driver, Lao Wang, saw the boss come out and immediately cheerfully opened the door, even taking out a rag to wipe the steps. Boss. You've worked hard. Heading home? Yes, home. Yi Fangyuan sat in the car, leaned against the soft leather seat, and closed his eyes. Lao Wang, drive steady. I need to sleep for a bit. Sure thing. Rest assured, it's even steadier than a cradle. The bus started up, silently gliding into the morning traffic. Outside, the morning rush hour in Jiang City had just begun, with vehicles flowing and people bustling. Watching this scene of human life, Yi Fangyuan's lips curled into a slight smile. The madness and bloodshed of that night felt like just a dream. But he knew, this was just the beginning. Behind this seemingly calm world, more darkness was surging. And he was already ready to face the next challenge. But before that... First, let's get a good sleep. Chapter 60, It's so hard to hire a front desk for company expansion? 3 days had passed since the completion of the Compassionate Ghost Hospital instance. In these 3 days, many major events occurred in Jiang City. First, the dark secrets of the Compassion Hospital were exposed, and those wealthy individuals who bought lives were all thrown into prison, shocking the nation. Next, a new hospital named Jiang City Abnormal Creature Rehabilitation Center quietly opened its doors. Although the name sounds like some shady clinic, it is said that the doctors inside possess miraculous skills, even able to reattach legs that had been broken for decades, as long as you have ghost money or special props. Of course, the biggest news is still about Yi Fangyuan. His company, Jiang City Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company, is now a holy land in the global paranormal community. Countless people, and ghosts, come every day seeking help or wanting to join the company. Company First Floor Reception Hall. The originally spacious villa living room has been transformed into a temporary office hall. The hall was packed with all sorts of job applicants. There were zombies in Qing Dynasty official robes, floating corpses, and down-and-out Taoist priests carrying big swords. Line up. Everyone line up. Don't push. The skeleton supervisor, dressed in a crisp black suit with a logistics department manager badge on his chest, held a large megaphone, not a scepter but an ordinary megaphone, to maintain order. That hanging ghost. Put your tongue away. Don't trip others. That zombie. Clip your nails before coming for an interview. We are a legitimate company, not hiring terrorists.
Fangyuan sat in the office on the second floor, watching the scene below through a one-way glass, holding a cup of freshly brewed goji berry tea.
Tisk, talents, and ghosts are abundant. He sighed.
Qin Weiguo sat opposite him, reporting on work. Mr. Yi, the recruitment situation has been very hot these days. We have received over 3,000 resumes so far.
Among them, there are about 500 capable ghosts and a few dozen human superhumans. However,
Qin Weiguo seemed a bit troubled.
Most are just here to make a living. Truly skilled professionals are few and far between. No problem, we'll take our time to select. Fangyuan blew on the hot tea. By the way, how is the rehabilitation center doing?
Very well.
When it came to this, Qin Weiguo's eyes brightened.
That old man, the director, oh no, that repentant doctor, his medical skills are simply amazing. He performed a stitching surgery on a headless ghost yesterday, not only reattached the head but also gave it a facelift.
Now that ghost looks even more spirited than when it was alive. Currently, reservations at the rehabilitation center are booked until next year. Plus, since we only charge ghost money and props, our company's inventory is now overflowing.
That's good.
Fangyuan nodded.
Money, ghost money, is not a problem, the key is to get our name out there. I want all ghosts to know that as long as they stick with me, not only will they have food to eat, but they can also get medical care and enjoy their old age. Just then, there was a knock at the office door.
Come in.
The door opened, and Xiao Hong, a former radio host, now the customer service manager, walked in. Today, she had changed into a professional OL outfit, her hair styled up, looking much more capable. Although her face still had no features, the red hairpin was still perched on her head. Boss, there's a troublesome matter. Xiao Hong's voice carried a hint of helplessness.
What's the matter? We need to hire a receptionist. Xiao Hong placed a document on the table.
Currently, the receptionist work is being done by the skeleton supervisor part-time, but his scary skeleton often frightens the living clients faint. Also, he has an obsession with cleanliness, so when he sees mud on guest shoes, he rushes to clean them, severely impacting work efficiency. We need a receptionist with a good appearance, great temperament, and the ability to command the room.
Fangyuan thought for a moment. Indeed.
While the skeleton could work, he was a bit too grim to be the face of the company.
Are there any suitable candidates? There are a few.
Xiao Hong brought out several resumes, with photos.
The first one is a skin-changing ghost.
She is indeed beautiful and can change her face every day. But the downside is she likes to change her skin at midnight in the office, which is a bit creepy.
Pass. Fangyuan shook his head. I don't like faces made by surgery. The second one is a fox spirit.
She has cultivated for 500 years but hasn't fully transformed yet, retaining her ears and tail. The advantage is her strong charm, making clients obediently pay. The downside is she has a smell, and the magical wolf always wants to bite her.
Pass. Fangyuan sighed. The magical wolf is the head of security, I can't let her be distracted. The third one.
Xiao Hong took out the last resume, her expression a bit strange.
This is a human. Human? Fangyuan became interested.
Yes. She is a freshly graduated female college student named Lin Xiaoxiao. Her resume is very ordinary, with no special skills.
But she wrote a line in the remarks.
Xiao Hong pointed to a line at the bottom of the resume. I am not afraid of ghosts. Because I am so poor that even ghosts are scared.
But Fangyuan almost spat out the tea he just drank. So poor that even ghosts are scared? That's interesting. He picked up the resume and looked at it.
The girl in the photo looked delicate and wore a pair of black-framed glasses, her expression showing a kind of calm indifference to dying, or a numbness from life's hardships.
She's the one. Fangyuan made his decision. But boss.
Xiao Hong hesitated a little. She is an ordinary person and has no superpowers.
What if she encounters a fierce ghost causing trouble? No worries. Fangyuan smiled. Here, I am the most fierce ghost. Besides, an ordinary person brave enough to come for an interview at our company is not really ordinary at all. Have her come in for an interview. 10 minutes later.
Lin Xiaoxiao walked into the office with a trembling heart. She looked even more fragile than in the photo, carrying a faded canvas bag. As soon as she entered, she saw Fangyuan sitting in the boss's chair and Xiao Hong standing beside him without a face. A normal person would definitely scream at the sight of Xiao Hong, but Lin Xiaoxiao just stared for a moment. Then she politely bowed.
Hello, I am here for the front desk interview. Aren't you scared?
Fangyuan pointed to Xiao Hong.
Yes.
Lin Xiaoxiao honestly said, but I am more afraid of not being able to pay the rent. Yi Fangyuan fell silent. This reason was impeccable. Do you know what our company does? Yes. We catch ghosts. Do you think you can handle it? Yes. Lin Xiaoxiao took out a thick book from her bag, The Principles of Marxist Philosophy. I study materialism very well. As long as I firmly believe ghosts do not exist, then they are just some manifestation of quantum mechanics. And she pushed up her glasses, a flash of brilliance appearing in her eyes. I am very good at bargaining. In the market before, the antis could not beat me. If I encounter a ghost that wants to run away without paying, I have confidence to make it cough up its coffin money. Yi Fangyuan looked at this girl and suddenly felt she was a rare talent. A materialist warrior plus a queen of bargaining. This is simply tailor-made for this company. Very good. Yi Fangyuan stood up and extended his hand. Congratulations, you are hired. The probation period is 3 months, monthly salary is 8,000 RMB, food and accommodation included. If you encounter work-related injuries, getting scared by ghosts, the company will reimburse fully. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly lit up, brighter than when the magic wolf saw a bone. 8,000? Food and accommodation? She grabbed Yi Fangyuan's hand, excited to the point of being incoherent. Boss. From now on, you are my brother. Whoever dares to cause trouble in the company, I will be the first to smash them with a book. Thus, Zhongcheng Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company welcomed its first human employee. And also the future iron-blooded front desk that made countless ghosts tremble in fear. Chapter 61, Daily Company Life, the new front desk is scarier than ghosts. Zhongcheng Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company Front Desk. On her first day at work, Lin Xiaoxiao felt the company was different. Although the recruitment notice said it was a consulting company, the office environment was harder than a haunted house. In the corner of the hall, a 3-meter-tall giant wolf, Magic Wolf, was lying on the carpet chewing on a leg bone of an unknown animal, making a crunching sound that made one cringe. On the other side of the front desk, a skeleton supervisor, in a black suit was wiping a vase with a cloth in a nearly obsessive-compulsive manner, making a clack-clack sound as its bones rubbed against each other. And her boss, the legendary Mr. Yi, was sitting in the office on the second floor, playing games. Xiao, if someone comes looking for me, just say I am not here. A lazy voice came from the second floor. Unless they come to deliver money. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed up her black-framed glasses and took a deep breath. Okay, boss. She looked down at the ledger in her hand, which was her main task today, cleaning up old accounts. Not looking was one thing, but seeing it shocked her. The company's financial situation was a complete mess. Although income was high, often tens of millions of ghost coins or hundreds of thousands of cash flowing in, the expenses were extremely random. For example, expense, 500,000 ghost coins. Note, the Magic Wolf wanted to eat that imported dog food, actually it was specially made ghostly meat jerky. Expense, 200,000 cash. Note, compensation for the mental distress of Grandpa Wang next door, because the skeleton supervisor went to his balcony at midnight to collect laundry and scared him into the hospital. Expense, 1 million ghost coins. Note, bought an automatic toilet brush for the 8-headed serpent, even though it can't use it at all. This is simply wasteful. Lin Xiaoxiao felt a heartache. Although she was just an ordinary person, she had a natural sensitivity to numbers, and more importantly, she was tired of being poor and couldn't stand such extravagance. No, we have to set rules. Lin Xiaoxiao took out a red pen and began to circle and note in the ledger. At that moment. Ding-ling-ling. The glass door of the company was pushed open. A middle-aged man in a brand-name suit, with a big belly, walked in. Behind him were 2 bodyguards wearing sunglasses, holding 2 black briefcases in his hands. As soon as the man stepped inside, he was startled by the Magic Wolf gnawing on a bone, his face turning pale instantly. Is this Master Yi's company? The man wiped the cold sweat off his forehead, his voice trembling slightly. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately entered work mode. She flashed a standard professional smile, though it seemed a bit eerie under the dim lights. Hello, this is Zhongcheng Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company. How may I assist you? The man glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao, then at the skeletal supervisor next to him who was grinning, actually smiling, and swallowed hard. I want to see Master Yi. I came here with great urgency. Master Yi is currently very busy. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed to the second floor, where he was actually playing a game. If you don't have an appointment, you might need to wait in line. Wait in line? The man felt anxious. I can't wait. If I wait any longer, I'll lose my life. He slammed both briefcases on the front desk and opened them. Splash. Inside, neatly stacked were piles of red banknotes. This is 1 million cash. Just let me see Master Yi, and this money is a meeting gift.
Seeing the money, Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly lit up. But she didn't agree immediately, she maintained her professional composure. Sir, our company has principles. Money alone doesn't grant you priority. She paused, then shifted her tone. However, I see you have a dark aura, your situation is indeed urgent. To save a life, we can grant you a VIP Express channel. VIP channel? The man was taken aback. Yes, it just requires an additional 500,000. Oh no, that's an express fee. Lin Xiaoxiao raised the price with a straight face. The man gritted his teeth, fine. I'll pay. He pulled out a check and quickly wrote it out. Deal. Lin Xiaoxiao swiftly took the check and the money, then grabbed the internal phone. Boss, a big client has arrived. A 1,500,000 meeting gift, express. The sound of the game on the second floor abruptly stopped. Let him come up. Yi Fangyuan's voice became especially warm. Second floor general manager's office. The man sat on the sofa, holding the tea brought by the skeletal supervisor, even though the teacup had a skull printed on it, still shivering. Yi Fangyuan sat behind the desk, spinning a pen in his hand. Speak, what's the matter? Master Yi, you must save me. The man spoke with a sobbing tone. My name is Zhao Deju, and I work in real estate. Recently, I took over a piece of land to build a building. But, as soon as we started construction, something happened. A coffin was dug up on the construction site. A red one, with talisman stuck on it. Thinking it was bad luck, I had someone burn the coffin. The next night, the foreman who lit the fire died, his body turned to charcoal, but his clothes were perfectly fine. Since then, every night on the construction site we can hear a woman's crying. Last night the crying actually came to my bedside. Zhao Deju pulled down his collar, revealing a necklace of bluish-purple marks around his neck. Look! It's trying to strangle me. Yi Fangyuan glanced at the marks on his neck. Ghost Eye activated. In his sight, a thick black resentment wrapped around Zhao Deju's neck, forming the shape of a hand, tightening continuously. This is a vengeful ghost demanding its due. Yi Fangyuan said plainly. You burned their home, the coffin, so they naturally want to find you for trouble. Then, what should I do? Zhao Deju was so scared he almost knelt down. Master, I will pay any amount. Just save my life. This matter is a bit complicated. Yi Fangyuan stroked his chin. This falls under demolition disputes. We need to go to the site to take a look and discuss compensation with that householder. He pressed the call bell on the desk. Xiao, come in for a moment. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed the door open and entered. Boss, what instructions? Take note of this. Yi Fangyuan pointed at Zhao Deju. Mr. Zhao entrusted us to handle the haunting incident at the construction site. As for the fees. Yi Fangyuan glanced at Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao immediately understood. She took out the calculator and started pressing buttons rapidly. Appearance fee, 2 million. Security fee, for the wolf 1 million. Technical service fee, for cleaning the scene 500,000. Risk assessment fee, 1 million. Night work allowance, 500,000. Total, 5 million. Excluding tax. Lin Xiaoxiao reported a number without batting an eye. Zhao Deju was stunned. Although it felt a bit painful, this money was nothing compared to life. Give. I'll pay. Zhao Deju readily signed the contract. Very good. Yi Fangyuan stood up and stretched. Skeleton, call the wolf. We are going to the construction site. Xiao, you come with us. Ha? Lin Xiaoxiao pointed at herself. I'm going too? I can't catch ghosts. You'll be in charge of the accounting. Yi Fangyuan smiled. In case that female ghost damages public property or scares our employees, all this will be counted in the compensation. We are a formal company, every penny must be accounted for. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes instantly became determined. Understood. Boss, don't worry. If there's a penny missing, I'll fight it. She took out a thick book of Principles of Marxist Philosophy from her bag and held it like a talisman. Half an hour later. The company's ghost bus, Route 444, stopped at the door. The ghost driver, Old Wang, politely opened the door. Boss, where to? West of the city, Zhao family construction site. Yi Fangyuan led the team onto the bus. Zhao Deju looked at the bus exuding a chilling aura and the driver with no chin, his legs turned to jelly. This is also the company's bus? Of course. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed him onto the bus. President Zhao, hold on tight. This bus is fast. V-room. The bus started, turning into a black streak of light, disappearing into the night. This was Lin Xiaoxiao's first field trip.
She looked at the rapidly retreating scenery outside, feeling a bit scared, but touching the check in her pocket made her feel powerful. Not even fearing poverty, why fear ghosts? Tonight, she would let that female ghost know what the power of capital is. Chapter 62, a terrifying experience at the construction site. Demolition is wrong, unless you have a property deed. West suburb of Jiangcheng Zhao family construction site. The night was deep, dark clouds covered the moon, with only distant lightning occasionally breaking the skies, illuminating the dead silence of this wasteland. There were no lights on the construction site because since it became haunted, all the wires had been mysteriously cut. The unfinished building frames stood in the dark like huge steel monsters, quietly looming. Creak. The 444 bus made a stylish drift and steadily stopped at the construction site gate. The door opened. Fangyuan jumped down first, holding a flashlight, handed over by the skeleton supervisor. Behind him were Zhao Dizhu, Lin Xiaoxiao, and the fully armed skeleton supervisor in wolf. This is the place. Zhao Dizhu shrunk behind Fangyuan, pointing at a large pit in the center of the site. That coffin was dug up from there. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a piercing cry came from the big pit. The voice wavered, like wind blowing through gaps, or like a woman softly weeping in one's ear. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and a thin layer of frost began to form on the ground. It's coming! Zhao Dizhu screamed in fright and crouched down, covering his head. Lin Xiaoxiao couldn't help but shiver and tightly hugged her book. Don't panic. Fangyuan calmly shined the flashlight into the big pit. Skeleton, go take a look. Crack! The skeleton supervisor, carrying a fire axe, strode over confidently. Though it had no flesh, its fearless presence, mainly because it was undead, made it appear extremely reliable. It reached the edge of the pit and looked down. Suddenly. Splash! A pale hand reached out from the ground and grabbed the skeleton supervisor's ankle, trying to drag it down. Crack! Dare to grab my pants? Just washed. The skeleton supervisor was angry. It was not only not dragged down but raised the other foot. She stomped hard on the ghostly hand. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed. The hand shrank back, and a scream came from the bottom of the pit. Looks like it has quite the temper. Fangyuan smiled and led everyone over. He stood at the edge of the pit, looking down from above. There was a charred mark left by a coffin that had been burned. In the scorched earth, a ghostly woman in a red wedding dress was crouched. Her body was semi-transparent, her face burned away, leaving only a dark hole. She was glaring at Fangyuan, her eyes filled with resentment almost overflowing. You all will die. The ghostly woman let out a hoarse roar. The surrounding air began to twist, and countless strands of black hair drilled up from the ground, wrapping around everyone like tentacles. Die? Fangyuan shook his head. Big sister, this is where you are wrong. Even though they burned your house, the coffin, it was indeed illegal demolition. But you can't resort to terrorism. I'm here to mediate. Fangyuan pointed at Zhao Dizhu's behind him. This is Mr. Zhao, willing to compensate for your loss. The ghostly woman did not listen at all. Compensation. I want lives. Those strands of hair suddenly pierced towards Zhao Dizhu's. Tisk, no way to communicate. Fangyuan sighed. Magic wolf, show it some color. Awah! The magic wolf, in its 3-meter form, which had been poised to attack, lunged forward. It opened its bloody mouth and bit down on the flying strands of ghostly hair. Sizzle! Like tearing apart cotton candy, those hair strands as tough as steel were mercilessly pulled apart by the magic wolf. The ghostly woman shrieked in pain, her form becoming even more ethereal. Skeleton, you go too. Teach it how to be civilized. Clack! The skeleton manager wielded a fire axe and charged down. Although it couldn't cast spells, its physical attacks carried a demon-breaking attribute. Bang! 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 Each time the axe struck, it hit the ground near the ghostly woman, shaking her spirit unsteadily. This was a completely one-sided beatdown. Although the ghostly woman was fierce, she soon found herself trembling in the corner under the siege of the S-level magic wolf and the elite skeleton. Have you had enough? Fangyuan asked from the edge of the pit. The ghostly woman covered her face, though it was already rotten, nodding. I give in. If you surrender, things can be easier. Fangyuan waved his hand. Xiao, it's your turn to step up. Lin Xiaoxiao was startled. Me? Yes, go talk to it about the compensation. Fangyuan encouraged. Remember, you are finance, and every account must be clear. Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the still terrifying ghostly woman, swallowing hard. But thinking of that 500,000 contract, her courage instantly surged. Clutching her abacus, she carefully walked to the edge of the pit, of course, protected by the skeleton. This lady, ghost. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed up her glasses, pulling out her professional demeanor. We deeply regret the destruction of your residence. However, she shifted her tone. Your actions just now seriously violated the Public Security Administration Punishment Law and the Yin-Yang World Peace Treaty, written by Fangyuan. You damaged the equipment on site, even though it broke itself, frightened our clients, and attempted to attack our employees. Lin Xiaoxiao clicked away on the abacus. After calculations, you need to compensate us for loss of work, fright fees, and the night snack fee for the magic wolf. It was tired from biting the hair, totaling 300,000 ghost coins. Of course, considering that your coffin was indeed burned, we can offset the price. Finally, Lin Xiaoxiao extended a hand. You will also need to give us back 50,000 ghost coins. Is that cash or scan code? The ghostly woman? She was stunned. In all her years as a ghost, it was the first time she encountered someone asking for compensation after being beaten. I have no money, the ghostly woman cried, feeling wronged. No money? Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. If there's no money, then we can only take goods as payment. She looked towards Fangyuan. Fangyuan nodded. I think that wedding dress looks pretty good. It seems to be an antique, C-rank item. Let's take it off and use it to repay the debt. The ghostly woman. In the end, under the friendly persuasion of the magic wolf and the skeleton, the female ghost handed over the resentful spirit wedding dress with tears in her eyes. After taking it off, she changed into a white outfit. Alright, everything's settled. Lin Xiaoxiao happily put away the wedding dress. This thing could sell for a good amount of money. Fangyuan then took out the all-knowing staff. Since the house is gone, you shouldn't stay here anymore. I will send you to a good place. He opened a portal, leading to Renai Hospital Rehabilitation Center. Go there and register, have that old director fix your face. Once it's fixed, you can remarry, as a ghost. The female ghost looked at the portal, although she didn't know where it led. It was certainly better than getting beaten here. She bowed to Fangyuan and then floated into the portal. The crisis was resolved. Zhao Dezuzu climbed up from the ground and looked at the Combe construction site, tears of excitement welling up in his eyes. Incredible. Truly incredible. Master Yi, you not only caught a ghost but also saved me a lot on demolition fees, compensation for burning the coffin. Of course. Fangyuan patted his shoulder. Remember to settle the final payment. Also. He pointed to the wedding dress in Lin Xiaoxiao's hand. This dress is just a prop, but I think the style is a bit outdated. Xiaoxiao, take it back and hang it on the company's online store to see if any ghosts like it. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Okay, boss. What's the starting price? Anything you like, it's not like we bought it. The two bantered, entirely ignoring Zhao Dezuzu, who had already been rendered speechless. This is the daily routine of the Zhongcheng Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company. No matter how terrifying the fierce ghost is, in their hands, it will ultimately turn into a business deal. Chapter 63, Rainy Night Hotline. Boss, a car has driven into the river, but it's not wet. Zhongcheng Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company second floor office. After handling Zhao Dezuzu's construction site commission, the company returned to a rare calm. The rain outside was still falling. The patter of raindrops against the glass added a bit of chill to the night. Zhao Dezuzu's 5 million final payment had already arrived. Lin Xiaoxiao was leaning on the front desk, grinning at the numbers on the computer screen. Although this money wasn't hers, as a recent graduate responsible for tens of millions in transactions, as both finance and receptionist, this sense of accomplishment made her feel that overtime was sweet. On the other side of the hall, the skeleton manager was using a giant brush to bathe the magic wolf. The magic wolf had gotten a mouthful of grim energy when it bit the female ghost at the construction site and was now lying in the special bathtub with a pitiful expression, allowing the skeleton to scrub its back. Click. So dirty. Don't bite randomly next time. The skeleton complained while brushing. Oh whoa. But that hair really looked like cotton candy, the magic wolf protested quietly. Fangyuan sat in the boss chair on the second floor, holding a cup of hot tea, watching the scene below with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. This is life. Although they solved several real-life ghost stories, he always felt that beneath this calm, there were greater undercurrents. The invasion of the ghost story system had temporarily been suppressed, but the hidden hand in the shadows, whether it was the Lighthouse Nation or those S-level forbidden places, would not let it go. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At this moment, the red phone on the desk suddenly rang urgently. That harsh ringing in the quiet office felt especially jarring, even carrying a hint of ominous meaning. This was the Customer Service Department's special line, directly connecting to the 1801 live broadcast room of the neighboring TV station building, now a company branch. Only in extremely urgent situations would Xiao Hong dial this number.
Yi Fangyuan put down his teacup and answered the phone. Boss, it's Xiao Hong.
Xiao Hong's slightly anxious voice came from the other end, mixed with the noisy sound of electrical currents and some strange water flow sounds in the background.
What's wrong? Is there a ghost that wants to jump off a building again?
Yi Fangyuan spoke casually, let the skeleton handle this small matter.
No, this time it's different.
Xiao Hang's voice lowered, even trembling slightly. Just now, our hotline received a distress call. The caller was a young girl. She sounded like she was a little over 20. She said she got on the wrong bus.
Wrong bus? Yi Fangyuan frowned. If she got on the wrong bus, why call the police? What do we have to do with it? Is that bus going to eat people?
Boss, you guessed right. Xiao Hong took a deep breath. She said she got on the number 13 bus.
Number 13?
Yi Fangyuan's gaze sharpened. As a resident of Jiangchang, he was no stranger to that name. It was a bus line that had been abandoned 10 years ago, said to be due to a dreadful accident where everyone on board fell into the river and could not be saved.
What did she say on the phone? Yi Fangyuan asked.
She said she was waiting at the abandoned platform in the old city. The rain was too heavy, and she couldn't see the license plate before getting on. Xiao Hong recounted the phone call, but once she got on, she felt something was wrong. It was extremely cold inside the bus, colder than the rain outside. And the bus was full of people, but not a single person spoke. Everyone had their heads down, their faces pale, and at their feet, there was a puddle of water.
Water?
Yes, water. It wasn't rainwater, it was river water.
Stinking and muddy river water.
Xiao Hong paused before continuing. The most critical thing is, the girl said she saw through the bus window that this bus didn't take the road but drove straight into the river. But the bus did not get wet. It was like gliding on the water's surface, or driving in water from another dimension.
Could she say anything else on the phone?
No, the signal was cut off. In the end, all that was heard was a scream, and then, a huge splashing sound.
Beep beep beep. The phone hung up.
Yi Fangyuan put down the receiver, his fingers gently tapping on the desk, creating a rhythmic sound.
Number 13. A rainy night, a bus that isn't wet. He stood up and walked to the Jiangcheng map on the wall.
His finger traced a line on the map. It was the bus route of the number 13, which had long disappeared. Its endpoint was the old Jiang Bridge, which had been demolished and was the site of countless supernatural events.
Old Qin. Yi Fangyuan shouted downstairs.
Qin Weigua, who was helping Lin Xiaoxiao check the accounts, immediately ran upstairs. Mr. Yi?
What's wrong? Help me check if many people have been missing in Jiangcheng recently?
Qin Weigua froze for a moment, then opened his encrypted tablet, calling up the internal database.
Yes.
In the past month, the police have received a dozen reports of missing persons. Most of the missing are young people who finished work late at night, both male and female. And the missing locations are all near several bus stops in the old city. Qin Weigua looked at the marked points on the map, his face changed. These missing points connect right along the old number 13 bus line.
That's right.
A glimmer of light flashed in Yi Fangyuan's eyes.
This bus has come back to life. It's picking up passengers. And those passengers are living people.
This was no longer just a simple urban legend, it was an ongoing, moving A+-level horror story. It was weaving through the rainy night, devouring lost passengers, taking them to a final destination that could never be reached.
Boss, what should we? Qin Weigua was a bit nervous. Since it dares to come out and pick up passengers, I will go and meet it. Yi Fangyuan picked up his coat, draping it over himself. Xiao Xiao. Stop counting money. Notify everyone to gather.
Lin Xiaoxiao downstairs was startled, almost dropping the calculator in her hand.
Boss? Are we going out again? We just got back. This time it's a big job. Yi Fangyuan walked to the second-floor railing, looking down at the employees below. Skeleton, bring your fire axe and cleaning tools. We might have to clean up a lot of water this time. Magic Wolf, stop cleaning, you'll just get wet again soon. Prepare for battle. Yaki, you also come out, even though you're still in the sewer, we're going to the riverside, that's your home ground.
Finally, Yi Fangyuan looked at Old Wang, the ghost driver, who was cleaning the car at the entrance.
Old Wang. Bring out your 444 bus. Fill it up with gas. Tonight, we don't go to the hospital or the construction site. We are going to street race.
Old Wang's face, which had no chin, suddenly showed an excited look when he heard street race, although it was hard to tell.
All right, boss. My gas pedal has been thirsty for too long. Jiang City Old Town abandoned bus stop. Late at night.
The rain kept pouring harder.
This is the most remote corner of Jiang City, surrounded by half-demolished old buildings.
Broken walls and ruins appear faintly in the rain, like a group of watching ghosts. The streetlights had long been broken, and only the occasional flashing headlights of distant cars provided a glimmer of light. That abandoned bus stop stood lonely by the roadside, the words on the sign were already blurred. It was barely possible to decipher Route 13, which was covered with various notices about missing persons. A pitch-black bus, Route 444, quietly stopped in the shadow by the road, its headlights turned off, like a giant beast lurking in the darkness. Inside the bus, Fangyuan sat in the tour guide seat next to the driver's seat, looking through the rain-swept windshield at that bus stop. The skeletal supervisor and the demon wolf were hiding in the back row, one sharpening an axe, the other grinding its teeth. Lin Xiaoxiao hugged her principles of philosophy sitting in the ticket seller's position, feeling a bit scared, but mostly overwhelmed with an inexplicable excitement. "Boss, the rain is really heavy." Lin Xiaoxiao whispered, "Will that bus really come?" "It will come," Fangyuan said calmly. "Ghost buses love this kind of weather. The rainwater can cover their scent and wash away the vitality of the living." Just then, "Boss, it's coming," Old Wang, who had been watching the rearview mirror, suddenly said quietly. Through the veil of rain, two pale, dead fish-like headlights shot out from the darkness. An old, dilapidated green bus silently glided over. It made no engine sound, the wheels gliding over puddles created no splashes, and even the raindrops falling on the roof made no noise. It was like a ghost edited out of an old black and white movie, passing through the reality's rainy veil, slowly stopping at that abandoned bus stop. Creak! The rusty door opened with a painful screech. And at the bus stop, a young girl, soaked through, appeared out of nowhere, possibly a new victim. Her eyes were dazed, as if drawn by some power, step by step walking towards that open door. With the light from inside the bus, Fangyuan could see the scene within. The bus was full of people. But those people all had their heads down, stiff bodies, and blue-purple faces. And beneath their feet, indeed, as Xiaohong said, was a puddle of murky jiang water, gently rippling with the bus's movement. "That's it." Fangyuan's mouth curled into a cold smile. "Finally, I caught it." He patted Old Wang's shoulder. "Old Wang, follow. Don't let it escape. Tonight, we are going to have a rain night rush." Buzz. The ghost bus Route 444's engine let out a low growl, its headlights suddenly lit up, piercing the rainy night like two sharp swords. The hunt began. Substory start. Current substory, last bus of Route 13. Difficulty, A+ level. Task, prevent the vehicle from falling into the river, save the trapped passengers, uncover the truth of the past. Chapter 64, last bus of Route 13, rainy night blind box, find your 5 dimes. Jiang City Old Town abandoned bus stop on Xingye Road. 2:15 in the morning. The heavy rain was like a huge wet cloth, tightly covering Jiang City's mouth and nose. The streets of the old town appeared fragmented in the rain, the streetlights dim and flickering, casting distorted shadows on the accumulated water like some strange shape struggling beneath the surface. Su Xiaoming huddled under the barely 2 square meter shed at the bus stop, her whole body already soaked through. She clutched her handbag tightly, her knuckles turning pale from the excessive force. "Damn it, why can't I get a single car?" She looked down at her phone again, the little car icon on the ride-hailing app was completely still, the cold message remained, "No available vehicles nearby, please wait patiently." Tick-tock, tick-tock. Raindrops fell from the edge of the bus shelter, hitting the nearby rusty bus stop sign. The paint on the sign had mostly peeled off, faintly showing a faded 13, and it was plastered with layers of missing person notices. Those notices, soaking in the rain, became pale and wrinkled, the eyes of the missing people in the photos, illuminated by the lightning, seemed to pierce through the rain curtain, staring fixedly at the passers-by. Screech, screech. A sound that sent chills through her teeth came from the end of the street. Su Xiaoming suddenly looked up, her gaze cutting through the heavy rain curtain, seeing 2 pale beams of light, like dead fish eyes, slowly sweeping towards her from around the corner. An old, dilapidated green-painted bus was silently emerging from the darkness. It had no roaring engine, not even the sound of tires rolling through the puddles. It was like a ghost trapped in old film, oozing a stench of decay, stubbornly squeezing into the real world. Creak! The rusty bus door slowly opened, emitting a screech that made her teeth ache. A strong, overwhelming smell of muddy river water and rotting water plants instantly rushed out of the bus, enveloping Su Xiaoming tightly. Driver, to Jiangmo Road?" Su Xiaoming asked with a trembling voice. In the driver's seat sat a figure wearing an oversized raincoat. He faced away from the door, his head bowed low, the wide hood obscuring his entire face. "Get on, drop in coins." His voice was hoarse and rough, like 2 dry pieces of wood rubbing against each other. Su Xiaoming hesitated for a moment, glancing back at the dark and malicious rainy night, but she gritted her teeth and stepped onto the step, covered in dark red rust. Clunk! She fished out a 1 yuan coin from her pocket and dropped it into the dark, large-mouthed coin box. The sound of the coin falling was surprisingly heavy, not as if it dropped into an empty box, but more like it sank into some sticky liquid.
Driver, is it 2 yuan?
I'll look for it.
Su Xiaoming rummaged through her bag, a bit flustered.
No need. The man in the raincoat stiffly turned his neck, making a loud cracking sound.
The fare is 150, your change, 50 cents.
His hand reached out from under the raincoat. It was a bluish-purple hand, covered in corpse-like spots, with black dirt trapped under the nails. That hand searched the bottom of the coin box for change, then he opened his palm and offered it to Su Xiaoming.
Take it, your change.
Su Xiaoming instinctively reached out to take it. But when that thing landed in her palm, the cold, slippery, and elastic sensation made her feel as if she had fallen into an ice cellar. It was not a 50-cent coin.
Instead, it was a bloody eyeball, still slightly shrinking in its pupil.
Ah! Su Xiaoming let out a piercing scream, instinctively wanting to throw away that terrifying thing. But the eyeball clung to her skin as if it had hooks, even slightly turning to face her pupil.
Bang!
The door behind her slammed shut. The once black window outside was no longer the streets of the old city, but it turned into an endless rolling black mud river.
Next stop. Grave Hill, passengers, please hold on to the handrails.
A harsh electric sound came from the speaker, accompanied by a little girl's eerie laughter. Su Xiaoming fell to the aisle, the eyeball in her hand continuously oozing black liquid. She looked around in terror, discovering that the bus was filled with passengers. They all kept their heads down, silent.
Under each of their feet,
the muddy river is gathering with a mass of murky water and aquatic plants. At that moment, she saw a worn-out paper stuck behind the driver's seat. The words on it were seeping blood little by little. Rule of civilized conduct for bus number 13.
The fare is $1.50.
Our bus only provides change and equivalents, such as organs or lifespan. Please keep the change you receive safe, as it is part of your body.
No loud talking is allowed.
If you hear someone crying next to you, cover your ears, or the crying will drill into your mind.
The rest is covered by bloodstains.
Su Xiaoming looked at the rules, tears streaming down her face.
Help me, someone, please save me.
Outside the platform inside the ghost bus number 444. At the moment the bus number 13 disappeared into the rain, the ghostly bus number 444 parked in the shadow nearby lit up its crimson lights. Fangyuan sat by the window, holding a steaming cup of ginger tea, a playful smile dancing on his lips. His eyes sparkled with dark golden light, ghost eyes, had long been activated. In his vision, that just departed green bus was not a bus at all.
It was a huge, moving black wooden coffin.
For wheels were 4 skulls, the windows were transparent coffin lids, and the driver was a paper figure nailed to the coffin's head.
Old Wang, did you see that?
Fangyuan took a sip of tea and said lightly. That guy gave the girl an eyeball as change.
This level of service is too low.
The ghost driver, Old Wang, clutched the steering wheel tightly, his chinless face twitching violently, obviously annoyed.
Boss, that old crook is insulting our profession. Old Wang hoarsely growled, giving change in an eyeball? This is not just unprofessional, it's a blatant malicious review. The reputation of the bus service in Jiangcheng is ruined by such scum. Calm down.
Fangyuan put down the teacup, turning to look at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was sitting in the ticket booth.
Xiaoxiao, are you ready?
At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao was holding a thick book titled Principles of Marxist Philosophy, pushing up her glasses, looking even calmer than usual. But her tightly twisted fingers revealed her inner unease.
Boss, the financial report shows that there are a large number of dead accounts, unsettled causes, on that bus.
Lin Xiaoxiao took a deep breath. If we can recruit it, the company's assets could double at least.
Very good.
Fangyuan stood up, straightening his clothes, and snapped his fingers at Old Wang.
Old Wang, follow it. Don't let it escape. Since it wants to play the change game, let's become the inspection team.
I want to see if I toss in 100 million ghostly dollars, what parts it plans to return to me.
Boom.
The bus number 444 roared violently, the space around it beginning to twist violently. In that pitch-black rainy night, the strange buses in black and green, one in front and one behind, smashed through the barriers of the real world, crashing into the forgotten dead end of 1994. Chapter 65, Boarding Contract, Refuse Change, I offer 1 billion.
Last bus number 13 underway.
The green bus bumped along in the illusory rain curtain. The scenery outside twisted and blurred, like a wet ink painting. Suddenly, the vehicle slammed to a halt. Screech! Su Xiaoming's forehead slammed heavily against the seat in front, making her cry out in pain. Before she had a chance to complain, she saw outside the window that another pitch-black bus was parallel to bus number 13, closely following it. The door of that black bus suddenly opened, and a gust of wind blew in.
Who is it?
The faceless driver stiffly turned his head, his voice tinged with a hint of fear. A young man dressed in white leisurewear, as if strolling in a garden, lightly leapt from the speeding black bus, directly jumping into the open door of bus number 13. Behind him, followed a young girl with a ledger, wearing glasses. It was Yi Fangyuan and Lin Xiaoxiao.
Excuse me, cutting in line.
Yi Fangyuan stood by the car door, patted the rainwater off his clothes, with an apologetic smile on his face.
The rain is too heavy, so we didn't wait for the next bus and just got on. The faceless driver looked at these two sudden intruders, dumbfounded.
It had no rule for changing vehicles mid-ride.
Get in, pay the fare.
It could only mechanically repeat this line, as that purple, withered hand reached out towards the coin box again.
The fare is $1.50, no change given. $1.50? Yi Fangyuan walked to the coin box and looked down at the dark opening. So cheap?
I thought this death line would cost at least 100 or 80,000.
He turned to look at Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, pay up. Okay, boss.
Lin Xiaoxiao pushed her glasses up, took out a huge paper bill from her bag, with the image of the Jade Emperor on it, so large it made one dizzy.
Universal voucher from Heaven and Earth Bank, 100 million.
She waved this bill in front of the driver, then very seriously stuffed it into the coin box.
Clank.
The light paper money fell in but made a huge sound like a gold bar hitting the ground.
Got it, that's our fare.
Lin Xiaoxiao said seriously, no need for change, the rest is a tip.
The faceless driver. Its hand, which was still suspended in the air, went stiff.
According to the rules, if a passenger pays with a large bill, it must give change. And the change would be deducted from the passenger's body parts. For example, if they paid with 100, they'd get back a hand. But this was 100 million. If it used this rate for change, it would have to tear itself into 8 pieces and still not be enough.
Rule conflict warning. Detected excessive premium. Unable to execute change procedure.
The driver's body began to tremble violently, making cracking sounds beneath the raincoat, as if it would fall apart at any moment.
What? Don't want to accept it?
Yi Fangyuan leaned against the coin box, his eyes cold.
Refusing to accept RMB is illegal. Is it not illegal to refuse to accept ghost money? Or do you think this money is fake?
A hint of his rule-breaker aura leaked out slightly. In that instant, the faceless driver felt a deep fear from the depths of its soul. It was a presence more terrifying than the vehicle itself.
I will accept. The driver trembled and retracted its hand, silently stepping on the gas. It dared not give change anymore. Not even daring to announce the classic phrase, next stop, Yellow Springs Road. That's more like it.
Yi Fangyuan nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look inside the vehicle. The car was filled with passengers bowing their heads. Water was pooling beneath everyone's feet, emitting a rotten stench.
Su Xiaoming was curled up in the corner, tightly clutching an eyeball. Upon seeing Yi Fangyuan, it was like seeing a savior. "Be big brother," she called out with a weeping tone. "Don't be afraid." Yi Fangyuan walked over and pulled Su Xiaoming up. "Throw that thing away, it's dirty."
Su Xiaoming snapped out of her daze and quickly tossed the eyeball onto the ground.
As soon as the eyeball hit the ground, it seemed alive, rolling and vanishing under the rear seat. "Xiaoxiao, find a place to sit."
Yi Fangyuan scanned around. There were no empty seats in the car. All the seats were taken by those wet ghost passengers.
"Boss, there are no seats left."
Lin Xiaoxiao whispered.
"No seats?" Yi Fangyuan walked to the first row.
There sat a middle-aged man in a zhongshan suit, his face puffy. His gut was swollen, as if something was moving inside.
"This big brother, can you squeeze over?"
Yi Fangyuan asked, but he had already sat down.
He did not sit in the gap but directly on the man's thigh. Put.
A muffled sound arose as the middle-aged man's belly was flattened by Yi Fangyuan sitting down. Black water spewed from his mouth.
Ah!
The man let out a painful groan. The body began to turn transparent, as if wanting to escape from this terrifying passenger.
"Don't move." Yi Fangyuan pressed down on its shoulder, and the physical exorcism was activated.
That hand felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, pinning the man firmly to his seat.
"Everyone is quite cold, let's keep warm together,"
Yi Fangyuan said with a smile. Lin Xiaoxiao imitated him and found a seemingly weaker female ghost, then plopped down.
"Sister, can I borrow a seat?" The female ghost.
It didn't dare to speak because it felt the scholarly air from this human girl was a bit scorching.
Just like that.
Under the terrified gaze of a car full of angry ghosts, these two living people not only swaggered onto the bus but also forcibly occupied the special seats.
The bus continued to drive through the rainy night.
But this time, the atmosphere in the cabin became somewhat subtle. What was originally a horror movie where ghosts scared the living suddenly turned into a comedy where humans scared the ghosts. The faceless driver glanced at the man sitting on the ghost's legs through the rearview mirror. its hand shook, almost driving the bus into the ditch. It had a foreboding feeling. This last bus ride might really become its last. Chapter 66, The Last Bus on Route 13, The Disappearing Handrail. Is this ticket a contract for selling one's body? Route 13, last bus, middle of the cabin. The light in the cabin remained dim, with only a few sickly green emergency lights swaying with the bumps, stretching and shrinking everyone's shadows, as if dancing an eerie dance. Although Fangyuan and Lin Xiaoxiao forcibly shared a seat successfully, it did not mean the crisis was resolved. On the contrary, as the vehicle went deeper, the oppressive power of the rules grew stronger. Fangyuan sat on the thigh of the bloated male ghost, feeling like he was sitting on a piece of cold pork. Worse still, the thing inside the male ghost's belly was still moving, making him a bit uncomfortable. Don't move. Fangyuan slapped the male ghost's belly with his hand. If you move again, I'll pull your intestines out and tie them in a knot. The male ghost immediately became obedient, even holding his breath and shrinking a bit more. Although Lin Xiaoxiao also sat down, her professional habit led her to start observing her surroundings. She noticed a strange phenomenon. This bus, although an old-style one, had no handrails on the ceiling. Where the handrails should have been, there was only a row of rusty hooks. And on those hooks hung not pull rings, but segments of broken hemp ropes, with dried bloodstains on the ends. Boss, look up there. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed her glasses and pointed to the top. This bus seemed to be used for transporting prisoners or livestock. Fangyuan nodded. And look at these seats. He pointed to the seat beneath him. Although the passengers were all wet, the seat itself was dry and warm. This warmth was not body heat, but a kind of scorching sensation as if something was burning underneath. It's like slow-cooked meat. Fangyuan commented. At that moment, the bus announcement sounded again. Ding, attention, passengers, standing is strictly prohibited. Passengers who are not seated will be treated as cargo and hung on hooks. With the sound of the announcement, those broken hemp ropes suddenly came alive like snakes, twisting in the air as if seeking a target. Su Xiaoming was so scared she curled up beside Fangyuan, clutching his pant leg tightly. Brother, I don't have a seat. It's okay, squatting also counts as sitting. Fangyuan comforted her. At this moment, Lin Xiaoxiao's attention was focused on the two thin tickets the driver had torn for her while she paid. They were thin, as if made from grass paper. The front had red Route 13 printed on it, but the back was densely filled with small print. Because the light was too dim, ordinary people couldn't see it clearly. But Lin Xiaoxiao took out her phone, turned on the flashlight function. Although it had no signal, the flashlight still worked. With the light, she saw the small print clearly. Passenger notice, supplementary terms. This ticket is a one-way ticket. Once on the bus, it is considered as giving up the right to get off. Body donation agreement. Passengers agree to donate all parts of their body free of charge to vehicle maintenance in case of any accidents during the journey. Soul mortgage. If unable to pay the fare, ghost money, passengers agree to mortgage their soul to the driver until the debt is paid off, interest calculated at 10% per minute. Hiss. Lin Xiaoxiao took a sharp breath. Boss. This is not a ticket. This is a contract for selling one's body. She handed the ticket to Fangyuan. And this is an unfair clause. Interest at 10% per minute? This is worse than usury. No wonder that person, referring to the ghost driver earlier, gave change so readily. The trap is here. Lin Xiaoxiao gnashed her teeth in anger. As a professional financial officer, she hated such contract traps the most. According to Article XX of the contract law, an unduly unfair contract can be rescinded. She took out a red pen and fiercely drew a large X on the ticket. I do not recognize this invalid contract. As she moved, the two tickets suddenly burst into flames. Whoosh! Green flames instantly devoured the paper. At the same time, the faceless driver in the driver's seat trembled violently. It felt it, those two contracts that had just been signed, were forcefully torn apart. And the way it was torn apart was extremely brutal, directly denying its legality from the rule level. Who dares to tear the ticket? The driver roared in anger. The temperature in the carriage plummeted. The ghost passengers who had been quietly seated raised their heads one by one, revealing their hideous faces. They were slaves bound by contracts, and upon seeing someone daring to resist the contract, instinctively felt a surge of jealousy and anger. So what if I tear the ticket? Lin Xiaoxiao stood up. Even though this violated the strictly prohibited to stand rule, under Fangyuan's protection, those ropes dared not approach. She raised the principles of Marxist philosophy in her hand, like holding up a shield. Not only tear the ticket, I will also file a complaint against you. Suspected of defrauding consumers, illegal fundraising, and let's add another, illegal detention. Boss. We must take this business. This is not just a matter of money, it's a matter of principle.
Yi Fangyuan looked at this small accountant who usually was thrifty but was now overflowing with a sense of justice, and couldn't help but smile. Alright, I'll listen to you. He patted the male ghost underneath him, who was already scared stiff. Did you hear? You are a victim too. Do you want to terminate the contract? Do you want to get off? The male ghost was stunned. A glimmer of desire flashed in its murky eyes. I want to go home. Wanting is good. Yi Fangyuan stood up, his pen glowing red in his hand. Since the contract is illegal, let's sign a new one. Xiao, draft a Route 13 bus acquisition agreement. Tonight, we will take this bus, all in one go. Chapter 67, The Last Bus of Route 13, The Paradox of the Elderly Lady's Seat, Let Me Upgrade You. Last bus of Route 13, front part of the carriage. With Lin Xiaoxiu's legal science popularization, the atmosphere in the carriage became subtle. At that moment, the bus shook violently and came to a stop at a pitch-black intersection. There was no bus stop by the roadside, only a lone white lantern swaying in the wind and rain. The door opened. A hunched figure slowly climbed onto the bus. It was an old lady wearing an old floral cotton jacket, carrying a bamboo basket. Her hair was gray and messy against her scalp, and her face was covered in wrinkles like tree bark. The most peculiar thing was that she walked without making a sound, as if her feet were floating above the ground. Rule update, carrying seat. The electronic screen on the carriage wall suddenly flashed a line of red text. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue. When the elderly, weak, sick, or pregnant board the bus, please take the initiative to give up your seat. This seemed like a very normal civility slogan. But Yi Fangyuan narrowed his eyes. Talent activated, ghost eyes. In his vision, behind this slogan. Hidden in the lines are small words flowing with black blood. Hidden terms. 1. The seat is cause and effect. Those who give up their seat are considered to voluntarily bear the elderly's karmic burdens, disability/illness/death. 2. Those who refuse to give up their seat will be seen as morally corrupt, triggering the collective judgment, tearing apart, of all the passengers in the vehicle. So it's a trap. Yi Fangyuan sneered coldly. This is a typical dilemma. Give up the seat, become disabled, don't give it, get beaten. As soon as the old lady got on the bus, her murky eyes fixed on Yi Fangyuan. Because Yi Fangyuan's seat was the very front reserved for the elderly, weak, sick and disabled, even though he was sitting on a ghost leg. Young man. The old lady trembled as she walked over, her voice like a creaking wind-up toy. Could you give this old woman a seat? My legs aren't good, I can't stand. As her words fell, all the ghost passengers in the carriage simultaneously turned their heads, staring at Yi Fangyuan intensely. In those dark purple eyes, malicious anticipation filled the air. Su Xiaoming, scared, shrank into a ball and tugged at Yi Fangyuan's sleeve. Big brother, why not give it to her? She looks so pitiful. She couldn't see the hidden rules, only felt that not giving up the seat would cause big trouble. Yi Fangyuan patted her hand, signaling her not to move. So you want me to give up the seat? Yi Fangyuan smiled but did not stand up. Old lady, you see, there's no space left on this bus. Under my seat, there's another brother, the squished male ghost, I really cannot make room. The old lady's face darkened, and the cold air around her began to spread. You don't want to give it up, do you? Nowadays, young people have no compassion at all. Her nails began to grow longer, and from the bamboo basket came a baby's wailing. Inside was her grandson, also a vengeful spirit. Who says I won't give it? Yi Fangyuan interrupted her pre-spell swaying. I think this hard bench is unworthy of your status. He pointed outside the bus window, at the black figure that had been running closely behind the bus, the demon wolf. Demon wolf. Come in. With a crash, the window shattered. A giant, jet-black wolf jumped in, landing in the aisle, shaking the whole carriage. The old lady was startled and stepped back 2 paces. What is this? This is my private vehicle, a real leather soft seat. Yi Fangyuan pointed at the wide back of the demon wolf, speaking nonsense with a serious face. Old lady, since your legs aren't good, wouldn't it be more comfortable to sit in this furry, temperature-controlled, self-driving vehicle? Come on, I'll upgrade your cabin. This is first-class treatment, no extra charge. The old lady was taken aback. Her logic library had no such entry. Giving up a seat to a wolf? I will not sit on an animal. What kind of talk is that? Yi Fangyuan's face darkened, and the aura of the rule-breaker pressed forward. This is an auspicious beast. A symbol of nobility. If you don't sit, that means you look down on me, look down on our company's service attitude. Since you look down on me, why should I give you my seat? This is a logical counterattack. If you don't sit on the demon wolf, it means you don't really need a seat, then I have no obligation to give up my seat. Ayo.
The demon wolf cooperatively howled and opened its huge mouth, making a pleased gesture, actually wanting to bite. The old lady looked at those sharp teeth and then at Fangyuan's glowing smile. Her instinct told her that if she didn't sit, this wolf might treat her as a snack. Moreover, the rules determined Fangyuan provided a seat on the demon wolf's back and did not violate the rule of must give up the seat. I will sit, I will sit. The old lady tremblingly climbed onto the back of the demon wolf. The demon wolf shook off its fur disdainfully, but due to the boss's order, could only endure, deliberately bumping a couple of times, almost throwing the old lady off. That's how it should be. Fangyuan nodded with satisfaction. He turned to look at all the ghost passengers in the bus. Everyone saw it. I am very respectful towards the elderly and love the young. I even paid to upgrade the old lady's cabin. From now on, if anyone says I lack manners, I just let him also sit in first class, inside the magic wolf's belly. The ghost passengers turned their heads in unison, continuing to stare down at the floor. Can't provoke, really can't provoke. The faceless driver watched the scene through the rearview mirror, his hand gripping the steering wheel was trembling. It originally wanted to use this rule to trap Fangyuan, but ended up allowing this kid to have a show-off moment, and even broke its car window. Next stop, the crematorium. The voice in the broadcast became somewhat weak. Fangyuan leaned back in his chair, looking at the old lady who dared not move atop the wolf's back. A smile crept onto his lips. Crematorium? That's a good place. Just right, some passengers here, like that old lady, should also go there to report. Chapter 68, Bus 13 Last Ride, feeling stuffy? Then open a panoramic sunroof. Bus 13 Last Ride on the road. As the old lady was upgraded to the back of the magic wolf, the carriage temporarily returned to calm. But this calm did not last long. The rain outside grew heavier, pattering on the car windows, forming a thick curtain of water, completely obscuring the view outside. So stuffy. Su Xiaoming suddenly tugged at her collar, her face flushing, her breathing becoming rapid. Not just her, even Lin Xiaoxiao took off her glasses and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Boss, it seems like there's not enough oxygen in this car. Fangyuan glanced around. The carriage was fully enclosed, all the windows tightly closed. And as time passed, the suffocating feeling grew stronger, as if someone had wrapped plastic wrap around their mouth and nose. Rule update, closed space. The electronic screen on the carriage wall flashed again. To maintain constant temperature inside the vehicle, opening windows is strictly prohibited. If you feel short of breath, that is a normal physiological response, please maintain deep breathing. Fangyuan activated, Ghost Eye. Hidden Clause. 1. The oxygen in the vehicle is being consumed by resentment. Without ventilation, the living will suffocate to death within 10 minutes. 2. If the window is opened, things outside will take the opportunity to enter and look for a substitute. This was a dilemma. Not opening the window would suffocate them. Opening the window would get them drowned by the water ghost. Bang! 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 At that moment, the car window glass was suddenly knocked from the outside. Su Xiaoming turned to look, and saw a pale, swollen, eyelidless face pressed against the glass, staring intently at her. It was a water ghost. It opened its mouth, shaping the words, "Open the window, help me. I want to get on the bus too." Not just one. Bang bang bang. All the windows were covered with dense faces. They crowded together, like sardines in a can, pounding the glass with their pale hands, making a dull sound. Help! I want to go home. Open the window, it's so cold. Su Xiaoming covered her mouth, not daring to make a sound, but the strong sense of oxygen deprivation made her almost faint. Boss! I can't breathe either. Lin Xiaoxiao leaned back in her chair, gasping heavily. This rule is trying to suffocate us, forcing us to open the window. Want to suffocate me? Fangyuan stood up, feeling the thin air. He glanced at the ghostly faces stuck to the windows, then at the indifferent driver in the driver's seat. Driver, please open the window a bit for some fresh air. Fangyuan shouted. Cannot, open the window. The driver replied mechanically, outside, is dangerous. Dangerous? Fangyuan laughed. Not opening the window will suffocate us, opening it will get us caught by ghosts. This calculation is quite clever. He walked to the middle of the carriage and looked up at the rusty iron roof. Since neither way works, we can only choose the third path. Fangyuan raised the baton in his hand, now in the form of a pry bar. Skeleton, come over and lend a helping hand. Click. The skeleton supervisor immediately ran over, though it didn't need to breathe, it still felt suffocated in this place. Magic Wolf, don't just stand there, brace the top. Oh whoa! The Magic Wolf stood up, using its broad back to prop up the roof of the carriage. Listen to my command. Fangyuan took a deep breath, though there wasn't much air left.
1, 2, 3. Go! Talent activated, physical overhaul, strong demolition mode. Creak! The painful screech of tearing metal rang out. With the combined effort of one person, one bone, and one wolf, the car roof, which was once welded tightly, was forcefully torn open, revealing a gap. The wild wind and pouring rain rushed in at once. Fresh air, albeit mixed with rainwater and a fishy smell, flooded the car, and Su Xiaoming and Lin Xiaoxiao greedily breathed deeply, finally coming back to life. But this was not over yet. Let it all, open wide. Fangyuan shouted, his arm muscles bulging. Boom! The entire car roof flew off like a roof flipped by a hurricane, disappearing into the rainy night. The originally enclosed bus instantly transformed into a convertible sightseeing vehicle. The rain poured down, drenching all the passengers to the bone. Those water ghosts stuck to the windows were dumbfounded. They intended to trick people into opening the windows and then sneak in. But now, the windows remained, but the roof was gone. How could they climb in now? Now it's ventilated, right? Fangyuan wiped the rain off his face, satisfied as he looked at the pitch-black sky above. Sky view sunroof, wide view, fresh air. And... He pointed at the water ghost still dazed outside the window. Aren't you wanting to come in? Now that the roof is gone, just jump in. Why aren't you jumping? Water ghosts. They looked at the man holding the crowbar inside the car, and the giant wolf bathing in the rain, silently retreating back into the water. This car was too wild, too intimidating. In the driver's seat, the faceless driver held the steering wheel, hands trembling. It had been driving this ghost car for decades, witnessing jumpers and collisions, but it had never seen a roof blown off. My car, my roof. The driver let out a heartbroken sound. Don't be heartbroken. Fangyuan sat back down, now completely soaked, crossing his legs. Out with the old, in with the new. And don't you think this is cooler? Keep driving. Next stop, the crematorium. I can't wait to send this car's passengers to warm up. Chapter 69, first stop, the desolate grave mound, whose ashes are in the pregnant woman's urn. Route 13 last bus, convertible version, in transit. Though it had become a convertible, this strange bus did not stop. Rain poured mercilessly on every person and ghost inside. The once silent ghost passengers began to undergo strange changes under the drenching rain. Their skin became more swollen, some even began to peel away, exposing the pale bones underneath. Cold, so cold. A young male ghost sitting in the back row began to tremble, the sound of his chattering teeth clear in the rainy night. I don't want to die, the water is so cold. As he whispered, several nearby ghosts began to chime in, their voices growing louder, like a chorus rising from the depths of the water. Rule triggered, pre-death reenactment. As the rainwater saturates their bodies, the spirits will return to the moment of their death. Their resentment will materialize, trying to drag all the living down into the water. Su Xiaoming, scared, clutched Fangyuan's arm. Brother, they seem to be mutating. Don't be afraid. Fangyuan looked at the increasingly frenzied ghost passengers. It's just a momentary flashback. Just then. The bus slowed down again, coming to a stop at a desolate intersection. There were no streetlights, only a few distant clusters of ghostly green flames floating. The roadside weeds were as tall as a person, concealing countless low dirt mounds. Those were mass graves. First stop. Desolate grave mound, arrived. The voice from the loudspeaker distorted, as if it came from a grave. The doors opened. A wave of decaying corpse smell rushed in. No one got off the bus. But someone got on. A woman dressed in a red maternity outfit, her big belly protruding, held a black urn in her arms, struggling to climb onto the bus. Her face was as pale as paper. But her lips were as red as if they were dripping with blood. Her belly was unnaturally large, as if something inside was writhing violently. Passenger info, Ghost Mother, Grade B. Carried items, the Mother and Child Evil Spirit Altar. After the Ghost Mother boarded, she did not look for a seat. She stood in the aisle, her pupil-less eyes staring fixedly at Fangyuan, because he was sitting in the seat reserved for the elderly, weak, sick, and disabled, even though a male ghost was sitting on his lap. Give up your seat. The Ghost Mother's voice was sharp and shrill. The urn in her arms suddenly shook, emitting a thump, thump, thump sound, like the beating of a heart. The heartbeat was immense, each thump seemed to strike directly against everyone's hearts. Rule, maternal love is like a mountain. When the Ghost Mother boards, all male passengers must give up their seats. Otherwise, they will be regarded as heartless men and cursed by the ghost baby in the urn. Lin Xiaoxiao pushed up her glasses and softly reminded, Boss, this rule seems to be for men. Fangyuan looked at the Ghost Mother, then at the urn in her arms. Giving up my seat is fine. Fangyuan didn't stand up. But first, tell me, what's inside that urn? The Ghost Mother gave a creepy smile. It's my child. She gently caressed the urn. It died before it was born. It's so hungry. It wants to eat meat. Died before being born? Fangyuan squinted his eyes. If it died before birth, then it's still inside your belly. So what's in your arms? A spare? The ghost mother froze. She hadn't considered this logic. And Fangyuan pointed to her belly. I see your belly moving quite happily. Inside must be a balloon, right? The ghost mother flew into a rage. Dare to insult my child? She violently lifted the lid of the urn. Wow! A piercing baby cry burst out from the urn. Then, a mass of black smoke poured out from the urn, transforming into countless tiny ghost hands that reached for Fangyuan's face. Refusing a toast and forcing a drink. Fangyuan sighed. Magic wolf, protect me. Awo, the magic wolf, which had been lying beside him, instantly jumped up. Though it didn't like eating this kind of smoke, the boss's orders had to be followed. It opened its big mouth and sucked at the black smoke like a vacuum. The ghost hands had not yet touched Fangyuan when the magic wolf sucked them all into its stomach. Burp. The magic wolf let out a big burp. This stuff's a bit spicy. The ghost mother was stunned. Her child, resentment, had been eaten? You'll pay for my child. The ghost mother went crazy and lunged forward, her nails growing longer. But before she could touch Fangyuan, a skeletal hand grabbed her wrist. The skeleton supervisor had no idea when it appeared behind her. Clack! Pregnant women shouldn't move too violently. It could harm the baby. The skeleton supervisor kindly pressed her down into an empty seat. Actually, it threw out a water ghost who was sitting there. Sit tight. Fasten your seatbelt. The skeleton supervisor took out a rope and tightly bound the ghost mother to the seat. The ghost mother. She wanted to resist, but the skeleton's strength was terrifying, and that "I'm doing this for your own good" attitude left her no way to refute. Alright, drive the car. Fangyuan patted the ghost driver in front. Where's the next stop? The ghost driver trembled as he answered. The next stop, slaughterhouse. Slaughterhouse? Fangyuan smiled. Sounds like a good place for eating meat. He turned his head and looked out the window. The rain was still falling. But he noticed that the scenery outside had changed. It was no longer an abandoned graveyard, nor the modern road. Old-fashioned utility poles appeared by the roadside, and there were slogans on the walls that read, "Family planning, everyone's responsibility." It was a scene from 1994. The time reversal has begun. Fangyuan gripped the pen in his hand tightly. The truth behind that car accident back then. What really happened? Chapter 70, The Ghostly Radio Waves of 1994, We are all on this bus, no one can escape. Bus number 13, last bus of the day, temporal crossroads. As the vehicle drove away from the desolate graveyard, the suffocating stench of decay did not dissipate, instead it mixed with the smell of old dust, growing even more intense. The scenery outside the car window began to turn eerie. The originally pitch-black road slowly revealed some blurry lights on both sides. Those lights elongated and distorted in the rain, eventually becoming clearer. They were not modern LED streetlights, but yellow tungsten bulbs. The tall buildings flashing by were replaced by low red brick houses. In a barbershop with a sign that read Spring Flower Hair Salon, red, white, and blue lightboxes were spinning. Next to it, a garage had a faded 1994 World Cup poster on the door, and the back of Roberto Baggio appeared particularly lonely in the rain. The rain was still falling, but it was no longer that stinking black rain. It became more real, colder, and made a crisp sound as it hit the roof of the car. Zizz. The radio inside the car suddenly emitted a sharp frequency sound, and the eerie little girl's voice disappeared, replaced by a pop song with a strong sense of the era. Let me gently tell you, the stars in the sky are waiting. The singing was gentle and sweet, but in this environment, it produced a chilling sense of incongruity. Then, the music abruptly stopped. A male announcer's voice, clear and full of the unique tone of that era, came on. Good evening, everyone. It is now 10 o'clock in the evening, Beijing time. The Jiangcheng Meteorological Station has issued a red alert for heavy rain. In the next 3 hours, our city will face extremely severe thunderstorm weather, and water levels in the rivers will rise. Citizens are advised to reduce going out. Special broadcast, the road to Old Jiang Bridge is at risk of landslide, the road is slippery, and we suggest passing vehicles detour. Upon hearing this broadcast, the atmosphere in the car instantly changed. Those ghostly passengers, who were originally drenched, with purple faces, and only looking down in silence, began to undergo terrifying transformations. Their rotting skin slowly healed as if time was flowing backward, their swollen features gradually shrank, returning to their former appearance. The funeral clothes on their bodies transformed into Dacron shirts, Zhongshan suits, or floral dresses.
The male ghost, who had been squashed by Yi Fangyuan, turned into a middle-aged officer wearing black-framed glasses and holding a briefcase. He raised his wrist anxiously and glanced at his old Shanghai watch, frowning. The ghostly mother, pregnant woman, became a pale young woman, holding her belly. Although she still looked exhausted, her eyes sparkled with anticipation for the child about to be born. Even the elderly lady who had asked Yi Fangyuan for money transformed into an ordinary, kind-faced and carrying a basket of vegetables. In her basket were several muddy carrots and a bunch of green onions. They came to life. Or rather, this car, taking everyone with it, returned to that fateful night in 1994. Driver! Are we there yet? I'm in a hurry. The middle-aged officer suddenly shouted loudly, his tone anxious and somewhat impatient. My wife is still in the hospital waiting to give birth. Why is it raining harder and harder? Yes, driver, please hurry up. The aunt with the vegetable basket chimed in, my husband hasn't had dinner yet. This horrible weather, I forgot my umbrella and got soaked. The car cabin instantly became noisy. Complaints, a baby's cries, and the sound of rain mixed together, filling the air with a strong sense of life. This was no longer a ghost car, but rather a last bus full of weary returnees, struggling to move through the rainy night. But Yi Fangyuan knew this was the most dangerous moment. Because these living people had no idea they were about to die. Their resentment was brewing, waiting for that moment to explode into the most terrifying curse. Boss, what is going on? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the suddenly human passengers, her face turning pale with fear. She had just wanted to hit the water ghost with an abacus. In the blink of an eye, the person had turned into a weak scholar. How could she take action? Are they human or ghost? Lin Xiaoxiao asked, trembling. They are both human and ghost. Yi Fangyuan looked out at the retreating 90s street scene, his gaze profound. We have entered the time corridor of 1994. Everything happening here is a replay of that year. They are trapped in this period, experiencing death over and over again. Yi Fangyuan turned his head to look at the young pregnant woman. Sister, how many months along are you? He suddenly asked. The pregnant woman was taken aback, seemingly surprised that someone would talk to her. She instinctively touched her belly, a gentle smile appearing on her face. 8 months. It's a boy, and he's kicking quite fiercely. A boy is good. Yi Fangyuan smiled, but the smile was somewhat bitter. Have you chosen a name? Yes, it's Pingyuan. I hope he lives a safe and sound life. Pingyuan. Yi Fangyuan's heart trembled. This child named Pingyuan ultimately could not be born safely, but instead became a ghostly infant full of resentment, sealed in an urn. Suddenly. Boom! A huge, purple lightning bolt split the night sky, illuminating the dark road ahead. In the flash of lightning, Yi Fangyuan saw ahead on the road, a massive, old-style steel bridge spanning over the river. The river below was turbulent, muddy waves crashing against the bridge piers, producing a deafening roar. That was the old river bridge. Also the place where this vehicle would meet its doom. Watch out! Yi Fangyuan shouted, hold on tight. Driver! There seems to be a rock up ahead. A young man sitting in the front row, a passenger from back then, now looking like a student, suddenly screamed in terror, pointing at the road ahead. There was a massive boulder that had rolled down from the mountain, blocking the middle of the road. The driver, the faceless driver, had also turned back into his former self, a middle-aged man with a face full of stubble and tired eyes, slammed on the brakes while fiercely turning the steering wheel to the left. Screech! The tires skidded on the slippery road, producing a piercing scream and a smell of burning rubber. The vehicle shook violently, losing control and tilting to the right. To the right was the guardrail. Below the guardrail was the surging river. Ah! The cabin erupted in screams. Everyone lost their balance and fell together. Don't panic! Yi Fangyuan suddenly stood up, though it was hard to maintain balance in the swaying, and grabbed the seat back. He knew that the accident back then was caused by this skid, combined with the panic of the passengers, leading the vehicle's center of gravity to shift and ultimately crash through the guardrail into the river. If he didn't do something, the tragedy would repeat itself. Old Wang! Help! Yi Fangyuan shouted at the ghost bus 444 that had been following behind. Buzz! In the void, that black 444 bus was unaffected by the time reversal. It remained the unbeatable ghost bus, driving in another dimension. Under Old Wang's control, the 444 bus suddenly accelerated, its front aimed at the side of the 13 bus that was about to tip over, crashing into it fiercely. Bang! With a loud noise. This crash, although causing the passengers inside to tumble chaotically and Lin Xiaoxiao's glasses to be knocked off, produced a miraculous mechanical effect. It forcibly pushed the tipping 13 bus back onto its track. The vehicle stabilized again. The wheels stopped just a few centimeters from the edge of the cliff. The screams in the cabin gradually ceased, leaving only heavy breathing. Those living passengers, still trembling, got up and inquired if anyone was hurt.
The pregnant woman tightly protected her belly, and the official picked up the briefcase that had fallen to the ground. They did not know that just a moment ago, they had died once. Huff. The driver from back then wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his hands still shaking. That was close, it felt like something hit us. He didn't see the 444 bus behind, because it wasn't in the same dimension, and thought they had just hit a rock on the side of the road. It's okay. It's okay. The driver comforted the passengers, and himself, restarting the engine. Keep driving. Fangyuan sat back in his seat, adjusting his messed up collar. The first hurdle is passed. But this is just the beginning. The real cause of death has yet to appear. His gaze crossed over the relieved passengers, landing on the last rose corner of the carriage. There sat a man, silent, wearing a baseball cap and a black raincoat. Even amidst the violent shaking just now, the man remained motionless, like a statue welded to his seat. The brim of his hat was pulled low, obscuring his face, revealing only his tightly pressed pale lips. In his hand, he gripped a black plastic bag tightly. The bag was heavy, as if filled with something weighty. And through a seam in the bag, a sinister red glow faintly flickered, rhythmically pulsing. Drip, drip, drip. That is, a time bomb? Fangyuan squinted, tightening his grip on the pen in his hand. It seems this is not just a simple traffic accident, but rather, a premeditated murder. Chapter 71, The Last Bus of Route 13, Slaughterhouse Station. If you don't want to become a hot dog, keep quiet. Last bus of Route 13 in transit. Although the vehicle, with Fangyuan's help and the ghost bus of Route 444, avoided the crisis of plunging into the river, the suffocating atmosphere did not dissipate. Instead, it lingered like a thick fog, tightly wrapping around everyone's hearts. The rain continued to fall, pattering against the windows, like countless ghostly hands knocking, trying to find the gap to sneak in. The lights in the carriage flickered, and although the resurrected passengers resumed human forms, their eyes still held a strange dazed expression. The middle-aged official kept looking at his watch, but the hands never moved. The pregnant woman continuously stroked her belly, her gaze hollowed as if what she carried was not a child but a cold stone. They were trapped in this moment, repeatedly performing the actions of their former lives, waiting for the inevitable end. Next stop. Slaughterhouse. The voice on the intercom distorted again, no longer the clear enunciation of the male announcer, but turning into a harsh sound like metal scraping, making one's teeth ache as if a rusty saw was cutting through bones. Screech. The bus slowly slowed down, eventually stopping in front of a decrepit, rust-covered iron door. A crooked sign hung on the iron door, with red paint dripping down like blood: Zhangcheng Meat Processing Plant, Spirit Meat Processing Area. The bus doors opened. No one got off the bus. But suddenly, a line of bloody red characters popped up on the electronic screen in the bus, the writing seeming freshly written in blood, still dripping down. Rule update: ingredient selection. This bus strictly prohibits bringing obsessive spirit meat on board. Violators will be considered premium ingredients and sent to the slaughterhouse for deep processing. Obsessive? Lin Xiaoxiao pushed up her glasses, looking at the word, somewhat confused. She tightly clutched her philosophical principles, as if it were her only talisman. Boss, what does this mean? Do ghosts also get slaughtered? Fangyuan leaned back in his chair, glancing at the trembling ghost passengers, a flicker of understanding flashing in his eyes. Of course they do. His voice was soft, but in the silent carriage, it was clearly heard. In the world of urban legends, obsession is the most vibrant life force and the most delicious ingredient. These passengers may be dead, but their deep obsession with returning home, seeing loved ones, and giving birth to their children makes them prime cuts of Kobe beef for the slaughterhouse that feeds on resentment. As he spoke, suddenly, several thick iron hooks, dripping with chunks of flesh, reached into the door. Those iron hooks had no eyes. But they moved slightly in the air, like sharks smelling blood, searching for the targets of the deepest obsessions. So fragrant with resentment. In the slaughterhouse, greedy low growls echoed, the hungry roars of countless wronged souls. Ah! The middle-aged official, who had been constantly checking his watch, his obsession was to rush home to see his wife, suddenly let out a terrible scream. A cruel iron hook had mercilessly snagged his shoulder, the sharp tip piercing through his suit and into the flesh. Help! I don't want to be made into sausage. I want to go home. My wife is still waiting for me. The more he shouted about going home, the stronger the scent of obsession became. That desire and unwillingness turned into a tangible black mist, pulling the iron hook in tighter. This rule is a dead cycle. Fangyuan watched as the male ghost was dragged away, his gaze cold. The more you want to live, the faster you die. The more unwilling you are, the tastier you become. If this rule wasn't resolved, the whole truck of ghosts, including that pregnant woman, would be hung up. And once all the ghosts were caught, the remaining living people, he and Lin Xiaoxiao, would be tossed directly into the meat grinder as fertilizer for being too weak. Xiaoxiao, lend me your floral spray. Ha!
Floral spray? Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, hurriedly digging a bottle of 6 gods out of her bag. Here. Also some medicated oil. How much do you need, boss? Take as much as you have. Yi Fangyuan took the bottle. He walked to the middle of the truck, looking at the approaching iron hooks. One of the iron hooks had already aimed at the pregnant woman's belly, seemingly attracted by the resentful ghost baby inside. The ghost baby kicked frantically inside, letting out cries that only ghosts could hear. Passengers, listen to me. Yi Fangyuan's voice rang out in the truck, carrying an undeniable authority. If you want to live, shut your mouths, and stop thinking about those messy things. Swallow your obsessions back down. If you can't control it. He twisted off the cap. It was a mixture of 2 bottles of medicated oil and 1 bottle of floral spray. He suddenly sprayed with all his might. Splash! The floral spray and medicated oil mixed together, turning into a green mist that instantly covered the entire truck. The pungent smell, with a strong irritant, immediately drilled into the noses of every ghost, even penetrating deep into their souls. It was a biochemical weapon made from a blend of mint, alcohol, camphor, and some mysterious spice. Achoo! All the ghosts in the truck sneezed in unison. The smell not only irritated their sense of smell, but more importantly, it scattered their obsessions. It was like a heartbroken person suddenly being forced to eat a spoonful of wasabi, instantly forgetting all sadness, with only the sensation of spicy, only the sting. The middle-aged official was also choked to tears, his fleeting thought of going home instantly replaced by so spicy, so choking. As the obsession broke, the scent changed. In the perception of the iron hook. Just now, this was a top-grade ingredient exuding a rich scent of resentment. Now, this was a lump with a pungent chemical smell, like expired waste preserved in formaldehyde for 3 years. The slaughterhouse accepts high-quality ingredients, but not this chemically polluted product. Pfft, so bad. A voice of disdain echoed in the slaughterhouse, a protest from a diner against inferior food. The iron hook released its grip. The middle-aged official fell back onto the floor of the truck with a thud, clutching his wound and shivering, his gaze towards Yi Fangyuan filled with gratitude, even though now he smelled of floral spray. Done. Yi Fangyuan clapped his hands and tossed the empty bottle into the trash can. Now everyone is spoiled. Lin Xiaoxiao stood by, wide-eyed, her glasses slipping down to the tip of her nose. Boss, is this really possible? Is this what they call preservation treatment? As long as it can cover the smell, it doesn't matter what method. Yi Fangyuan sat back down, crossing his legs. Old Wang. Drive. Next stop. The faceless driver trembled as it pressed down on the accelerator. Though it had no face, it could feel that this man was not only strong but also had a particularly peculiar way of thinking. Even this deadly rule was broken by him with just a few bottles of floral water. The vehicle continued forward, leaving behind the slaughterhouse that reeked of blood. But Yi Fangyuan did not let down his guard. His gaze crossed over the relieved passengers and once again fell upon the man in the duckbill cap in the corner. Just now, when all the ghosts were sneezing because of the floral water, even the ghost baby was too scared to cry, only this man remained motionless. He still kept his head down, the cap hiding his face. His shoulders did not move, not even the rise and fall of his breathing. Moreover, that iron hook seemed to have no intention of approaching him at all, it even circled around him, as if he did not exist, or perhaps he was more dangerous than the iron hook. It seems that besides us, there is another being without obsession on this bus. Yi Fangyuan tightened his grip on the pen in his hand, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Without obsession means he was not on this bus to go home, nor for some regret. He was here for massacre. The 13th passenger. Who exactly are you? Chapter 72, the last bus on Route 13, Master, your driving skills are not good, let me drive. Route 13 last bus in transit. Leaving the slaughterhouse, the bus returned to that dark, rainy night road. The cabin was filled with the smell of floral water, which, though unpleasant, at least temporarily suppressed the agitation of the ghostly passengers. However, the danger had not ended. As the vehicle traveled, the road conditions ahead became worse and worse. Huge cracks appeared in the asphalt, like the mouth of hell opening wide. The guardrails on the roadside had long been corroded and broken, with the outside leading to an abyss of unfathomable darkness. Zizzizizi. The lights inside the bus began to flicker wildly, finally going out completely, leaving only the dim green emergency light swaying above, casting shadows that were bright and dark. At the driver's seat, the faceless driver began to tremble violently. Its hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, the knuckles turning white from the strain, even making cracking sounds. I can't hold on anymore, I can't control it. The driver let out a painful groan, its voice filled with despair and fear, as if something was trying to burrow out from within it. Its back beneath the raincoat began to bulge, as if huge worms were crawling beneath its skin. The ears that had been attached to its back now opened wide, oozing black pus and blood. It's coming, that voice, it's ordering me. Rule triggered, driver's curse. When the vehicle travels beyond a certain distance, approaching the death's end, the driver's reason will be consumed by grievances from years past. It will recklessly rush towards the destined conclusion, completing this cycle of death. Boom! A blinding flash of lightning struck down, instantly illuminating the road ahead. With the flash of light, Fangyuan saw a vast cliff appear on the road ahead. That was the end of the highway. Also the place where the Route 13 bus lost control for the first time, almost plunging down. And under the twist of the rule, this cliff turned into a certain death trap. This time, there was number 444 bus behind to cushion the impact. Old Wang was isolated in another dimension by the rules, hitting the spatial barrier madly, making a muffled thudding sound. Hold on tight. Fangyuan shouted loudly, his voice overpowering the thunder. Suddenly, the faceless driver let out an inhuman roar and slammed the accelerator down. V-room. The bus charged forward like an uncontrollable beast, letting out a dying roar, heading straight for the cliff. I want to die. Let's all die together. This is fate. The driver's mind completely collapsed, its only thought now was destruction. Its body began to melt, turning into a puddle of black goo, trying to wrap around the entire driver's cabin, not letting anyone approach. Inside the car, there were screams everywhere. Su Xiaoming was so scared that she hugged her head, curling up under the seat and trembling. Lin Xiaoxiao was gripping the back of the seat tightly, her nails almost breaking, her face pale like paper. Even the ghostly passengers felt fear, crying out in piercing wails. Want to die? Have you asked me? Fangyuan suddenly sprang up from his seat. In the violently shaking cabin, he moved like he was walking on solid ground, rushing to the driver's seat in just a few steps. That puddle of black goo tried to entangle his feet, but he didn't even look, just stomped down hard. Driver, your mindset is not good. Fangyuan grabbed the driver's shoulder, which had not completely melted. What's most important when driving? It's stability. With this kind of twisted mindset, how can you drive well? You're simply a road killer. Get away. The driver shouted furiously, and terrible resentment exploded from its body. Suddenly, its body swelled, the raincoat bursting open to reveal a rotten body covered in tentacles beneath. Countless black tentacles shot out from it, carrying a vile wind, trying to push Fangyuan away, even aiming to pierce his heart. You want to fight me? Fangyuan sneered, a dark golden light flashing in his eyes. Talent activated, physical transcendence. He slapped the driver's faceless face with a backhand. Bang! This slap was powerful and heavy, with a suppressive force from the rules, directly knocking the driver sideways. The tentacles that had just emerged were shattered by this force, turning into black smoke and dissipating. Get down! Fangyuan grabbed the driver by the collar, yanking it out of the driver's seat like pulling a radish. Ah! The driver was thrown onto the aisle with a scream, rolling several times before stopping, completely turning into a puddle of goo. Fangyuan sat down in the driver's seat. At this moment, the front of the bus was less than 50 meters from the cliff. At the current speed, there was no time to brake. If they tried to brake hard, the vehicle would lose control and roll, leading to an even worse outcome. Boss! There's no road ahead. We're going to fall. Lin Xiaoxiao screamed, looking out at the rapidly approaching cliff. No road? Fangyuan gripped the steering wheel, the cold, sticky feeling making him frown. He took a glance ahead. Across the cliff, he could vaguely see another stretch of road, but it was at least 20 meters away. Then let's fly over. He didn't hit the brakes. On the contrary, he slammed the accelerator to the floor. Roar! The engine let out a roar of being overwhelmed, the tachometer skyrocketing. Fangyuan abruptly turned the steering wheel to the left while pulling up the handbrake. This was an extremely crazy maneuver, one that only existed in stunt movies. The massive inertia caused the whole bus to skew sideways. The vehicle slid across the slippery road, the tires sparking as they ground against the pavement. The rear of the bus slammed against the guardrail. Bang! The guardrail was knocked away, gravel tumbling into the abyss. Using the impact's recoil, the front of the bus rose sharply. At the moment the bus leaped off the cliff, it actually soared into the air. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. It was like a green iron bird, cutting a breathtaking parabolic path through the stormy rain and lightning, flying over the abyss that could swallow everything. All the passengers were screaming. That feeling of weightlessness made even the ghosts feel dizzy. Only the man in the corner of the back row, wearing a duckbill cap, remained calmly seated. He raised his head, revealing a pair of indifferent eyes, watching Fangyuan drive, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Boom! There was a huge sound. The bus landed heavily on the road across from them. The enormous impact jolted everyone as if their internal organs were about to shift. The windows shattered completely. The rainwater rushed in. The wheel scratched the ground, creating long trails of fire, sliding for dozens of meters, almost crashing off the road base. Fangyuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, his arm muscles bulging, forcibly controlling the vehicle. At last, the car stabilized. Phew! Fangyuan sighed in relief, patting the still-smoking steering wheel. It was a bit bumpy, but at least we didn't flip. He turned his head to look at the original driver lying on the ground. Master, learn from this. This is called skill. Don't think about dying so easily in the future, life is so beautiful. Can't you enjoy the scenery? Why must you do something like this suicidal attack? The original driver. It looked at the human who had stolen its car, beaten it up, and was now playing leap with the bus, completely shutting down. It curled up in the corner, no longer daring to speak. Alright, let's continue. Fangyuan restarted the vehicle. But he knew that the real danger had just begun. Because he felt the steering wheel in his hand becoming hot. Moreover, from the leather seams of the steering wheel, bright red blood was continuously seeping out. The blood seemed alive, crawling up his fingers, trying to burrow into his skin. A strong, violent thought filled with murderous desires began to crash into his brain. Crash them, crash them. That's my car, no one can take it away. This was the deepest resentment left by the car accident 30 years ago. It was trying to erode Fangyuan's palm, wanting to control his thoughts and turn him into a new crazy driver. Want to control me? Fangyuan looked down at the blood threads wrapping around his hand, his gaze turning cold. He did not shake them off, instead, he let the blood threads entwine him. Ability activated, rule breaker, passive, immune to mental control. The resentments trying to invade his brain were instantly bounced back upon contacting his mental barrier. Zzz. White smoke began to rise from the steering wheel, the blood threads seemed to be scorched, quickly retracting. It seems this car's core is not just about the driver. Fangyuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his gaze shifting to the rearview mirror. In the rearview mirror, the man in the duckbill hat was quietly watching him. And that thief. Chapter 73, Route 13 Last Bus, 10 minutes countdown, the bag in your hand is a bit hot. Route 13 Last Bus 1994 Time Corridor. Although the bus soared over the cliff under Fangyuan's control, this did not change the trajectory of fate. On the contrary, it was as if it broke through an invisible membrane, directly plunging into a more solidified, more desperate flow of time. Zzz. The bus's announcement rang out again, this time the voice carried a heart-pounding electrical noise, as if death itself were counting down. Dear passengers, please pay attention, there are still 10 minutes until the final stop. Please prepare to get off, death. With the broadcast, time in the bus seemed to speed up. The rain outside fell harder, and thunder roared. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was oppressive to the extreme. Those passengers who were originally relieved to have survived suddenly became restless. The middle-aged official constantly looked at his watch, sweat running down his cheek. Why haven't we arrived yet? Why haven't we arrived yet? If we're late, it will be too late. The old lady with the vegetable basket began to complain. Why is this bus going slower and slower? I still need to go home to cook. Even the pregnant woman was holding her belly and began to moan. It hurts, my belly hurts so much. They did not know that this restlessness was not because of the rush, but a deep-seated premonition of imminent destruction. Fangyuan sat in the driver's seat, his hand holding the steering wheel steady, yet his gaze was exceptionally serious. He glanced at the time on the dashboard. 22:50. And the time of the accident that year was exactly 2300 hours. 10 more minutes. These 10 minutes were the boundary between life and death. Old Wan maintained the speed. Fangyuan spoke to the air, though Old Wan was in another dimension. Then, he turned his gaze to the rearview mirror. The man in the corner of the last row, wearing a baseball cap, remained motionless. But the black plastic bag in his hand was now emitting a strange red light. Drip, drip, drip. That was not the sound of an alarm clock, it was the countdown of a homemade bomb. Although the sound was faint, to Fangyuan's ears, it was like thunder. It really is him. Fangyuan took a deep breath. He couldn't just rush in and grab it. If he acted now, what if the other person was desperate enough to blow it up? Everyone in the vehicle, including him and Lin Xiaoxiao, would be finished. In this time-reversing rule, once the bomb exploded, it meant true death. He had to be smart about it. Xiaoxiao. Fangyuan called out. Lin Xiaoxiao, curled up at the ticket seller's spot with a book, immediately looked up when she heard him call. Boss? Go, bring a bottle of water to that gentleman in the back. Fangyuan pointed to the man in the baseball cap. I see he has been sitting for so long without a sip of water, he must be really thirsty. Lin Xiaoxiao paused for a moment. Deliver water? To someone who looked like a killer? But when she saw the look in Fangyuan's eyes, she immediately understood. Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao took a sealed bottle of mineral water from her bag, took a deep breath, and gathered her courage. She stood up and wobbled towards the back of the bus. Excuse me. She maneuvered through the crowded aisle, dodging restless passengers, and finally reached the last row. The man kept his head down, the brim of his hat pulled low. His hand tightly gripped the bag, knuckles turning white. Sir? Lin Xiaoxiao cautiously called out. The man did not respond. Sir, you look unwell, would you like a drink? Lin Xiaoxiao offered the water. The man still did not move. But Lin Xiaoxiao keenly noticed he was trembling slightly, as if he was suppressing some immense pain or fury. Moreover, from the gap in the black bag, she caught sight of several exposed wires and a bundle of tubular objects wrapped in tape. That was dynamite. Lin Xiaoxiao's heart suddenly contracted, almost making her cry out. But she was a clever girl. She knew she must not provoke him at this moment. Sir? Aren't you going to drink? Lin Xiaoxiao pretended not to see and gently placed the water on the seat beside him. Well, I'll leave it here then. She turned to leave. Just then, the man suddenly looked up. It was an extremely haggard face, covered in stubble, eyes filled with red veins, and a gaze that radiated a hopeless madness. Stop pretending. His voice was hoarse, like it came from hell. You city folks, look down on me, don't you? Think I'm dirty? Think I'm poor? His hand seized the black bag fiercely. It's okay, soon, everyone will be the same. All turned into rotten meat, then it'll be the same. Drip, drip, drip. The countdown sound from the bag suddenly sped up. Lin Xiaoxiao's legs turned to jelly in fear. Boss. He's going to blow it up. She cried out in a choking voice. Act now. Fangyuan had been waiting for this moment. In the instant the man looked up, he had already left the driver's seat, sticking a pen in the accelerator, and surged forward like a cheetah. Want to die, huh? Fangyuan rushed up in front of the man. But he did not try to grab the bomb. Instead, slap. He pulled something from his pocket and slapped it heavily against the back of the man's seat. It was a check. A check filled out for 5 million. Here's the money. Is it enough to buy your life? Fangyuan shouted, his voice drowning out the thunder. The man was stunned. He stared at the check, at the number on it, and in those mad eyes, a flicker of confusion briefly appeared. Money? 5 million? He had never seen so much money in his life. If it were before, this money could save his wife's life, could keep him from being laid off, could allow him to live a good life. But now, it's too late. The man let out a bitter laugh, tears streaming down his face. It's too late. My wife is already dead. I don't want to live either. His fingers slowly reached for the detonator in the bag. Since I don't want to live, let's die together. Beep. A bright red light flared up. Not good. Fangyuan's pupils constricted. This wasn't just revenge against society, this was a heart that had died. Money couldn't save a person whose heart was dead. He must use a harsher method. Talent activated, physical transcendence. Fangyuan no longer hesitated and swung a punch at the man's wrist. But the man seemed to be protected by a certain rule's power, and Fangyuan's fist went right through his body, as if hitting air. System prompt, plot key node, physical interference not possible. Time until explosion, 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. Boom. A blinding white light engulfed the entire carriage. Chapter 74, The Last Bus of Route 13, The Price of Reboot, This Time I Will Be the Villain. Last Bus of Route 13 Time Corridor of 1994 Moment of Explosion. Boom. The blinding white light swallowed everything. It was not only a visual blindness but a tremor from deep within the soul. Following that, there was a deafening roar, as if the entire world was collapsing at that moment. As the explosives detonated inside the enclosed carriage, the air was compressed and ignited, turning into a shockwave that would destroy everything. Fangyuan felt an irresistible heat wave crashing toward him, like being thrown into a steel furnace. He instinctively opened his arms, trying to shield Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Xiaoming behind him, but it was futile. Talent activated, rule breaker, passive death exemption. His body remained unharmed in the explosion, but that didn't mean he could stop the destruction. He watched helplessly as the car windows shattered, turning into countless sparkling blades shooting out. The roof flew off like a piece of thin paper, revealing the dark, ink-like sky of the rainy night. Flames engulfed the terrified screaming passengers, the pregnant woman who had just been touching her belly, the cadre looking at his watch, the elderly woman with her shopping basket. They twisted and struggled in the fire, ultimately turning to ash. Then, the out-of-control bus, filled with flames and wreckage, plummeted into the cold river like a fallen meteor. Splash! The ice-cold river water gushed in, extinguishing the flames in an instant. The world fell into a deathly darkness and silence. Only the buzz of water pressure against eardrums remained, the final whispers of death. Plot node, all death. Mission failed. Time reversing. A strong, nauseating dizziness struck. It felt like being tossed into a giant washing machine, with time and space being stirred and reassembled chaotically. System reset completed. Save point, first stop Grave Mound Hill. With a sudden jolt, Fangyuan opened his eyes again. The familiar sound of the broadcast crackled with electrical noise, like a nightmare replaying. BZZZ, first stop. Grave Mound Hill. Arrived. The bus door slowly opened, making an ear-grating screech. The ghostly mother in a red maternity dress was climbing onto the bus, struggling with the ominous urn in her arms. Her face wore that strange, half-smiling expression, as if mocking this endless cycle. Everything had returned to the starting point. Fangyuan sat in his seat, gasping for breath. His clothes were dry, the near-death experience of being burned by fire and drowned by the river felt like just an illusion, yet the pain etched in his bones remained clear. It was real. If he couldn't stop that man, they would fall into an infinite cycle of death until their minds broke, completely lost in this time corridor, becoming part of this cursed bus. Boss? Are you okay? Why is your face so pale? Lin Xiaoxiao beside him asked with concern. She curiously looked at the pregnant woman who had just boarded the bus. Her eyes were clear, obviously having completely forgotten the explosion and death that had just occurred. In her mind, this was just the first stop, everything still felt normal. It's fine. Fangyuan wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, took a deep breath of the murky air, and his gaze gradually sharpened, like a knife that had just been unsheathed. It was just a nightmare. His eyes scanned the crowd, once again locking onto the man in a baseball cap sitting in the last corner. The man still kept his head down, the black plastic bag resting quietly on his knees. At this moment, the bomb in the bag had not yet activated, and the red light had not lit up. This time, Fangyuan watched more closely. The man's hands were rough, full of calluses and stubborn grease, with black dirt under his nails. Those were marks left from long-term heavy labor. His clothes were worn out, but the cuffs were badly frayed and even patched up in several places. He occasionally raised his head, staring blankly out the window, then quickly lowered it again, his fingers unconsciously rubbing the black bag, as if caressing a treasure or hesitating whether to press the button of destruction. This was a desperate underclassman crushed by life, who had chosen to take revenge on society. Despair, revenge. Fangyuan clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. In the previous round, he had tried to use money to sway the murderer, but it had failed. Because for a person who had died inside, money held no meaning. At the moment he pressed the detonator, there was only relief in his eyes. Since softness didn't work, then it was time for hardness. This time, he would no longer give the other party any chances. Xiao Xiao. Fangyuan suddenly spoke, his voice as cold as ice, carrying an undeniable authority. Put away your abacus. Huh? Why? Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback, instinctively hugging her abacus tightly. This is my weapon. Because this time we're not discussing business. Fangyuan stood up, straightened his collar, and moved his wrists. We are going to rob. He did not wait for that ghostly mother to get into the car, nor did he wait for the plot to unfold step by step. He strode powerfully towards the back of the car. With each step he took, the momentum radiating from him grew stronger. He released a malice even more intense than that of the killer. In the eyes of those ghosts, Fangyuan at this moment was more terrifying than a malevolent spirit, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Several ghostly passengers blocking the aisle felt this aura and quickly shrank back into their seats, not even daring to raise their heads, fearing they would anger this harbinger of doom. Fangyuan walked straight to the man in the baseball cap. The man seemed to sense something, suddenly raising his head, his bloodshot eyes filled with alertness and madness. His hands instinctively tightened around the black bag, his body tense like a startled beast. What do you want? The man's voice was hoarse, trembling with a hint of fear of the unknown. Fangyuan did not speak. He directly reached out, his hand steady as a rock, seizing the black bag. Let go. Fangyuan looked down at him, his tone calm but carrying an unyielding command. I won't let go. This is my thing. The man panicked, tightly guarding the bag, his body shrinking back. How dare you rob me? You robbers! I knew you looked down on me. Robbers? Fangyuan smiled, a grimace creeping into his expression. You're right. Today, I'm here to be a robber. I set my sights on your bag. Hand it over, and I'll spare your life. I won't hand it over. I'd rather die than give it up. The man shouted, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. His fingers reached into the bag, wanting to press the detonator hidden inside. Want to blow it up?
Yi Fangyuan's gaze sharpened. He had long prepared for this move. The moment the man's fingers moved, he had already reacted. Demon Wolf. Awah! The demon wolf, in husky form, which had been following closely behind, suddenly pounced. Even though it had shrunk, its S-level monster's explosive power was still terrifying. It bit down on the man's wrist, sharp fangs piercing the skin. Ah! The man let out a scream, his wrist in agony, fingers loosening. Fangyuan took the opportunity to snatch the black bag. Give it to me. The bag was in hand. Fangyuan quickly opened it to take a look. Inside was indeed a bundle of homemade explosives wrapped in yellow tape, connected to a makeshift alarm clock timer. At this moment, the timer had not yet started, the hands quietly paused at that deadly moment. Ha! Fangyuan let out a breath of relief. As long as the bomb was in hand, half of the battle was secure. Give it back to me. That's my life. That's the road we were supposed to take together. The man rushed forward frantically, wanting to snatch back the bomb, ignoring the blood still flowing from his wrist. Your life? Fangyuan kicked him back into his seat, this kick unreserved, sending the man crashing against the window with a loud thud. Your life is in your own hands, but this thing. He shook the bomb in his hand, his gaze icy. This is the life of everyone in the vehicle. Since you don't want to live, then I'll help you. Fangyuan tossed the bomb to the skeleton supervisor behind him. Skeleton, keep an eye on this thing. Whoever dares to approach, cut them down. Click. Received. I will protect it like I protect my skull. The skeleton supervisor took the bomb, holding a fire axe, vigilantly watching the surroundings, the red fire in its eye sockets burning fiercely. Fangyuan turned around, looking at the man slumped in his seat, crying and full of despair. Now, without the bomb, what other tricks do you have? Or rather. Fangyuan's lips curled into a playful smile. We can sit down and have a good chat about your injustice. But before that, let's hand over the driving rights of this bus. Chapter 75, the last bus on Route 13, I've heard your injustice, now it's time to settle accounts. The last bus on Route 13, end of the bus. The bus was still bumping along in the rainy night, but the atmosphere inside the compartment had completely changed. The man in the duckbill cap, who had originally hidden in the corner, ready to drag everyone on the bus down with him, was now slumped in his seat like a pile of mud. His wrist was still bleeding, from being bitten by the demon wolf, and his eyes were hollow and desolate, as if his soul had been drained by the recent robbery. Why can't I even have the right to die? The man murmured, tears mingling with the dirt on his face, washing out two clear lines on his worn face. I have nothing left. The factory closed. My wife died. Even my last dignity has been taken away by you. His voice was soft, but in the silent bus, it was clearly audible. The previously numb ghostly passengers seemed to be infected by this sadness, turning their heads, looking at him with a complex gaze. Fangyuan sat across from him, holding a bottle of mineral water he had gotten from Lin Xiaoxiao. Have some water, soothe your throat. Fangyuan handed over the water, his tone calm, lacking the earlier ruthless demeanor of a robber. The man did not take it, only lowered his head, staring hard at the tips of his shoes. Wanting to die is easy. Fangyuan twisted open the bottle cap and took a sip. But there are still dozens of people on this bus, including a pregnant woman and an unborn child. If you drag them down with you, when you get to the bottom, will your wife forgive you? Mentioning his wife made the man's body tremble violently. She was saving money to treat my illness. The man covered his face, emitting a suppressed cry. That cry was like a wounded beast, filled with endless regret and self-reproach. So this was his heart knot. In the 1990s, the wave of layoffs caused him, once a proud skilled worker, to lose his source of income. At that moment, he was diagnosed with a serious illness, requiring a large sum for surgery. To avoid burdening him, his wife chose to give up treatment, even secretly leaving their meager savings for him and quietly departing on a rainy night. And he, in immense sorrow and guilt, began to harbor thoughts of revenge against society. He hated this world, hated those who were still alive and smiling, hated the last bus that passed by his door every day, carrying countless hopes. So, you want to blow up this bus? Fangyuan shook his head, a hint of pity flashing in his eyes. That's not revenge, it's cowardice. Your wife saved money to keep you alive, to let you see this world well, not to turn you into a mindless murderer. Fangyuan stood up and pointed out the window. Just then, the scenery outside the car window passed by an old residential area. Although it was a rainy night, he could still see the familiar outlines of the cylinder buildings. Look over there. Fangyuan pointed to one of the brightly lit buildings. That's your home, right? The man raised his head, staring blankly out the window. In that familiar window, he could vaguely see the silhouette of a woman, sewing clothes under the light.
That was the most profound and warmest image in his memory, the home he would never return to. Ah Fong. The man reached out his hand, trying to touch that shadow, but only felt the cold, damp car window glass. That's an illusion. Yi Fangyuan coldly shattered his fantasy. Your wife is gone. You are gone too. You are both trapped on this bus, stuck in this damn cycle, experiencing death over and over again, endlessly repeating this pain. Is this the ending you want? To let your wife watch you become a demon? The man's hand froze. He looked at the illusory shadow outside the window, the madness in his eyes gradually fading, replaced by endless regret. I was wrong, I was really wrong. He knelt on the ground, bowing his head towards the window, his forehead hitting the floor heavily, making a dull sound. Ah Fong, I am sorry to everyone. As he came to this realization, the temperature in the carriage seemed to rise a little. Those once restless ghost passengers began to settle down. The pregnant woman, ghost mother, had somehow walked over. She looked at the man kneeling on the ground, her eyes held no resentment, only sympathy. Big brother, don't cry. The pregnant woman gently patted the man's shoulder. We are all dead, but life still goes on, even ghostly life. You see, although my son wasn't born, he's very well behaved now. She touched her belly, and the ghost baby inside giggled, which, although a bit eerie, felt particularly warm at that moment. The man raised his head, looking at this car full of neighbors he had harmed, and finally broke down in tears. I'm sorry, I am not human, I am a beast. The resentment vanished. The black shadow that had been looming over the man let out a reluctant howl and completely dissipated into the air. System prompt, core resentment has been purified. Source of the car accident has been eliminated. Done. Yi Fangyuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process had some twists, he finally defused this bomb, both physically and psychologically. He turned to the driver's seat. At that moment, the faceless driver was curled up under the seat, trembling with fear. Just now, Yi Fangyuan's thug aura had scared it to death. Yi Fangyuan picked it up and threw it aside like garbage. Your skills are lacking, let me take over. Yi Fangyuan sat in the driver's seat, gripping the steering wheel. That familiar, cold touch returned, but this time he felt no resistance. The steering wheel seemed to fear him, obedient like a little kitten. At this moment, the big bridge ahead was within reach. Although the bombs were gone, the rain was still heavy, and the road was still slippery. Hold on tight. Yi Fangyuan shouted loudly, his voice spreading through the entire bus cabin over the broadcast. This stop, we are not going back to 1994. We are going to the terminal station. He suddenly stepped on the gas. The 13 bus let out a roar and charged onto that old steel frame bridge. This time, it did not skid, nor did it crash into the guardrail. It drove steadily on the bridge, passing through heavy curtains of rain, heading towards the legendary other shore that no one had ever reached. At the other end of the bridge, the mist gradually dispersed, revealing a soft white light. That was the light of liberation. The bus drove steadily on the bridge, passing through heavy curtains of rain. The mist ahead gradually dispersed, revealing a soft, warm white light. That was the exit to the other shore, the end of this endless cycle. Chapter 76, The Last Bus of Route 13, Twist. This bus came to life? Last bus of Route 13 on the old Jiang Bridge. The bus drove steadily on the bridge, passing through heavy curtains of rain. The mist ahead gradually dispersed, revealing a soft, warm white light. That was the exit to the other shore, the end of this endless cycle. The atmosphere in the bus became relaxed. The ghostly passengers had relieved smiles on their faces. The middle-aged official straightened his collar and took out a crumpled photo from his pocket. It was a picture of his wife and daughter together. The aunt lifted her vegetable basket and muttered that she would make a good meal for her husband. The pregnant woman lovingly stroked her belly, as if she had already seen the moment of her child's birth. Even the man in the duckbill hat, who once wanted to blow up the bus, wiped away his tears and quietly stared out the window, his eyes filled with a newfound calm. Finally, it's over. Lin Xiaoxiao looked ahead and let out a long sigh of relief. She put the book Principles of Philosophy back in her bag and adjusted her glasses. Boss, this business was really not easy to do. I'm going to apply for double the bonus and also reimburse my emotional distress fees when we get back. Yi Fangyuan, sitting in the driver's seat, also slightly relaxed his tense nerves. Approved. He looked at the increasingly close white light, ready to step on the brake to send these souls on their last journey. However, just as his foot touched the brake pedal, crack! A crisp, yet heart-stopping sound of braking echoed. The brake pedal broke. Immediately, the entire bus cabin suddenly shook violently, as if some gigantic thing was awakening. A dull heartbeat sounded from the depths of the earth. Thud, thud, thud. Zzz. The broadcast in the bus rang again, but this time it was no longer the little girl's voice, nor the male announcer. Instead, it was a deep, mechanical, metallic-sounding electronic voice, like a groan from a heap of scrap metal. Warning! Warning! Illegal operation detected. This vehicle refuses to stop. Refuses to let passengers off. Refuses to purify. Driving, must continue driving, until eternity. With the broadcast sound, the lights inside the bus instantaneously turned blood red. The once hopeful white light suddenly twisted and collapsed, transforming into a massive black mouth, filled with sharp fangs, as if it were about to swallow the entire bus. What's going on? Lin Xiaoxiao screamed in terror, gripping the handrail tightly. Yi Fangyuan gripped the steering wheel tightly, but he found the steering wheel had malfunctioned. Moreover, the surface of the steering wheel began to squirm, the layer of black leather transformed into flesh, growing layers of sticky membranes, as if it were alive, tightly gripping his palm. Damn it! Yi Fangyuan tried to pull his hand out, but the suction was enormous, and it was even secreting a yellow acidic liquid that tried to corrode his skin and seep into his veins. This bus came to life? He suddenly realized that this car was not just a vehicle, it was a huge, terrifying creature. It had devoured too many people, absorbed too much resentment, and through decades of cycles, had birthed its own consciousness, a car soul. It did not want to be purified, it did not want to become scrap metal. It wanted to drive endlessly on this death road, for it lived on this endless cycle and the terror of its passengers. Thunder rumbling. The interior of the cabin underwent a drastic transformation. The once iron walls began to squirm, turning into fresh red muscle tissue that kept contracting. The floor became soft and slippery, it was the monster's tongue. The seats turned into rows of sharp teeth, biting together with a crunch-crunch sound. The originally functional handrails transformed into thick tentacles, descending from the ceiling, wrapping around the passengers who had not yet reacted. Ah! A middle-aged official was ensnared around the waist by a tentacle, dragged straight towards the ceiling. He struggled desperately, but the tentacle had barbs, the more he struggled, the deeper they pierced. Help! What is this thing? Don't grab me! I don't want to die. The originally peaceful cabin instantly turned into a hellish battleground. The passengers' hopes were shattered, replaced by deeper despair. Demon wolf! Skeleton! Save us! Yi Fangyuan yelled at the top of his lungs. But he was unable to move. Because the driver's seat itself had come alive. It was like a giant stomach, contracting as it tried to wrap around Yi Fangyuan, attempting to digest him. Countless tiny flesh buds grew from the seat, tearing through his clothes, wanting to burrow into his body. Want to eat me? A fierce light flashed in Yi Fangyuan's eyes. Then you better have a good set of teeth. Talent activated, physical exorcism. He suddenly exerted all his strength. Rip! The steering wheel, now a flesh membrane, was forcibly torn open by him. Black blood spurted out, splattering all over his face, it was scalding hot and smelled foul. Awah! The front of the car let out a beastly scream, shaking violently. But this only angered it. More tentacles reached out from under the driver's seat, tightly wrapping around Yi Fangyuan's waist and legs, one even tried to choke his neck. Boss! Lin Xiaoxiao rushed over with an abacus to help, only to be knocked away by a tentacle, crashing heavily against the now flesh wall of the window. Don't come over! Yi Fangyuan shouted, his voice somewhat hoarse. This thing is coming for me. It wants my body to be the new driver. Not only did this car want to keep driving, it wanted to upgrade. It set its sights on Yi Fangyuan's strong body and soul, wanting to assimilate him, to make him the car's eternal driver and part of it. In your dreams. Yi Fangyuan gritted his teeth, wrestling with the tentacles. His arms bulged with veins, every effort accompanied by the sound of tentacles snapping. Old Wang! Where are you? He shouted into the air. Where's your car? Crash this bastard for me. Even across dimensions, the ghost driver, Old Wang, seemed to hear the boss's summons. From the void came a roar of an engine, it was the roar of the 444 bus. Boom! A black bolt of lightning smashed through the barrier of space. The 444 bus, filled with endless fury and Old Wang's loyalty, charged fiercely towards the transforming living car of Route 13. Bang! The two vehicles crashed violently on the bridge. Sparks flew, metal, and chunks of flesh scattered everywhere. The immense impact caused the tentacles of the Route 13 bus to loosen momentarily. Well done! Taking advantage of the shaking of the vehicle, Yi Fangyuan broke free from one of the bindings. He pulled out the devil editor pen from his pocket. Since you want to live. Yi Fangyuan's gaze turned cold, as he stabbed the pen's tip fiercely into the flesh-like steering wheel. It was like a heart being stabbed in. Then I'll show you what it truly means to live. Poochie! The pen stabbed in, and a burst of red light exploded. The nightmare of this car had only just begun. Author's note, thank you to the Godfathers who are reading this. Though I know the plot I wrote is too simple and bad, There are still hundreds of readers watching every day, and this book will keep updating. If it's bad, I'll work hard to improve it. Chapter 77, The Last Bus of Route 13, Living Train Compartment, Please do not spit stomach acid. Last bus of Route 13 inside the abnormal compartment. Poochie. The pen deeply stabbed into the fleshy steering wheel, and a burst of red light erupted. But the control I expected did not arrive. Instead, the steering wheel let out a terrible scream, as if an enraged beast. It sounded like nails scraping rusty metal, painfully stabbing the eardrums. Awah! A jet of black blood erupted from the pen's tip, with a scalding temperature, splashing directly onto Fangyuan's face. Inside the blood, tiny maggots wriggled, squirming. Then, the entire driver's seat suddenly contracted. Want to control me? Dream on. Since you've come, become part of me. A hoarse, overlapping voice exploded in Fangyuan's mind, filled with endless resentment. Those flesh membranes that Fangyuan had torn open healed and grew back faster, quickly wrapping around his entire body. Countless tiny fleshy buds, like needles, pierced through his clothes, trying to burrow into his skin, attempting to assimilate him into the car's parts. Damn it, the steering wheel is fake. This thing shifted the core. Fangyuan immediately realized. This car had fully activated. It was no longer a machine but a cunning creature. It turned the driver's seat into bait, hiding the true core deeper. Want to eat me? Feeling the terrifying pressure from all around, a force powerful enough to twist steel, a cold glint flashed in Fangyuan's eyes. Your appetite is too big, aren't you afraid of choking? He didn't struggle, but instead closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Talent activated, rule breaker. Since you want to eat me, then I'll let you eat until you're full, until you have indigestion. Buzz. A dark golden light suddenly burst from Fangyuan's body. It was not a defensive light, but a light of counter-consumption. It was a higher dimensional rule, like the scorching sun melting snow. The fleshy buds trying to burrow into his body, as soon as they touched this light, withered and rotted away quickly, turning into pools of black liquid, flowing down. Ah! The car's front, the driver's seat, let out a painful scream and loosened a bit. Fangyuan seized the opportunity, exerting force with all his might, his arm muscles bulging. Ryup! He tore open the flesh membrane wrapping around him, jumped out from the huge stomach sack, and landed steadily on the train compartment's aisle. At this moment, the interior of the train had completely transformed, resembling a hellish version. The floor had become soft and sticky, like a huge piece of rotten meat. With every step, he sank in, and it secreted yellow-green, strongly corrosive stomach acid, releasing pungent white smoke. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Not far away, Su Xiaoming's shoe sole was instantly corroded through, and a piercing pain shot through the bottom of her foot. Ah! Help! The floor is eating people. My foot! She screamed, trying to jump up, but her feet were tightly stuck in that slime, unable to pull out, as if she had sunk into a swamp. Don't move! The more you move, the deeper you sink. Lin Xiaoxiao rushed over from the side. Though she was scared, her professional instinct kept her calm at the critical moment. She took out a thick ledger from her bag. It was made of special anti-corrosion paper, and placed it under Su Xiaoming's feet. Step on this. Hurry! It's the company's bad debt records, heavy with resentment, it can hold up. Su Xiaoming quickly stepped on it. Finally, the erosion from stomach acid was blocked, and the pain made tears pour down her face. Thank you. Don't thank me, look ahead. Lin Xiaoxiao pointed forward, her voice trembling. The leather seats, once smooth, suddenly cracked open, revealing rows of sharp, uneven teeth. They were like hungry, gaping mouths, snapping fiercely at the two people in the aisle, making a crack sound that sent chills down their spines. If they had sat down just now, they would have been chewed to pieces. This car has completely gone mad. Fangyuan wiped the black blood off his face and glanced toward the back of the car. A dull, rhythmic thumping sound echoed from there, each beat causing the entire car to tremble. It was the sound of a heartbeat. So the core is hidden in the back. That's its heart. Fangyuan squinted, gripping the pen in his hand tightly. Demon wolf. Skeletons. Assemble. He shouted fiercely. Target the car's rear. Clear a path. A howl echoed. The demon wolf, in its 3-meter form, stood in the center of the car, using its massive body to hold up the shrinking roof. Hearing the command, it immediately turned its head and began tearing violently at the dangling tentacles. The tentacles not only wrapped around things, but also sprayed out black venom. PFF. A jet of venom sprayed toward the demon wolf's eyes. The demon wolf swiftly lowered its head, causing the venom to splash onto a nearby tooth seat, which instantly shriveled and screamed in agony. Good job. Fangyuan picked up the withered seat and used it as a shield to block in front of himself. Skeletons, take them. Clack. The skeleton leader grabbed Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Xiaoming, lifting them up like two bundles, and followed behind the demon wolf. The group began their difficult advance through the living car. Every step forward meant facing the lashes of tentacles, the swallowing of the floor, and the biting of the seats. We're almost there. Fangyuan looked at the ever-closer back of the car. There, a thick wall of flesh was rhythmically rising and falling. In the center of the flesh wall, a huge bulge emerged, radiating a suffocating aura of resentment. Old Wang! Are you outside? Fangyuan suddenly shouted at the window. Though separated by dimensions, he believed that, as a fellow passenger of this car, Old Wang would be able to sense it. Sure enough. A low, rumbling engine roar came from outside. It was the response of the 444 bus. It had been chasing and ramming the car outside, trying to break through the dimensional barrier. Good. Fangyuan raised the pen in his hand, aiming at the heart. Old Wang. Hit its rear. Let's give this car a front and rear pincer attack. Chapter 78, The Last Bus of Route 13, Your Heartbeat is Too Noisy. Route 13 Last Bus Carriage Rear Engine Core. With the demon wolf and skeleton leader clearing the way, Fangyuan finally reached the deepest part of the car, dragging two burdens, Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Xiaoming, alone. There were no more seats here, only a bizarre space made up of flesh and metal mixed together. Where the back row of seats used to be, now stood a massive, dark red fleshy lump. The lump was half a person tall, its surface covered with thick blood vessels and rusty exhaust pipes. Thump! 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 Each time it thumped, the lump would spew out hot black smoke, the foul gas formed from the condensation of resentment. At the center of the lump, a huge, still beating heart was embedded. This heart was no ordinary biological organ, it was made of countless faces twisted in pain, silently screaming, forming the texture of the heart. This was the heart of the engine. It was the power source of this living car, and the evil core that had formed after it devoured countless lives. System notification, detected S-Class core component, resentment engine. Rules, contact means death. Any creature that directly touches this heart will. So disgusting, this heart. Fangyuan looked at the heart that was still flowing with black oil, frowning. With so many faces squished together, don't you feel crowded? Roar. As if it understood Fangyuan's mockery, the heart suddenly contracted. Then, countless cracks appeared on the surrounding flesh walls, spraying out a large amount of high-pressure oil. The oil shot toward the crowd like bullets. Be careful. The skeletal supervisor shielded Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Xiaoming behind him, using a gigantic fire axe to block in front. Clang, clang, clang. The oil hitting the axe made a sound like metal striking metal, sparking bright flashes. This stuff is a bit tough. Fangyuan sidestepped to avoid a spray of oil, swiftly spinning the pen in his hand. He looked out the car window. There, the front of bus 444 was tightly pressed against the rear of bus 13. Through a layer of distorted spatial barrier, Fangyuan could even see Old Wang's chinless face, revealing a wild expression of "Boss, I'm here." Old Wang. Listen to my command. Reverse. Accelerate. Prepare to crash. Although he couldn't hear the sound, Old Wang seemed to sense the boss's will. Bus 444 suddenly reversed 100 meters. Then. Boom. The engine roared, tires gripping the ground. Bus 444 charged forward like a mad bull, with unstoppable momentum, racing at full speed. Target, the rear of bus 13, which is the position of the heart. Inside the carriage, Fangyuan also moved. He didn't directly touch that heart, because the rule said touching would mean death. He used the devil's editing pen as a javelin, aiming at a main blood vessel next to the heart. Since I can't touch it, let's make you bleed. 3, 2, 1. At the moment bus 444 was about to crash, Fangyuan suddenly threw the pen. Whoosh! The red pen transformed into a streak of light, accurately piercing into that blood vessel. Put! Black blood gushed out. Ah! The heart let out a tragic scream, and the originally indestructible rule shield showed a slight crack. At that moment. Booming! A deafening sound shook the ground. The front of bus 444 crashed hard into the rear of bus 13. That already shaky spatial barrier, under the internal and external pressure, completely shattered. The tremendous impact directly pushed the fleshy tumor inward. Put! The heart made of human faces burst apart like a crushed tomato. Countless faces let out their final wails, dissipating into black smoke. System prompt, core destroyed. Living vehicle is dying. Done. Fangyuan was pushed back a few steps by the shockwave, but a smile appeared on his face. As the heart shattered, the abnormal changes in the carriage began to quickly fade. Those teeth retracted back into the seats, the floor no longer secreting stomach acid, and the muscles on the wall shriveled and returned to rusty metal. The entire bus let out a long sigh, then completely lost power. It slowly came to a stop, stopping at the end of a bridge shrouded in mist. Ahead, an ancient bus stop emerged faintly. The sign had 3 blood-red characters inscribed. Fangyuan Road. The final stop has arrived. Fangyuan dusted off his clothes and picked up the pen from the ground. He turned to look at the passengers in the carriage who had yet to regain their senses, including Lin Xiaoxiao and Su Xiaomeng. Dear passengers, this terrifying journey comes to an end. Please take your belongings and exit in an orderly manner. Thank you for visiting Jiangcheng Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company. Chapter 79, The Last Bus of Route 13, the final stop has arrived? No, which university is this? Last bus of Route 13 final stop. As the vehicle completely shut down, the surrounding heavy rain and thunder gradually ceased. The mist outside the window dissipated, revealing an ancient stone road covered with amaranth flowers. The stone tablet by the roadside bore 3 strong characters, Fangyuan Road. The car door slowly opened, and this time there was no painful grinding sound, only a kind of settled tranquility. Is this the place? Lin Xiaoxiao pushed her glasses and looked at the dreamy scenery outside, a little incredulous. Just moments ago, it was a hellish living carriage, and now it had transformed into a ferry to the underworld. We have arrived. Fangyuan walked to the car door and took a deep breath of the uniquely cold air here. For some people in this car, this place is their true home. As his words fell, the ghostly passengers who had previously been terrified suddenly grew quiet. The rotten, bloated appearance that clung to them began to fade, gradually returning to the most dignified look from their lives. The middle-aged official who had been checking his watch tidied up his collar, his gaze on the watch no longer anxious but filled with relief. I should go, although I miss seeing my wife one last time. I have already seen her in my dreams. The woman in the red maternity outfit, holding the now silent urn, deeply bowed to Fangyuan. Thank you, benefactor. She smiled and said, though my child was never born, I will take him with me. In the next life, we will be mother and son again. One by one, the ghosts lined up and walked orderly down the car door. They stepped onto a path covered in other shore flowers, their figures gradually becoming transparent, finally turning into specks of glowing light, dissipating into the depths of the fog. It's wonderful. Su Xiaomeng watched the scene, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Even though they are ghosts, I don't feel scared at all anymore. Alright, no more sentimental stuff. Fangyuan turned and walked toward the driver's seat. At this moment, the driver's seat was empty. Fangyuan took out a universal car key, inserted it into the slot, and gently twisted it. Buzz. The engine that should have been scrapped surprisingly emitted a deep rumbling sound again. The electronic screen at the front flickered a few times, and the words changed. Jiangcheng Abnormal Affairs Company Bus Number 2. Status, recruited. Done. Fangyuan patted the steering wheel. Old Wang. Stop watching the fun outside. Come in and drive. He shouted out the window. The ghost driver, Old Wang, who had been waiting outside the 444 bus, ran over excitedly and took the key with a beaming face. Xiao, take Su Xiaomeng home, and then we'll head back to the company. Okay, boss. On the way home space tunnel. The 2 buses drove one after the other, leaving the road of Yellow Springs, passing through layers of mist, preparing to return to the reality of Jiangcheng. However, just as the vehicle was about to break through the final layer of mist, zzzzzzz. The lights inside bus number 13 suddenly flickered violently. The dials on the dashboard began to spin wildly, and the radio that Fangyuan had just repaired suddenly emitted an eerie reading voice. At first, man's nature is good nature is similar habits diverge. The voice was youthful but carried an indescribable chill, as if dozens of children were reading in unison, yet without any emotion. Boss. Something's wrong. Old Wang shouted suddenly while driving, the steering wheel is malfunctioning. Something is pulling us off course. What? Fangyuan frowned. He looked out the window. The Jiangcheng night scene that should have appeared was nowhere to be seen. Instead, there was a thick, unbreakable white fog. In the mist, he could vaguely see a gigantic iron gate, with a rusty plaque hanging on it, the writing blurred, but he could barely make out the words Jiangcheng University. And behind the iron gate were rows of utterly silent classrooms and dormitories. Come play with us. A sound like silver bells echoed from the fog, accompanied by the sound of bouncing a ball. Bang, bang, bang. What is this? Fangyuan squinted his eyes, activating his ghost eye. System prompt, encountered space turbulence. Entering unknown bizarre region. Current location, Jiangcheng University, Old Campus. Danger level, B+, upgrading. Jiangcheng University? Lin Xiaoxiao's face instantly turned pale upon hearing that name. Boss, this is my alma mater. But this old campus was closed 10 years ago.
They said it was haunted so badly that even the principal was scared away. Closed? Fangyuan looked at the iron gate that was slowly opening. Since it's closed, then let's go in and take a look. Old Wang, stop struggling. Since they invited us so warmly, let's audit a class. Boom! The number 13 bus crashed uncontrollably into the iron gate, disappearing into the fog of the campus. And at the moment the iron gate slowly closed, Fangyuan seemed to see a girl in a school uniform, her long hair covering her face, standing by the security booth, waving at them. On her wrist, there was a red string tied. That was the red string of the pen fairy. Chapter 80 Jiancheng University, classmate, your head has fallen on the desk. Jiancheng University, old campus, playground. With a sound of metal grinding that made one's teeth ache, the number 13 bus finally broke through the last layer of mist. The Jiancheng nightscape that should have appeared did not show up. Instead, there was a thick, unshakable white fog. In the fog, a huge, rusty iron gate slowly opened, like a giant mouth ready to devour. Boom! The out-of-control bus crashed into the old dead locust tree at the entrance, sending sparks and mud flying, finally stopping in a playground overgrown with weeds. Sizzle! The bus door opened. A chill damp air mixed with the smell of moldy old books flooded into the cabin. In the distance, yellow light shone from the teaching building. Faintly, one could hear a monotone yet emotionless reading voice. At the beginning of man, nature is good, natures are close, habits are far. Arrived? Fangyuan stood up from the driver's seat. He had driven for the last part because old Wang had also been disturbed by that strange magnetic field and almost drove into a ditch. He rubbed his sore wrist and turned to look at the cabin. Xiao, old Wang, grab your things, we need to. Before he could finish, his words stuck in his throat. Because the scene in the cabin had completely changed. Originally dressed in professional attire, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and holding an abacus with a clever look, Lin Xiaoxiao had now turned into a high school student in a baggy blue and white uniform. Her hair had been forcibly cut into a short bob, and her glasses had transformed into thick-rimmed reading glasses. The once clever look in her eyes was now filled with confusion and fear, like a startled little rabbit. In her hands was no longer an account book, but a thick stack of dog-eared 5-year college entrance exam, 3-year simulation. Teacher? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at Fangyuan, trembling and shrinking back in her seat, her voice as small as a fly. I haven't finished my homework, don't make me stand. I don't want to go to that dark room. And next to the driver's seat, the once fat, chinless ghost driver old Wang had also changed. His torn raincoat had turned into a dirty school bus driver uniform, with a whistle hanging from his chest, holding a chipped thermos, grinning in the rearview mirror, saliva dripping from his mouth. Students, get off the bus, don't be late, being late will get you eaten. Even the S-class demon wolf that lay sleeping in the back row now sported a bright red scarf around its neck, looking like a giant, dull-eyed school dog. The skeleton supervisor had not changed, perhaps because a skeleton couldn't wear a uniform, but he had a broom in his hand, staring at the dust in the aisle, seemingly considering himself the cleaner here. System prompt, high-intensity cognitive contamination detected. Rule activated, identity assimilation. Those entering the campus will automatically be transformed into students/faculty members. Please play your role well, or face erasure by school rules. Cognitive assimilation? Fangyuan lowered his head to look at himself. He was still wearing that white casual outfit, with a steel pen and a scepter in his hands, unchanged, not transformed into a teaching stick or chalk. Talent activation, rule breaker, passive self-perception lock. His SSS-level talent forcibly exempted him from this domineering identity imposition. In the eyes of the rules, he was an undefined bug. It seems I am the only one awake. Fangyuan sighed. He walked in front of Lin Xiaoxiao and waved his hand in front of her eyes. Xiaoxiao. Wake up, we need to collect the payment. That 5 million balance hasn't arrived yet. Collect payment? Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, then a look of extreme panic flashed in her eyes, as if she had heard something blasphemous. No, we can't collect payment. Students can't do business. They'll get a serious demerit. She tightly clutched the pile of exam papers, as if holding onto a lifeline, her body shrinking back. Getting a serious demerit will get you locked in that room. I don't want to go. There's no saving her. Fangyuan shook his head. This kind of rule-based assimilation is hard to awaken from unless the core of the scenario is broken, tearing up school rules or defeating the principal. Right now, Lin Xiaoxiao had completely become a student oppressed by school rules in her perception. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. At that moment, a sharp electric bell rang throughout the campus. The bell carried a strong sense of urgency and oppression, causing panic, making people wish to rush into the classroom immediately. Class is starting. Class is starting. Lin Xiaoxiao heard the bell and jumped up as if electrified. If I'm late, I'll be punished. I might lose my head. She didn't care about Fangyuan anymore,
clutching her books and rushing out of the car, running faster than a rabbit. Old Wang and the demon wolf also seemed to have received some kind of summon, scattering in different directions. One went to the parking lot, the other to the security office. The skeleton supervisor silently began sweeping the fallen leaves from the steps with a broom. If you looked closer, they were pieces of human skin. In the blink of an eye, Fangyuan was the only one left in the car. This school has quite strict discipline. Fangyuan squinted, watching Lin Xiaoxiao's figure disappear into the mist. Alright, since you want to be a good student, I'll play along. He adjusted his clothing and slowly got out of the car. Just right, I also want to see what this school, or even the principal is scared away, actually teaches. Teaching building first floor hall. Passing through the fog-covered playground, Fangyuan arrived in front of the teaching building. The walls of the building were covered with dark red ivy, the vines pulsating like veins. A huge mirror hung at the entrance, with 8 bright red characters written on it. Dress properly, maintain virtue, no shame. But what the mirror reflected was the tragic state of every passerby after death. Fangyuan took a glance at the mirror. In the mirror, he appeared bleeding from all 7 orifices, and a noose hung around his neck. TSK, who are you trying to scare? Fangyuan gave the mirror the finger, and the glass instantly cracked open a seam. Walking into the hall, the originally empty space suddenly became crowded. Countless students in uniforms emerged from every corner. They lowered their heads, walking hurriedly, like a group of busy worker ants. But as Fangyuan brushed past them, he noticed a chilling detail. These students had no faces. Their faces were a smooth plane of skin, lacking eyes, noses, and mouths. The only thing on their foreheads were scores written in red ink. 59 points, 32 points, 0 points. It seemed to be their only identity marker. Rule activation, discrimination against poor students. Students with scores below 60 have no human rights on campus. They can be bullied, beaten, or even used as supplements for excellent students. At the staircase entrance, Fangyuan watched as a tall boy, Ghost, with 98 points written on his forehead kicked down a small guy with 30 points. Get lost. Garbage. Don't block the road. The tall boy stepped over the little one and even crushed him a couple of times. The little one said nothing, just curled up and trembled. The surrounding students turned a blind eye, as if it was just stepping on a stone while walking. Interesting. Fangyuan's eyes grew cold. Is this what they call survival of the fittest? He followed the crowd, the ghostly flow, and arrived at the door of a classroom. Senior year, class 4. Through the window, he saw Lin Xiaoxiao already seated in the first row. She sat upright, with her books spread open, her body stiff like a piece of wood. Just as Fangyuan was about to enter, a pale arm stopped him. It was a duty student standing at the door. The words 100 points were written prominently on its forehead. Classmate, you are late. Although the duty student had no mouth, its abdomen emitted a voice, carrying an air of arrogance. Latecomers must stand at the door as punishment, and twist their heads off and kick them like a ball. It pointed to the corner of the classroom. There were several bloody heads piled there, clearly the fate of earlier latecomers. Punishment standing? Fangyuan looked at the duty student, who was not even as tall as his shoulder, and laughed. I am a transfer student. He declared boldly, his voice loud. Just arrived and don't know the way. The principal approved it. Transfer student? The duty student paused for a moment. It seemed that its logic didn't have a solution for this situation. There is no provision for transfer students, no school uniform, just an abnormality. Its resentment began to gather, and the arm that stopped Fangyuan suddenly turned into a claw, reaching for Fangyuan's throat. Eliminate the abnormality. Slap. Fangyuan retaliated with a slap, striking hard on the duty student's forehead. The force of the slap directly changed the bright red 100 on its forehead into 2 zeros, 00. You. The duty student covered its forehead, retreating in fear. With its score changed, its strength instantly vanished, and the once arrogant fury completely dissipated. Now you are at 0 points. Fangyuan adjusted his collar, stepped over it, and walked into the classroom with a swagger. Be polite to me in the future, or I'll make you roll out with negative points. Chapter 81, First Class, this question is beyond the syllabus? No problem, I'll ask the questions. Jiangcheng University, Old Campus, Senior Year, Class 4, Classroom. Crossing over the duty student who had been turned to 0 points, Fangyuan stepped into the classroom. The atmosphere in the classroom was stifling, suffocating. Dozens of faceless students sat uniformly at their desks, holding pens, madly solving problems. The scratching of pen tips across paper sounded like countless insects gnawing on wood. Fangyuan's appearance shattered this deathly silence. All the students turned their heads in unison, their necks making an unpleasant crack sound. Though their faces had no features, the malicious gaze from the crowd was enough to drive an ordinary person to madness. On the podium, a teacher dressed in a gray tunic suit, holding an iron ruler, slowly turned around. Its face was a giant exam paper, densely filled with red crosses and comments. This student. The teacher raised the ruler, pointing at Fangyuan, its voice cold as ice. The class bell rang 3 minutes ago, and you only just entered the classroom. No school uniform, no textbook, and you hit the duty student. Which class are you from? What's your name? Come up, put your hand out. Latecomers, the ruler will serve. A sense of terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Fangyuan. That was the suppression of the rule of teacher's authority. In the classroom, the teacher was like a god, and students had to obey unconditionally. Sitting in the first row, Lin Xiaoxiao saw this scene and desperately tried to signal Fangyuan from her seat, indicating he should quickly admit his mistake. At that moment, all she felt was fear of the teacher, completely forgetting that Fangyuan was her boss. But Fangyuan just smiled. He didn't extend his hand, but walked straight up to the podium. Standing in front of that test paper faced teacher. Teacher, what you said is not right. Fangyuan leaned on the desk, making eye contact with the teacher, if that test paper can be called a face. I was late because I was thinking about a serious academic question. What question? The teacher was taken aback for a moment. I was thinking whether the paper on your face was graded wrong? Fangyuan pointed at a multiple-choice question on the teacher's face. Look at this question: what should you do when encountering bullying at school? Your standard answers are, endure B, tell the teacher, C, transfer schools. You chose B and even put a big red checkmark, right? Fangyuan's tone was full of sarcasm. But in reality, does telling the teacher work? He pointed at the faceless students below, their foreheads marked with low scores. If it worked, why did they end up like this? Why are they still being trampled by the top students? Why was that student who scored 30 used as a doormat just now? So, the correct answer should be. Fangyuan suddenly raised his hand and pulled out that devilish editing pen from his pocket. He forcefully jabbed the pen's tip onto the teacher's face, the paper. Put. Ink seeped out like blood. He flamboyantly wrote a big D next to that question. D of fight back. Beat the bully until they submit. This is what you call the standard answer. Fangyuan put the pen away and blew on its tip. Buzz. As that stroke fell, the entire classroom's rules trembled violently. Those low-scoring students who had their heads down and dared not speak suddenly trembled. The scores on their foreheads began to blur, and the oppressed servitude was slowly crumbling. And that teacher, the red cross on its face began to burn. Ah! It let out a piercing scream and knelt down at the podium, covering its face. You've gone too far. This is against the rules. This is a major violation. I'm going to expel you. It waved the ruler, trying to attack Fangyuan. But that iron ruler, symbolizing the power of punishment, melted like it had touched a red-hot iron block the moment it made contact with Fangyuan's body. Talent activated. Teacher, corporal punishment of students is illegal. Fangyuan kicked the teacher off the podium, sending it rolling into the corner of the classroom. Since you're not capable, let me take over this class. He stood at the podium, clapped his hands, and looked around the class. Hello, classmates, I am the new gym teacher. In this class, we won't be studying Chinese, but instead, we will have a fighting lesson. The class fell silent. Even the assimilated Lin Xiaoxiao gaped, her glasses sliding down to the tip of her nose. The shift was too sudden, her CPU. They began to whisper, and the scores on their foreheads were slowly disappearing. The bindings of rules were starting to loosen. Just then. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The school intercom suddenly rang out in the classroom. But this time it wasn't a bell, it was a gentle yet chilling female voice. Please pay attention. Please pay attention. Class 4 of Grade 3 has encountered a serious disciplinary incident. Please send the security department to handle it immediately. Additionally, could the transfer student come to the security booth? I have something to say to you. As the voice faded, heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the classroom. It was the school security team coming. The security booth? Fangyuan remembered the scene he saw when he entered the school. The girl in the red dress waving at them from the security booth. So it was you. Fangyuan smiled. Looks like this class can only end here for now. He said to Lin Xiaoxiao, you stay here and study. I'll go meet that senior sister. Remember, if anyone bullies you, use the blackboard eraser to hit them. Don't embarrass me. After speaking, Fangyuan strode out of the classroom. In the hallway, a group of headless security guards in black uniforms, wielding electric batons, rushed over. They blocked the stairway, encircling Fangyuan.
Abnormal, capture. Too many people? Fangyuan looked at the group of security guards and flexed his wrist. Just right, I'm warmed up. He didn't summon the demon wolf or call the skeletons, this time, he would fight himself. Bang! Fangyuan threw a punch, directly smashing one guard's electric baton. Get out of my way. I have a date. Chapter 82, Campus Legends. Director, your hairstyle also violates rules. Jiangcheng University, Old Campus, Teaching Building Corridor. Abnormal, discovered in abnormal. At the stairway, a group of headless security guards in black uniforms, wielding electric batons, blocked the way. Though they had no heads, their neck stumps had eyes, staring intently at Fangyuan. Too many people? Fangyuan looked at the group of security guards, flexed his wrist, and his pen spun quickly. Just right, I'm warmed up. He didn't summon the demon wolf or call the skeletons, they all went to their own posts to work. This time, he would fight by himself. Attack! The captain of the security team shouted in order. Over a dozen electric batons, crackling with blue arcs, came crashing down. Fangyuan quickly dodged the first wave of attacks. He grabbed one of the incoming batons and yanked it hard. Crack! The guard's arm was ripped off cleanly. Fangyuan seized the electric baton and struck it back against a guard sneaking up from behind. Buzz! Electricity flickered as that guard convulsed and fell to the ground, smoke rising from his body. Not bad, fully charged. Fangyuan weighed the electric baton in his hand, charging like a ferocious tiger into a flock of sheep. Bang! 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 The dull sounds of impact echoed in the corridor. Those headless security guards, who looked fierce and intimidating, were completely powerless against Fangyuan. Their proud rules of enforcement, violent law, were utterly ineffective against Fangyuan, who possessed the talent rulebreaker. Get lost. I have a date. Fangyuan kicked the last security guard away and stepped over his body. He continued to charge downstairs. His current goal was clear, to reach the security booth at the school gate, to find that girl in red. However, when he rushed into the first-floor lobby, he found the main door locked. And the lock wasn't an ordinary one, but a gigantic, rusty pair of hair-cutting scissors. The scissors were as tall as a person, blocking the door, gleaming coldly. Dried blood and hair still lingered on the blades. And behind the scissors stood a tall man, dressed in a Zhongshan suit and wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His face was a massive mirror, reflecting not Fangyuan but countless students whose hair had been cut off, even their heads severed. Encounter boss, the director, elite monster. Rules, grooming check. Anyone with an improper hairstyle, including too long, too messy, or too stylish, will be forcibly shorn, physically. This student. The voice of the headmaster came from the mirror, filled with a disgusting official tone and arrogance. Your hair is too long, not in line with school rules. And your clothes, the buttons are not fastened properly, the tie is not tied right. It's simply ruining the school spirit. It's a disgrace to our school. It raised the huge scissors, waving them at Fangyuan. Come here, let me fix you up. A bald head, that's fresh and looks like a student. Fix me up? Fangyuan stopped, touching his own hair. I think it looks great. I just styled it, spent hundreds on it. Not qualified. The headmaster roared, and the image in the mirror began to distort. Here, only a bald head is a qualified hairstyle. Hair is unnecessary, a breeding ground for rebellion. Do you want to be bald too? Snap. The huge scissors snapped shut with a sound that made teeth cringe. An invisible ripple of rules spread out, trying to lock onto Fangyuan's hair. Bald? Fangyuan sneered. Then why don't you shave your own head? He pointed at the few sparse hairs on the headmaster's scalp. Even though it was a mirror image of its face, there was still hair on top, a typical balding style, smooth in the middle with a few stubborn strands flying in the wind on the sides. Look at your Mediterranean hairstyle, patronizing the central authority. Isn't this a serious violation? What did you say? The headmaster flared up like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. As a middle-aged balding man, Ghost, hairstyle was its eternal pain and deepest obsession. The reason it forced all students to shave their heads was out of a twisted jealousy. You dare mock my hairstyle? I'll cut your head off. The headmaster roared, charging forward. The huge scissors were like the jaws of a giant beast, snapping down hard towards Fangyuan's neck. Too slow. Fangyuan sidestepped easily, dodging effortlessly. He didn't use the electric baton to block because that was meant for small monsters. Against this level of elite monster, he needed heavy weapons. He reached into the void system backpack, rummaging around. Got it. Buzz. A violent engine roar erupted, shaking the entire hall. Fangyuan now held a chainsaw that was still spewing black smoke,
this was a repair tool he had borrowed from old Wang on bus 13, originally meant for cutting broken car frames. Principal, I think your hairstyle needs a trim too. Fangyuan pulled the chainsaw's starter. The teeth spun rapidly, sending a chilling roar through the air. Come on, don't move. I'll give you a haircut. Free of charge. What are you doing? The headmaster looked at the chainsaw, instinctively feeling fear. Its scissors, though large, were child's play compared to the chainsaw. What? Of course, I'm helping you with plastic surgery. Fangyuan rushed forward. Sizzle. The chainsaw collided with the scissors, sparks flying. In just 1 second of a standoff, the rusty scissors were cut through by the rapidly spinning teeth. Ah! My scissors! The headmaster screamed and tried to retreat. But Fangyuan had already closed in. Don't run, headmaster. We're not done yet. He raised the chainsaw, aiming for the headmaster's Mediterranean head. Swish! With a swift motion, the headmaster's head became smooth as a mirror because those sparse hairs along with a layer of scalp were shaved off. Now that's qualified. Fangyuan turned off the chainsaw, blowing off the blood on it. A bald head, how bright. Now you are an example for teachers. The headmaster covered its bald head, kneeling on the ground, crying bitterly. Its rules were broken, its dignity lost, it had truly become bald. Get away. Fangyuan kicked it aside. Don't block me from finding my senior sister. He walked to the door, using the chainsaw to cut off the padlock. Clang! The big door opened. The mist outside had thickened even more. But in the mist, a strange smell of food wafted over. Fangyuan touched his stomach. I'm hungry. He glanced at the path leading to the school gate, which happened to pass by the cafeteria. Let's eat first. I heard the food at this school is very nutritious. Chapter 83 Campus Ghost Stories, the cafeteria's nutritional meal. Why does this soup smell like ink? Jiangcheng University, Old Campus, Second Cafeteria. Passing through the teaching building, Fangyuan originally planned to head straight to the school gate, but that strange smell hooked his nose like a fishing line. It was the smell of boiled mashed paper pulp, mixed with the fishy scent of low-quality ink, along with an indescribable, musty odor. Ding ding ding. The lunch bell rang. This ringing was more urgent and jarring than the class bell, carrying an irresistible force, as if urging a group of starving ghosts to eat. In the surrounding mist, countless faceless students who had just finished class swarmed out like zombies. No longer looking down as they walked, they madly rushed toward a nearby red building, the second cafeteria. Hungry, hungry. Eat, must eat, top scores. They mumbled, staggering in their steps, some even running away without their shoes, uncaring. Fangyuan was also swept up in the crowd. He tried to go against the flow, but with each step he took, his stomach would twist painfully, as if a hand were tearing at it. That was the punishment of the rules. Rule triggered, lunchtime. All students and teachers on campus must go to the cafeteria for a meal. Those who refuse to eat will be considered hunger strikers and will face forced feeding, physically, but... Fine, if I have to eat, I'll eat. Fangyuan rubbed his stomach inside. Just right to see what the food at this school is like, whether it's as bad as those greedy cafeterias outside. He followed the flow of people into the cafeteria. The cafeteria was large enough to accommodate thousands of people, but the environment was extremely poor. The floor was covered in black stains, a mix of long-standing grease and ink. The tables and chairs were knocked over, some even missing limbs. Behind the food window stood several plump ghost chefs, their aprons smeared with ink. They wore tall chef hats and held huge iron spoons, stirring in enormous iron pots. In the pots simmered black soup, bubbling with steam. Fangyuan leaned in for a closer look and immediately furrowed his brows. What was boiling in the pot was not food at all. Instead, it was thick textbooks, examination papers, and homework notebooks. They were churning in the steaming ink, turned into mush, occasionally revealing a few unresolved math formulas floating to the surface. Come on, eat more. The ghost chef scooped food while grinning, a twisted sense of satisfaction gleaming in the smile. This is knowledge. Eating it will get you top scores. Eating it will make you a champion. It ladled a spoonful of thick black mush into a student's bowl. That student immediately grabbed the mush and stuffed it into his mouth without caring if it was hot, his face smeared with ink, yet still showing an expression of ecstasy. Delicious, it's all the taste of knowledge. I feel my IQ rising. Fangyuan arrived at the window. The ghost chef glanced at him, its small green bean-like eyes flashed with cunning. New here? You look so skinny. I'll give you some extra to nourish your brain. It scooped a heaping spoonful of condensed essence from advanced mathematics and plopped it into Fangyuan's plate with a splat. The pungent smell of oil and ink nearly knocked Fangyuan out. Can this thing be eaten? Yi Fangyuan stared at the knowledge in his plate, struggling to hold back his nausea. You must eat. The ghost chef raised its spoon, threatening him, the spoon dripping with ink. Wasting food is shameful. Wasting knowledge is even more shameful. Who knows the food in the bowl? Every grain is hard-earned. You cannot leave until you finish. Otherwise, I'll throw you in the pot to boil with it. The surrounding students also paused in their actions, turning to look in unison. Staring intently at Yi Fangyuan. That pair of faceless faces was filled with supervision and malice. Rule suppression, mandatory clean plate. If he didn't eat, these brainwashed students and chefs would rush at him and tear him apart, throwing him into the pot as a side dish. Eat the book. Yi Fangyuan sighed, holding the plate and finding a corner to sit down. Although I love studying too, this way of eating is easy to cause indigestion. Plus, this ink looks like it exceeds lead standards. He looked around, searching for a way to break the deadlock. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a dark corner of the cafeteria. There sat a giant, rusty iron bucket. On the bucket were 3 big words, slop bucket. But this bucket looked a bit weird. 8 tubes, like snake heads, were greedily sucking up the slop from the ground around it. Ha! Yi Fangyuan's eyes lit up. Although those 8 snake heads had become very ugly and were covered in leftovers, he recognized them at a glance. That was the 8-headed serpent. This guy had actually been assimilated into a slop bucket by the rules. But Yi Fangyuan nearly laughed out loud. A dignified S-grade divine beast had sunk to this level. He held the plate and quietly moved closer. Hey, 8-head. Yi Fangyuan kicked the iron bucket. Hiss? Who kicked me? One of the snake heads lifted up, its eyes bewildered. It seemed its memory had also been assimilated, believing it was a dedicated garbage can. I am your boss. Yi Fangyuan said softly. I've brought you some good food. He pointed to the advanced math porridge on the plate. This is knowledge. Eating it can make you smarter, grow your brain. Didn't you always think having only 8 heads wasn't enough? The 8-headed serpent looked at the plate of dark stuff. Although it instinctively felt disgusted, under the pressure of the word boss, it opened its mouth. Ah woo! It swallowed the porridge in one bite. Ugh! The 8-headed serpent almost threw up. It was too awful. Bitter and astringent. Like chewing rotten newspapers. But as the food entered its stomach, it suddenly felt a warm current surge in its brain. That memory clouded by the rules seemed to crack open a small gap. Hiss hiss. Seems a bit familiar? The eyes of the 8-headed serpent brightened slightly. Is it useful? Then eat more. Yi Fangyuan pointed to the several pots still boiling over there. Go, eat those pots. Don't save money for the boss. Hiss hiss. Bring me a family bucket. Although the 8-headed serpent had not fully recovered its memory, its gluttony instinct had been activated. It suddenly jumped out from the corner, dragging its heavy iron bucket body, and rushed to the window. All 8 snake heads simultaneously dipped into 8 large pots, starting to suck wildly. Gurgle gurgle. Those boiling pots of knowledge soup were visibly reducing at a rapid pace. The ghost chef was dumbfounded. Where did this glutton come from? It's eating more than the students. You, leave some for me. The students behind haven't eaten yet. The ghost chef tried to stop it, but was knocked away by a head of the 8-headed serpent. Get lost. Don't waste my time studying. The 8-headed serpent shouted around its eating, its words muffled. In just a few minutes. Dozens of large pots in the cafeteria had been licked clean, even the bottoms of the pots shone. Burp. The 8-headed serpent let out a satisfied burp, its iron barrel belly round and full. Its 8 heads began to unconsciously recite text. Odd changes don't change, symbols look at quadrants. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, boron, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, neon. With the influx of knowledge, it finally remembered. It wasn't a slop bucket. It was the 8-headed serpent. The head of the pipeline department of the Jiangcheng Abnormal Affairs Company. Hiss hiss. Boss. This school is bullying snakes too much. I want to tear this down. The 8-headed serpent regained its wits and roared angrily. Don't rush, we'll talk about demolition later. Yi Fangyuan patted its iron barrel body. Let's settle the bill first. He looked at the ghost chef who was completely broken down, sitting on the ground and crying. So, how is it? Clean plate action. Did we meet the standard? The ghost chef looked at the empty pot, almost in tears. All the food was gone, how would it explain to the principal? Since it's all eaten, then we'll leave. Yi Fangyuan swaggered out of the cafeteria. The 8-headed snake dragged its heavy iron barrel body behind, crawling while reciting words, a sight both funny and terrifying. Not bad, this school really teaches something. Chapter 84, Campus Horror Story. Senior, your hair is a bit oily, it needs washing. Jiangcheng University, Old Campus, Entrance Area. Leaving the cafeteria filled with the smell of ink and chewing sounds, the surrounding fog seemed to thicken, like a thick layer of cotton, wrapping the whole world in a suffocating silence. The ground beneath was uneven, with cracks filled with black moss. The withered trees on both sides reached into the sky like dry hands, with tattered strips of cloth hanging from the branches, swaying slightly in the windless night. Hiss. Boss, the energy here is heavy, colder than my sewer. The eight-headed snake dragged its heavy iron barrel body, wriggling slowly while quietly complaining. The iron barrel rubbed against the rough concrete, making a clang noise, echoing far in the silent campus, as if each sound struck at people's hearts. Be quiet. Fangyuan kicked it, making the barrel emit a muffled sound. Didn't you see someone ahead? Don't disturb them. Not far ahead, the dilapidated security booth, seemingly ready to collapse at any moment, emitted a faint red light. The glow was not warm, instead, it resembled a bloodshot eye, peering into the darkness. Through the dirty, dust-covered glass window, a girl wearing a red dress could be seen from behind. She sat on a three-legged stool, holding a comb, facing a small round mirror hanging on the wall. Her movements were slow and mechanical, exuding an eerie sense of rhythm. Once, and then again. With every stroke, a slight sizzle sound emerged, like something being torn apart. Following that, a large handful of long hair would fall from her head to the ground. But those hairs did not stay still. They wriggled and tangled on the floor like tangles of black threads, even letting out faint hissing sounds, as if countless tiny venomous snakes were present. Such a volume of hair, truly enviable. Just falls a bit too fiercely. Fangyuan sighed and walked over with the eight-headed snake. Reaching the window, he adjusted his collar and gently tapped the glass. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp tapping broke the silence. Hello, senior, just checking the water meter. That figure paused for a moment, the combing motion freezing in midair. Then, she slowly turned around. It was an extremely delicate face, pale as paper. Her features looked painted on, unreal in their beauty. But her eyes were red, lacking whites or pupils, resembling two glass beads soaked in blood, radiating a lifeless coldness. What stood out most was the bright red string tied around her left wrist. The string did not hang down but extended straight into the void, disappearing into the depths of the fog, seemingly connecting to some distant place. Encounter key NPC, Gatekeeper, red-dressed senior. Identity, a victim from years ago, now a guardian of the rules. Affection level, indifferent, even wants to turn you into a comb. You have come. The senior's voice was soft, like it floated from a long distance, carrying an ethereal echo. She looked at Fangyuan, the corners of her mouth slowly curving into a strange arc, revealing two sharp tiger teeth. Yes. I want to ask you. She raised the comb made of human bones, pointing at her long hair that was still wriggling and almost touching the ground. Do you think my hair is beautiful? This is a life or death question. If you don't answer, you will be considered rude and directly strangled by the hair on the ground. If you give an ugly answer, she will think you are jealous and immediately tear you apart. If you answer beautifully, she will keep you around to help her comb her hair forever, until you also become a dry corpse. Beside her, the eight-headed serpent shrank into an iron barrel, revealing only 8 pairs of eyes the size of green beans peeking out, whispering in fear, "Hang in there, boss, don't be fooled by beauty." Fangyuan looked at the long hair on the ground, resembling snakes, then glanced at his senior's expectant face, and seriously nodded. It's quite beautiful. Jet black and shiny, an astonishing amount. The senior's smile deepened, and a glint of red flashed in her eyes. She gripped the bone comb tighter, as if preparing to issue an invitation. Really? Then stay with me. But... Fangyuan changed his tone, raising his voice a bit to interrupt her spell. It's just a little oily. He pointed at a strand of hair floating out from the window's crack. Look at the ends, they're split, and they're static. And look at these flakes on your shoulder, like snow. Fangyuan pointed and gestured with a look of disgust, as if he really were a picky hairstylist. As a girl, especially as the representative of our school, personal hygiene is very important. Your hair is so oily it could be used for cooking. I suggest you use some anti-dandruff shampoo, preferably ginger-flavored. It can kill bacteria and prevent hair loss, though you've already lost a lot. Senior. Her smile froze on her face, the impending murderous intent was suddenly stifled by this extremely pragmatic critique. She had been a ghost for so many years, guarding this security booth for 10 years. Every passerby either screamed and ran away or kneeled in pleading, and some even wet their pants. But no one had ever suggested she use shampoo. And complained about her oiliness. You say I'm oily? The senior's voice became sharp, the surrounding red light began to flicker violently, and the hair on the ground grew wildly, trying to wrap around Yi Fangyuan's neck. Just speaking the truth, loyal advice is often unwelcome. Yi Fangyuan pulled out a bottle from his pocket, leftover 6 God floral water from the bus 13. Here, take it, it's a gift. Although it's not shampoo, this stuff contains alcohol, it should work well to remove oil. Plus, it repels mosquitoes, a 2-for-1 deal. He placed the floral water on the windowsill. The senior stared at the bottle of green liquid, stunned. In her confused ghost logic, a strange option suddenly appeared. Should she try it? She subconsciously reached out to grab it. At the moment her hand touched the bottle, Yi Fangyuan suddenly made a move. He grabbed her wrist, specifically, the red string. Talent activated, Ghost Eye. A dark golden light flashed in his eyes. Through the red string, he saw countless shattered images. A dim dormitory, 4 girls sitting around a table, a pen rapidly moving across paper, screams, the red string snapped. I got it. Yi Fangyuan looked serious. Tell me, where does this string lead to? The senior suddenly lifted her head, the redness in her eyes faded somewhat, revealing a hint of clarity, but also mingled with deep fear and pain. Don't touch it. She trembled as she spoke, trying to pull her hand back. That is the string of 404. It is the contract of the pen fairy. As long as the string remains, I can never leave here. I must guard the entrance forever, until the next scapegoat appears. 404? Yi Fangyuan released his grip. So you are waiting for someone to save you. He glanced at the dark dormitory building behind him. It resembled a giant grave, radiating a stronger resentment than this place. Alright, I will take this job. But... Yi Fangyuan pointed towards the tightly shut school gate, though it was not visible. I have a friend, Lin Xiaoxiao, inside. It seems I'm lost. I need to go bring her out first. Go ahead. The senior held the bottle of floral water, looking at Yi Fangyuan with complex eyes. But you need to be careful. Tonight is the inspection night. That old hag in charge of the dorm. She's fierce. She has 6 hands, specifically for catching students who don't sleep. She pulled out a rusty key with a red cloth attached from her pocket and handed it to Yi Fangyuan. This is the key to the dormitory building. I hope it can help you. Thanks. Yi Fangyuan took the key and tossed it up in his hand. Yaki, let's go. To the girls' dormitory. Hiss? Boss, that's the girls' dorm. Are we going to get beaten if we go in? Yaki the snake peeked out, feeling both excited and a bit scared. What are you afraid of? We're going to do an inspection, it's proper work. Yi Fangyuan took Yaki the snake and turned towards the dormitory building filled with resentment. Behind them, soft water sounds came from the security booth. The senior opened the floral water bottle, poured it onto her hair, and began to slowly scrub. That cool, pungent smell seemed to truly wash away a bit of her resentment. She looked at herself in the mirror and for the first time felt like she wasn't so greasy anymore. Chapter 85, Campus Horror Stories, Night of Inspection, Auntie let me explain. Jiangcheng University, Old Campus, Girls' Dormitory. Holding the key given by the senior, Yi Fangyuan arrived at the girls' dormitory below. The building had 6 floors, its outer walls covered in withered vines. The entire building had no light, like a tombstone standing in darkness. The door was tightly shut, plastered with yellow talismans and seals, some of which were already torn by the wind, rustling in the night breeze. Hiss. Boss, this place stinks worse than the cafeteria. Yaki the snake curled up in the metal bucket and poked out its head to smell. It's the smell of makeup mixed with the stench of corpses. Achoo. Stop complaining, get to work. Yi Fangyuan used the key to unlock the rusty big lock. Creak. The heavy door slowly opened, and a cold, damp wind blew out from inside, chilling to the bone. System notification, entering special area, Girls' Forbidden Zone. Rule update, dormitory rules. Lights out time, must turn off lights by 11 p.m. every night. After lights out, it is strictly forbidden to leave your bed or make noise. Breath control, if unfortunately discovered awake by the dorm mother, please hold your breath immediately. She loves to hear the sound of heartbeats. Boys stop here, boys are strictly forbidden to enter this building. Offenders will have their tools confiscated, physically. Confiscate tools? Yi Fangyuan instinctively tightened his legs. This auntie is quite ruthless. He looked at the clock on the wall. 22:55. 5 minutes until lights out. I need to find Xiao Xiao quickly. Yi Fangyuan hurriedly ascended the stairs. The corridor was silent, with doors tightly closed on both sides. Each door had a small sign with the dorm number and names written on it. But he noticed the names were all in red, and they were all bleeding. Help, let me out. Faintly, he could hear weak cries and scratching sounds coming from behind the doors.
Fangyuan ignored them.
His current goal was to find Lin Xiaoxiao. According to the senior's clue, Xiaoxiao should be in dorm 404. He climbed to the 4th floor in one breath. As soon as he reached the top, he saw a figure in a blue and white uniform at the end of the corridor, sleepwalking step by step toward the door of 404. It was Lin Xiaoxiao. She still held a stack of test papers in her arms, her eyes vacant, muttering to herself.
Senior. I'm here to keep you company. Let's play games together. Xiaoxiao. Fangyuan shouted.
But Lin Xiaoxiao seemed not to hear, her hand already resting on the doorknob of 404.
At that moment. Ding ding ding. The bell in the hallway rang. 2300 hours.
Lights out time arrived. The dim corridor lights instantly went out.
The entire world fell into absolute darkness.
Immediately after, a heavy, dragging sound of footsteps came from the stairway. Thud, thud, thud. Accompanied by the crisp sound of clinking keys.
Check, sleep, now.
A hoarse, sharp voice of an old woman echoed in the darkness.
The student who isn't sleeping, where are you? Fangyuan activated the ghost eye.
At the stairway, a huge shadow slowly walked up. It was a dorm matron, towering at nearly 2 meters tall, her body as bulky as a mountain of flesh. She wore a stained apron, holding a green glowing oil lamp in her hand. The most terrifying part was that behind her, she had 6 arms. Each arm held something, a feather duster, a large pair of scissors, a big bunch of keys, and a sack for contraband.
Encounter boss, 6-armed ghost matron, level A. Skills, sound location, forced confiscation, light extinguishing kill.
Her eyes were tiny and only filled with whites, scanning the hallway in the darkness. Finally, her gaze locked onto Lin Xiaoxiao, who stood in the middle of the corridor.
Caught one.
The matron grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth.
Not sleeping, will be punished.
She approached Lin Xiaoxiao with heavy steps, the scissors in her hand snapping ominously. Lin Xiaoxiao still stood there, seemingly completely unaware of the danger behind her.
Damn it. Fangyuan cursed quietly.
If he rushed to save her now, he would definitely trigger the boys' stop here rule and be targeted by the matron.
He had to be clever about it.
Yaki, I have a task for you. Fangyuan said softly to the iron bucket beside him.
Hiss? What?
Go, sing a song to the lady, distract her.
Hiss. I can't sing. Then recite some text. Make some noise. Fangyuan kicked the Yaki snake, along with the iron bucket, out. Crash.
The iron bucket rolled into the center of the corridor, making a huge noise. The matron suddenly halted, her 6 arms turning simultaneously toward the bucket's direction.
Who is making noise?
The Yaki snake poked its head out of the bucket, looking at the terrifying 6-armed monster, its spirit almost leaving its body.
In a moment of panic, it really began to recite text. Hiss goose, 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 singing towards the sky.
White feathers floating on green water, red palms stirring the clear waves.
The matron was stunned. It was her first time hearing someone recite ancient poetry during a check. Not bad.
The matron nodded, but soon her expression changed.
However, reciting after lights out is also a violation. Give it to me.
She waved the feather duster and scissors, charging towards the Yaki snake. Taking this opportunity, Fangyuan dashed out like a cheetah. He covered Lin Xiaoxiao's mouth and dragged her into an empty dorm room, room 403.
Shoo!
Fangyuan made a silencing gesture near Lin Xiaoxiao's ear. But Lin Xiaoxiao still struggled, her eyes vacant.
Senior, the senior is waiting for me. Waiting for what?
Fangyuan watched the matron outside violently beating the Yaki snake. Although the Yaki was tough, it was still being bullied, and knew they couldn't delay much longer. If Lin Xiaoxiao didn't wake up, they would be discovered sooner or later.
Looks like I have to use the trump card. Fangyuan took something out of his pocket. It wasn't a talisman, nor was it a weapon.
It was a payslip, actually something he had hastily scribbled with a pen.
He placed the payslip on Lin Xiaoxiao's forehead. Xiaoxiao. Wake up! Fangyuan shouted loudly. This month's attendance bonus has been issued. Plus the year-end bonus. A total of 100,000. But if you don't wake up now, it will all be deducted.
This sentence hit her soul directly.
Lin Xiaoxiao's previously vacant eyes instantly focused.
She took a sharp breath, as if waking from drowning.
Who?
Lin Xiaoxiao grabbed the paper from her forehead, her eyes wide like copper bells.
Who dares to deduct my money? I'll fight whoever it is.
She saw the pay slip in her hand, then looked at Fangyuan in front of her, finally coming to her senses.
Old boss? Where am I?
She looked around the dark dorm, hearing the screams of the Yaki snake outside. Shoo! Fangyuan again covered her mouth. Don't make a sound. There is an old lady outside. Not only do I want to take your money, but I also want to cut you up. Lin Xiaoxiao was so scared that she curled up into a ball. But at this moment, the screams outside stopped. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy footsteps stopped at the door of room 403. Hee, it seems like there are still 2 little mice in here. The dormitory manager's voice came through the crack of the door. Open the door. Auntie came to cover you with a quilt. A thin, bony hand holding a large bunch of keys began to turn in the keyhole. Click. The sound of the door lock opening was especially harsh in the silent dormitory, as if someone had snapped a bone in the quiet night. Then, the old wooden door slowly creaked open. A beam of sickly green kerosene light streamed in, stretching the huge, bloated shadow at the door long and casting it on the mottled walls of the dormitory, like a giant beast ready to devour everything opening its massive mouth. The dormitory manager stood at the door. Its 6 arms spread out like spider legs, blocking all escape routes. That wrinkled old face looked terrifying in the green light, drooling at the corners of its mouth, hungry for living life. Hee, found you. It raised the bulging sack in its hand, and something inside seemed to squirm violently, issuing faint whimpers. Disobedient children will be put into the bag to become Auntie's collection. It stepped heavily into the dormitory, and with each stride, the floor groaned in agony. Lin Xiaoxiao was so scared she curled up in the corner of the bed, covering her head with the moldy quilt, trembling. Her mind was filled with terrifying legends about check inspections, and her body was completely out of control. Fangyuan, however, still sat calmly on the edge of another bed, crossing his legs, holding the all-knowing staff, now in the form of a teaching stick, gently tapping it against the bed's edge, creating a rhythmic tap sound. Auntie, don't you knock before entering someone else's room? Fangyuan's tone was calm, even carrying a hint of dissatisfaction. This is a matter of basic courtesy. Even if it's a check, shouldn't you greet us first? The dormitory manager was taken aback. It didn't expect this little mouse not only to not run away but also to dare to lecture it. In its mind, students should see it and act like mice in front of a cat. Courtesy? The dormitory manager let out a sharp laugh, the sound grating. Here, I am the rule. Boy, breaking into the girls' dorm, not only is it a violation, but I will also confiscate your tools. It waved the large scissors in its hand, which were about half a meter long, with dark red blood and some unknown hair still on the blade. It aimed at Fangyuan's lower body and ruthlessly snipped down. I'll confiscate you. Fangyuan's figure flickered, and he sprang up from the bed, easily dodging the snip. But he didn't retreat, instead, he charged directly at the dormitory manager. Ability activated, physical super dimension. The teaching stick in his hand transformed into a streak of golden light, striking hard at the dormitory manager's arm that was holding the scissors. Smack! A crisp sound of a fracture echoed. The dormitory manager's arm was directly broken, bent at a strange angle. The scissors dropped to the ground with a clatter. Ah! The dormitory manager screamed, not expecting this seemingly weak student to possess such strength. Dare to hit me? I'll tear you apart. Its remaining 5 hands moved simultaneously. That large bunch of keys suddenly flew into the air, clattering loudly. Each key emitted an eerie glow, trying to lock Fangyuan into separate little spaces. Spatial lockdown? Fangyuan felt the air around him becoming thick. Quite a few tricks, huh? But he did not panic. Get out of my way. Fangyuan kicked the dormitory manager's plump belly. Bang! This kick was powerful, directly sending the 2-meter-tall meat mountain flying away. The dorm manager rolled out of the dormitory like a ball, crashing into the wall across the hallway, cracking the wall. The keys that tried to seal off Fangyuan fell all over the ground due to their owner's loss of control. Ouch, my back. The dorm manager groaned in pain, trying to get up. But Fangyuan had already chased out. He stomped on the dorm manager's chest, pinning her firmly to the ground. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Fangyuan looked down at her from above. Still want to confiscate tools? The dorm manager looked at this devil, and finally felt scared. Her rule suppression was ineffective against this man, and her physical attacks were crushed. And no. I don't dare anymore. All 6 of her hands were shaking, desperately protecting her head. If you don't dare anymore, then behave yourself. Fangyuan bent down and yanked the large bunch of keys from her waist. This thing is too noisy, confiscated. He pointed to the Yaki great serpent next to him, still pretending to be dead, still in a barrel form. Also, let it go. The dorm manager nodded quickly and kicked the Yaki great serpent from the corner. The Yaki great serpent rolled to Fangyuan's feet, poked its head out, tears flowing, hiss. Boss! You finally came to save me.
This old lady is so ruthless. She actually wanted to use that sack to bag me. Alright, stop embarrassing yourself. Fangyuan put away the keys. Auntie, I will take care of this floor from now on. Don't bother me if there's nothing. Also, go open the door to room 404 for me. The dorm manager dared not say a word of refusal, crawling and running to open the door. Back to room 403. Lin Xiaoxiao was still curled up in the blanket, like an ostrich. Fangyuan walked over and pulled off the blanket. Come out, it's okay now. Lin Xiaoxiao raised her head, her face covered in tears, her glasses all blurred from crying. Her eyes were still vacant, mumbling continuously. I am a student. I have to take exams. I don't want to fail. What was that formula again? She had been deeply assimilated by the rules. In her mind, she was a failing student at Jiangcheng University, and if she didn't work hard, she would be eaten. That deeply ingrained fear kept her trapped. Xiaoxiao, stop memorizing. Fangyuan shook his head. The diploma from this school is not worth much. No. I can't drop out. My parents will be disappointed. Lin Xiaoxiao hugged her head, struggling in pain. It seems I can only use my trump card now. Fangyuan took out that pay slip from his pocket, actually something he had casually written with a pen earlier. He waved the pay slip in front of Lin Xiaoxiao. Lin Xiaoxiao, look at me. He shouted loudly, his voice carrying a hint of rule power. You are not a student. You are the financial director of Jiangcheng Anomalous Affairs Consulting Company. This month's attendance bonus has been issued. And there's a year-end bonus. A total of 100,000. But if you don't wake up now, it will all be deducted. Deduct money? This sentence struck right at her soul. Lin Xiaoxiao's originally vacant eyes instantly focused. The word money was like a lightning bolt, cleaving through the fog in her mind. She took a deep breath, as if waking up from drowning. Who? Lin Xiaoxiao grabbed the note from her forehead, her eyes wide like saucers, shimmering with the glow of money. Who dares to deduct my money? I'll fight anyone. She saw the pay slip in her hand clearly, then saw Fangyuan in front of her, finally coming to her senses. B-boss? Where am I? Why am I wearing a school uniform? This outfit is so ugly. She disdainfully tugged at her blue and white school uniform. It's good that you're awake. Fangyuan breathed a sigh of relief. You almost got eaten by this school just now. Boss, I just had a really scary dream. Lin Xiaoxiao said with lingering fear, I dreamed I was taking a math exam, and the test paper was full of weird symbols, and the invigilator wanted to eat my hands. That wasn't a dream. Fangyuan pointed out the window. That is a bad debt. This school owes us a lot of money. That Pen Fairy and that principal are all deadbeat debtors. They not only want to refuse to pay, but also want to turn you into free labor. Hearing the words deadbeat, Lin Xiaoxiao's expression changed instantly. That confusion and fear vanished, replaced by a kind of anger of a capitalist. What? Deadbeat? She stood up suddenly, grabbed the pay stub, and stuffed it into her pocket. Who dares to refuse my payment? She pushed up her glasses, although she still wore her school uniform, her aura had completely changed. No longer a timid student, but instead the sharp, capable, and even a bit fierce financial Lin Xiaoxiao. Boss. Where is the pen spirit? Lin Xiaoxiao pulled out that familiar abacus from her bag. I want to calculate the interest with it. Compound interest. And I want to add mental damages. System prompt, teammate Lin Xiaoxiao has awakened, through the power of money. Current status, combat power increased, abacus attack power plus 100%. Fangyuan smiled. This is it. It's next door, room 404. He pointed at the wall. Let's go, we are going to play a game. The name is Pen Spirit, how much do you owe me? Chapter 87, room 404, Midnight Frozen in Time, a game of 4 against 1. Jiangcheng University, Old Campus, Girls' Dormitory, room 404. The dorm manager, trembling, used a heavy key to unlock the door to 404. Click. The sound of the lock opening echoed in the empty corridor, like the tolling of a funeral bell. It's open. The dorm manager did not dare to enter, only standing at the door, her 6 hands shaking, her eyes filled with deep fear, as if what was inside was not students, but a monstrous flood. It's very eerie in there. No one has dared to go in for 10 years and no one who went in ever came out. Alright, you stay outside. Fangyuan kicked the door open, sending her to stand at the end of the hallway as punishment. Then, he led the awakened Lin Xiaoxiao and the 8-headed serpent, still in barrel form, but more spirited, even secretly nibbling on a strip of cloth that had fallen from the dorm manager, into the room. Creak. The moment the door was pushed open, a musty, as if sealed for a long time, air rushed at them. It was a strange smell mixed with moldy books, cheap perfume, and dried blood stains. The dormitory was unlit, yet not dark. Moonlight streamed in through the tattered curtains, casting a layer of silver frost that lit up the center of the room. The walls were plastered with posters that were popular 10 years ago, but the faces of those stars were all crossed out in red, leaving only gaping black mouths. The beds were piled high with clutter, covered in a thick layer of dust. And beneath the beds, something seemed to be crawling, occasionally revealing a pale finger. In the center of the room stood a square wooden table. Beside the table sat 4 semi-transparent figures of girls. They wore floral dresses that were trendy 10 years ago, with long hair cascading down, heads bowed, immobile. Though their bodies remained seated, their skin had shriveled, as if sun-dried orange peels were tightly attached to their bones. In the center of the table lay a piece of yellowed white paper. The paper was filled with densely packed Chinese characters written in red, yes, no, male, female, past life, present life, along with chaotic lines, the traces of countless games played. 4 withered hands jointly held a red ballpoint pen. The pen hovered above the paper, its tip slightly trembling, seemingly waiting for something, and also seeming to resist something. Rule triggered, unfinished ritual. Once the pen spirit game starts, the pen spirit must be sent away to end it. Those who quit halfway will be taken by the pen spirit, their souls forever trapped in the game. Current status, ongoing, already lasted 10 years. They are not dead yet? Lin Xiaoxiao pushed up her glasses, looking at the 4 girls, her voice trembling. Although she had awakened the soul of finance, the pressure of facing death still made her instinctively afraid. No. They have long been dead. Fangyuan walked to the table, his steps very light. The ghost eye opened. In his sight, the bodies of the 4 girls had long since lost their vitality, only a layer of skin wrapped around bones remained. But their souls were trapped in this shell by a powerful force, repeating the game from that year over and over again, unable to break free. Black lines of resentment wrapped around them, gathering into a dead knot on the pen in the center of the table. They are trapped at that moment in time. Fangyuan pointed to the clock on the wall. It was an old quartz clock, with the hands stuck at 23:59. Forever midnight, a dawn that will never come. Excuse me. Fangyuan tapped the table, making a knock-knock sound. It's so late and you're still awake, what are you playing? This is against school rules. The 4 girls did not respond. They still stared intently at the pen, as if it was their entire life, their only salvation. The 8-headed serpent peeked out of a bucket, flicking its tongue. Hiss. Boss, it seems they can't hear. And, look at that empty seat. Fangyuan followed its gaze. In one corner of the table, there was indeed an empty spot. There was a chair there, and a red coat hung on the back. And on the white paper, there was a clear blank, as if a hand should have been holding it, forming a perfect closed loop with the other 4 hands. So there are 4 missing one. Fangyuan smiled, a glimmer of realization flashing in his eyes. It seems someone dropped out of that game back then. Or rather, someone ran away. He remembered the senior in red at the school gate, always combing her hair. The red string in her hand must be connected to this empty spot. She was the only survivor, the only deserter. Since we're missing someone, let's fill it. Fangyuan pulled out the empty chair and sat down boldly. The chair let out a squeak as if it were screaming, breaking the eerie silence. Boss! Are you crazy? Lin Xiaoxiao was shocked, wanting to rush over and pull him back. This is the pen spirit game. And it's been a deadly game for 10 years. Sitting down means death. This is out of our business range. Don't worry. Fangyuan waved his hand, signaling her to step back. I'm here to negotiate. Besides, if you don't enter the tiger's den, how can you catch the tiger cub? He stretched out his hand and slowly grasped the red ballpoint pen. Buzz. The moment his hand touched the pen, a bone-chilling cold surged through his fingertips, as if countless icy needles were swimming through his veins. The air around him instantly solidified. The posters on the wall began to bleed, and the sounds from under the bed grew urgent. The 4 girls with their heads down suddenly raised their heads in unison. Their faces were as pale as paper, tears of blood streaming from their pupilless eyes. Their mouths cracked open, revealing eerie white teeth. You have come. The 4 voices overlapped, hoarse and chilling, like echoes from the depths of hell. The game continues. The pen on the table began to tremble wildly, its power so great it almost flew out of his hands. It drew chaotic circles on the paper at a speed that left only after images. Pen spirit, you are my past life, I am your present life. The 4 girls began to chant incantations, their voices growing louder and more urgent. If you want to continue fate with me, please draw a circle on the paper. As the chanting sounded, the pen suddenly stopped.
The tip drew a deep mark on the paper, pointing at Fangyuan. Who are you? A line of blood-red characters slowly appeared on the paper. The writing was twisted and fierce, radiating a strong sense of murderous intent. This was the question of the pen spirit. If the answer was wrong or a lie, the pen would directly stab into the answerer's eyes, taking their life. Lin Xiaoxiao nervously covered her mouth, her heart almost stopping. Fangyuan smiled. He tightened his grip on the pen, his arm muscles bulging, firmly controlling the pen that wanted to move erratically. Who am I? Fangyuan looked at the four girls, his eyes gleaming with mockery and a pressure that belonged to someone in control. I am your creditor. I heard you played this game without paying? Venue fees, equipment fees, and the overdue payments for these 10 years, shouldn't we calculate them? As soon as he said this, the four girls were stunned. The pen also froze in place. They played Pencil Spirit for 10 years, asking about past lives and present lives, inquiring about fate and fortune, even asking about the date of death. But no one had ever asked them for money. Money! One of the girls spoke in confusion, her voice hollow. We have no money. No money? Fangyuan let out a cold laugh. You have no money and still dare to play such a high-end game? And even occupy public resources, the dormitory? Since you have no money, then let your lives be the payment. The devil editor pen suddenly appeared in his hand, replacing the ordinary ballpoint pen. Now, let's change the way we play. It's called Truth or Dare, the Debt Repayment Edition. Chapter 88, Campus Weird Tales, Pencil Spirit Game? This is clearly Truth or Dare. Jiangcheng University, Old Campus, Dormitory 404. As Fangyuan switched to that devil editor pen, the atmosphere on the desk became even more eerie. The pen was jet black, with dark red light flowing along its body, as if it were made from solidified blood. The pressure it emitted instantly suppressed the resentment that was originally on the ballpoint pen. Although the four female ghosts still held the pen, they could clearly feel an irresistible resistance. It felt like grasping a red-hot iron, burning so that their souls trembled. Truth or Dare? The female ghost who had been silent, seemingly the leader from back then, slowly spoke. Her eyes were fixed on Fangyuan, her voice filled with doubt and deep vigilance. In her understanding, only the pencil spirit could set the rules, and no mortal had ever dared to turn the tables. Yes. Fangyuan gripped the pen, feeling great in his hand, as if this pen was born to exist for judgment. Since it's a game, there should be some stakes. Just asking about past and present is too dull, too cliché. The rules are simple. I ask a question, you answer. If you answer correctly, I might consider helping you break free, even burn some paper money for you. If you answer incorrectly. Fangyuan shook the devil pen in his hand, the tip tracing through the air, leaving a red mark that lingered. Then don't blame me for being rude. I will. Stick this pen into your soul core. Let's begin. The pen tip slowly moved on the paper, drawing a large, shocking. First question, how exactly did you die? Fangyuan's voice echoed in the silent dormitory, each word hitting the female ghosts' hearts like heavy hammers. This question was an absolute taboo in the pencil spirit game. Usually, only the pencil spirit asked humans, how do you want to die? Never had anyone dared to question the pencil spirit's cause of death. This was not only an offense to the ghostly beings but also the cruelest way to unveil their scars. The bodies of the four female ghosts trembled violently, their blood tears flowing more fiercely, splattering onto the yellowed paper, blooming into blood flowers. Died. They seemed to fall into some extremely painful memories. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and the posters on the walls began to peel off, revealing the moldy wall beneath. It was from being scared to death, one female ghost said softly, her voice weak as a mosquito's. It was from starving to death, another female ghost added, clutching her shriveled stomach. Wrong. Fangyuan slammed the table, startling the pen tip to jump. Don't use such excuses to fool me. If you starved to death or were scared to death, your resentment wouldn't be so strong enough to seal off the whole building. He stared into the eyes of the leading female ghost. To tell the truth. The leading female ghost trembled, her pen-holding hand bulging with veins. It seemed to be fighting against some kind of restriction, a rule that prevented it from speaking. Finally, it controlled the pen and painfully wrote down two words on the paper. Breathe. Breathe? Beside her, Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned, adjusting her glasses, looking incredulous. Breathing can lead to death? What kind of cause of death is that? It can. The female ghost's voice was filled with despair and resentment, a complaint against unfair fate. Because of school rule number 44, no sound is allowed after lights out, including the sound of breathing. Fangyuan activated the ghost eyes. In his vision, the originally dim dormitory turned blood red. He saw that night from 10 years ago. Four girls lay in bed, trembling.
Heavy footsteps of the dormitory ant came from outside the door. One of the girls, too scared, breathed a little faster. The next second, the door was burst open. That monster with 6 hands rushed in. You made noise. You disturbed the principal's sleep. It waved the needle and thread in its hand, grinning as it lunged at that girl. Since you can't keep quiet, let's sew it shut. Nose too. Then it will be quiet. The scene shattered. Lin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, feeling a wave of suffocation. She looked at the cracks at the corners of the 4 female ghosts' mouths. They were not smiling, but scars that had been sewn before. What kind of school rule is this? This is simply an order to slaughter. I see. Yi Fangyuan nodded, a flash of anger in his eyes. Killed for breathing? The rules of this school are truly rotten. Now that we know the cause of death, it will be easier. He tightened his grip on the pen, his gaze transforming into a sharp edge. Second question, where is the original document of the school rules? When this question came out, the 4 female ghosts simultaneously showed expressions of fear. It was a fear deeper than death. Their hands trembled, desperately trying to move the pen away, as if that answer was an absolute taboo. Once it was spoken, they would be doomed to eternal suffering. No, we can't say. If we say it, the principal will tear us apart. He is everywhere. Not saying? Yi Fangyuan sighed. Then it can only be a daring adventure. He didn't ask Lin Xiaoxiao to get the abacus, instead, he directly jabbed the steel pen onto the paper. Plop! The pen tip pierced through the paper, deeply embedding itself into the wooden table, going deep into it. I say write it down. An unmatched power of rules flowed from the pen into the female ghost's hand. Their hands moved uncontrollably, scrawling wildly on the paper. Squeak, squeak. The sound of the pen scraping the paper was extremely piercing, like metal scraping against glass. The paper began to burn, the table's surface began to crack. Finally, amidst the female ghost's painful screams, 5 twisted, charred big characters appeared on the paper. Underground. Library. After writing these characters, the paper instantly self-ignited, turning to ashes. Boom. The entire dormitory building began to shake violently. Countless cracks opened in the walls, and numerous black eyes peeked from the gaps, watching this place. Those were the principal's eyes, sensing the leak of the rules. Underground library? Yi Fangyuan squinted, ignoring the changes around him. Where is the entrance? The female ghosts slumped in their chairs, as if all their strength had been drained. The leading female ghost pointed tremblingly at the old-fashioned wardrobe in the corner of the room. That wardrobe was tightly closed, covered in yellow talisman papers. It's behind that wardrobe. It connects to the underground, there is the grave of knowledge. Good. Yi Fangyuan put away the pen, tucking it into his chest. The game is over. He stood up and walked to the wardrobe. A strong smell of mildew and old books seeped from the wardrobe's crevice, and he could even hear the sound of pages turning. Wait, boss. Lin Xiaoxiao grabbed him, looking worriedly at the female ghosts. What about them? The game is not over. The pen spirit has not yet been sent away. Sent away? Yi Fangyuan turned to glance at the 4 female ghosts. No need to send them away. He snapped his fingers. Because they are already free. As his words fell, the grievances on the 4 female ghosts began to dissipate. They looked at Yi Fangyuan, their eyes no longer filled with resentment, but instead with a sense of liberation. Thank you. The leading female ghost bowed deeply to Yi Fangyuan. We can finally breathe loudly. Their figures gradually grew faint, eventually turning into dots of glowing light, drifting towards the window, towards the red-clad senior sister who had been waiting for them. Let's go. Yi Fangyuan ripped the talisman paper off the wardrobe and opened the door wide. Inside was not clothing, but a deep, spiraling staircase going down. The walls on both sides of the staircase were embedded with countless books. The covers of those books looked very smooth, as if they were made of human skin. Let's see what truth that principal has hidden in the library. Chapter 89, Campus Strange Tales, the Underground Library, Knowledge Can Also Bite. Jiangcheng University, Old Campus, Underground Library. Following the spiraling staircase behind the wardrobe, Yi Fangyuan and Lin Xiaoxiao stepped deeper underground. The further down they went, the stronger the stale smell of aged scrolls became, even thick enough to be a bit foul, like fermented pulp mixed with formaldehyde. The walls on both sides of the staircase were densely embedded with books. Lin Xiaoxiao curiously reached out to touch one. Ah! She pulled back her hand as if scalded. What's wrong? Yi Fangyuan asked. This book is hot. And the texture feels like touching human skin. Lin Xiaoxiao's face turned pale. No need to doubt, that is human skin. Yi Fangyuan said calmly.
These books were made from students who misbehaved before. They were turned into living books to record those damn school rules. Finally, they reached the end of the staircase. Before them was an immense underground space. Countless towering bookshelves, over 10 meters high, were arranged like a labyrinth, offering no end in sight. The shelves were filled with all sorts of books, yet not a single one had a title, only numbers. In the center of the library sat an elderly man in a gray robe, wearing thick glasses. He held a feather duster, gently brushing the dust off the books. Encounter boss, the librarian, elite monster. Rule, silent area. Anyone who makes a sound over 30 decibels in the library will be turned into a new collection. The old man seemed unaware of their presence, still focused on his task. But Fangyuan knew, as long as they made the slightest sound, the feather duster would turn into a deadly weapon. Shoo! Fangyuan signaled Lin Xiaoxiao to be quiet. He pointed deep into the bookshelf. According to the clues from the female ghosts, the comprehensive school rules was right there. The two carefully navigated between the bookshelves. The shelves here were very oppressive, as if they would collapse at any moment and crush a person. Moreover, those books were moving. Some books trembled slightly, some were bleeding, while others had pages that opened on their own, revealing tortured faces inside. Suddenly. Snap. Lin Xiaoxiao accidentally kicked a raised floor tile. The sound, though not loud, echoed in the silent library like a thunderclap. The administrator immediately stopped its actions. It slowly turned around, its eyes hidden behind thick glasses glowing a ghostly green. Who is making noise? Its voice was hoarse and dry, carrying a terrifying pressure. Run! Fangyuan shouted low, pulling Lin Xiaoxiao and rushing deeper into the bookshelves. Catch them! Turn them into books! The administrator roared, and the feather duster in its hand suddenly grew larger, transforming into a gigantic mace, smashing down violently. Boom! One bookshelf was smashed to pieces, and countless books flew up, turning into paper bats that screeched and pounced toward the two. Damn it, this old man is a close combat mage. Fangyuan dodged while swinging his staff, scattering the paper bats. Xiaoxiao, go find the general rules. I'll hold him off. Okay. Lin Xiaoxiao hugged her head and slipped into the maze-like shelves of books. Fangyuan turned around, facing the advancing administrator. Old man, the library forbids loud noise, didn't you know? I am the rule. The administrator roared, bringing down his spiked club again. I think you need a beating. Fangyuan sneered. He didn't fight back directly, instead, he pulled out a lighter from his pocket. Since you manage books, you must be most afraid of this, right? Click. A flame shot up. Fangyuan casually grabbed a nearby book and set it on fire. No. Stop. The administrator panicked at the sight of fire. For the library, fire is the greatest enemy. Hand over the general rules, or I'll turn this place into ashes. Fangyuan threatened, holding the burning book. You dare. This is blasphemy against knowledge. The administrator was furious but dared not approach again. It feared the fire would spread and ruin its hard work. While both sides were at a standstill, Lin Xiaoxiao's voice came from deep within the shelves. Boss. I found it. Over here. Fangyuan's eyes lit up. He threw the burning book at the administrator and rushed towards the source of the voice amid the chaos. The administrator fumbled to extinguish the fire, completely unable to pursue. At the very back of the library, there was a dark altar. On the altar rested a thick, massive book radiating black light. The cover was made from a complete human skin, engraved with 4 bloody characters. General Rules of Zhongcheng University. This was the source of all evil in this school. As long as it was destroyed, the rules would collapse. Xiaoxiao, get back. Fangyuan rushed over. He had no hesitation, his pen transforming into a sharp blade, fiercely stabbing at the book. It's over. Squelch. The pen tip pierced through the cover of the book. Roar. The book let out a piercing scream, struggling violently as if it were a living thing. Countless black tentacles reached out from the book, trying to grab Fangyuan. But it was too late. Break for me. Fangyuan pulled hard, ripping it apart powerfully. Rip. That thick general rules was torn in half by him. Boom. The entire underground library began to shake violently, huge cracks appearing in the ceiling, and dirt and debris began to fall. The souls trapped in the book transformed into beams of white light, breaking free from their bondage and flying into the sky. No. My book. My rules. The administrator let out a desperate wail, buried beneath the ruins as the library collapsed. Run. Back to the surface. Fangyuan pulled Lin Xiaoxiao and climbed up through the cracks. The outside world had already changed dramatically. Chapter 90, Campus Horror Stories, No More Rules? Then we won't be polite. Jiangcheng University, Old Campus, Playground. Boom. With the collapse of the underground library, the source of evil, the entire campus began to shake violently like a toppling tower of blocks. Deep, bottomless cracks opened up in the earth, like hungry mouths swallowing the walls and barbed wires that represented confinement. Massive cracks appeared on the walls of the teaching buildings, the dark red vines that crawled over the walls, symbolizing surveillance and control, withered and broke, spilling out black fluid and emitting a rotten stench. The endless, brainwashing sound of reading from the loudspeakers finally stopped, replaced by the piercing scream of electric current that was the mournful cry of the rules collapsing. Fangyuan dragged Lin Xiaoxiao, covered in dirt and dust, crawling out from the cracks in the ground. As soon as they emerged, the scene before their eyes left them stunned. Boss, is this a carnival? Lin Xiaoxiao pushed up her dusty glasses, unable to believe her eyes. The previously silent, oppressive, orderly campus. At this moment, it has become a chaotic yet vibrant battlefield. As the school rules were torn apart, the suppressive power that had controlled all the students' minds completely dissipated. Those faceless students, who originally had scores written on their foreheads, underwent an astonishing transformation at this moment. The red crosses and scores on their faces seemed to be burning, rapidly fading away. Soon after, their facial features re-emerged. Some were delicate, some youthful, some weathered. They were no longer mere machines that could solve problems, they had regained their self-awareness and the memories of their former lives. My face is back, a girl touched her face, looking at her reflection in a puddle, crying tears of joy. I don't need to wear a mask anymore. I don't have to score full marks? Really not anymore. A boy tossed aside the test paper that always scored 99 but still led to beatings, laughing loudly until tears flowed. I remember now. I was forced to jump off the building. I just wanted to paint. Why did they force me to study advanced math? 10 years of suppressed emotions erupted completely at this moment. Thousands of awakened students poured out from the classrooms, dormitories, and cafeterias. They gathered on the playground, like a black torrent, carrying endless rage and sorrow. But this torrent did not lose control, it had a clear target. All eyes were on the tallest clock tower in the center of the campus. There stood the principal's office, the pinnacle of power in the school, the source of all evil. You used to control us, now it's our turn to control you. Give us back our youth. The students roared as they charged towards the clock tower. But it was not unguarded. Under the clock tower stood rows of security guards in black uniforms and teachers wielding punishment rulers. They were the beneficiaries of the rules and the last line of defense. Even with the school rules gone, they still tried to maintain the crumbling order. Silence! Silence! A tall teacher with gold-rimmed glasses waved his ruler, trying to stop them. Whoever dares to run will receive severe punishment. Call your parents. A school-wide announcement. But this time, his threats failed. To hell with you. The student at the front, who used to be a sports student practicing martial arts, suddenly jumped up, delivering a flying kick to the teacher's face. Boom! The teacher was kicked away, the ruler breaking into two pieces, and the glasses shattered on the ground. I've put up with you for long enough. Another top student with thick glasses rushed up, slamming a heavy Oxford dictionary on a security guard's head. Knowledge is power. Understand? Immediately, countless students surged forward, overwhelming the teachers and security guards still trying to hold their ground. This wasn't a fight, it was the release of countless grievances, the victims striking back against their abusers. Well done. Fangyuan stood high up, watching the scene, not stopping it. This is the energy young people should have. Although a bit violent, it's quite relieving. At that moment. Dong dong dong. The big bell at the top of the clock tower suddenly emitted a deafening roar. The bell sound was no longer marking time, but carried a terrifying pressure, each chime striking like a hammer on the soul, causing the noise on the playground to come to an abrupt halt. Booming. The walls of the clock tower suddenly exploded. Countless bricks flew, smoke billowing. Amidst the swirling dust, a gigantic creature, pieced together from countless teaching materials, slowly stood up. Final boss, rule principal, S-class. Its body was formed from countless test papers, each marked with red fail and punishment. Its arms were two massive, barbed teaching rulers, and its legs were two thick compasses, sharp ends planted deep into the ground. And its head. It's that still turning big clock, its hands spinning like fangs. You, this group of bad students. The principal's voice, like thunder, echoed through the entire campus, accompanied by a metallic scraping sound. Daring to vandalize public property, daring to gather and cause trouble. All of you, stay back a grade. He swung a teaching rod, 10 meters long, down hard onto the ground. Bang! A visible shockwave swept out. The dozens of students at the front were instantly struck by this force, their souls scattering, not even able to scream before turning into blue smoke. Not good, this thing is a bit fierce. Fangyuan squinted his eyes, gripping the staff tightly in his hand. This is an S-class boss, and it's in its home ground, backed by rules. Xiao Xiao, stay away. Fangyuan pushed Lin Xiao Xiao behind a giant rock. Red-clad senior. He shouted into the air. A figure in red flew in from a distance and landed beside Fangyuan. It was the Pen Fairy senior who had been waiting at the school gate for a long time. Benefactor. The senior looked at the huge monster with eyes filled with hatred. Take your people, those 4 female ghosts, and go save the injured students. Bring them to a safe place. And you, the senior asked. Me? Fangyuan took a deep breath, the aura of the rule breaker began to gather, dark golden light swirling around him. He looked at the arrogant principal, a cold smile curling on his lips. I'm going to give it a lesson. The title will be How to Properly Resign. Chapter 91, Final Showdown on the Playground. Principal, your teaching rod is confiscated. Jiangcheng University, Old Campus, Playground. The enormous rule principal stood at the center of the playground, like an insurmountable mountain. Every step it took made the ground tremble, its 2 caliper legs leaving deep grooves in the earth. Bad students, clean up, clean up. The clock tower face of the principal's face spun wildly, emitting a series of harsh noises. It raised its right hand, composed of countless teaching rods, aiming at the group of students who were scattering in all directions. Skill activated, school roll call. Any student whose name is called, actually all of them, will be forcibly immobilized and unable to move. All students. Add attention. The principal's voice echoed like a spell. Those who had just awakened and were still running suddenly found their bodies uncontrollably frozen. Their feet, as if rooted, were stuck in the ground, unable to move. It's over. I can't move. It's coming. The students watched in terror as that massive teaching rod came crashing down. Want a roll call? Fangyuan snorted coldly, his figure like lightning, instantly charging to the front of the student array. I didn't let you call, what the hell are you calling for? He raised the omniscient staff in his hand. Talent activated, physical supersede. Clang. The deafening sound of metal clashing erupted. That enormous teaching rod, enough to shatter the ground, was forcibly blocked by the staff in Fangyuan's hand. Although the ground beneath Fangyuan instantly cracked, his legs sank into the soil, he took not a single step back. Oh? A thorn in my side? The principal looked down at this tiny human beneath its feet, the hour hand of the clock tower pointing to 12, the hour of death. Not only breaking rules, but also daring to contradict an elder. Your punishment is doubled. Major demerit. It raised its left hand, a palm made up of countless test papers. Skill activated, test paper storm. Countless test papers filled with difficult problems will cover the target, if not completed, will choke the target with the papers. Whoosh! Test papers fell from the sky like snowflakes, each filled with despair-inducing math problems, English comprehension, and classical text translations. Those papers seemed alive, trying to wrap Fangyuan like a mummy. Solve problems? Fangyuan looked at the fluttering test papers and smiled. Sorry, I'm a PE teacher, I don't teach academic subjects. He neither tore the papers nor attempted to solve the problems. He pulled out the devilish editing pen from his pocket. Since you like to hand out papers so much, I'll give you a score. The pen in Fangyuan's hand transformed into a red stream of light, swiftly drawing in the air. Swish! 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 With each stroke, a big 0 points was marked on a test paper. Every paper that received a 0 instantly lost its magic and became a pile of scrap paper, fluttering to the ground. How is this possible? All wrong? The principal was shocked. His test papers contained all the knowledge of past and present, how could it be all wrong? Because the questions themselves are wrong. Fangyuan stepped on the heap of scrap papers and leapt high into the air. Education is for nurturing people, not killing them. He rushed to the principal's front, swinging the staff fiercely toward the principal's knee, the joint of the compass. Bang! The compass leg bent under the blow. The principal's massive body lost balance and stumbled. Damn bug! The principal furiously shouted. It stopped using rules to attack and instead charged forward with its enormous body to crush. Die! It spread its arms wide, trying to hug Fangyuan and crush him. Strength? Fangyuan smirked. You have to ask my helpers. Magic Wolf. Yachi. Stop just watching. Go! Aru! The magic wolf, in a 3-meter form, suddenly charged out from the shadows. It bit into the principal's left leg, the compass, its sharp fangs leaving deep marks on the metal. Hiss! The 8-headed serpent, still in a barrel form, thinking this form had high defense, rolled over.
Its 8 snake heads stretched out from the barrel, spraying 8 streams of black venom at the principal's right leg. That was the ink venom mutated from all the knowledge soup it had eaten in the cafeteria. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The principal's right leg was corroded by the venom, rising into thick white smoke. Ah! My leg! The principal let out a wretched scream. It never expected to be not only beaten by a student but also bullied by a dog in a barrel. Taking advantage of the principal's unsteady balance, Fangyuan jumped again, this time leaping even higher, directly landing on the principal's chest. There hung a huge, golden school badge. That was the principal's core and the source of its power. Found you. Fangyuan tightened his grip on the staff. With the power of the rule breaker infused into it, the staff began to change shape, transforming into a huge, golden, shining ruler. Now you can feel the taste of being hit on the palm. Fangyuan gripped the ruler with both hands and heavily swung it down toward the school badge. No! That's my honor! The principal screamed in terror, trying to block with its hands. But it was already too late. Smack! A sound as crisp as it could be spread throughout the entire campus. The golden school badge, symbolizing absolute authority, shattered under Fangyuan's ruler like a fragile cookie. With the destruction of the badge, the suffocating pressure from the principal instantly vanished. Its massive body began to disintegrate. Papers flew apart, the teaching staff broke, and the compass collapsed. I won't accept this. The principal let out a final wail. I just wanted to make the school better. Better? Fangyuan landed on the ground, looking at the collapsing principal. Then let's start with you stepping down. Boom. The principal finally fell, turning into a pile of ruins. On the playground, there was a deathly silence. All the students stared blankly at this scene. That monster, which had loomed over them for 10 years and instilled fear in them for a decade, was just gone. We won? Someone shouted first. We won. The principal is dead. We are free. Cheers erupted instantly, echoing to the skies. Fangyuan stood atop the ruins, looking at the jubilant students, and a weary yet relieved smile appeared on his face. It's not over yet. He picked up a piece of the shattered badge from the ground. I still need to give you your graduation certificates. Chapter 92, Campus Ghost Tales, The Delayed Graduation Ceremony. The principal is me. Jiancheng University, Old Campus, Playground Podium. With the complete breakdown of the principal, the dark cloud that had loomed over the campus for a decade finally dispersed. The long-awaited sunlight, like a golden sword, pierced through layers of fog and spilled onto this scarred land. The bricks and stones in the ruins, the broken teaching sticks, and the scattered fragments of test papers shone with a faint glow in the sunlight, as if telling the end of an era. On the playground, thousands of ghost students stood in orderly rows. Although they still wore tattered, dust-covered uniforms, each person's face radiated a long-lost, vivid expression. They were no longer numb machines answering questions, nor terrified lambs awaiting slaughter, but vibrant souls who had found themselves again. Fangyuan stood on the podium, which was actually a high platform that hadn't collapsed yet. In his hand was the all-knowing scepter. With the power of the rule bender infused into it, the scepter had transformed into a huge, golden pen radiating a sacred light. And before him, floating in the void, were blank graduation certificates formed by condensed spiritual power. Dear students. Fangyuan's voice, amplified by the scepter, clearly resonated throughout every corner of the campus. I know that for this piece of paper, you have waited for a long time and suffered greatly. You have struggled in a sea of questions, survived under school rules, and even paid the price of your lives. But today, everything ends. On behalf of the new school administration, which is me, I am holding this overdue ceremony for you. You have graduated. The crowd below fell silent. All the ghost students held their breath, with red eyes, staring intently at the man standing on the high platform. The first one, Zhang Xiaohong, the girl in red. Fangyuan called out the first name. The crowd automatically parted a path. The girl in red floated out from the crowd. She had changed back into her favorite white dress from her past life, her long hair cascading down, looking like a quiet neighbor girl. Only a faint red mark on her wrist proved the suffering she had endured. She approached the front of the stage, bowed deeply to Fangyuan, her voice choked with emotions. Thank you. If it weren't for you, I might still be counting hairs in that security booth. Fangyuan smiled and signed his name on the floating graduation certificate. Buzz. A flash of golden light. The graduation certificate landed in the girl's hands, transforming into a warm glow that merged into her body. The last bit of resentment dissipated completely, replaced by a faint glow of virtue. Go ahead. Fangyuan waved his hand. Next. For the next hour, Fangyuan acted like an unwearied machine, continuously signing and handing out certificates.
A boy wearing thick glasses stepped forward. He was the top student of the grade, who had jumped off due to stress. He received the certificate and pushed up his glasses. Finally, I don't have to score full marks anymore. I want to go paint. A pair of young lovers holding hands came forward. They had been pushed to suicide by the principal for dating too early. They exchanged smiles as they took their certificates. In the next life, we will still be together. The underperforming student, treated like a doormat, stood tall. I can graduate too. I'm not trash. Every student who received a diploma turned into a streak of light, flying into the sky, heading to where they belonged, reincarnation. The sky was filled with flowing lights, like fireworks in the daytime, vibrant and tragic. Lin Xiaoxiao stood at the bottom of the stage, watching this scene, tears streaming down her face, blurring her new glasses. Boss, even though you are usually stingy and like to exploit employees, you are really cool at this moment, she muttered softly while wiping her tears, tightly gripping the abacus in her hand. In the end, only a few hundred unwilling students remained on the playground. They mostly had no family or close ties in life, or they had developed a special affection for this school, or for Yi Fangyuan. Why aren't you leaving? Yi Fangyuan asked, lowering his somewhat sore arms. We have nowhere to go. A sturdy boy, the one who kicked the teacher, stepped forward and said. And we also want to work for you. Just like the senior sister. We're strong, we can move bricks, we can fight. Yi Fangyuan looked at this group of stay-behind children and stroked his chin. All right then. With a wave of his hand, he declared. Since you don't want to leave, stay and continue your studies. I announce that Jiangcheng University, Old Campus, is now renamed as Jiangcheng Abnormal Biology Vocational Technical College. I am the principal. The senior sister in red is the director of education. The aunt in charge of the dorms is the logistics minister. As for you, Yi Fangyuan pointed to the group of ghost students. You are the first batch of students. The main courses are how to scare people properly, how to follow company rules, and how to make money for the boss. Yes. Principal. The ghost students shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. They finally found a new home. After handling the students' matters, Yi Fangyuan took Lin Xiaoxiao to the entrance of the basement of the teaching building. There, piled up were the legacy left by the principal. In addition to the S-level item, Punishment Whip, which could inflict real damage on spirits and had a freezing effect, there was a big pile of seized contraband, and the most important item, the property deed of the school. It was a piece of yellowed parchment, flowing with strange magic. Whoever possessed it had absolute control over this land. This land is now mine. Yi Fangyuan put away the property deed and began to make plans in his mind. Such a large piece of land, it would be a waste just to run a school. He pointed at the dilapidated teaching building. Xiao, look at that building, the structure is so good. With a little renovation, it can be turned into a supernatural escape room. Let those thrill-seeking young people experience the feeling of being chased by ghost teachers, it will definitely be a hit. And that girl's dormitory. He pointed to Building 4 again. It can be turned into a ghost dormitory experience hall. Let the doormat act as an NPC, checking rooms at midnight. Anyone who dares to stay up will have their phones confiscated. We can outsource the cafeteria, of course, we need to change the chef, no more cooking books, serve up Mengpa soup-flavored milk tea, or eyeball-shaped jelly. This will definitely be the next internet celebrity check-in spot in Jiangcheng, and we might even apply for the Guinness World Record, the world's largest real supernatural amusement park. Lin Xiaoxiao stood by with an abacus, clicking away, her eyes filled with dollar signs. Boss. If we follow your plan, our initial investment will be about 50 million. But as long as the promotion is done well, if we set the ticket price at 299, the expected payback period will only be half a year. And this is still a conservative estimate. Let's do it. Yi Fangyuan made his decision. Go back and ask Old Qin for the money, investment. This is to solve the employment problem of social idlers, ghosts, and to develop Jiangcheng's tourism industry. He has no reason not to approve it. At that moment, the sound of roaring engines came from the school gate. It was bus 13, fixed by Old Wang and driven back, and bus 444, returned automatically. The two buses stopped at the school gate, like two loyal guard dogs, waiting for their master's return. The bus is here. Yi Fangyuan glanced back at the revitalized campus and took a deep breath of fresh air. Let's go home. This business trip not only added employees but also got land, it's simply a win. He led Lin Xiaoxiao, the skeleton supervisor, who was sweeping the floor, the magic wolf, now back as a husky with a bone in its mouth, and the 8-headed snake, finally turned back into a snake, no longer a barrel, onto bus 13. The senior sister in red and the doorman stood at the school gate, watching them leave. Take care, boss. Come back often. We'll take good care of the home. As the bus slowly pulled away, this former terrifying restricted area. Finally, its new life has arrived.
But inside the car, Fangyuan's eyes had not completely relaxed. Through the rearview mirror, he looked towards the shadow of the withered tree at the school gate. There, unexpectedly, a foreigner dressed in a black trench coat and wearing sunglasses had appeared. This foreigner was holding a strange instrument, scanning in the direction of the school. When he saw Fangyuan's car leaving, a meaningful cold smile appeared on his lips, and then he pressed a communicator. Target confirmed. Power assessment, extremely dangerous. Recommend initiating. Demon Hunter plan. Fangyuan withdrew his gaze, gripping the pen tightly in his hand, his knuckles slightly turning white. The flies from the lighthouse country can't hold back anymore? He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Come on. Just in time, my company still needs a few managers for overseas branches. Chapter 93, Reality Storm. After the company team building, someone wants to pick peaches? Real-world Jiangcheng Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company, Hillside Villa. 3 days had passed since the conclusion of the Jiangcheng University dungeon. In these 3 days, Fangyuan had been living quite well. In the living room of the villa, Lin Xiaoxiao was buried in a mountain of ghost money and checks, smiling so wide she could hardly close her mouth. Boss. This time we hit the jackpot. Just from those ghost students' tuition and accommodation fees, we collected 200 million ghost coins. And that piece of land, its current market value is immeasurable. As she counted money, she was also calculating future profits on an abacus with a clickety-clack sound. Not bad. Fangyuan lay on the genuine leather sofa, holding a punishment whip he had brought back from school, playing with the demon wolf, in husky form. The demon wolf jumped up wanting to bite the whip, but was gently swatted by Fangyuan, yelping in pain and tucking its tail and hiding behind the skeleton manager. Clack! Boss, stop hitting it, it just wants to play. The skeleton manager was wearing an apron and mopping the floor. It was now the real logistics manager, not only responsible for cleaning but also for taking care of these troublesome pets. In a corner of the villa, the 8-headed snake was poking its head into the sewer, diligently unblocking the toilet. Hiss. This place smells much better than the school cafeteria, it comforted itself while working. This is life. Fangyuan sighed. No killings, no rules, only counting money and petting dogs. Just then, the door to the office was suddenly pushed open. Qin Weiguo walked in with a serious expression, holding a red-headed document in his hand and moving briskly. Mr. Yi, there's been an incident. What happened? Are ghosts causing trouble again? Fangyuan sat up and threw the whip to the demon wolf as a toy. Not ghosts, but people. Qin Weiguo placed the document on the table, his expression grave. This time you made too much of a stir with the Jiangcheng University ghost stories. It's not only known domestically, but foreign intelligence agencies are also keeping an eye on you. Just a moment ago, we intercepted a top-secret telegram from the Lighthouse Country's Special Operations Bureau, SHIELD Paranormal Division. What's in the content? Fangyuan asked. They dispatched an S-level squad codenamed Demon Hunters, which has secretly infiltrated Jiangcheng. The target is you. Qin Weiguo pointed at Fangyuan, worry evident in his tone. Moreover, according to intelligence, they also brought an S-level forbidden object called Hand of God. It is said that this item can strip away rules. Strip away rules? Fangyuan raised an eyebrow, intrigue flashing in his eyes. Sounds quite powerful. Are they trying to cripple my talents? Very likely. Qin Weiguo nodded. They believe your power comes from some loophole in rules, and as long as they seal the rules, you will be an ordinary person. At that time, they can squash you like an ant. So, the upper management decided to assign you the highest level of security. No need. Fangyuan interrupted him, waving his hand. Security? What I have the most here is security. He pointed downstairs. In the hall, the demon wolf lay sleeping at the door, a formidable S-rank beast, capable of taking out special forces with a single bite. The 8-headed serpent coiled around the chandelier, with its 8 heads gazing in different directions, providing all-around surveillance. Senior Sister in Red was at the front desk helping Lin Xiaoxiao organize documents, her long black hair ready to transform into a deadly weapon, able to strangle any intruder. Not to mention the hundreds of ghost students on standby. With just one command from Fangyuan, this villa could turn into a haunted nightmare. With this lineup, even a master would have to kneel. Fangyuan smiled, his eyes radiating absolute confidence. However, since they have come, I can't be disrespectful. Old Qin, help me find out where this group of demon hunters is now. Found them. Qin Weiguo pulled out a map, pointing to a red dot on it. They are quite arrogant, hardly hiding their tracks at all. They are currently in the presidential suite of the Jiangcheng International Hotel. Presidential suite? Fangyuan stood up and straightened his collar. They really know how to enjoy themselves. Using public funds for food, drinks, and fun, and still want to come catch me?
Just right, my 13 bus was just repaired, hasn't officially carried passengers yet. Tonight, I'll go deliver a warm welcome to these foreign friends. Jiangcheng International Hotel Top Presidential Suite. The night was deep, and the neon lights of Jiangcheng flickered outside the window. In the luxurious suite, several foreign men with blonde hair and blue eyes were gathered together, polishing their weapons. These weapons had strange shapes, some looked like guns, others like crosses, all etched with complex runes, radiating a sacred glow. The leader, a burly man standing nearly 2 meters tall with bulging muscles, held a golden glove studded with 5 gems, the S-Rank taboo item Hand of God.
Is this the information on that Dragon Kingdom person?
The burly man snorted coldly at the photo on the table, a picture of Fangyuan eating a grilled sausage at the school gate.
He looks like a pretty boy. I really don't know how that loser Smith lost to him.
Captain, don't be careless. A blonde woman with a hot figure, dressed in tight clothes, reminded while toying with a silver dagger. Intelligence says he can control ghosts and even modify rules.
Plus, he has many S-rank monsters by his side.
We must first seal him with the Hand of God before we make our move. Rest assured. The burly man put on the glove and clenched his fist. A golden light erupted instantly, illuminating the entire room. Before God, all heresy is nothing but a rabble.
That demon wolf, that 8-headed serpent, in my eyes, they are just a pack of beasts.
Once I strip that kid of his rules, he'll have to kneel before me begging for mercy.
Tonight, we act. Let's storm that broken company and capture him for dissection. Just as they were planning their actions. Booming.
Suddenly, a deep roar of an engine echoed from outside the window. The sound didn't resemble an ordinary car, it was like a giant beast roaring. Then, a blinding green light shone in from outside, illuminating the whole room.
What's going on? Everyone was shocked and rushed to the window.
They saw a battered, green-painted 13 bus parked unlawfully at the hotel entrance.
The door opened. A young Oriental man, holding a red pen, waved at the building above with a bright smile on his face.
Behind him stood rows and rows of faceless students in school uniforms. And a massive black wolf was marking its territory against the hotel building.
That's Fangyuan?
The burly man widened his eyes, unable to believe what he saw.
He actually dared to come knocking? Since he has come, he won't think of leaving. The burly man roared, slamming his golden-gloved hand down on the windowsill. All units, attack. The hunt begins.
Downstairs, Fangyuan looked at the figures rushing out of the hotel. A cold smile curved at the corner of his mouth.
Hunting? No, this is food delivery. Little ones, it's time to eat.
This time it's Western food.
Chapter 94, Realities and Storms, The Hand of God?
Here, it's just a glove.
Jiangcheng International Hotel entrance.
With the command of the demon hunter captain, 5 fully armed foreigners rushed out from the hotel lobby. Their movements were extremely swift, coordinating like a precise killing machine. 2 snipers quickly occupied the high ground of the flowerbed, holding 2 sci-fi-style rifles that flowed with blue energy.
The other 2 melee fighters wielded cold weapons, flanking from left and right.
The captain wore the sacred glowing Hand of God, standing at the back, his gaze as cold as ice.
Target locked. Fire.
The snipers pulled the triggers.
Whoosh. Whoosh.
2 beams of blue light pierced through the night sky, shooting straight for Fangyuan's forehead and heart. These were not ordinary bullets, but holy light penetrating shells, specifically designed to target spiritual bodies, and the Shield of Rules, claimed to penetrate A-level evil spirits' defenses.
Boring.
Fangyuan stood still, not even raising his eyelids. In front of him were those faceless students in tattered uniforms. They looked like ordinary ghosts, their bodies thin and even somewhat hunched. Yet after the baptism of the Jiangcheng University dungeon, they were no longer ordinary resentful spirits but an army that followed commands without question.
Formation. Defense.
The leading sports student ghost shouted, his voice hoarse yet firm.
Dozens of students quickly took their positions, their movements synchronized, forming a shape reminiscent of an ancient Roman phalanx.
They lifted the thick, dog-eared textbook 5-year college entrance exam, 3-year simulation.
Knowledge is power.
As they shouted in unison, a faint ink light rose from the dozens of textbooks, forming a black light curtain.
Bang! Bang!
2 holy light shells, capable of piercing tanks, hit the light curtain, but surprisingly, only left 2 shallow black spots on the pages, with a wisp of green smoke rising.
What?
The 2 snipers were dumbfounded. Their holy light shells could pierce even a vampire count, yet they were blocked by a few old books?
This was unscientific. Don't just stand there. Close combat.
The 2 melee fighters had already charged forward. The fiery-haired blonde woman held a silver sword inscribed with runes, the tip aimed straight at the magic wolf's eyes. The other burly man swung a huge cross, smashing toward the student phalanx with a whoosh.
Magic wolf, go. Show them some color. Yi Fangyuan snapped his fingers. Aoo! The magic wolf, 3-meter-tall form, sprang forward. Its massive body created a black afterimage in the air, not bothering to dodge, directly colliding with the two fighters using its strong chest. Bang! The man with the cross hadn't even begun to chant a spell when he was sent flying by the magic wolf. He felt as if he had been struck by a speeding train, flying backward and crashing into the hotel's fountain, splashing water everywhere. The blonde woman reacted quickly, her silver sword glowing with sacred light, aiming for the magic wolf's throat. Die! Demon! But the magic wolf merely tilted its head slightly. Clang! The sword struck its tusk, causing sparks to fly. The edge of the silver sword was even chipped by that tusk. Crack! The magic wolf bit down on the silver sword, twisting it slightly, and the so-called Demon Slayer sword was broken into 2 pieces. It even extended its tongue to lick the woman's face. The barbed tongue scratched her face painfully, filled with humiliation. Ah! The woman screamed in fright, scrambling back, losing one of her high heels in the process. This is the oppressive feeling of an S-rank bizarre creature. In the face of absolute power, these so-called demon hunters are like children holding toy guns, utterly defenseless. Waste. All waste. The captain, seeing his subordinates collapse in an instant, was filled with rage. He thought this would be a simple hunt, but unexpectedly, the prey turned out to be a group of monsters. He raised his right hand, adorned with a golden glove, aiming it at Yi Fangyuan. Since physical attacks are useless, then taste the power of rules. God said, "Let there be light." All heretics are mere illusions. Buzz. The 5 gems on the hand of God glowed simultaneously, dazzling and bright, as if a small sun rose at the hotel entrance. A sacred, grand light, filled with the power of rule suppression, descended from the sky, enveloping the entire battlefield. Rule activation, divine deprivation. Effect, forcefully strip all supernatural beings within the range of their power, returning them to ordinary existence. Under this light, those once fierce ghost students let out painful screams, their evil energy rapidly dissipating, their bodies becoming transparent. Even the magic wolf felt a bit uncomfortable, having to take a few steps back, its fangs also shortening a little. Ha ha ha! Yi Fangyuan. Your time of death has come. Seeing this scene, the captain laughed maniacally. He strode toward Yi Fangyuan, his momentum growing stronger with every step. Without these monsters, you're just an ordinary person. Let's see how you can fight me. He reached out with his glowing golden hand, trying to grab Yi Fangyuan's neck and lift him like a chick. Yi Fangyuan stood in the center of the light, feeling the power of the rules attempting to suppress and strip him of his power. It was a domineering power, trying to rewrite his very existence. Deprivation of rules? Yi Fangyuan did not dodge, instead, he smiled. If it were before, it might have been a bit troublesome. But now. He slowly raised his hand, using no weapons, simply extending his right hand indifferently. Talent activation, rule breaker. God? Yi Fangyuan looked at the captain's astonished face, his tone calm and cold. Sorry, I am an atheist. The 2 hands clasped together. Boom! A dark golden light burst forth from Yi Fangyuan's hand. It was not a sacred light, but a chaotic light filled with destruction, devouring, and breaking down all order. It surged through their palms, rushing back into the hand of God. Like a flood breaking through a dam. Crack! Crack! The gems on the golden glove began to crack, giving out a mournful cry under the unbearable weight. That originally sacred power of rules was violently broken and assimilated by Yi Fangyuan's strength. No, this is impossible. The captain's smile froze on his face. He felt as if his hand had been thrown into a shredder, that power not only destroyed the glove but also his arm, his nerves. This is an S-rank forbidden object. It is the power of God. How could you possibly? S-rank? Yi Fangyuan sneered, applying slight pressure with his fingers. To me, that's just a glove. And a fake one at that. He suddenly squeezed hard. Bang! That so-called indestructible hand of God exploded into countless golden fragments. The captain's right hand was mangled, and with a scream, he knelt on the ground. The light faded. The surroundings returned to calm. Those ghost students and magic wolves circled back, their gazes hostile towards this group of foreigners who had lost their fighting strength. It's over. Yi Fangyuan clapped the golden dust off his hands, looking down at the kneeling captain. Tie them up. Take them back to the company. Just right, my basement still needs a few test subjects to practice on for the dean and study the principles of that glove. He turned and walked towards the bus, leaving behind a ground of howling demon hunters. That night, the S-rank team that the Lighthouse country prided itself on was completely wiped out. And Yi Fangyuan's name officially topped the list of extremely dangerous in major organizations around the world.
A new era has begun. Chapter 95, Reality Storm, Your God, how can he be a delivery man? Zhang City Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company Underground Interrogation Room. This place used to be the deepest frozen morgue of Renai Hospital, now transformed into the company's special client reception room. Although the skeleton supervisor has cleaned the bloodstains well and sprayed air freshener, the bone-chilling cold and deathly silence still linger. The room has only one dim yellow chandelier lit, its flickering light casting grotesque shadows of various torture devices on the walls, bloody scalpels, rusty hooks, and the legendary punishment whip said to lash the soul. 5 monster hunters from the lighthouse country are tightly bound to specially made iron chairs. Their equipment has been confiscated, and though their wounds have been simply bandaged, with strong adhesive tape by the skeleton supervisor, they still wince in pain. Especially the captain, whose right hand, due to the backlash of the Hand of God, is now swollen like a purple pig's trotter and trembling slightly. Fangyuan sits in a grandmaster chair, a replica he found in a flea market, but it's very comfortable, playing with a shattered piece of the Hand of God. The golden fragment flips between his fingertips, reflecting his deep and indifferent eyes. Speak. Fangyuan looks at the once invincible captain, who is now in a wretched state. You came to Zhang City, not just to catch me, right? Using an S-class forbidden item, conducting a cross-national operation, this cost isn't low. The captain grits his teeth, displaying a defiant face. Although he has lost, as an elite from the lighthouse country, his pride doesn't allow him to bow down. I won't say a word. We are warriors of God. We are agents of justice. He spits out a mouthful of blood and glares fiercely at Fangyuan. You can kill me, but you cannot humiliate my faith. The great Lord will punish you. Faith? Fangyuan laughs, a somewhat disdainful laugh. Skeleton, show this tough guy our faith. Click. The skeleton supervisor steps out of the shadows, holding a huge tablet that is playing a video. It shows the 13 bus at the last stop on the road to the underworld. As the mist dissipates, the illusionary flowers bloom. Countless souls walk down from the bus, bowing to Fangyuan, and then transform into a sky full of golden light points, flying into the sky. At that moment, the air is filled with peace and the scent of redemption. See? Fangyuan points at the screen, his tone calm. This is called merit. This is faith. And what about you? Holding the so-called sacred artifact, killing everywhere under the banner of hunting demons, when in fact, you act like robbers. I see you as the real demons. The captain is stunned. He watches the scene on the screen, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. This kind of mass absolution can only be done by the highest level pope, and it requires immense life force. Yet the man they call a heretic seems to have done it effortlessly, and he looks so relaxed. This is an illusion. A trick. The captain still refuses to back down. Whether it's an illusion or not, you know deep down. Fangyuan taps the table, his voice turning icy. My patience is limited. The demon wolf hasn't had breakfast. It's very interested in the taste of foreigners. A low growl comes from the corner. The demon wolf, 3-meter form, slowly steps out, its green eyes glinting in the dark, drool dripping from its fangs onto the floor, making a hissing corrosive sound. The captain shivers. He doesn't want to die, and he certainly doesn't want to be eaten by a dog. I'll say. The captain's psychological defenses finally collapse. Tell me, what exactly is your world restart plan? Fangyuan asks. The captain remains silent for a long time, then finally sighs, his voice hoarse. Actually, we don't know everything either. We are just executors. The higher-ups told us to look for loopholes in the rules, people like you. It is said that S-class forbidden places around the world are awakening, and the power of the rules is spiraling out of control. If we can't contain the situation, the entire world will be consumed by strange tales, and human civilization will cease to exist. So you're going to kill me? Fangyuan retorted. Killing me will bring peace to the world? No. What the higher-ups mean is, to capture you. The captain glanced at Fangyuan, his eyes filled with deep fear, as if he was looking at a monster. They want to use your body as a vessel. Vessel? Yes. They want to summon that upcoming god. But the arrival of the god requires a powerful carrier, an ordinary person cannot withstand that kind of shock from the rules. Only you, with the rule collapse physique, have a chance to bear the god's power. God? Fangyuan squinted. Another god. In the Renai hospital, the mad director wanted to create a god. In the lighthouse country, they wanted to bring down a god. It seems that something incredible is really hidden behind this world. These so-called big shots are all trying to grasp this power that transcends reason. What is the name of that god? Fangyuan asked. I don't know, its name is taboo, cannot be recorded, cannot be spoken. The captain shook his head, his face pale. The code name is X.
We only know that it comes from the abyss. That is the source of all strange tales, the ultimate destination of the rules. Abyss. Fangyuan was not unfamiliar with this word. He had seen it in forbidden books at the library and felt it in the memories of the Yamata no Orochi. It was a place filled with chaos, distortion, and the unspeakable. That's interesting. Fangyuan stood up and threw the fragments in his hand into the trash can. Alright, the interrogation is over. Send them to the rehabilitation center. Let the old director give them a thought education surgery. Cleanse their brains, wash away those messy beliefs. From now on, let them work as security guards in the company, just the right number are needed to watch the gate. Yes. The skeletal supervisor excitedly dragged a few people away. It had long wanted to try the newly learned brainwashing technique. After dealing with this batch of captives, Fangyuan walked out of the basement. The sky outside was already bright, and the sunlight was somewhat glaring. Qin Weigua was waiting for him in the hall. Beside him stood Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiao Hong. Mr. Yi, what did you find out? Qin Weigua asked urgently. I found out. Fangyuan looked at the rising sun in the east and stretched, but there was not much relaxation in his eyes. It seems we have no time to rest. That so-called god is already on its way here. We have little time left. Boss, what do we do? Should we run? Lin Xiaoxiao pushed her glasses. Although she said to run, her hands tightly held the abacus, ready to fight. Xiao Hong also stepped forward, her red hairpin shining in the sunlight. Boss, no matter where we go, I will follow you. You saved my life. Looking at these reliable employees, Fangyuan smiled. Run? Why should we run? On my turf, there's no option to escape. Before that, we need to clean out the mice in the house and solidify the foundation. He pointed to the huge map of Longhua on the wall. On the map, several prominent red dots were marked. Those were the remaining S-class forbidden places in the country, the places where the power of the rules was weakest and most susceptible to invasion from the abyss. Fengmen Village, Shanxi Corpse Transport Inn, Magic Capital Subway, Forbidden City. Old Qin, help me book a ticket. A glint of fighting spirit flashed in Fangyuan's eyes. Next stop, Fengmen Village. I heard the armchair there is very comfortable to sit on. I want to try it. By the way, let's see if that so-called place of no return can indeed cut off my path. Chapter 96, Fengmen Village, smoke from the unmanned village, and those sitting inside are not human. Fengmen Village Mountain rode into the village. The sky was dark and heavy, as if it were about to collapse. The dark clouds hung like a moldy rag soaked in the scent of death, tightly covering this great mountain. There was no sunlight here, only a gray, suffocating hue. The 13 bus, now a company shuttle, struggled painfully up the winding mountain road. The wheels rolled over the gravel, making a cracking sound, like crushing someone's bones. Old Wang's hand on the steering wheel was a bit stiff, though his chinless face showed no expression. The ghostly aura emanating from him was violently fluctuating, clearly indicating extreme unease. Boss, this place feels wrong. Old Wang's voice was hoarse, carrying a hint of instinctive fear. The Yin energy here is too heavy, and it feels very ancient. Not like the vengeful spirits in the city, but like a still pool of dead water, unfathomable, swallowing all liveliness. Fangyuan sat in the passenger seat, looking outside through the car window. On the roadside, there was a lonely grave every few meters. There were no tombstones, just a tattered white flag waving eerily in the still air, as if beckoning to passers-by. And further up the hillside, black cave-like openings were vaguely visible, abandoned kills, like empty eyes, staring fixedly at this car that had intruded into Forbidden Land. Stop the car. Fangyuan suddenly said. Ahead, a dilapidated village appeared. A stone tablet at the entrance of the village bore 3 weathered red characters, blocked gate village. The red paint had long peeled away, revealing the black stone beneath, like dried bloodstains. The car stopped. Fangyuan got out of the car with Lin Xiaoxiao, the skeletal supervisor, and the 8-headed serpent. As soon as he touched the ground, a chilling dampness burrowed into his bones. This cold was not from low temperatures, but a penetrating chill that struck the soul. It was eerily silent here. There were no insects buzzing, no birds chirping, and not even the sound of wind, as if the entire world had perished. Is this village deserted? Lin Xiaoxiao tightened her clothes, adjusted her glasses, and her voice trembled. She felt an invisible gaze watching her from every direction. The whole village was lifeless, with houses mostly built from the Ming and Qing dynasties, featuring blue bricks and black tiles, their walls peeling away to reveal crumbling earth. Doors and windows were mostly broken, exposing dark, hollow spaces inside, like gaping mouths. But Fangyuan squinted his eyes. Talent activated, ghost eye. In his vision, this dead village revealed a strange vitality. From every chimney, wisps of smoke were rising. The smoke was blue, lacking the aroma of cooked food, instead carrying a strong scent of burning joss paper, along with a smell of rotting corpses. Moreover, behind those broken windows, vague shadows could be seen moving. Those shadows were stiff and slow, not resembling living people, but like puppets being manipulated by strings. There are people. Fangyuan said lightly, his voice sounding exceptionally clear in the silent village. But they're not alive. He walked to the doorway of the nearest house. This was a typical northern courtyard, with the main gate wide open and a high threshold. The yard was overgrown with weeds, even reaching half a meter high, covering some unknown white bones. But in the main hall of the house, there was an 8 immortal table set up. Sitting by the table was an old man dressed in a deep blue funeral gown. He was facing away from the entrance, motionless, his back rigid and straight, as if he had turned to stone. On the table in front of him sat 2 sets of bowls and chopsticks, along with an oil lamp. The lamp oil had run dry, but the wick was still burning, casting a faint green light that flickered, stretching the old man's shadow long against the wall, like a giant monster. Old man? Lin Xiaoxiao tentatively called out, her voice carrying a tinge of hope, wishing this was just a lonely elder guarding the village. The old man did not turn back. But his head slowly twisted around at an impossible angle, 180 degrees. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao covered her mouth, almost screaming out loud. It was a dry, waxy face, covered with corpse-like spots. His eyes were half open, murky, and he wore a strange, stiff smile at the corners of his mouth, like a mortician had painted a smile on a corpse. Rule triggered, knock before entering. The first rule of Fengtong village, when entering a house, you must knock, even if the door is open. This is a sign of respect for the host, and also a question, can I come in to feast? Violation punishment, regarded as an uninvited guest, forced to stay for the vigil until the body decays. He. A sharp laugh escaped from the old man's throat, like a night owl crying out. Guest has arrived. With his voice, many shadows suddenly appeared in the originally empty courtyard. Those were other villagers. They crawled out from the corners of the walls, by the well, and even from the dirt. They all wore various kinds of funeral garments, some tattered and others brand new. Their faces were pale, expressionless, moving stiffly towards the door. Welcome home. They spoke in unison, their voices overlapping, deep and cold, like some ancient incantation echoing in the air. Home? Lin Xiaoxiao stepped back in fright, bumping into the skeletal supervisor. Who is related to you? I don't know you. Even the 8-headed serpent shrank its neck back. Although it was a divine beast, in this place full of folk taboos, it felt an inexplicable pressure. Its power seemed locked by some rule, unable to be fully unleashed. Don't be afraid. Fangyuan reached out to stop Lin Xiaoxiao, standing in front of her. He looked at the old man sitting in the house, his gaze calm without a ripple. Old man, we are just passing through. We'd like to get a drink of water. The old man said nothing. He slowly raised his hand, a hand as dry as a chicken's claw, with long black nails. He pointed to a black pottery bowl on the table. The bowl contained water. But the water was murky, emitting a foul odor. Upon closer inspection, there were a few broken nails and hair floating inside. Drink. The old man stared at Fangyuan, the green light in his eyes flickering. Once you drink, we are family. The surrounding villagers slowly closed in, the circle of encirclement growing smaller. Their eyes were hollow, yet full of greed. They longed for the life energy of the living, desiring to add a new family member to fill the emptiness of this village. This was not a village. This was a huge, living grave. Family? Fangyuan looked at the bowl of water and smiled. You want to be my relatives? Do you even deserve that? He did not take the bowl of water. He pulled out the devil's editing pen from his pocket and twirled it in his hand. Fine. Fangyuan strode into the courtyard, ignoring the ghostly shadows closing in. Each step crunched on the weeds, making a rustling sound like the footsteps of death. He walked to the dining table, slamming the steel pen down on it. Bang! With a sharp sound, the oil lamp on the table jumped a little. Since we are family, let's settle the accounts. The feng shui of this house is bad, too much yin energy, easy to get rheumatism. And this threshold is too high, it could trip guests. As relatives, I have the duty to help you fix it. He unscrewed the pen cap, his gaze sharp. Skeleton, saw that threshold off for me. Yamada no Orochi, go fill that well. Don't let whatever's in there crawl out. Demon Wolf, that old man is ungracious sitting in the main seat, take him down for me. Teach him what hospitality is. Awah! The Demon Wolf could no longer hold back. Although it was slightly restrained by the rules, its ferocity remained. It lunged forward, biting into the old man's funeral garment, dragging him down from the chair and crashing him to the ground. Ah! The old man let out a wail, the strange smile finally failing, turning into terror. He did not expect that. This guest not only did not drink the soul-stirring soup but also dared to hit the owner. The surrounding villagers were terrified by this sudden violence and stopped in their tracks.
They looked at the man standing in the center of the hall, with a fierce expression, and felt a fear deeper than death rise in their hearts. This guest was more like a ghost than they were. Chapter 97, Fengmen Village, the stair of the Grand Master Chair. This chair is a bit hard on the bottom. Fengmen Village Square at the entrance. As the old man was dragged away by the demon wolf, the surrounding shroud villagers seemed to be stunned and retreated back into the shadows, leaving only pairs of hollow eyes peering from the dark. Fangyuan led the team deeper into the village. They passed through the overgrown main road and arrived at a small square in the center of the village. The square was empty, with only a dead, crooked tree standing, its branches adorned with red cloth strips, fluttering in the wind like countless hanging tongues. Under the tree, there stood a solitary Grand Master chair. It was a beautifully crafted chair made of red wood, with intricate carvings, but the back was covered in dust and cobwebs. The armrests were polished to a shiny gloss, as if someone had been rubbing them for years. The strangest thing was that, although no one sat on it, the chair was gently rocking. Creak! Creak! In this silent village, the sound of the chair rocking was particularly clear, like someone was counting heartbeats one by one. Boss, this chair. Lin Xiaoxiao adjusted her glasses, feeling a chill creeping down her back. She always felt that there was an invisible person sitting in that chair, turning sideways and staring at her with an extremely malicious gaze. Don't look. Fangyuan stretched out his hand to block her view. That is the forgetfulness chair. Legend has it that if you sit on it, you will forget who you are and become the guardian spirit of the village. But if you only look at it, it will gradually steal your soul away. Rule triggered, invitation of the Grand Master Chair. Fengmen Village Rule number 2, the Grand Master Chair is for ancestors to sit on. If mortals sit, they will die an unnatural death. Unless, your life is tougher than the ancestors. Creak. The chair suddenly stopped rocking. A gust of cold wind rose from the ground, sweeping up fallen leaves. The invisible person seemed to have stood up. It walked up to Lin Xiaoxiao, extending a cold hand, wanting to touch her face. Lin Xiaoxiao could not see it, but she could feel the bone-chilling cold, along with a rotten stench wafting toward her. Get away. Fangyuan swung out a palm. Smack. A crisp sound echoed in the air, like something had been slapped. Woo. A weak wail sounded, and the formless presence receded. What skill is it to bully a little girl? Fangyuan approached the Grand Master chair and walked around it once. This chair is nice, made of red wood, worth a lot of money. He patted the back of the chair, kicking up a cloud of dust. Since it's for the ancestors to sit on, let's also benefit a bit. Boss. Don't sit. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted, there are ghosts up there. Ghosts? Fangyuan laughed. Ghosts make it more fun. He showed no hesitation, directly turned around, and sat down heavily. Boom! At the moment he sat down, the entire square suddenly darkened. The red cloth strips on the crooked tree danced wildly, like a group of red ghosts celebrating. Fangyuan felt a huge, heavy pressure surge from all directions, as if it wanted to crush him to death in the chair. At the same time, countless voices whispered in his ear. Stay, stay. You are the village chief, you are the guardian spirit. Forget the past, forget the name. This was an upgraded version of identity assimilation. It attempted to force-feed Fangyuan a false memory, making him think he was the owner of this chair, a part of this ghost village. Fangyuan's eyes went blank for a moment. He saw himself dressed in a shroud, sitting on the chair, receiving the villagers' kneeling worship. He witnessed his own death scene, and he saw the despair of being sealed in a coffin. Ha! Fangyuan suddenly let out a soft laugh. Want to wash my brain? Your script is too bad. Talent activated, rule breaker. Buzz. A dark golden light shone from his brow, instantly breaking through that layer of illusion. I am Fangyuan. I am here to demolish. He slammed the armrest fiercely. Get out of my way. As he roared, the armchair shook violently. A distorted human face appeared on the chair's back. That was the spirit of the chair. It originally wanted to swallow Fangyuan but realized it had bitten into a piece of iron. This man's willpower was terrifyingly strong. Not only was he not assimilated, but he also began to reverse suppress it. Ah! The chair spirit cried out in agony. It felt a domineering force invading its essence, forcibly modifying its rules. Does sitting in this chair require a hard life? Fangyuan crossed his legs and took out a steel pen. Then I'll add a new rule for you. He carved several words on the armrest. Non-invitation, do not sit, boss's exclusive seat. Sitter, Fangyuan. From now on, this chair's last name is Yi. Who dares to snatch it, I will chop it up for firewood. As the last stroke fell, the armchair finally stopped shaking. It calmed down and even flatteringly adjusted the angle of the backrest to make Fangyuan sit more comfortably. The surrounding chilly wind dissipated. That crooked tree also stopped swaying, and the red cloth hung down as if bowing in surrender.
Is this possible?
Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the boss sitting like an old man in the ghost chair, refreshing her worldview again.
Even the ghosts have been subdued? Boss, what do we do next?
Shoo!
Fangyuan raised a finger.
Don't talk. He pointed to the other end of the square. There, a small path led deep into the village. At that moment, a team appeared on the path. They wore white mourning clothes, holding crying sticks, and carrying a pitch-black coffin. But strangely, in this funeral procession, there were not only cries but also laughter. That sharp, ear-piercing laughter mixed with the cries, sounding out of place.
A funeral?
Fangyuan narrowed his eyes.
No, this is a wedding. The red and white dual evil.
He stood up and patted his butt, though the chair didn't dare to dirty his pants anymore.
Let's go and grab a meal.
I heard the flowing banquet in this village is very special.
Chapter 98, Sealing Door Village, Dead People's Meal? My dog won't even eat it.
Central Square of Sealing Door Village.
Dong dong chang. Dong dong chang. Dong dong chang.
The piercing sound of gongs and drums rang out again, this time more urgent, as if someone were crazily banging a rusty iron barrel with a hammer. Each sound made hearts race and blood flow backwards.
As the red and white dual evil team approached, the whole square became crowded.
Countless villagers dressed in funeral clothing surged from all directions, their faces sporting a stiff smile like that painted by an undertaker with oil paint, crowding around Fangyuan's group.
The feast has started. The feast has started. Guests are here, you must eat. Eating together makes us family.
The villagers scrambled to bring out round tables in the square, setting up a flowing banquet.
But upon closer inspection, those tables were not ordinary wooden ones.
They were pieced together from disassembled coffin boards.
The black lacquer surface still bore yellow talisman paper marks, and in some places, there were even scratch marks, the aftermath of the deceased's struggle.
The tables were set, and the dishes were brought up.
But these dishes made the scalp tingle and the stomach churn.
Large coarse porcelain bowls held white, undercooked rice, each grain like an unripe plastic bead, hard as rock. In each bowl stood 3 black chopsticks. This was the custom for serving the dead, cold turned head rice. Plates held blood tofu that was turning dark red, still slightly trembling. Like something just pulled out from a creature's body, exuding a strong fishy sweetness. And there were gold ingots folded from yellow paper, used as snacks laid in the center, sprinkled with a layer of white sugar, or maybe ashes. The most disgusting was that bowl of braised pork. It was not meat at all, but a mass of bloody, sticky red mud. Inside those clumps of mud, several white, plump maggots squirmed. They wiggled in and out of the mud, making faint sizzling sounds.
Rule triggered, welcoming feast.
Sealed Door Village Code Article 3, returning wanderers must eat the welcoming feast.
This is an ancestral blessing, a token to integrate into the village.
Those who refuse to eat will be seen as unfilial and punished with the light the sky lantern execution.
Eat, hurry and eat.
The old man, the village chief, who was pulled down from the armchair by Fangyuan, now trembled as he sat back in the main seat. Though his neck was crooked, he still tried hard to squeeze out a kind smile. He held up a bowl of half-cooked rice with chopsticks sticking out and handed it to Fangyuan.
The bowl bore tooth marks and saliva from who knows who. This is the taste of home. Once you eat, don't leave, stay and accompany us, these lonely souls.
The villagers around also picked up their bowls, staring intently at them.
In their hollow eyes shone a hunger and greed.
As if once Fangyuan took a bite, they could devour him entirely, leaving not even a bone shard. A young villager next to them couldn't wait to grab a handful of dirt and stuff it into his mouth, chewing loudly, with black mud running down the corners of his mouth, dripping on his funeral clothes.
So good, really so good.
Lin Xiaoxiao looked at the bowl of rice with chopsticks sticking out, then glanced at the villager eating dirt, her stomach spasmed, almost causing her to throw up.
Boss, this rice is for the dead.
She whispered, her voice trembling, gripping Fangyuan's clothing tightly.
I know.
Fangyuan looked at the bowl of rice, his expression calm, as if it were a Michelin 3-star dish before him.
It's just leftover rice. A folk custom. He reached out and took the bowl of rice.
The villagers' faces revealed an even more bizarre smile. That smile stretched the muscles on their faces, causing their skin to crack. As long as he ate, even just a grain of rice, he would owe a debt to the underworld. He would become part of this village, never to walk out of Sealed Door Village in this lifetime.
His name would be written into the family tree, and his soul would be locked in the ancestral hall.
But Fangyuan's tone changed, his voice growing cold.
This rice is too rough.
He poked at the lump of mud that was supposed to be meat with chopsticks and picked out a squirming maggot.
The dirt isn't even clean, with stones in it. That's one thing, but these worms, aren't they undercooked? Is this how you entertain guests?
Using stuff even pigs wouldn't eat to fool me? The village chief's smile froze. This is a blessing, a reward from the ancestors. Blessing? Yi Fangyuan sneered. Do you want this blessing? Suddenly, he flipped the bowl over onto the ground. Smash! The bowl shattered. White rice, dirt, and maggots scattered everywhere. The entire venue fell into silence. All the villagers froze in their movements. The villager who was eating dirt also stopped chewing, with black mud flowing down his mouth. They looked at the food on the ground, their expressions instantly turning extremely fierce, their previous disguises completely shredded. Not eating is unfilial. Unfilial should be punished. The village chief slammed the table, which was made of a coffin board, let out a mournful creak. His nails swelled, turning into black claws, each one as long as a dagger. Light the sky lantern. Light his lantern. Pull out his tendons for the wick. The villagers around roared, their bodies started to twist and deform as they surrounded Yi Fangyuan. A chilling wind rose, lifting the paper money from the ground, swirling it high into the sky. What's the rush? Yi Fangyuan said calmly. He even took out a pack of tissues from his pocket. Wiped his hands. I never said I wouldn't eat. I just said, this meal doesn't suit my taste. He pointed at the 8-headed snake beside him. Also, we have a rule in our place. Leftover food is meant for beasts. Since you are so enthusiastic, let my pet take care of it. It is not picky. Yi Fangyuan kicked the 8-headed snake. Hachiki, it's mealtime. Hiss? Boss? You want me to eat dirt? The 8-headed snake looked at the ground full of dirt and maggots, feeling wrong to the point of tears. It was an S-class divine beast. How could it go from eating knowledge at school to this? The change was too drastic. Are you eating or not? Yi Fangyuan's gaze turned cold, and he subtly twirled the pen in his hand. If you don't eat, I'll turn you into snake soup and serve it to them. I see that the village chief is quite interested in your snake gall. The 8-headed snake trembled all over. It glanced at the drooling village chief staring at it and then at the dirt on the ground. Compared to being made into snake soup, eating dirt didn't seem so hard to accept. Hiss. I'll eat, is that okay? It held back tears and opened its 8 big mouths. Whoosh. The 8-headed snake began its gluttony mode. It was like a powerful vacuum cleaner, wildly sucking up all the delicacies on the table. Undercooked rice? Suck. Blood tofu? Suck. Paper offerings? Suck. Dirt meat? Suck. In just a few seconds, the originally full banquet was devoured clean. Even the paint on the table had been licked off. As these heavily tainted foods filled its belly, the 8-headed snake began to change. Its scales started to turn black, and its eyes became murky, showing signs of poisoning. Gag. It retched and spit out a puff of black, muddy smoke. Hiss. So disgusting, it all tastes like dirt, and there's a smell of rotten oil. Yi Fangyuan nodded in satisfaction. He turned to look at the village chief, who was utterly dumbfounded. How about that? Is this enough to give face? It's all gone, not a grain left. Even the plates are licked clean. According to your rules, this counts as total filial piety, right? Village chief. Its worldview collapsed. It had never seen such a gluttonous beast in its life. Moreover, after eating, this beast not only didn't die but also let out a satisfied burp. That was an offering. It came with a curse. Rule determination, the banquet has been fully consumed. Punishment cannot be triggered. You are something else. The village chief gritted its teeth, its old face twisted like a crumpled piece of paper. Since you're full, then, let's watch a show. It waved its hand, the voice sharp. Play music. Dance. Send off the guests. Boom boom clang. The sound of gongs and drums erupted again. But this time, the sounds were more urgent and piercing, like the drumbeats of impending doom. In the center of the square, the two teams, once in confrontation, suddenly moved. The blood-red bridal sedan chair and the black coffin surged towards Yi Fangyuan at the same time. Paper figures carried the sedan chair, zombies carried the coffin. This was the most dangerous killing formation in Fengmen Village red and white collision. Watch a show? Yi Fangyuan narrowed his eyes, watching the two approaching malevolent energies. Just finished eating and now you're making me exercise? This health regimen is quite nice. He tightened his grip on the pen in his hand. Then let's practice with you. Chapter 99 Fengmen Village, red and white collision, celebratory and mourning events together. Fengmen Village Central Square. Boom boom clang, woo woo woo. On one side, the celebratory swana played loudly, the tune sharp and eerie. On the other, the heavy morning music resonated, the sound of crying sticks striking the ground echoed like a heartbeat counting down. Two completely different sounds intertwined and collided in the square, creating a painful noise storm. On the left, there was a wedding procession. 8 paper men with pale faces and rosy cheeks carried a blood-red bridal sedan chair. The sedan chair was embroidered with a golden phoenix, but under the dim light, black blood tears streamed from the phoenix's eyes. The curtain swayed slightly with the sinister wind. Faintly, one could see inside a red veil-covered bride sitting, but her feet were hanging in mid-air. On the right side, there was a funeral procession. 8 zombies dressed in linen clothes and wearing tall hats were carrying a black lacquered Nanmo coffin. 7 long nails nailed down the lid, sealing in the fierce spirits inside. Paper money flew in the sky like white butterflies struggling in a whirlpool of death. Wedding funeral held together. Red and white collide, a sign of great misfortune. The villagers in funeral clothes retreated, hiding in the shadows. Even they feared this extreme clash of deadly energy. Fangyuan stood in the center of the square, the sole focus of the conflict between the two energies. The red light illuminated half of his face, while the black mist enveloped the other half.
Boss, this situation is a bit big, huh?
Lin Xiaoxiao hid behind Fangyuan, tightly hugging the thigh of the demon wolf, because the demon wolf felt safer.
Big? Fangyuan looked at the approaching bridal sedan and coffin.
I think it's quite lively. Only, the road is a bit narrow, it seems they are about to collide.
Indeed.
Though the square was not small, both teams charged straight towards Fangyuan, showing no intention of dodging.
It was about to crash into each other.
Rule triggered, red and white road clash. Joyous energy colliding with the living, funeral energy dragging away the souls. Those caught in between will have their souls torn apart, half going into the bridal sedan as the ghost groom, and half into the coffin as a burial item.
Get out of the way. Get out of the way. The bride is coming through.
The paper person matchmaker screamed, waving a red handkerchief in her hand.
That handkerchief held a brick, meant for breaking the door. Avoid. Avoid. The dead are on the road.
The leader of the funeral threw a handful of paper money, which surprisingly sliced through the air like blades. The two forces began to clash 10 meters in front of Fangyuan. The air twisted, and the wind howled ominously. Dust on the ground was whipped up, forming a mini tornado.
You all don't want to move, huh?
Fangyuan stood at the eye of the storm, his clothes billowing loudly.
He did not dodge. He pulled out the omniscient staff from his pocket.
Since you all like crashing so much, then don't stop. He thrust the staff into the ground.
Talent activated, physical transcendence. Merge for me. Fangyuan shouted loudly.
He did not use brute force to block, but instead used the staff as a pivot to guide the flows of the two deadly energies. He was like a traffic cop, waving his left hand towards the bridal sedan and his right hand towards the coffin. Then, he slammed both hands together.
Boom!
In the terrified gazes of everyone, and the ghosts. The big red bridal sedan and the black coffin did not crash into Fangyuan but collided heavily with each other.
Red and black paint splashed everywhere. Wood chips flew in all directions. Crack!
The bridal sedan was smashed by the corner of the coffin, and the ghost bride flew out.
Bang! The coffin lid was knocked off by the bridal sedan, and the zombie inside shot up. The most exciting part was,
the flying ghost bride happened to fall right into the open coffin. And the bouncing zombie just happened to catch the ghost bride.
The two ghosts embraced tightly. The entire audience fell silent.
Even the sound of the swana and the whales stopped. The paper sedan bearers and the zombie coffin bearers were dumbfounded.
What was this? Ghost marriage? Or resurrection of the dead? Perfect. Fangyuan clapped his hands. Look, didn't this solve everything?
He pointed at the bride and the zombie crammed in the coffin.
Wedding and funeral held together, how convenient.
Straight into the bridal chamber, the coffin, skipping the wedding ceremony. This is called one step to completion. The ghost bride lifted her veil, revealing a pale face. She glanced at the zombie holding her, a withered male corpse, and then at Fangyuan.
You mismatched us. The bride was furious.
Her hair began to grow wildly, as if wanting to crawl out of the coffin.
I have a fiancé. I want to marry a living person. A living person? Fangyuan sneered. Where is there a living person here? Except for me. What? You want to marry me? He waved the demon editor pen in his hand.
If you dare to say you want to, I will write a divorce letter on your face. The bride shrank her neck.
She felt the terrifying aura from that pen. I don't want to. I don't want to. Then stay honest.
Fangyuan turned to look at the paper people and zombies still in a daze. What are you still dawdling for? Did you not see the newlyweds entering the bridal chamber? Hurry up and bury them. This is also to bring some joy to the village. The paper people and zombies looked at each other. Although they felt something was wrong, under Fangyuan's I am the rule aura, they actually moved. A few zombies lifted the coffin lid, sealing the newlyweds inside. A few paper people picked up shovels and began digging a pit in the square. Bury, 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 bury. They shouted slogans while digging. A thrilling collision of red and white thus transformed into an absurd collective burial under Fangyuan's command. The village chief stood at a distance, shaking with anger. The carefully arranged killing game was ruined again. Good, good, good. The village chief gritted his teeth, its old face twisted and hideous with rage. Since you won't drink the welcome wine, nor the penalty wine, then don't blame me for being rude. It looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky had completely darkened. The dark clouds dissipated, revealing a blood-red moon. It's dark. The village chief laughed ominously. It's time to light the lanterns. As its words fell, red lanterns hung at the entrances of every household in the village. But the skins of those lanterns were as thin as cicada wings, revealing a flesh color. That was, human skin lanterns. Rule triggered, human skin night lamp. When it is dark, close your eyes. When the lanterns are lit, people walk, when the lanterns are out, people stay. If you do not leave the village before the lanterns go out, your skin will become a new lantern. Phew. A gust of cold wind blew. The first lantern went out. Chapter 100, Fengmen Village, the lantern keeper at midnight, your skin is so thin, perfect for making lanterns. Fengmen Village main road. With the village chief's command, the first lantern went out. It was not just the disappearance of light, but the shattering of a protective shield. The entire village instantly fell into a deathly silence, even the sound of wind stopped. The already dim streets were now illuminated by the human skin lanterns hanging under the eaves, bathed in a bloody red glow. That red light was not warm, instead, it exuded a chilling coldness, like fresh blood that had just flowed, condensing in the air, thick enough to suffocate. The lantern swayed with the wind, casting dancing shadows on the mottled walls, projecting distorted human shapes. Upon closer examination, the contours of human features were faintly visible on the lantern skins, some even twitching slightly, as if the souls inside were still struggling to break free from this skin-bound confinement. Phew! A gust of cold wind blew, bringing with it a burnt smell. Puff! As the lantern extinguished, the door of that household suddenly creaked open. In the darkness, a pitch-black, withered hand reached out, its nails over 3 inches long, curling like hooks. It grasped aimlessly in the air, as if searching for prey. Although it did not catch anyone, it left deep scratch marks on the doorframe, with splinters flying. Rule triggered, lantern out, people stay. Fengmen Village Code, Rule 4, after dark, lanterns are guiding lights. When the lanterns are lit, you can pass, when the lanterns are out, the master of that household will come to collect tolls, human skin. If you do not leave the village before all the lanterns go out, your skin will become a new lantern. Boss, these lanterns extinguish so quickly. Lin Xiaoxiao looked ahead, those 2 rows of red lanterns, stretching endlessly, were extinguishing one by one at a visibly fast pace. Puff! 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 This path is impassable. The skeleton supervisor held a fire axe, nervously watching the surroundings. It could feel that, with the disappearance of the light, the maliciousness that had once been dormant was now waking up. Can't leave? Fangyuan looked at the lanterns, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Then don't let it go out. He walked to the nearest lantern. It was a finely crafted octagonal palace lantern, its skin smooth and delicate, glowing with the unique luster of young female skin, clearly made from the back of a young woman. The flame in the wick was already weak, only the size of a bean, flickering in the cold wind, about to extinguish at any moment. Give me a light. Fangyuan pulled out a windproof lighter, intending to make the flame bigger. But just as his hand was about to reach the lantern, he. A woman's laughter suddenly came from within the lantern, sharp and full of sorrow. On the human skin, a painful human face emerged, its features twisted together. Don't light it. It's hot, so hot. The human skin shrank, trying to avoid the flames. The oil inside the lantern, corpse oil, began to boil, splashing out. Pretentious. Fangyuan ignored its complaints and directly brought the flame closer. Sizzle. The smell of burning human skin spread through the air. The lantern didn't light up. Instead, a hole was burned in it, and it completely went out. Put. The moment the light went out, the door behind Fangyuan suddenly burst open. A tall figure dressed in black funeral clothes and faceless rushed out. In its hand was a sharp skinning knife, still stained with fresh blood. You broke my lantern. Pay with your skin. Its voice was like two grinding stones scraping together. It lunged at Yi Fangyuan's back, its movements as fast as lightning. "Pay you, my foot." Yi Fangyuan didn't look back. With a swift movement, he swung a staff. Bang! The staff struck precisely on the black figure's forehead. The figure was sent flying backward, crashing into the doorframe, making a dull thud. The skinning knife fell to the ground. "The lantern's poor quality, and you blame me?" Yi Fangyuan picked up the broken lantern and tossed it inside the room. "Next time, get an LED one. It saves power and lasts longer. What's the point of these flashy things?" Although he had dealt with one, the road ahead was still long. Hundreds of lanterns were going out, one by one. Darkness was surging like a tide, ready to swallow them up. If they didn't think of something quickly, they would be trapped on this street full of skinning demons. This can't go on. Yi Fangyuan looked ahead. Since they like playing with lights. He suddenly thought of something. "Baki, spit out those paper ingots you just ate." "Hiss? I've digested them. They were good stuff." Baki the giant snake protested. "No nonsense, just spit out some residue. Otherwise, I'll turn you into a lantern." Under Yi Fangyuan's threat, Baki reluctantly spat out a pile of golden paper ash. Though it was ash, it still shimmered with the glow of money. Yi Fangyuan turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. "Xiaoxiao, lend me your abacus." "Ha? An abacus? Can this be used as a lantern?" Lin Xiaoxiao asked, confused, but still handed it over. "Of course it can. In this world, there's no light brighter than the light of money." Yi Fangyuan hung the abacus on the top of the omniscient staff. Then, he drew a symbol with a pen on the abacus. It was actually just a sun with a yuan beside it. He rubbed the paper ash on the beads of the abacus. "I say, let there be light." Whir! Each bead of the abacus suddenly erupted in blinding golden light. This light wasn't just ordinary light, it was a treasure light, rich with the strong smell of copper and the aura of wealth. It was like a small golden sun, instantly dispelling the surrounding ominous air. Under the radiance of this light, the originally eerie and terrifying red lanterns immediately lost their luster, like fireflies meeting the full moon. The entire street was illuminated as if it were broad daylight. The lanterns that were about to go out, under the shine of money's light, unexpectedly reignited their flames. Because in the rules, money, the toll, could extend life. "It's lit. It's all lit up." Lin Xiaoxiao shouted excitedly, feeling the warmth of the light on her body. Even the feeling of being watched disappeared. On both sides of the street, those monsters that were ready to jump out and grab people were scared and shut their doors when hit by the strong light. "What is this light? It's too glaring. My eyes. It smells like copper. I don't like it. Quickly close the door." Ghosts fear light, and they fear this strong energy, wealth energy, even more. Even if you don't like it, you have to endure it. Yi Fangyuan held the glowing abacus staff, walking at the front like a torchbearer or a rich landlord patrolling his territory. "Let's go, to the end of the village. There is a public cemetery there. I want to see where these flayed human skins and the unused corpses were finally sent." Under the path cleared by the strong light, they passed through the death street without obstacles. The ghostly shadows on both sides could only let out unwilling low roars from the cracks in their doors, but dared not take a single step closer. But Yi Fangyuan knew this was only temporary. Because deep in the village, in that underground shrine, a pair of even more terrifying eyes slowly opened. That was the true curse of this sealed village, the Millennium Drought Demon. It sensed the breath of the living. It also sensed the breath of its kind, Yamada no Orochi. Hiss. A dull hiss came from deep underground, and the earth shook slightly. A real fierce battle was about to begin. Chapter 101 Sealed Village, the business of the public cemetery. Are these coffins secondhand? Sealed Village Public Cemetery at the end of the village. After passing through the death street illuminated by the light of money, Yi Fangyuan and his group finally arrived at the deepest part of the village. Here was a desolate mass grave, with no houses around, only countless low grave mounds, like pus-filled lumps growing from the earth. In the center of the mass grave stood a dilapidated courtyard, public cemetery. The courtyard walls were black, made of some unknown volcanic rock, covered with white mold, like the skin of the dead. The main door was slightly ajar, and two pale paper lanterns hung on the lintel, creaking in the wind, as if they were two hanging eyes swaying. Hiss, boss, the corpse energy here is so heavy, 100 times heavier than at the cafeteria. The Yamada no Orochi coiled around Yi Fangyuan's arm, uneasily flicking its tongue, its scales standing on end. It could sense that behind this door were hundreds or even thousands of corpses, each filled with resentment accumulated over 100 years. No kidding, if the public cemetery isn't heavy, what is? Yi Fangyuan pushed open the door. Creak. The sound of the rusty door hinge was particularly piercing in the quiet night, as if opening a heavy coffin lid. The courtyard was silent. There were no living people, nor ghosts. Only coffins. Dense rows of coffins were neatly placed in the courtyard, occupying every inch of space. Black enamel coffins, red lacquer coffins, and even a few unpainted wooden thin-skin coffins. There were over 100, like a giant square formation. Each coffin had a yellow talisman pasted on it, fluttering in the wind, the vermilion characters glowing red under the moonlight. So many? Lin Xiaoxiao looked at this sea of coffins, her legs a bit weak, her glasses fogging up. How many people had to die for this? Was this village in wholesale business before? Not necessarily dead people. Yi Fangyuan walked in front of a coffin, which looked like a very new cypress coffin. He reached out to touch the coffin lid. It felt icy cold, but there seemed to be a faint vibration. Some might be living people. He gently knocked on it. Bang, bang. There was an echo from inside the coffin. Bang, bang, bang. Someone was responding from inside. And they were banging wildly. Help, help me. A weak, hoarse voice came through the gap in the coffin, filled with despair. It's a living person. Lin Xiaoxiao shouted, Boss, quickly save them. Just as she was about to push the coffin lid, Yi Fangyuan stopped her. Don't move. Yi Fangyuan pointed to the ground. Each coffin's bottom was connected by a thin, almost invisible red thread. These red threads spread like a spider web on the ground, eventually gathering together and extending into the dark hall of the ancestral hall. Rule triggered, corpse pushing formation. The coffins in the ancestral hall are all goods, whether dead or alive. If any coffin is disturbed, it will trigger all, and all corpses will rise and tear the intruder apart. This is a formation. Yi Fangyuan squinted his eyes. As soon as one moves, all will be awakened. These red threads are soul connecting ropes. At that moment, a clear, melodious sound, carrying a chilling aura, came from the main hall. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. People set out, young people avoid. A hoarse, old voice, seeming to have a throat full of sand, rang out. The door of the main hall slowly opened. An old Taoist, dressed in a tattered robe and carrying a peachwood sword on his back, emerged. In his hand, he held a copper soul-collecting bell, and at his waist hung a wine gourd filled with corpse oil. But he was not a human. In the moonlight, Yi Fangyuan clearly saw his face and withered human skin mask, with no eyeballs in the eye sockets, but burning two ghostly green flames. His feet did not touch the ground, they floated in the air, and the hem of his robe was empty. Encounter boss, corpse pusher, elite monster. Abilities, control corpses, push corpses, corpse poison spraying, formation control. Oh, we have guests. The corpse pusher looked at Yi Fangyuan, revealing a sinister smile that stretched the mask, making it especially hideous. Want to buy a coffin? Or do you want to buy a corpse? We have plenty of goods here, no cheating. Freshly dead, completely dead, half dead, we all have. It shook the bell in its hand. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. Hundreds of coffins in the courtyard shook violently at the same time. The coffin lids slammed like they were being violently hit from inside, as if the things inside were desperately trying to break out. I'm not buying a coffin. Yi Fangyuan looked at the corpse pusher, his expression calm. I'm here to return something. Return? The corpse pusher blinked for a moment, and the bell in his hand stopped. Yes. Yi Fangyuan pointed to the coffin that had just emitted the cries for help. What's inside is a living person, right? From the sound, it's a young girl. Selling a living person as a dead one is serious commercial fraud, and it also involves kidnapping. I want to report you and get your store closed. The corpse pusher's face darkened, and the ghostly flames in his eyes suddenly flared up. Report? In this ancestral hall, I am the law. I am the rule. Since you don't want to buy, then stay to become goods. I think your frame is good, it can be made into a fine corpse. It violently shook the bell, chanting words. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The sound became urgent and piercing, like countless bugs gnawing on the eardrum. Boom! 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 Dozens of coffin lids instantly exploded open, wood shards flying everywhere. Dozens of zombies, dressed in Qing Dynasty official robes, covered in green fur, and with nails as black as ink, jumped out. They extended their arms, knees unbending, and jumped 3 meters straight at Yi Fangyuan. Zombies? Yi Fangyuan looked at the jumping zombies, not afraid at all but instead smiled. Just right, my skeleton has been wanting to learn to dance, and it needs a few partners. Skeleton, go. Crack. Got it. Watch me give them a manicure. The skeleton manager rushed in with a fire axe. Although it too was just a frame of bones, its movements were incredibly agile. A slide tackle, avoiding the zombie's attack, and with a backhand chop at the zombie's knee bend. Crack. The zombie knelt down.
Demon Wolf, don't just stand there. Yi Fangyuan snapped his fingers. Awah!
The demon wolf rushed into the horde of corpses, biting down on a zombie's neck, and with a hard shake, threw the zombie against the wall like a rag doll, creating a big dent.
The scene instantly became chaotic. The corpse-carrying artisan did not expect these two pets to be so fierce.
It panicked and shook the bell again, wanting to summon more zombies, even opening its mouth to spray poison. But Yi Fangyuan had already charged in front of it.
Stop shaking it, it's deafening.
Yi Fangyuan reached out to snatch the bell.
You're seeking death.
The corpse-carrying artisan opened its mouth and sprayed a thick stream of green corpse poison.
Talent activation, physical immunity, poison resistance max.
Yi Fangyuan directly ignored the toxic gas, passing through the poison mist to grab the bell.
Give it here. Crack.
He easily crushed the bones in the corpse-carrying artisan's wrist. The bell was in hand. Yi Fangyuan shook it a couple of times, mimicking the artisan's rhythm.
Dingling.
A miraculous scene unfolded.
Those zombies attacking the skeleton and magical wolf suddenly stopped their movements.
The red light in their eyes faded, turning confused. They turned around, facing Yi Fangyuan in formation, just like soldiers who heard a command.
Attention! Yi Fangyuan shouted.
The zombies lined up, bringing their legs together and pressing their hands tightly against the seams of their pants. Though a bit stiff, they made sounds of creaking bones. The corpse-carrying artisan held its severed hand in shock.
This bell, how is it more obedient than when it was in its hands? This is unscientific. This is not metaphysics. At ease. Align to the right. Let's do a radio calisthenics.
First session, stretching exercises. Under Yi Fangyuan's command, this group of terrifying zombies actually began to do calisthenics.
1 2 3 4, 2 2 3 4.
They moved their arms stiffly, twisted their necks, and even a few zombies lost their arms because their motions were too vigorous. Lin Xiaoxiao watched in astonishment, unable to resist taking out her phone to record a video.
Is this the legendary corpse carrying? No. Yi Fangyuan corrected her. This is called zombie calisthenics. Life is about movement, and the dead are no exception.
He threw the bell to the skeleton supervisor. Watch them, anyone who doesn't do it right gets chopped.
Then, he turned and walked toward the main room.
Inside, there remained a stronger presence surging.
Since the outside is taken care of, let's go in and take a look. The true master of this funeral home should not just be this old Taoist.
Chapter 102, Fengmen Village, Paper Person Dotting Eyes, Drawing Eyes Will Steal Souls.
Fengmen Village Paper Workshop.
Leaving the bustling funeral home that was doing exercises, Yi Fangyuan followed the red thread's guidance, leading the team through a narrow alley, reaching the other end of the village.
The atmosphere here was even colder than the funeral home.
The air was filled with a heavy smell of glue, mixed with the musty odor of damp paper, and a faint hint of blood. By the roadside stood a low adobe house, its walls peeling off, revealing the yellow mud and straw inside. Two pale lanterns hung at the door, with the black word offering written on them, swaying in the wind. Through the torn window paper, one could see the interior filled with dense paper figures. There were boy and girl children dressed in red and green floral outfits, their cheeks painted bright red, their smiles stiff. There was a scholar riding a tall horse, holding a paper fan in hand, even modern-looking men in suits and women in cheongsams, along with paper-made villas and luxury cars. These paper figures were incredibly lifelike, especially the thin layer of white paper pasted on bamboo strips, creating a texture similar to skin. But the strangest part was, all the paper figures had no eyes. The position of their eye sockets was a blank, with only two white circles. That hollow gaze was even more unsettling than a ghost stare. Inside the room came a rustling sound, like someone using a brush on paper, or some insect chewing on wood. Let's go in and take a look. Yi Fangyuan pushed the door open. The room was dimly lit, with only a small oil lamp glowing faintly. An old man with a hunched back was sitting at a table covered in glue and paper scraps. His fingers were as thin as twigs, with black dirt under his nails. But the movements were strangely nimble. He was making a new paper figure. The bamboo strips bent into a skeletal shape, emitting a crisp creaking sound. The white paper was soaked in glue, layer by layer being applied, gradually revealing a human form. Finally, he picked up a fine brush, dipped it in a bowl of red cinnabar, or maybe blood, and began to draw the features on the paper figure's face. Encounter NPC, Paper Mache Craftsman, Special Creature. Rule, the paper figure's eyes. The paper figure has no soul. Drawing its eyes gives it life. When you paint the eyes on the figure, it comes to life, stealing a part of the painter's soul to become its vitality. Old man, your skill is quite impressive. Yi Fangyuan walked to the table and glanced at the paper figure with its mouth just painted. It was a little girl paper figure wearing a floral cotton jacket. Once the mouth was drawn, the corners of its lips actually curled up slightly, revealing a sly and greedy smile. Guest, what would you like to order? The paper craftsman did not look up, his voice raspy, like something was stuck in his throat. Do you want a golden boy and jade girl to serve your ancestors? Or a money tree to seek wealth? I want to order a living person. Fangyuan pointed at Lin Xiaoxiao behind him. Can you make one just like her? I want it exactly the same. Lin Xiaoxiao was startled, her face turning pale. Boss. Are you trying to curse me to death? Making a paper figure of a living person is a big taboo. Don't worry, just watch the show. Fangyuan patted her hand, signaling her to stay calm. The paper craftsman slowly raised his head, his murky eyes scanning Lin Xiaoxiao, as if inspecting merchandise. Alright, as long as you have the birth date and a piece of hair. With hair, the paper figure will have energy. With the birth date, the paper figure will have life. Hair? Fangyuan took out a black hair from his pocket. It wasn't Lin Xiaoxiao's but the wolf fur from earlier when the magic wolf, in husky form, brushed against his pants. Here. The paper craftsman took the wolf fur and greedily sniffed it under his nose. Such strong yang energy, top quality, this paper figure will definitely be fierce. He immediately began to work. Bamboo strips flew, white paper fluttered. In less than 5 minutes, a paper figure exactly like Lin Xiaoxiao stood on the table. From the wrinkles on the clothes, the messy hairstyle, even down to the black-framed glasses on Lin Xiaoxiao's nose, everything was done to perfection. Although the paper figure had no eyes, its head turned with Lin Xiaoxiao's movements. When she turned left, it turned left, when she turned right, it turned right. Inside the paper figure, a laugh identical to Lin Xiaoxiao's echoed. Lin Xiaoxiao felt goosebumps rise on her skin and hid behind the magic wolf. Draw the eyes, then it will be real. The paper craftsman handed the brush, stained with cinnabar, to Fangyuan, his eyes gleaming with a sense of triumph. Guest, please paint the eyes. This was a trap. Whoever painted the eyes, the paper figure would steal their soul. And since this paper figure was made with the magic wolf's fur, once the eyes were drawn, it might turn into some kind of half-human, half-beast monster and directly retaliate. Should I do it? Fangyuan took the brush and twirled it twice in his hand. Sure. He looked at the paper figure of Lin Xiaoxiao, which had no eyes and was facing him. But I think regular eyes are too ordinary. Since she's my employee, she needs some personality. How can these dead fish eyes reflect our company's culture? Fangyuan raised the brush. He didn't draw normal pupils. Instead, in the paper figure's eye sockets, he drew 2 big black, sunglasses frames. Then he filled the lenses completely with black. Done. Fangyuan put down the brush. Vroom. The paper figure moved. With the eyes now drawn, it instantly gained life. It opened its mouth, wanting to steal Fangyuan's soul, wanting to see this world. But when it opened its eyes, it found everything pitch black. No matter how it turned its head, no matter how hard it tried, all it could see was the blackness of the sunglasses. Ha! Why is it so dark? The paper figure made a sound. But because it used wolf fur, its voice was no longer Lin Xiaoxiao's female voice, but it turned into a rough, beastly growl. Woof! What's going on? The paper craftsman was dumbfounded. The bucket of glue in his hand fell to the ground. What kind of drawing is this? This is sacrilege. This is called blind massage style. Fangyuan smiled and tossed the brush back on the table. Since it can't see, it can't steal a soul, right? Stealing a soul requires eye contact first. And he pointed to the paper man's mouth. You seem to have forgotten to draw teeth on it. What use is a lip without teeth? The paper man opened its mouth, which was empty inside, only a few bamboo supports. Without teeth, how can it bite? Fangyuan picked up a pair of scissors from the table, and with a snip, he cut a big hole in the paper man's mouth, all the way to the ears. Now it's good, not only is it blind, but it also has a draft. The paper craftsman was so angry that his hands shook, and his beard bristled. You ruined my work. I'm going to turn you into a paper man. The nearby eyeless paper men seemed to sense their owner's fury and began to tremble, surrounding Fangyuan. Ruin? Fangyuan shook his head. I'm helping you improve it, and while I'm at it, I'm doing charity. Look, there are so many paper men in this room, all without eyes, how pathetic. How will they find their way when they go out? How will they reincarnate? He turned to Lin Xiaoxiao. Xiaoxiao, bring me the pen. Get the thickest marker. Lin Xiaoxiao handed over a black marker. Today, I'm doing a good deed. Let's give these paper men a collective eye. Fangyuan dashed into the pile of paper men, moving like lightning, brushing like a dragon. In less than a minute, all the paper men, whether young boys or girls, or talented scholars, had eyes drawn on them.
But the style was extremely bizarre. Some were drawn with cross eyes, their pupils gathered in the middle. Some were drawn with spiral eyes, going round and round. Some were drawn with heart-shaped eyes, looking lovesick. There was even one with eyes like the salted egg superhero. Shaking all the paper men came to life. But due to the eyes, their visual systems were completely chaotic. The cross-eyed paper men bumped heads, sending paper shreds flying. The spiral-eyed paper men spun in place, and while spinning, spit glue everywhere. The heart-eyed paper men hugged the pillars and kissed wildly, rubbing off the paint. The paper man with salted egg superhero eyes posed to shoot beams, but ended up setting itself on fire. The originally spooky paper craft shop instantly turned into a mental hospital's party. The paper craftsman watched the scene and spat out a mouthful of old blood. My paper men, my hard work, all ruined. Don't be sad. Fangyuan patted his back, almost knocking him down. It's so lively. This is the atmosphere of a festival. Just right, my zombies at my charity graveyard still don't have partners. They only know how to exercise, which is too monotonous. Sending these paper men over would make a great red and white party, wouldn't it be wonderful? Fangyuan looked at this room full of defective products and nodded with satisfaction. Alright, next stop. He looked outside the window. At this moment, the street outside was shrouded in thick fog, making it impossible to tell east from west. Yang Road. I heard there are ghost walls there. If you can't get out, you'll be trapped in place. Perfect time to test my sense of direction. He led the group out of the paper craft shop, leaving behind the paper craftsman still coughing up blood, and a room full of paper men dancing wildly. Chapter 103, Fengmen Village, Ghost Wall? This is the ring road without an exit. Fengmen Village Nameless Alley. After leaving the farcical paper craft shop, Fangyuan led the team deeper into the village. But soon, they discovered something strange. No matter how they walked or turned, they always ended up back at the door of the paper craft shop. That paper craftsman still coughing blood, and the pile of dancing paper men seemed like an eternal backdrop, appearing before them again and again. Boss, are we lost? Lin Xiaoxiao panted and said. She had been walking for almost half an hour, her legs feeling sore, but the scenery around her hadn't changed at all. We are not lost. Fangyuan stopped and looked at the dirt road beneath his feet. It's a ghost wall. And it's not an ordinary ghost wall. He crouched down and drew a circle on the ground with his finger. We seem to be walking, but actually we are walking in place. More precisely, we are trapped inside a box. Rule triggered, Yin Yang Road. This road leads nowhere in the Yin Yang realm, only leaving the living to be coffins. When you find that you can't walk out no matter how, congratulations, you have been sealed. Trapped in a box? Lin Xiaoxiao was startled and looked around. What box? A coffin? Almost. Fangyuan activated the ghost eye. In his vision, the original alley disappeared. In its place were pitch-black wooden boards on all sides. There was no sky above, only a suffocating coffin lid. And beneath their feet was not dirt but a thin layer of lime. They were indeed inside a huge coffin. And the reason they felt they were walking was that this coffin was being carried by someone. 1, 2, 3. Lift. Faintly, they could hear the sound of the coffin carriers from outside. We are being taken away? Lin Xiaoxiao gasped, covering her mouth in terror. Where are we going? To be buried? Don't panic. Fangyuan stood up and reached out to touch the invisible wall, coffin lid. The touch was cold, hard, and carried a scent of sandalwood. This coffin is of good quality, made of sandalwood. He tapped it. Thud, thud. The sound was muffled, and there was no response from outside. Do they want to bury us alive? Fangyuan sneered. Not even asking if I agree. He took out the devil's editor pen from his pocket. Since there's no way out, I'll draw a way out. Holding the pen, Fangyuan began to doodle on the invisible coffin wall. He drew 2 long white lines in the void. Then, he drew several horizontal lines. It was a pattern of a zebra crossing. Talent activated, logic reconstruction, traffic rules. I say, there should be a zebra crossing here. Buzz. As the pen tip touched down, the 2 white lines instantly became dazzlingly bright. The originally dark, closed coffin wall began to become transparent, even forming cracks. Red light stops, green light goes. Fangyuan muttered while drawing. At the end of the zebra crossing, he drew a traffic light. At that moment, the light was red. Screech. Suddenly, an urgent screeching sound, or footsteps, came from outside. The coffin-bearing team seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall, suddenly stopping dead. What's wrong? Can't move? Voices of panic from the coffin carriers echoed outside. There's a red light ahead. We can't go through. What red light? Where would a red light come from in this desolate place? There really is. A huge red light. Yi Fangyuan laughed inside. Now it's a red light, no passage allowed. He glanced at his watch. Wait 1 minute. 1 minute later. Yi Fangyuan pointed the pen and changed the red light to a green light. Green light is on, please proceed. But the direction he drew for passage was not forward, but upward. He drew a huge arrow overhead, pointing up. Rule modification, this road leads to the sky. Boom! The heavy coffin lid above their heads suddenly flew off like it was pushed by a rocket booster. The coffin bearers outside felt a lightness in their hands, then saw the huge coffin lid soaring into the sky, turning into a meteor. Sunlight, or moonlight, instantly poured in. We're out. Lin Xiaoxiao cheered. They stood inside a huge, open coffin. Surrounding them were a group of ghoulish coffin bearers in white clothes and tall hats, all staring at them in shock. Oh, I'm sorry. Yi Fangyuan jumped out of the coffin and pulled Lin Xiaoxiao out as well. Your vehicle, coffin, has no roof and is a bit drafty. And the road conditions are bad too, all red lights. He patted off the lime dust on his clothes. Next time, remember to bring a GPS, don't keep going in circles. The little ghosts carrying the coffin were scared stiff. This was the deadlock of the Yin-Yang Road. It was cursed by the village chief. How could it be broken by this man drawing a traffic light? Ghost! The little ghost screamed and dropped the coffin, running away. What are you running for? Yi Fangyuan looked at their fleeing backs. You haven't paid for the fare yet. He kicked that Nanmu coffin. Bang! The coffin shattered. From the cracks, a black tablet fell out. The tablet read, the 36th ancestor of Fengmen village Hanja. Hanja? Yi Fangyuan picked up the tablet. So this is the real master. The underground ancestral hall seems to be nearby. He looked towards the center of the village. There stood an ordinary-looking ancestral hall. But at the entrance of the hall, there were 2 rows of stone statues kneeling. These stone statues looked exactly like Yi Fangyuan. Want to erect a statue of me? Yi Fangyuan sneered. Let's see, can your incense bear me? Chapter 104, Fengmen Village, is this kneeling? No, this is called heavy squatting. The underground space was not as dark as imagined, instead, it glowed with an eerie dark red light. The air became thicker, each breath felt like swallowing moldy cotton, carrying an old, sweet, and earthy smell of decay. This was the underground of Fengmen Village, also known as the corpse-raising ground of Extreme Yin and Extreme Yang in legend. At the end of the passage leading to the ancestral hall's gate, 2 black stone statues stood tall. They were carved from an unknown black mineral, with droplets of oil seeping from the surface, as if they were alive. Most chillingly, these 2 statues had the same facial features, physique, and even the slightly raised corners of the mouth as Yi Fangyuan. The only difference was their posture. These 2 Yi Fangyuan were kneeling with extreme humility and humiliation, with their knees on the ground. Their hands were tightly bound behind their backs deeply bent, forehead almost touching the ground, facing the tightly closed red gate, as if bowing to apologize to the ancestors inside. Boss! Lin Xiaoxiao just took one look and felt a chill all over, a wave of unnamed anger and fear surged in her heart. This is too malicious. She angrily pushed her glasses up the bridge of her nose, her voice trembling, this is clearly cursing you. They carved your likeness into a kneeling statue, placing it here to bow to that Hanja. This is not just humiliation, in metaphysics, it's called soul suppression. They want to crush your luck and dignity here, making you unable to rise forever. Even the usually carefree demon wolf felt offended. Oh, boss. Let me bite them to pieces. These ugly stones are truly irritating. The demon wolf bared its fangs, a low growl rumbling in its throat, its fur bristling. Although it usually acted like a husky, after all, it was also a world-destroying demon wolf. It understood the principle of the master is humiliated, the servant dies. The skeletal supervisor silently raised the fire axe in his hand, the soul fire in his eye sockets flickering fiercely, obviously ready to demolish the statues. However, Yi Fangyuan, the person involved, appeared unusually calm. He was not angry, nor did he let the demon wolf attack, just casually walked up to the 2 kneeling statues with his hands in his pockets. TSK TSK TSK. Yi Fangyuan walked around the statues, even reaching out to touch the smooth back of one statue's head, letting out an ambiguous exclamation. The craftsmanship is good. He looked like an expert appraising antiques, pointing out the details of the statues. Look at these lines, these muscle textures, and this hairline, the restoration is at least over 95%. It seems there are artists in Fengmen Village, such skills would be a pity not to be employed as figurine makers. Boss. Is this a time to compliment the craftsmanship? Lin Xiaoxiao stomped her feet anxiously, don't you feel it?
The magnetic field here is off. Indeed, it was off. Just as Yi Fangyuan approached within 3 meters of the statue, an invisible force of gravity suddenly descended from above. This was not ordinary gravity, but a kind of pressure that directly acted upon the soul. It felt like countless invisible hands were pressing down on your shoulders, screaming in your ears, forcing you to bend your knees, forcing you to kneel before that great door. Rule triggered, unworthy descendants. The 5th rule of the ancestral hall of Fengmen village: anyone entering the ancestral hall must see the kneeling statue as their own sins. The old ancestor of drought has decreed, only in the most humble posture can one exchange for a chance at life. Kneel. Bow your head. Admit your mistakes. Acknowledge yourself as an unworthy descendant to enter the door. Otherwise, the statue will take your punishment, and you will endure 1,000 times the pain and humiliation of the statue until your knees are crushed. In the void, lines of blood-red writing appeared, carrying a suffocating sense of pressure. Kneel. Kneel. The corridor echoed with countless overlapping whispers, the resentful souls that had died in Fengmen village repeating this rule. Lin Xiaoxiao felt her knees go weak and almost knelt down. The force was too strong, far beyond what a human will could resist. Crack. A warm and powerful hand suddenly grabbed her arm, lifting her steadily. Yi Fangyuan had somehow stood beside her, and that terrifying pressure before him felt like a gentle breeze, not even bending the edges of his clothes. Boss. Lin Xiaoxiao's face was pale. Don't listen to their nonsense. Yi Fangyuan let go of her, pulling out a dark golden, devil's editor pen from his pocket, spinning it nimbly between his fingers. Make me kneel? He looked at the 2 statues, a trademark, cold smile of a capitalist curling at the corner of his mouth. In this life, besides maybe kneeling to the client, no one can bear my knees. Besides, this posture is too ugly. It has no spirit at all. How can it represent my image? Yi Fangyuan walked in front of the statue on the left, pointing the pen tip at the void. Since this statue bears my face, the right to explain naturally belongs to me. Although I can't smash the statue, I can help it adjust its posture. Yi Fangyuan's gaze suddenly became deep, and the pen in his hand emitted a faint golden light. He didn't directly alter the rule but began an artistic creation on the statue. He drew a long horizontal line where the statue's hands were bound. Then, at both ends of the line, he drew 2 enormous circular discs. That was a barbell. Next, he sketched several lines representing tense muscles along the statue's curved back. Finally, he drew several upward arrows below the statue's knees. Xiao, do you know what this posture is called in the gym? Yi Fangyuan asked while drawing, not turning his head. Lin Xiaoxiao was stunned for a moment, looking at the gradually forming pattern, instinctively answering, this looks like a squat? Bingo! Correct. Yi Fangyuan snapped his fingers, the pen tip drawing the final stroke. Who said this was kneeling in repentance? This is clearly doing weighted squats. As his voice fell, an absurd yet irrefutable rule power instantly diluted the original eerie atmosphere. Modifying rule. Original setting, the kneeling posture of unworthy descendants. Modified to, the ultimate squat of hardcore men. Logical consistency determination, past. Buzz. A sound of grating friction that would make one's teeth hurt erupted. Those 2 originally lifeless statues suddenly moved. Their knees, which had been pressed against the ground, slowly lifted a few centimeters off the ground. The heads that had bowed in humiliation also shot up abruptly to maintain body balance, staring straight ahead. Filled with determination, although carved from stone. Their hands, once bound by ropes, now took on a posture as if carrying a heavy load. That air barbell drawn by Yi Fangyuan now felt like it weighed a ton. Creak, creak. The sound of rocks compressing echoed from within the statues. In the astonished eyes of everyone, and ghosts, those 2 statues, once symbols of humiliation, actually began to squat. Down, hips sitting back, back straight. Up, thighs exerting strength, knees straightening. The movements so standard they could be a fitness coach's teaching template. Breathe, inhale, breathe, exhale. Clearly made of stone, yet as they moved, the surrounding air formed a rhythmic flow, as if 2 giants were breathing heavily. The once overwhelming pressure forcing people to kneel completely vanished, replaced by a hot, hormone-filled, gym atmosphere. Is this really happening? Lin Xiaoxiao stared in disbelief, her glasses sliding to the tip of her nose. She looked at those 2 sweat-drenched, not actually sweating, statues, her worldview rocked once again. One moment it was a terrifying cursed sight, the next it had turned into an underground gym? How can it not work? Yi Fangyuan patted the statue's hard thigh muscles with satisfaction. You see, it's all about mindset. The pessimist sees kneeling, the optimist sees exercising. Is this punishment? No, this is clearly an ancestor showing concern for the poor condition of the descendant's physical fitness, arranging for physical training. Saying this, he turned and shouted at the tightly shut red door. Ancestor! Your arrangement is thoughtful.
But isn't the training intensity a bit low? Just bodyweight squats? Next time, remember to provide 2 real weight plates. This stone statue has good strength and can squat 200 kilograms. Silence. Inside the door, there was complete silence. Clearly, whatever was inside was taken aback by this sudden turn of events. It probably lived, or died, for 1,000 years without seeing anyone not afraid of a curse, but instead complaining about the training intensity. Roar. After a few seconds, a furious roar finally came from within the door. The voice thundered like rolling thunder, shaking the entire underground corridor, causing dirt to fall. Accompanied by the roar, a scorching wave of heat burst through the crack in the door, instantly burning the stone slabs black. Refusing to drink the offered wine brings punishment. If you won't kneel, then die. Boom. The red door suddenly swung open, not to welcome guests but to unleash disaster. Behind the door was a sea of fire. A real sea of fire. There was no grand hall, only swirling magma and blazing flames in sight. And at the center of that sea of fire floated a gigantic bronze coffin. As the door opened, the 2 statues that were squatting suddenly stopped their movements. In the eye sockets of the statues, 2 red lights illuminated. Crack. The surface of the statues cracked with countless crevices, the result of being baked by high temperatures. But they did not shatter. Instead, under some force, they turned to look at Fangyuan. Boss mechanism triggered, statue guardian. Since you refuse to kneel, let your statues personally smash your knees. The 2 statues roared, marching with heavy steps, like 2 out-of-control tanks, charging towards Fangyuan. Oh? Feeling embarrassed and angry? Fangyuan watched the self charging over, not dodging but rather taking interest in commenting. This is the side effect of exercising too much, it can lead to violent tendencies. Xiao Xiao, step back. He pushed Lin Xiao Xiao behind him and gripped the omniscient staff once again. Boss, they are made of stone, physical attacks are ineffective. Lin Xiao Xiao shouted anxiously. Who says it's ineffective? Fangyuan looked at the 2 statues swinging their air barbells and preparing to slam down. A wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. They are no longer ordinary stone statues. They are fitness enthusiasts. Just as the statue's fist was about to smash into his face, Fangyuan suddenly pulled something out of his pocket. It was not a weapon, nor a talisman, but a bottle of unfinished sports drink. Hey! Dude! Fangyuan shouted at the 2 stone statues. Don't you need to replenish electrolytes after leg day? Be careful of muscle breakdown. The movements of the 2 statues suddenly froze. Having their underlying logic rewritten, they instinctively felt a fear upon hearing the words muscle breakdown. In that brief moment of distraction, the staff in Fangyuan's hand had already swung out. But instead of smashing the statues' heads, he struck hard at the empty space where the barbell was drawn. Give me add weight. Buzz, the air barbell, which was only drawn, suddenly gained substantial weight under Fangyuan's rule. And it wasn't just any weight, Fangyuan directly set it to 5 tons. Crack, boom. Before the 2 stone statues could react, they felt a heavy pressure on their shoulders. That was an unbearable weight of life. Their once straight backs instantly bent, their legs trembled violently, and then... bang! The 2 stone statues did not kneel but were pressed flat to the ground by the terrifying weight. In that position, they looked like 2 frogs pinned on a cutting board, limbs on the ground, faces pressed against the earth, 100 times more awkward than when they kneeled before. Look! Fangyuan stood on one statue's head, looking down at the sea of flames within the door. This is called, if you train legs but not your back, you will eventually bend. He raised his head, his gaze piercing through the rolling heat waves, directly focusing on the floating bronze coffin. Warm-up ended. Old thing, were you satisfied with the show I just put on? If not, then let's practice this next one ourselves. Fangyuan stepped over the stone statue on the ground, his leather shoes sizzling on the scorching ground. But he didn't care at all, even straightening his collar with an aura as if he were going to acquire a bankrupt company, striding boldly into the realm of the drought demon. Behind him, Lin Xiaoxiao swallowed, gazing at her boss's seemingly glowing back, then glancing at the 2 stone statues crushed by air, she could only silently give a thumbs up. When it comes to tormenting others, it has to be you, boss. She hurriedly followed behind. The demon wolf and skeleton supervisor excitedly trailed behind. Because they caught the scent, in the air, there was not only the smell of burning, but also the smell of experience packs. Chapter 105, Fengmen Village, a Millennium Drought Demon? Don't joke, it's a geothermal power generator. Fengmen Village core area of underground ancestral hall. Stepping over that scarlet threshold, the world instantly transformed from a cold, damp tomb into an erupting live volcano. Hoo! Waves of scorching heat crashed against his face like solid tides, one wave after another. The temperature here had already surpassed the limits of what the human body could endure, at least over 80 degrees.
Oxygen in the air seemed to have been burned away. With every breath, his lungs felt like they were scraped by red-hot blades. The ground beneath was not ordinary blue bricks, but pieces of volcanic rock burned crimson, showing a dark brown color. Between the rocks, bright red magma flowed slowly, occasionally bursting into gigantic bubbles, releasing a stinging smell of sulfur and the stench of decay. Sizzle. As Lin Xiaoxiao took her first step in, the soles of her freshly dried sneakers emitted a cry of agony. The rubber began to soften and stick to the ground. Boss, I can't take it anymore. Lin Xiaoxiao felt her hair was about to catch fire. The sweat that just emerged on her face evaporated instantly, and her skin cracked painfully. The lenses of her glasses let out a crisp crack sound due to the high temperature, and a fine crack appeared. What kind of place is this? This is clearly a cremation furnace. She had to hide behind the skeletal supervisor. Although the skeletal supervisor was also an undead creature, at least it had a body of hard bones, which was more heat-resistant, acting as a meat-bone shield. Even the S-class divine beast, the 8-headed serpent, was feeling defeated. Hiss. Boss, I'm going to turn into a snake dry. I feel my scales curling. The 8-headed serpent coiled itself into a lump, trying to reduce its heat absorption. It was a deep-sea monster, and it hated this extremely hot place the most. It felt like an eel thrown into an oven, just a step away from becoming a dish with a sprinkle of cumin. Only Fangyuan continued to stroll leisurely. The black trench coat he wore waved slightly, blocking all the heat waves outside. Tisk. Fangyuan stopped, looked around this hellish scene, frowned, showing a displeased expression as if he had seen a dirty and chaotic factory workshop. This working environment is too terrible. No ventilation system, no cooling equipment, excessive dust, and serious noise pollution. He pointed to the flowing lava beneath his feet and said to Lin Xiaoxiao, who was hiding behind, Xiaoxiao, write it down. If this workshop were outside, it would definitely fail fire safety checks. It must be closed for rectification. Lin Xiaoxiao. Boss, this is the drought from the underworld, not a black factory. They never even thought about fire safety checks. Rectification? Ignorant child. Just as Fangyuan was commenting, the huge bronze coffin floating in the sea of fire suddenly shook violently. Boom. The coffin lid, which had only opened a small crack, was now forcibly pushed open by internal high-pressure steam, soaring skyward and smashing heavily into the rocky ceiling above, causing stones to fall like rain. A withered figure emanating a terrifying pressure slowly rose from the coffin. It was not human. It was an ancient corpse that had long since dried up for hundreds of years. It wore a tattered official robe from the Qing dynasty, the qilin embroidered on the patch having long turned black from the smoke and fire. Its skin resembled a layer of shriveled bark, tightly wrapped around bones, showing a bizarre dark purple color. Its hair, red as fire, hung thinly behind its head, each strand burning. The most terrifying were its eyes. There were no whites, no pupils. Only two glowing, jumping corpse fires quietly burned deep within its eye sockets, as if they could see through the souls of all living beings. Encountering the final boss, Millennium Drought, ancestor of Fengmen Village. Level? Extremely dangerous area destruction level. Attributes, Scorched Earth, Source of Drought, Immortal Bones, Fire Controller. Description, it is the ultimate form of a zombie, a walking disaster. Wherever it goes, clouds disperse and rain ceases, and the ground cracks. Its anger can evaporate a large river. The drought floated in mid-air, looking down at the intruders from above. Its cracked lips parted slightly, revealing two charred fangs. Its voice was hoarse and piercing, like two red-hot pieces of charcoal rubbing against each other. How many years has it been? Since those damned Taoists sealed me here, you are the first living person brave enough to speak to me in this tone. Rectification? The drought let out a shrill cold laugh, and the flames around it shot up 3 meters with its laughter. In my realm, I am the heaven. I am the rule. Since you think it's hot, then I'll fulfill your wish. Let you completely melt. Whoosh. With a wave of the drought's hand, the sea of fire around the great hall instantly boiled. Countless fire snakes surged from the lava, converging in midair into a giant, burning fire dragon. The fire dragon opened its huge mouth, bringing with it a temperature of several thousand degrees. Roaring, it charged towards Fangyuan. This was not an ordinary mortal fire, this was Drought Demon's corpse fire, tainted with corpse poison and resentment. Touch it, and you would die, your soul turned to ashes. Boss, be careful. Lin Xiaoxiao screamed. Faced with this world-destroying strike, Fangyuan stood still, not even blinking. He even had the leisure to take out a cigarette from his pocket. As the fire dragon was about to engulf him. Talent activated, physical immunity, element resistance max. As a passive effect of the SSS level talent, Rulebreaker, although Fangyuan's body was mortal, he was judged at the level of rules to be an indestructible hard stone. Boom! The fire dragon crashed solidly into Fangyuan. Flames soared, completely engulfing him. The cold smirk at the corner of Drought Demon's mouth had not yet expanded before it froze on its face. Because amidst the flames, it witnessed an unbelievable scene. The man did not scream or turn to charcoal. He still stood there, his posture unchanged. That terrifying corpse fire was like a spring breeze, only stirring the corner of his clothes. Even. He leaned forward slightly, bringing the cigarette in his mouth closer to the fire dragon's mouth. Hiss. The cigarette tip was lit, and a wisp of blue smoke rose. Fangyuan took a deep breath, then slowly blew out a perfect smoke ring towards the somewhat confused fire dragon. Thanks. Fangyuan held the cigarette and waved at the Drought Demon in midair. This fire is quite vigorous, just right for lighting a cigarette. Just the taste is a bit strong, remember to use a sulfur-free fuel next time. Silence. Deathly silence. Even the surrounding boiling lava seemed to stall for a second. In the Drought Demon's eyes, burning with ghostly flames, a feeling called confusion appeared for the first time. It had lived for over 1,000 years, though mostly sleeping, had seen profound Taoist masters, armed armies, and valiant heroes who faced death without fear. But it had never seen anyone light a cigarette with its killer move. This was not only a crushing display of strength but also an insult to its very being. You, what kind of monster are you? The Drought Demon's voice finally lost its initial calm and took on a hint of fear. What kind of monster I am isn't important. Fangyuan flicked off the ash and took a step forward, walking on the lava, like stepping on a puddle, step by step towards the Drought Demon floating in the air. What matters is that I have my eyes on you. The Drought Demon was taken aback and instinctively covered its chest, though there were only ribs there. What do you want? Don't get me wrong, I'm not interested in your body, it's too dry. Fangyuan's gaze became intense, a look as if he had spotted a gold mine. What I'm interested in is your production capacity. He pointed to the endless heat around and then to the Drought Demon. All-weather heating, no external fuel needed, zero emissions, no pollution, and it can run for 1,000 years without degrading. What kind of monster is this? It's simply a perfect, perpetual geothermal power generator. The more Fangyuan spoke, the more excited he became, as if he could already see countless bills waving at him. Do you know how expensive energy prices are outside now? Do you know how high winter heating costs are in the north? As long as you're connected to a power generation unit or linked to the municipal heating network, you alone can supply heat for the entire province. And it's all natural, green clean energy. Fangyuan walked to the bronze coffin, looked up at the Drought Demon, and spoke earnestly as if conducting a business negotiation. Old sir, are you interested in re-employment? Rather than staying in this desolate broken village as a terrifying corpse, why not join my company? I'll give you a position, Chief Thermal Engineer, also head of Central Air Conditioning, Heating Group. Food and accommodation included, with 5 insurances and 1 fund. The only KPI is, maintain anger, maintain heat. The Drought Demon understood. Although there were many words it had never heard, like 5 insurances and 1 fund. But the general idea was understood. This human wants to use it as a furnace for heating. It is the ancient Drought Demon, once a disaster that made emperors anxious, and now it is going to warm humanity? This makes me so angry. The Drought Demon completely lost control. Its dignity was trampled like never before. I am the Drought Demon. I am disaster. I am not a furnace. I will tear you to pieces. Boom. The Drought Demon suddenly clasped its hands together. The gravity in the underground space immediately reversed. Countless scorching rocks flew up from the ground, turning into a meteor shower that struck Fangyuan. At the same time, the corpse fire on its body turned into a strange black color, the world-destroying black flame that burned the source of life. It didn't hesitate to deplete its powers, it just wanted to kill this arrogant human. Facing the Drought Demon's desperate attack, Fangyuan sighed. Since peaceful acquisition is impossible, I'll just have to resort to violent takeover. He tossed away the cigarette butt in his hand. The all-knowing staff slammed down onto the ground. If you refuse a toast, you'll end up with a penalty drink. Skeleton. Fetch its coffin lid. Yamada. Stop pretending to be dead. Spit out water. Although water can't defeat it, it can cool things down a bit and help it calm down. While directing, Fangyuan raised his staff and pointed it at the Drought Demon hovering in the air. Target redefined, you are no longer a lofty deity, you are just a boiler with excessive temperature. Since it is a boiler, it needs a safety valve. Fangyuan's pen drew a red knob in the air. He wrote 2 words on it, temperature control. Cool down for me. Fangyuan made a counterclockwise motion. In midair, the Drought Demon, originally fierce and preparing to unleash its ultimate move, suddenly felt its internal power stagnate. Its previously raging flames visibly shrank, as if the gas stove's knob had been turned down. What's going on? My fire? The Drought Demon looked at its hands in fear.
The black flames that could burn the heavens had now shrunk to the size of a lighter's flame, flickering dangerously in the wind. Sizzle. At that moment, the eight-headed serpent finally found its chance to show off. Enduring the high temperature, all 8 heads opened simultaneously. Puff. 8 high-pressure water jets, like powerful fire hoses, accurately sprayed onto the drought demon. If it were any other time, this amount of water would evaporate before reaching the drought demon. But now, with Fangyuan forcibly twisting the temperature control knob, the drought demon's firepower had drastically decreased. Sizzle, 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 sizzle. The icy water cascaded onto the scalding dry corpse. Instantly, the hall was filled with white steam. Ah ah ah. The drought demon let out a cry that was even more horrendous than before. This was not just the humiliation of being soaked. This was a form of physical torture. What happens when a high-temperature object violently meets cold water? Thermal expansion and contraction. Cracking. Crack crack. The indestructible bones on the drought demon, as hard as iron, actually began to show cracks under the alternating impacts of cold and heat. It felt as if its body was about to fall apart. Stop. Stop it. The drought demon cried out in agony amid the steam. I'm cold. I'm so cold. This dignified drought demon, for the first time in its life, cried out that it was cold. It's good that you're cold. Fangyuan leaped up like a predatory rock, directly jumping to the edge of the bronze coffin. He held the heavy bronze coffin lid that had just been retrieved by the skeleton supervisor. Now that you've calmed down, it's time to go back to your nest. This coffin will be your workspace from now on. Fangyuan swung the coffin lid, fiercely striking the drought demon in midair like swatting a fly. Get in. Bang. With a loud bang, the poor ancestor of the drought demon, before it could even unleash its third form, was forcefully slammed into the coffin. Clang. Fangyuan quickly closed the lid. But that wasn't enough. He knew this old thing was strong and could lift the coffin at any moment. So, he took out the pen. At the connection between the coffin lid and the coffin body, a huge, golden lock was painted. Sealing setting, this is a high-pressure boiler. Unless the internal pressure reaches the critical value, or has the administrator's approval, opening the lid is strictly prohibited. Click. The sound of the lock was crisp and pleasant. The banging noise inside the coffin instantly became muffled. Let me out, let me out. I will kill you. I will drain your blood. Fangyuan patted the coffin lid, as if soothing a restless machine. Save your strength. From today onwards, you are the #1 employee of the Fengmen Village Thermal Company. He turned his head and looked at the stunned Lin Xiaoxiao and the Orochi, revealing a radiant smile. Done. Xiaoxiao, go draft a contract. From now on, the hot spring project, sauna project, and winter floor heating supply in Fengmen Village will all rely on this old comrade. Oh, right. Fangyuan seemed to remember something and added another line on the coffin. Note, do not touch, beware of burns. Contains evil dogs, crossed out, contains evil spirits, main function, heating water, providing warmth. Thus, in this ancient place with a history of 1,000 years, which instilled fear in countless practitioners of the mysterious arts, the ancestral hall of Fengmen Village. A final battle that was supposed to shake the heavens and make ghosts weep, under Fangyuan's physical exorcism and capitalist logic, transformed into a unique boiler installation and debugging conference. And the fate of Fengmen Village, from this moment on, was completely changed. It was no longer a forbidden land where the living dare not enter. It was about to become Yi Boss's money-making machine. Chapter 106 Fengmen Village, and we do not produce ghosts, we are merely ghost movers. Fengmen Village Underground Ancestral Hall. As the last rivet was drawn dead by Fangyuan with a pen, the huge bronze coffin finally fell completely silent. Although faint sounds reminiscent of water boiling could still be heard from inside, occasionally accompanied by the drought demon's reluctant growls, let me out. I want to complain. This coffin is too cramped, it no longer posed any threat. The temperature in the Great Hall began to slowly drop. The previously rampant magma lost the drought demon's magical support and was gradually solidifying into black volcanic rock. The suffocating smell of sulfur in the air had also faded considerably, replaced by a dry warmth, like the residual heat of a sauna. Ding! Congratulations player Fangyuan, successfully cleared the S-level reality forbidden land instance, Fengmen Village. Detected that the final boss 1,000-year drought demon has been, physically sealed and transformed into a production tool. Calculating completion evaluation. Evaluation, SSS, unprecedented. The system's prompt echoed in the empty Great Hall, carrying a hint of obvious lag and hesitation. Clearly, even the well-informed ghost story system was thrown off by Fangyuan's approach of using the boss as a boiler. Acquired completion rewards. Fengmen Village Land Deed, permanent. From now on, this area of forbidden land, along with every blade of grass and tree, every brick and tile, every ghost and corpse within, belongs entirely to you. It is your private domain, beyond the reach of reality's laws. Drought Demon's forced loyalty contract, although it wishes to bite you to death, under the constraints of the contract, it must work for you. Main functions: heating, hot spring heating, dispelling heavy rain. Hidden achievement: Heartless Capitalist. While wearing this title, your suppression power over strange creatures increases by 50%, and during business negotiations with the strange, their IQ will be forcibly reduced by 30%. Not bad. Fangyuan looked at the faded, slightly bloody land deed that had appeared in his hand and flicked the paper surface in satisfaction. Although it's a haunted land, this location is in the deep mountains and forests, has beautiful scenery, and no one is checked for illegal constructions. It's a great place to develop a tourism project. He turned around to look at the one person and two pets behind him who were now completely dazed. Let's go, let's inspect our new industry. Fengmen Village Ground. When Fangyuan led the team out of the underground ancestral hall, the sky outside was already dimly bright. The heavy, seemingly everlasting gloomy clouds, the aura of death, that had shrouded the village were rapidly dissipating now that the drought demon was sealed. The long-awaited morning light penetrated the clouds, casting a glow on this desolate village that had been silent for 100 years. If one ignored the human skin lanterns hanging on both sides of the street, and overlooked the ghostly faces peeking out sporadically from the crumbling houses, the scenery here actually had a certain poignant beauty reminiscent of an ancient village ruin. At this moment, the ghosts and monsters in the village were in utter chaos. Without the suppression of their ancestor, the drought demon, these lonely souls, wild ghosts, zombies, and paper figures stood at a loss, as if they had lost their signals and were utterly bewildered. Especially the zombies who had been doing calisthenics at the charity house, now froze in the middle of their stretching exercise, not knowing whether to continue jumping or to go back to sleep in their coffins. Everyone listen up. Fangyuan stood on the high platform at the village entrance, originally used for ghost performances. He held the devil's editing pen in his hand. Although he didn't use a loudspeaker, his voice clearly spread to every corner of the village through the power of rules. Talent activated, regional broadcast. From today, Fengmen Village has undergone a regime change. Your leader, that whatever drought demon ancestor, has honorably retired to the basement to enjoy his old age, burning the boiler. Now, I am in charge here. Wow! The entire village was in an uproar. Countless ghostly eyes stared fearfully at the man on the platform. They could sense that he exuded an aura more terrifying than the drought demon, that was the pressure of a lord holding the land deed. Don't panic. Fangyuan waved his hand, revealing a friendly, to the ghosts, devilish smile. I am a very democratic person, I don't do massacres. As long as you are willing to work, not only will you not lose your souls, but you can also obtain formal positions and enjoy company benefits. He pointed at Lin Xiaoxiao behind him. Xiaoxiao, take out my planning map, which is actually a broken wooden board he picked up on the roadside just now. Fangyuan began to outline plans and assign tasks. Every word he spoke was rewriting the fate of this village. First, the zombies. Fangyuan pointed towards the charity house. You have tough bodies and great strength, and you feel no pain. From now on, you will be responsible for the village's security. Pair up and patrol 24 hours a day. Anyone who dares to sneak into the village or relieve themselves anywhere, throw them out directly. The one leading, the corpse driver, stop playing dead. I know your hand is reattached. You will be the security captain from now on, responsible for training this group of zombies. Don't just keep jumping, learn some combat skills. The corpse driver, hiding in a corner, covered his recently reattached wrist, nodding with tears in his eyes. He did not want to be a security guard, but he even more so did not want to become the grinding stick for the demonic wolf. Next, the paper figures. Fangyuan turned to the paper shop. I know you like to imitate the living. So, use your strengths and become waiters and background actors. Especially you, the paper figure with the sunglasses, Lin Xiaoxiao, you will be the front desk, responsible for welcoming visitors at the village entrance and, scaring them, welcoming them. And then, the ghost bride. Fangyuan's gaze landed on the coffin that was still resting in the square. The ghost bride was shivering inside the coffin. You look pretty good, if you ignore the corpse makeup, and your aura fits our theme quite well. From now on, you will be the image ambassador. Every day, float around the village and strike a few mournful poses for visitors to take pictures. Remember, you can only be photographed, not eat people. Anyone who dares to touch a visitor with even a finger, I will send you down to the basement to be fuel for the drought demon. The ghost bride nodded vigorously, almost shaking off her phoenix crown. Finally, these human skin lanterns all over the street. Fangyuan glanced at them with disdain. It's too dark, and it's a waste of oil. Turn everything into LED lights. Keep the lantern skins, those are artworks, hang them higher as decorations.
With each command issued by Yi Fangyuan, the entire Fengmen village started to undergo a strange transformation. What was once a terrifying killing ground was rapidly turning into a well-ordered horror theme park. The zombies began to line up for patrols, even subconsciously chanting slogans, 1, 2, 1. The paper figures started cleaning up, clearing the bone debris from the streets. The ghost bride crawled out of the coffin, looked into the mirror, well water, adjusted her makeup, and began practicing that resentful yet polite smile. Boss. Lin Xiaoxiao watched the scene, pushed her cracked glasses up her nose, and felt a complicated mix of emotions. She never dreamed that in her lifetime, she would witness a group of vengeful spirits engaged in a city-building campaign. Do you think tourists would really dare to come? She couldn't help but ask. Of course they will. Yi Fangyuan smiled confidently. These days, everyone's under a lot of pressure, and they all love seeking excitement. Some so-called haunted houses only have plastic props and live NPCs. They're not scary at all, yet they still charge a 200 yuan ticket. But here, we have real ghosts. Authentic, immersive experiences. No need for 998, just 198, the value is unbeatable. It'll blow those influencer hotspots out of the water. And... Yi Fangyuan lowered his voice, his eyes flashing with a gleam. Who said we're only making money from ticket sales? The hot spring water boiled by the drought demon, that's Emperor's corpse fire soup. Soaking in it drives away the cold and damp, though there may be a little corpse poison side effect, but as long as it's diluted 10,000 times, it's fine, it even boosts immunity. The Ghost Maze experience, that's spatial sensory training. We can even sell merch. Like zombie tooth pendants, ghost symbol amulets, these are the real deal. Lin Xiaoxiao. She got it. Her boss was truly a boss. This wasn't just turning ghosts into employees, he was selling them, bones and all. We don't produce ghosts, we're just ghost carriers. Yi Fangyuan summed up with a famous quote. He glanced at the time. It's almost time. We should head back. The company still has a lot of things waiting to be dealt with. Plus, I need to go back and study that land deed properly. See if I can fix the signal tower here and set up a midnight ring livestream room. A dilapidated bus, radiating dark energy, slowly drove to the village entrance. It was Yi Fangyuan's exclusive ride, the 13th ghost bus. At this moment, the driver, Old Wang, the ghost without a chin, looked at Yi Fangyuan with awe. He had witnessed how this man had flattened the entire Fengmen village overnight. Boss, please get on the bus. Old Wang even got out of the bus, bent down, and opened the door for Yi Fangyuan, his actions more precise than a five-star hotel bellboy. Yi Fangyuan, along with Lin Xiaoxiao, the skeletal manager, the bloated magic wolf that was burping from overeating, and the eight-headed serpent curled up to keep warm, boarded the return trip. The door closed. With the roar of the engine, which actually sounded like ghostly wails, the bus slowly started, rolling over the yin-yang road that Yi Fangyuan had marked with traffic lights, heading toward the direction of the real world. Through the bus window, Yi Fangyuan took a final look at the Fengmen village behind him. In the morning mist, the ancient village still seemed ominous and eerie. But beside the weathered stone tablet at the village entrance, there was a new wooden sign, freshly painted in red, or perhaps blood, reading: Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company First Industrial Park. Opening in 3 days. Stay tuned. Chapter 107, The Global S+ Dungeon opens. The nightmare of every nation, how is it that supplier again? Real-world global synchronization time. When the blood-red countdown appeared on every screen around the world, the entire world fell into a suffocating silence. Warning! Warning! Global Level S+ Dungeon, Ghost Theme Park is about to open. The words like struggle for dominance among nations / unrestricted slaughter / plunder of national fortunes hit the hearts of leaders and people in every country like heavy hammers. Lighthouse Nation, the White House. The president stared hard at the screen, cold sweat covering his forehead. God help us, please don't match with Dragon Nation, please don't encounter that devil. Sakura Nation, the Prime Minister's residence. All cabinet members were kneeling on the ground, praying. They were not praying for their own contestant to win, but rather, they were praying, hope that this time that man is in a better mood and doesn't take all our Shikigami. Even the Lighthouse Nation, with its mechanical ascender Smith, and even the Holy See with its Knights Templar, had no fighting spirit at this moment, only deep fear. Because in the past few months, there was a name that seemed like an insurmountable mountain pressing down on the heads of the global Strange Tales community. That name is Yi Fangyuan. Codename, Rule Breaker. Nickname, Tales Robber, Oddity Wholesaler, Black-Hearted Capitalist. Dragon Nation Jinghai City Abnormal Affairs Consulting Company. Unlike the panic abroad, the atmosphere in Dragon Nation was unusually and strangely excited. On the top floor of the CBD building in the city center, a huge holographic projection was playing Yi Fangyuan's promotional video. This was made by the company to attract business. In the video, Fangyuan was wearing a trench coat, holding a contract, with countless bizarre creatures working hard on an assembly line in the background. Slogan: Don't fear ghosts, Consulting will help your family. Professional physics exorcism, dedicated to resource recovery. At this moment, a dilapidated bus, decorated with a skull, was speeding towards the company building with alarms blaring. The traffic police along the way not only didn't stop it, but instead stood at attention and saluted. Citizens on the roadside took out their phones, taking photos and screaming. Look! It's the employee shuttle from the company. Isn't that old Wang? His driving skills are still so wild. God Yi is back. It seems this instance is secured. The bus stopped. The moment Fangyuan stepped down, there was a burst of cheers around him. He was still dressed like a refined rogue, gold-rimmed glasses, a black-fitted trench coat, holding a special thermos cup that could drink water and smash ghosts. Boss, you are finally back. Director Zhang, the head of the Dragon Nation Strange Tales Bureau, had been waiting at the door. He was not alone, as behind him stood a row of SWAT officers, holding several huge containers. Director Zhang, such a big show? Fangyuan raised his eyebrows, casting a glance at those containers. Mr. Yi, this time it's an S+ instance. And we need to go abroad. Director Zhang rubbed his hands, with a flattering, and somewhat expectant, look on his face. The higher-ups instructed there isn't much to send you from home. I heard you're going to stock up to compete, so specially prepared some packaging bags for you. These containers are specially made, containing space-folding technology, with large capacity, can hold a lot. The only instruction from above was, as long as it's a good thing, bring it all back. The warehouse at home has been expanded, it's enough to store. Fangyuan smiled. He patted Director Zhang on the shoulder, good understanding. Countdown, 5 minutes. Global live broadcast started. The screen split into 100 small grids, showcasing the chosen ones from various countries. The Terminator Smith from the Lighthouse Nation, clad in bright silver exoskeletal armor, with a cold gaze. Bullet comments, Go Smith. You are the strongest human body. As long as you don't encounter that hanging bee from Dragon Nation, you have a chance to fight for second place. Don Myoji Abe from Sakura Nation, holding a folding fan, surrounded by ghostly shadows. Bullet comments, Lord Abe. Remember. When entering the instance, first find Yi-san to pay respects. Never resist. As long as you actively offer up your Shikigami, you might save your life. The contestant from Kimchi Nation was a face-lifted Appa, holding an enchanted longsword. Bullet comments, this is our Appa, wait, why is he shaking? At that moment, the screen in the center lit up, displaying the image of Dragon Nation. There were no special effects, no background music. Only a man stood before a pile of huge containers, directing a walking husky, magic wolf, and a skeleton with an axe, manager, to stuff things inside. Did you bring the toothbrush? I'm not used to the toiletries over there. Bring a few bottles of Lao Gon Ma, in case the food in the cafeteria is awful. By the way, print a few more copies of the asset acquisition intent letter, in both Chinese and English. As this face appeared clearly on the screen, the world erupted. Foreign live stream. Oh no. It's him. It's over. Barbecue. It really is this demon. God. Why punish us? Why him again? Hurry. Inform our contestants. Upon seeing this man, kneel immediately. Make sure the posture is correct. Don't hesitate. Where's the referee? Isn't this a foul? How can a person who treats horror tales like a backyard participate in a beginner-level mission? It's unfair. Dragon Country livestream. Ha ha ha. It's stable. Everyone stand up. Welcome, God Yi. I knew it. How could this large-scale supply scene be without Boss Yi? Foreign friends in front, don't cry. Think positively, at least you can see with your own eyes how your country's ghosts become workers from our Dragon Country. This is the power. Others are here to survive, God Yi is here to inspect the industry. What does God Yi hold in his hand? Acquisition contract? Good fellow, thinking of buying the amusement park before even entering? Transmission starting. A blood-red beam of light enveloped Fangyuan. At the moment his body was about to digitalize, Fangyuan adjusted his glasses and flashed a smile, familiar to the whole world, filled with the smell of copper. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no need to be nervous. This time I come primarily with the purpose of peace and development. I heard this amusement park is poorly managed, suffering losses, killing, for years. As a responsible entrepreneur, I cannot bear to see such a good piece of land wasted. So, this is not just a competition. It is also a cross-border acquisition case. Magic Wolf, Skeleton, bring the tools, sacks. We are going for supplies. Buzz.
With a flash of light, the man who made all ghosts tremble, who made competitors from various countries shiver, vanished from his spot. The next moment, in the world of horror tales, at the entrance of the Ghost Amusement Park, the originally eerie and terrifying rusty iron gate, with a sign saying no entry for the living, was suddenly kicked open from the outside. Boom! The huge iron gate crashed down, kicking up a cloud of dust. The small clown ghost responsible for ticketing at the door, with a fierce look on its face, dropped the ticket stub in fear. It gazed at the man walking out of the dust and the two fierce-looking bodyguards, Magic Wolf and Skeleton, behind him. The smile drawn on the clown ghost's face instantly stiffened, transforming into a more hideous expression than a cry. Because it recognized him. In this circle, the ghost circle, there was a blacklist of humans to never provoke. The top photo was this face. "Oh well, old boss, hello." The clown ghost knelt down with a thud, so skillfully it was heart-wrenching. "Welcome. No tickets needed. You just need to show your face." Fangyuan glanced down at it, took out a coin, still the specialty ghost coin from the Seal Village, and flicked it into the clown ghost's hat. "Understand the rules. Go, call your park director out. Just say someone is here to discuss an acquisition." Chapter 108: The value of S+ level copies. This is not a park, this is a Neon Corp city. Ghost Amusement Park Main Gate Square. As the smoke cleared, Fangyuan stepped on the fallen gate, carved from the bones of an unknown abyssal beast, and truly saw the full of this so-called copy. Even he, who was picky, was briefly stunned behind his golden-rimmed glasses. If you don't consider the ghosts everywhere, this is simply a pinnacle of dark art. The sky was not that oppressive gray. Instead, it presented an extremely brilliant deep purple color. Above the sky, 3 giant moons of different colors hung blood red, pale white, and ghostly green, casting an eerie glow upon the earth. And on the ground stood not an ordinary amusement park, but a vast neon giant city that seemed to stretch infinitely. Yes, a city. To describe this place with the words amusement park is too humble, it is even an insult to this magnificent complex. Before the eyes is a floor covered in obsidian tiles, each tile sealing a glowing soul beneath it, twisted and struggling in pain, yet shining as lights to illuminate the path. Walking on it feels like strolling through the galaxy. In the distance, bizarre buildings soared high into the sky. There is a 1,000-meter-tall Ferris wheel, its base rooted in the abyss, the top disappearing into purple clouds. Each cabin is a luxurious palace in the sky, half hidden in the clouds, with piercingly joyful yet sorrowful laughter occasionally drifting down. There is a roller coaster, swift as a giant dragon, winding between the rolling hills. The tracks are entirely made of white bones, the cars are ablaze with fire, raining down sparks as it howls, like a meteor shower streaking across the sky. And there is the inverted castle located in the center of the city, seeming to float in the air. Countless black bats and gargoyles swirl around it, exuding a suffocating royal pressure, as if deities were watching over the living beings. The air is filled with a unique scent, a mix of high-end perfume, aged blood, caramel popcorn, and money. It's the taste of desire, and also the taste of death. Ding! Welcome to the gold mine of the dead, the final destination for all living beings. Here is the Ghost Amusement Park. Area, 3,000 square kilometers. Permanent ghost count, over 5 million. Today's visitor count, chosen ones 100. The system's prompt echoed in Fangyuan's ears, carrying a grand resonance, seeming to aim to give this unexpected guest a little shock. What a grand affair. Fangyuan adjusted his glasses, gazing at this excessively luxurious scene. He was not intimidated by the pressure of an S+ level instance but rather revealed a greedier gaze. He squatted down, tapping on the obsidian tiles with his fingers. The purity of these tiles is high, and the soul energy is abundant. Just prying a few pieces back, in a place like Jinghai City, where every inch is gold, could exchange for a set of school district housing. He stood up, brushing off the dust from his hands, his tone carrying a hint of fervent admiration. What is this, if not an instance? This is clearly a super consortium waiting to be listed. A gold mine flowing with milk and honey, blood and souls. He looked down at the small clown ghost still kneeling on the ground. This clown ghost was also dressed very elegantly, wearing a purple tailcoat with buttons made of human eyeballs, holding a scepter embedded with rubies. Although it was merely a gatekeeper, this outfit alone could fetch tens of thousands of hellcoins outside. Get up! Fangyuan gently kicked the clown ghost's knee with the shiny tip of his leather shoes. Stop trembling. Introduce to me the current, equity structure and administrative divisions here. Ha! The clown ghost was taken aback. It wiped the cold sweat, grease paint, from its face and shook as it stood up. As a malicious spirit that had lived for hundreds of years, it didn't understand what equity structure meant, but it grasped the tone of superior inspecting subordinate. I shall speak as my master wishes. The clown ghost bent down, a flattering expression on its face, pointing toward the faraway, neon-lit urban area, its voice trembling. Our amusement park is divided into 7 major districts. What you see now is the entrance reception area. Moving further in, there are Gluttony Food Street, Greed Arcade, Lust Kabukicho, Wrath Roller Coaster, Sloth Ferris Wheel, Envy Grand Theater.
Each district has its own head. They are all S-level and even SS-level evil spirits personally appointed by the Great Director. They hold all the benefits and the power of life and death in their respective areas. At this point, the clown ghost pointed at the floating inverted castle, and deep fear appeared in his eyes, as if even mentioning that name was a desecration. And the Directorate lives at the very top of the Eternal Night Palace. It is the god here. Yi Fangyuan listened, nodded slightly, and seemed to ponder. 7 major districts? Divided management? Independent accounting? A typical group operation model. It seems your director has a bit of business sense, but not much. He took out the asset acquisition intent letter from his pocket and began to sketch on it with a pen, as if defining prey. Since it's divided into districts, it will be easier. Taking it all at once can lead to indigestion, so let's split the acquisition. First, set a small goal. Yi Fangyuan's gaze crossed the square and landed on the area closest to the entrance. There, the lights were bright and the atmosphere was vibrant, countless huge signs flickering with tempting glows, and a rich aroma of meat, though he didn't know what kind of meat, wafted through the air. He could faintly hear the sounds of hearty chewing and clashing bowls and plates. Gluttony District Evil Spirit Food Street. Food is the heaven for people, and ghosts are no different. Yi Fangyuan closed the document, with a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Let's start with the catering industry. Just as Yi Fangyuan was drafting his grand business plan, the space at the entrance of the amusement park suddenly began to twist violently. Buzz. Flashes of white light passed through like dense falling meteors. That was the chosen ones from other countries finally teleporting in. Gah. Abe, the Onmyoji from Sakura country, had just landed and immediately bent over, vomiting. The dizzy spell from crossing dimensions, combined with the almost physical presence of the ominous energy here, was a bit too much for this delicate young heir. Oh God. Is this hell? The mechanical warrior smith from Lighthouse Country, though protected by full-cover armor, saw the red alert bar for danger on the HUD in his helmet instantly go off the charts, emitting a piercing beep-beep sound. Energy response, impossible to gauge. Is this an S+ level instance? It's too big. It's simply impossible to clear. Not even a nuclear bomb could flatten this place. In just a few seconds, 99 top-tier warriors from around the world had gathered in the square. Most of them were fully armed, their expressions tense. Their first reaction upon landing was to seek cover, keeping a wary distance from one another, weapons held at the ready. Fear, confusion, and vigilance hung over each person's heart. But soon, all their gazes were drawn in the same direction. At the very front of the square. In front of that skeletal gate radiating a terrifying aura, even in its collapsed state. There was a man in a black trench coat, casually resting with his legs crossed on a gigantic genuine leather European sofa, which the magic wolf had just borrowed from the guardroom, complaining that standing was tiring. He held a cup of steaming tea, and beside him stood a skeletal bodyguard wielding a fire axe, looking like a statue. At his feet lay a husky gnawing on a bone. And in front of this man, the terrifying clown ghost, supposed to be the newbie killer responsible for intimidating the chosen ones, was now behaving like a 5-star hotel waiter, holding a fruit platter, bowing respectfully, with a sycophantic smile on its face. This scene was completely out of sync with the tense and terrifying atmosphere surrounding them. It was like a group of people fighting in a battlefield, only to find someone in the middle setting up a stall for afternoon tea. Yi Fangyuan? In the crowd, someone exclaimed first, the voice trembling, tinged with despair. Even though they had seen this man countless times on screens, when faced with him in person, the feeling was completely different. That feeling of oppression was still suffocating. The other chosen ones were still trembling from fear, anxious about whether they could survive the first night. He had already started drinking tea? And what was that clown ghost? Why did that monster, emanating an A-grade evil spirit aura, now look so humble? Oh, everyone is here? Yi Fangyuan heard the noise, put down his teacup, and turned his head. He pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, his gaze sweeping across this group of upcoming competitors, or rather, pawns, from various countries, revealing a very standard yet extremely creepy professional smile to outsiders. Welcome everyone to my... He paused and corrected himself. Oh no, it's about to become my amusement park. He pointed to the huge entrance leading to the interior city behind him. Since we are all colleagues, chosen ones, let me give you a friendly reminder. The cost of living here is very high. If you want to survive, you better check if you have enough money to buy your life. If not... Yi Fangyuan took out a stack of freshly printed temporary labor dispatch contracts from his pocket, which he had asked Director Zhang to prepare before setting off from the company. He shook the contract in his hand, as if recruiting cheap labor. I happen to need several movers, dishwashers, poison testers, and suicide squad members. Daily payment, with meals provided, not guaranteed to be edible, but no accommodation. The salary may not be high, but it's safe. Stick with me, at least you can keep your life. If you're interested, you can come here to line up and sign up. The venue fell silent. 99 chosen ones from various countries exchanged glances, their faces turning dark like pig livers. Who were they? They were the top combatants from their countries. Heroes bearing the fate of their nations. They were here to fight, compete, and plunder. Yet they hadn't even entered the door or killed a single monster, and this Dragon Kingdom person wanted to hire them as dishwashers? This was humiliation. Naked, raw humiliation. Baka. The Onmyoji from Sakura country, Abe, was the first to lose his temper. He came from a prestigious Onmyoji family, having lived in luxury since childhood. How could he endure this? Yi Fangyuan. Don't be so arrogant. Abe suddenly opened the fan in his hand, covering half of his face, eyes shining with venomous light. This is the world of monster tales. Not a one-man show of your Dragon Kingdom. Do you really think we are afraid of you? We are all S-class strong. Who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Even if I die, my Abe clan will never wash dishes. Shikigami, one-eyed little monk. Appear. Buzz. With his angry shout, a ball of black mist erupted around him. A 3-meter-tall, one-eyed, fanged monster holding a Zen staff howled out, emanating a heart-pounding pressure. Roar. The other contestants from different countries stepped back but secretly observed. They wanted to see if this legendary demon king Yi Fangyuan was truly as invincible as rumored. Facing the provocation, Yi Fangyuan remained seated on the sofa, not even shifting his buttocks. He simply took a sip of tea, his gaze calm as if he were watching a barking chihuahua. Don't want to wash dishes? Then there's no choice. He sighed and snapped his fingers at the demon wolf beside him, who was gnawing on a bone. Demon wolf, go. Teach this international friend what workplace etiquette is. Chapter 109, First Stop, Gluttony Food Street. May I ask about your dining needs? Ghost Amusement Park Main Entrance Plaza. The air seemed to solidify. Abe Shinichi, a descendant of the Onmyoji Abe Saimai from Sakura country, was currently maintaining that handsome summoning Shikigami pose, holding the fan high, his face filled with the pride and ferocity of a member of a great family. Behind him, that 3-meter-tall one-eyed little monk Shikigami exuded black malice. That oversized single eye was fixed on Yi Fangyuan, the Zen staff thumping heavily, shaking the obsidian floor with a buzzing sound. Die! For the glory of the great Sakura Empire! Abe Shinichi roared, pointing his finger at Yi Fangyuan. The one-eyed monk charged out, howling, surrounded by a bloody wind. His Zen staff created a black shadow, rushing straight at the man sitting on the leather sofa. Alas! Yi Fangyuan watched the scene, nearly letting out a gentle sigh, even lifting his teacup to blow at the foam. Too noisy. Demon wolf, it's time to eat. Awoo. The husky that had been lying by Yi Fangyuan's feet, boredly chewing on a piece of the broken door, suddenly lifted its head. Its eyes changed. The pure, foolish look vanished in an instant, replaced by a brutality and greed from ancient times. No transformation, no special effects. It simply opened its mouth. Talent activated, mouth of gluttony, true form of demon wolf. In that moment, in everyone's view, the husky's mouth seemed to turn into a bottomless black hole. The space was torn apart, and a giant mouth phantom capable of swallowing heaven and earth appeared out of thin air, enveloping the rushing one-eyed monk. Crunch! A sound that made one's teeth ache. The charging one-eyed monk didn't even have time to scream, half of his body vanished into thin air, bitten off. Like biting into a crispy hot dog. The demon wolf chewed a couple of times, a glurk coming from its throat, and that S-level potential Shikigami was just gone. Not even a bit of residue was left. PFF. Since the Shikigami was connected to the Onmyoji soul, Abe Shinichi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood on the spot, his entire body flying backward like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily to the ground, his face pale as paper. My Shikigami. He looked at the husky that had returned to lying down, licking its paws with a satisfied expression, trembling all over like a sieve. That was a Shikigami. A great demon worshipped by his family for 100 years. Eaten by a dog? You see. Yi Fangyuan placed his teacup down, pushed up his glasses, his tone as calm as discussing the weather. I told you, your pet is uncultured, it bites at people. My dog helped you deal with it, no garbage disposal fee required, consider it a new customer discount. The entire scene fell into silence. The mechanical warrior Smith from the Lighthouse Nation silently retracted the laser cannon from his arm, taking a nearly imperceptible step back. The chosen ones from other countries didn't even dare to breathe. Is this the power of Demon King Yi Fangyuan? Even his pet is so abnormal, what are we even fighting for? Ding! The novice entrance ceremony has ended. Now opening the first large area transmission. Target, Gluttony Evil Spirit Food Street. Rules reminder, here, only food and love are to be cherished. Please enjoy the feast to your heart's content. Those who refuse to eat will be considered ingredients. Before everyone could recover from the shock just now, the obsidian ground in the square suddenly lit up with a red glow. The space twisted. In the next second, the noisy hustle and bustle, greasy smoke, and an overwhelmingly nauseating meaty scent instantly rushed at them. Gluttony Area Evil Spirit Food Street. This is a long and twisted street. On both sides of the street hung greasy red lanterns, inscribed with words such as meat, wine, fresh, but the red paint looked as if it were bleeding. Countless bizarre stalls and shops squeezed along the roadside. On a huge iron plate, sizzling and oozing oil was not steak, but chunks of dark red entrails still twitching. In the boiling pot, it wasn't broth, but murky yellow grease, floating with eyeballs, fingers, and some unknown hair. The staff responsible for serving were all pot-bellied, with grotesque faces, wielding bloody cleavers, greedily eyeing the group of fresh meat that had just been transmitted in. Welcome. Freshly served human brain flour. Still warm. Deep-fried ghost hands. Crunchy. What do you want to eat? If you have no money, losing an arm will do. The shouts of the monsters echoed one after another, gathering into a huge wave of sound, crashing against the Chosen One's eardrums in reason. System enforced task release. Task name, first meal in the park. Content, please choose a store within half an hour, complete a purchase, and finish the meal. Failure penalty, because you refuse to eat, the hungry store owner will take you as an ingredient to restock the inventory. Hearing this rule, all the Chosen Ones turned pale. Eat? Eat these things? Shinichi Abe looked at the pot nearby, filled with mushy soup and a head that would not close its eyes. His stomach churned violently, and he retched again. No. I won't eat. This is blasphemy. This is hell. Smith from the Lighthouse Country scanned the food components. Warning, high concentration of corpse poison, unknown virus, parasitic eggs detected. Mortality rate if consumed, 99.9%. Damn it. This is not food at all. Smith shouted angrily, this is a biological weapon. However, the rules were merciless. If they didn't eat, the butcher sharpening his knife had already set his eyes on them. At this moment of despair, that man moved. Fangyuan, hands in his pockets, accompanied by a skeleton and a demon wolf, strutted towards the largest and most luxurious restaurant in the street like a leader inspecting the night market's hygiene. The restaurant, 3 stories high, had a gigantic sign at its entrance, Decapitation Feast Grand Restaurant. At the entrance stood 2 sexy yet faceless ghost ladies in kipeos, luring customers. This is what they call S-class delicacies? Fangyuan stood at the door, looking at the bloody signature dishes displayed in the window, frowning with an extremely disdainful expression. The plating is terrible. The color is dull. And he reached out, brushed his fingers along the showcase at the door, and flicked the dust, or ashes, off his fingers. The hygiene situation is worrisome. He turned around and waved at the group of Chosen Ones still hesitating to eat shit behind him. What are you all staring at? Since the rules say to eat, then eat something good. Follow me to this biggest restaurant. Today, boss ye treats. He strode into the terrifying restaurant named Decapitation Feast, ignoring the shocked gazes of the ghost ladies at the entrance. Behind him, the Chosen Ones from various countries exchanged glances. Follow him? Although this man was terrifying, compared to the pot on the roadside cooking human heads, this big restaurant looked slightly, not really, cleaner. Let's go. Follow him. Smith gritted his teeth and was the first to follow. The Dragon Country people are cunning, but he must have a way. Shinichi Abe wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and staggered after him. He had lost his Shikigami, and if he didn't cling to someone strong, he would inevitably die. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. Fangyuan walked in the front like a leading tour guide. Behind him followed 99 pale, grief-stricken elites from various countries. They marched into the Decapitation Feast Grand Restaurant. Restaurant lobby. The lobby was filled with ghostly diners, feasting and tearing into raw meat. When this group of living people walked in, all the ghosts stopped their actions, turning their heads in unison. Hundreds of greedy eyes fixed intently on them, drool dripping onto the tables. Oh, we have big customers. A 2-meter-tall chef with a pig's head and a human body, wearing a greasy apron, came out holding a massive cleaver. He was the boss of this place, an S-class evil spirit, gluttonous pig demon. What would you like to eat, gentlemen? The pig demon's gaze lingered on the tender flesh of Shinichi Abe for a moment, as if assessing the meat quality. The menu is on the wall, pay first, then the food will be served. Fangyuan found the largest round table and sat down, crossing his legs. He didn't even glance at the terrifying menu listing braised heart and steamed human liver on the wall. Take your menu away. Fangyuan took out a steel pen and lightly tapped it on the table. I came to eat, not to eat garbage.
Tell your kitchen to clean the fire. Give me 100 servings. Supreme Luxury Buddha jumps over the wall. Remember, use the dragon fish from the River of the Dead as the main ingredient, not even a little less will do. Also, bring me 100 bottles of the 1982 Mangpa soup, chilled. The pig monster was stunned. The ghostly diners around were also stunned. River of the Dead dragon fish? That is a tribute exclusively for the Lord of the Gluttony Zone. 1982 Mangpa soup? That is a legendary top-tier brew. Is this person here to eat? Or to cause trouble? Customer. The pig monster's face twitched, showing a fierce light in its eyes, as its bone-cutting knife slammed heavily on the table, embedding itself deeply. Are you making fun of me? Do you know where this place is? If you can't pay the bill, I will turn you into. Buddha jumps over the wall. Faced with the death threat from the S-class evil spirit, Fangyuan not only wasn't afraid, but instead pulled out a thick food safety and hygiene management regulations, yes revised edition. Making fun of you? No. Fangyuan pushed up his glasses, a sharp cold light flashing on the lens. I am here to check the hygiene. When I came in just now, I touched the door frame and felt dust, -2 points. Now, your knife has rust, -5 points. Also, that smell on you. Fangyuan covered his nose and waved his hand. It seriously affects appetite. You will be shut down for rectification. Now, you have two choices. First, serve the dishes I just ordered immediately. I might consider giving a good review. Second. Fangyuan pointed to the magic wolf beside him, already standing and sharpening its teeth, and to the skeleton manager raising a firefighting axe. We'll smash your shop and then turn you into braised meat. Choose. Chapter 110, The Ultimate Realm of Free Meals. It's not that I won't pay, it's that you owe me money. Gluttony Zone Headless Restaurant. The atmosphere was tense, as if just one match could ignite the entire powder keg. The S-class evil spirit, the gluttonous pig demon, stood before the round table. Its bone-cutting knife, as white as a door, dripped with black blood, and its murky little eyes sparkled with a cruel red light. Its fat belly rose and fell violently, clearly amused by the audacity of the human before it. Check hygiene? Shut down for rectification? The pig demon let out a strange laugh like a broken bellows, shaking the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Ha ha ha. Good. Very good. I have run my business in the amusement park for 300 years. The number of people who have eaten here is at least 8,000. You are the first to talk to me about hygiene regulations. It swung its bone-cutting knife fiercely, stirring up a gust of foul wind, with the blade pointing directly at Fangyuan's nose. Kid, do you know the rules here? In the Gluttony Zone, the chef is God. My knife is the law. I say this meat is fresh, it is fresh. Even if it is rotten, you must swallow it along with the bones and loudly say it's delicious. Want a free meal? Sure. The pig demon licked its tusks, revealing a hideous smile. Leave your heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys to offset your debt, and I will count it as you paid. The ghostly diners around let out strange cries of excitement, some even banging their bowls to egg them on, looking forward to this live human sashimi show. Facing the up-close power of the S-class boss, the chosen ones from various countries were pale with fear. Abe Shinichi had hidden under the table, while Smith's armor system was frantically alerting him to escape immediately. Only Fangyuan remained calm like a mountain. He even disdainfully pushed aside the knife tip pointed at him with a single finger, because the knife was rusty, it was too dirty. Rude. Fangyuan shook his head, adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses, his tone filled with a sense of helplessness for failing to make something of iron. No wonder your business can't grow, you can only peddle in the underworld. There's not a shred of service awareness, and you engage in strong-arming. He opened the thick food safety and hygiene management regulations, yes revised edition, in his hand. Directly thrown onto the pig demon's oil-stained apron. Since you want to talk about rules, then let's talk about rules. Smith. Fangyuan suddenly shouted. The mechanical warrior Smith from Lighthouse Nation trembled all over, instinctively standing at attention, reporting, here. Use your high-tech scanner to check if this god has cooking oil that is gutter oil. Smith was stunned. I came to fight, not to be a quality inspector. But looking at Fangyuan's unquestionable gaze, and the magic wolf next to him that was drooling at him, Smith could only humiliatingly raise his right arm and open the spectral analyzer. Ding, scan complete. Sample analysis, the oil contains a large amount of corpse toxin sediment, decaying tissue fluid, and unknown excrement. Conclusion, severely inferior quality oil, commonly known as gutter oil, with a cancer rate of 1000%. Smith gritted his teeth and read out the report. Did you hear that? Fangyuan slammed the table, his voice louder than the pig demon. Gutter oil. Gutter oil mixed with excrement. This is severe food safety fraud. It's a crime that endangers lives. The pig demon was confused. After being a ghost for so many years, it was the first time someone had slapped it in the face with scientific data. So what? Ghosts love to eat this, it argued stubbornly. What ghosts like to eat is their business, but I am your customer now. Fangyuan stood up, his aura fully unleashed. At this moment, he seemed not like a chosen one in danger, but a royal envoy wielding an imperial sword to enforce the law. According to Article 55 of the Consumer Rights Protection Law, if the operator engages in fraudulent activity regarding the goods, they must compensate the consumer for their losses as per their request. The compensation amount is 3 times the price paid by the consumer for the goods. Fangyuan extended 3 fingers and waved them in front of the pig demon. I just ordered dishes worth 1 million underworld coins. Though the dishes haven't been served yet, you have already committed fraud. So, you not only can't collect my money, but you also owe me 3 million underworld coins. For mental distress fees and detoxification fees. The entire room. The live stream audience. Wow. A logical genius. This can work? Talking about consumer protection laws in a ghost's territory? Is he really crazy or is it an act? Pig demon, I've never seen such absurd extortion in my life. The key is his look of righteousness, I almost believed it. The pig demon was completely infuriated. Its lungs were about to explode from rage. It had imagined this human would beg for mercy, resist, or even run away. Never did it think this human would demand money from it. And even ask for triple compensation. Damn you. The pig demon let out a deafening roar, its entire body of fat trembling, and black malevolent aura erupted like a volcanic explosion. You ungrateful creature. On my turf, I am the law. You little ones. Come at me. Chop this group of reckless humans into meat paste. I want to use their bones to make soup. Roar. With its command, the entire restaurant erupted. Dozens of ghost patrons in the hall, along with more than a dozen kitchen helpers brandishing knives, all revealed their true ferocious forms and screamed as they rushed towards the round table. It's over. It's over. The negotiation has collapsed. And Bay Xine was so scared he hugged the table leg, and Smith raised his laser cannon, preparing to fight to the death. Facing this mass attack like 1,000 cavalry, Fangyuan simply closed the health regulations book calmly. He sighed, removed his glasses, took out a glasses cloth from his pocket, and began to wipe them leisurely. Resisting the law with violence? Even gathering for a brawl? It seems, the civil approach is lost on you. He put his glasses back on, a cold glint flashing across his deep-set eyes. Since you don't want to compensate, then let's compensate with meat. He snapped his fingers gently. Skeleton, clear the field. Magic Wolf, that pig head is yours. Remember, don't bite it to death, leave some breath. I think its knife skills are pretty good. In the future, our company's cafeteria is just right for someone to chop vegetables. Crack. The skeletal supervisor, who had been standing behind Fangyuan like a statue, finally moved. It did not use the huge fire axe, but instead pulled out a piece of brick, which is also a specialty of Fengmen village, engraved with the word virtue. Serve people with virtue. The skeletal supervisor transformed into a flash of white lightning, rushing into the crowd of ghosts. Meanwhile, the husky that had been grinding its teeth let out an excited howl and, with the wind at its back, transformed into a giant wolf engulfed in hellfire, pouncing directly on the S-class gluttonous pig demon. Awa, thinking of making me into braised pork? I'll turn you into leftover meat first. A one-sided beating called workplace rectification officially began. Chapter 111, The Kitchen Battle, I want you to cook, not be the dish. Gluttony Zone Headless Meal Tavern Hall. Clang clang clang. The sounds of pots, bowls, and dishes shattering, mixed with the crisp noises of bones breaking and the wails of ghosts, played a symphony titled Violent Demolition in the tavern hall. Originally fierce and charging forward with kitchen knives, dozens of evil spirits were now experiencing the darkest moment of their ghostly lives. The skeletal supervisor in a black suit was like a tireless pile driver. It didn't even use the fire axe on its back, holding only the golden brick engraved with virtue. Legend says it was blessed in the Confucian temple. Smack! With one smack of the brick, a starving ghost trying to sneak attack had its head smashed open, black blood splattering everywhere. Serve people with virtue. Smack! Another smack sent a skinning ghost with 3 hands into the floor, turning it into a 2-dimensional paper ghost. The skeletal supervisor moved elegantly and precisely. After knocking each one down, it even kindly arranged their broken arms and legs, extreme obsessive compulsiveness, as if it were not fighting but organizing inventory. On the other side of the battlefield, the scene was even more brutal. Roar! The S-class gluttonous pig demon had revealed its true form, a giant wild boar 5 meters tall, covered in black fur, exuding a foul odor. It swung a giant cleaver capable of splitting tanks, roaring as it struck at the giant wolf burning with hellfire. Die, dog!
I'm going to chop you up for dog meat hot pot. The boar demon's knife came crashing down with immense force. However, crack. There was no blood and guts flying, only the sharp sound of metal shattering. That swing solidly hit the teeth of the magic wolf, Fenrir form. The magic wolf didn't even dodge, it merely tilted its head and perfectly caught the blade with its fangs that were harder than steel. Then, it closed its jaw with strength. Crack! The S-Class ghost weapon, the Blade of Slaughter, which had been with the pig demon for 300 years and had killed countless strong foes, was crushed like a crispy biscuit by the magic wolf. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The magic wolf chewed the blade like potato chips, making a crunchy sound, then swallowed it with a movement of its throat. The pig demon? It looked at the half of the knife handle left in its hand, its pea-sized eyes filled with confusion and fear. This was made of deep-sea cold iron. Whoa, a bit stuck in my teeth, bad review. The magic wolf disdainfully spat out iron shards, then its fiery wolf eyes locked onto the pig demon's plump belly. Clearly, this S-Class big demon, filled with fat and energy, was more to its taste than that cold blade. You also look very delicious. The magic wolf spoke human words, a greedy whisper coming from the depths of its soul. The next second, it pounced. Aha, help! The crushing tyrant of the gluttony zone, the S-Class gluttonous pig demon, let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. It was rubbed against the ground by the magic wolf, its probably thick pig skin crumpling under the wolf's sharp claws like paper. A chunk of flesh was ripped away. Don't eat me. I have parasites. I have fatty liver. I'm not tasty. The pig demon struggled desperately, trying to exchange its self-revealed flaws for a chance to survive. The chosen ones from various countries hiding under the table stared in disbelief. Is this an S+ level dungeon? Isn't this just a large dog fighting, pig torturing scene? Enough. Just as the demon wolf opened its bloody mouth, ready to snap the pig demon's neck, a faint voice rang out. Demon wolf, spare the life of the pig. Fangyuan had unknowingly walked to the center of the battlefield. He was still holding that thermos, without a drop of blood on him. Hearing the boss's command, the demon wolf, though reluctant, forcefully stopped its movement. Its sharp fangs were only 0.01 centimeters from the pig demon's artery, and hot saliva dripped onto the pig demon's neck, causing it to twitch all over. Oh. Boss. Help me. The pig demon looked at Fangyuan as if it were seeing its own father. It had never felt that this glasses-wearing human was so kind. Sigh. Fangyuan looked at the chaos around and the former manager who was almost eaten down to the bones, shaking his head helplessly. How many times have I told you, demon wolf? You need to pay attention to sustainable development. If you eat it, you will be full for now. But who will cook for us later? Who will make money for us? He walked in front of the pig demon, squatted down, and slapped its blood-soiled face with the book Health Regulations. Are you still alive? I'm alive. The pig demon cried, as long as you don't eat me. I can do anything. Very good. Fangyuan smiled in satisfaction. Considering that you not only violently resisted the law but also attempted to attack the law enforcement officer, me. Now, your compensation amount has doubled. Fangyuan extended a finger. 10 million underworld coins. Can you come up with it? The pig demon shook its head wildly. Selling itself wouldn't even be worth that much. The amusement park's liquid funds were over in the greed area, and it was just a cook. No money? Fangyuan sighed and took out a prepared lifelong servitude contract, including non-compete agreement, from his pocket. Then let's go with a meat compensation. From today, this restaurant belongs to me. It will be renamed Yes Dining Chain Amusement Park No. 1 Store. You will still be the head chef. But there will be no salary, no social insurance, and you will work 24 hours a day until that 10 million debt is paid off. Any objections? The pig demon glanced at the drooling demon wolf beside it and immediately pressed a bloody handprint on the contract with trembling fingers. No objections. Absolutely none. Boss, you are my rebirth parents. Very good. Fangyuan put away the contract, stood up, and surveyed the hall. At this moment, the ghostly diners in the hall had long since fled. Only a group of chosen ones from various countries huddled in the corners, trembling. Fangyuan's gaze fell on Abe Shinichi from the Cherry Blossom country. Abe-san. Fangyuan waved his hand, his tone friendly. Abe Shinichi froze all over and walked over with a stiff neck. Hi. Hi. Yi-san, what can I do for you? I saw that even though you threw up earlier, your hands and feet still seem quick. Fangyuan pointed to the mountain of dirty plates in the kitchen, those were knocked over during the earlier fight. Since we're all colleagues, I can't just watch you starve to death. Go, wash those plates. Clean one well, and I'll reward you with a bowl of leftover rice that the pig demon didn't finish.
If you can't clean it. Fangyuan glanced at the nearby sewer.
Just right, my sewer is a bit clogged. I've heard that even though your Shikigami is dead, its negative energy is still there, so it should work smoothly for unclogging the sewer. Abe Shinichi's face instantly turned the color of pig liver.
That was humiliation. It was trampling. But looking at the demon wolf next to him that was picking its teeth, he gritted his teeth and lowered his head. Hi. I'll go wash. To survive, even the Onmyoji must wash dishes. And that one.
Fangyuan pointed to the plastic surgery-faced Appa from Kimchi country.
Go chop the vegetables. I heard that people from your country are best at pickling vegetables. Go pickle those jars of, cabbage in the kitchen. As for Smith.
Fangyuan looked at the mechanical warrior from the Lighthouse Nation, which had been out of service.
You are strong and well-equipped. Go stand at the door as a greeter. Remember to put away your laser cannon and switch to that welcome electronic sound. Don't scare the customers. In just 5 minutes.
This black shop that once belonged to the Gluttony District's bully had completely taken on the Yi name.
The once lofty chosen ones from various countries had all turned into laborers. Global live stream. Dragon Country audience, ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. The Onmyoji washing plates, the Terminator as a doorman. I could watch the scene for a year. Sakura Country audience, baka. This is a disgrace. Abe Kuan, do seppuku. Lighthouse Country audience, FK. Smith. Where is your dignity? Use your laser cannon to blast him. Stop yelling upstairs, don't you see that, wolf?
The S-level pig demon nearly got eaten, and Smith's little bit of tin is not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Fangyuan sat behind the counter, listening to the system's constant notifications of assets +1, employees +1, feeling pleased.
This is just the beginning.
He opened the ledger, looking at the string of red numbers on it, the mess left by the pig demon.
If we want to grow this store, just selling food is not enough. We need to do some specialty operations.
His gaze turned to the bustling street of evil spirits outside the shop.
Pass my orders.
Starting today, our shop is launching a new promotion. All ghosts who consume in the shop can use national fortune points, S-level items, or information to offset their meal costs.
If they don't have any of these, Fangyuan pushed up his glasses, revealing the fangs of a capitalist.
Then they can chop themselves up, to be used as ingredients, sold to the next wave of customers.
Chapter 112, hiring the first batch of employees, the Onmyoji goes down the sewers, the Terminator as the doorman. Gluttony District Yes restaurant chain, formerly the Guillotine Dining Hall, kitchen. Ugh.
The chosen one from the Sakura country, the great Onmyoji Abe Shinichi, was currently wearing a pair of oil-stained rubber gloves, kneeling next to the foul-smelling dishwashing sink in the kitchen, gagging while he frantically scrubbed the plates. These plates were covered in dried black blood and mysterious sticky substances, hard to wipe off even with a steel wool pad.
Baka. Baka.
Abe Shinichi's face was filled with tears of humiliation.
Who is he? He is the heir of the Abe family in Kyoto. He is the most honored person besides the emperor.
His hands are meant for hand seals, to summon Shikigami, not to wash these disgusting plates.
Too slow.
A cold voice sounded above his head. Fangyuan had entered without him noticing, holding that thermos, standing like a ghost behind him.
Abe-san, your efficiency is lacking. Fangyuan pointed at the mountain of dirty plates piled up beside him.
At this rate, you won't finish washing before dinner.
And according to our company's rules, employees who don't finish washing the plates will be treated as kitchen waste at night. You.
Abe Shinichi suddenly stood up, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes.
Fangyuan. Don't be too excessive. Although I no longer have the one-eyed monk, I still have other Shikigami. Do you believe I?
As he was about to form a hand seal, he was interrupted by Fangyuan.
Oh? You have Shikigami?
Fangyuan's eyes lit up, as if discovering a new continent.
That's great.
He pulled on Abe Shinichi's sleeve and pointed to the corner of the kitchen where the sewer was gushing with water. The pig demon just told me that the sewer in the shop is clogged, filled with hair and broken bones, and normal tools can't clear it.
Since you have Shikigami, those spiritual beings must be very agile and can navigate the sewers, right? Abe Shinichi was stunned.
His brain froze for 3 seconds.
Letting Shikigami go down the sewer? That is a sacred spirit. The guardian spirit worshipped by the family. You are desecrating the divine spirit. Abe screamed. What gods or spirits? A capable worker is a good employee.
Fangyuan's face darkened, the earlier friendliness disappearing, replaced by a cold, oppressive feeling.
You can refuse.
But if you do, I can only let the demon wolf stuff you into the sewer and use you as a human delivery. Beside him, the demon wolf opened its mouth, revealing a mouthful of gleaming fangs, even mimicking a swallowing motion. Abe Shinichi. 1 minute later. A glowing, ethereal pipe fox spirit, originally meant to float above the dust, was forced to crawl into the dark, stinky sewer opening under its master's tearful gaze. Glug glug. Moments later, the sewer was cleared. Well done. Fangyuan nodded in satisfaction, making a tick on Abe Shinichi's performance evaluation sheet. Given your good performance, I reward you with an extra half-steamed bun tonight. After saying that, he turned and walked towards the cutting area. There, Park Jong-won from the pickled cabbage country was shaking with a knife in his hand, trembling at the Chinese cabbage on the cutting board. Because it was not cabbage at all, but a head of human-like, green-leafed vegetables that could blink. Ah, how am I supposed to cut this? Park Jong-won's hands were shaking with fear. What? You can't cut it? Fangyuan walked over, casually picked up a head of the human-like vegetable, weighing it in his hand. Just treat it like your country's pickled cabbage. Slice it, pickle it, add chili sauce. I heard that people from your pickled cabbage country can pickle anything. This is an S-level ingredient, the flavor will surely be authentic. Park Jong-won looked into Fangyuan's encouraging eyes and then at the pig demon chef sharpening his knife beside him, and could only close his eyes, hacking away with a determined chop. For the Republic of Korea to live I will cut. At the entrance of the restaurant. Compared to the chaos in the kitchen, the scene at the entrance was more sci-fi. Smith, the Terminator from Lighthouse Country, was standing straight at both sides of the entrance. His priceless Titan exoskeleton armor, representing the pinnacle of human technology, has been forcibly repainted by Fangyuan in red paint. On the reactor position of his chest, 4 large characters were written, "Welcome." The shoulder-mounted laser cannon was removed and replaced with 2 huge electronic loudspeakers. Whenever a ghost passed by, Smith's armor system would be forcibly taken over, emitting a voice with no emotion, "Welcome to Ya's restaurant." One male guest. "Please come in." Smith's face under the mask had grown numb. He watched as strange-looking evil spirits walked past him, some curiously touching his armor, and even a little ghost urinated on his leg armor. This is aerospace-grade alloy. F***K. In the restaurant lobby. At this moment, only 10 minutes remained before the deadline for the system-issued first meal task. More than 90 remaining chosen ones from different countries gathered in the lobby. They looked at the writhing dark dishes on the tables, faces pale as if mourning. How can we eat this? Won't we die? I have toxin resistance, but I tried a bite and it took away 30% of my health. We're doomed. Are we going to die in the newbie task? A sense of despair spread in the air. Just then, a tempting aroma suddenly wafted out. It was neither the stench of corpses nor the smell of blood. It was the smell of braised beef noodles. Everyone abruptly lifted their heads, looking towards the center of the lobby. There was Fangyuan sitting in a grandmaster chair, with a huge stainless steel soup pot in front of him. In it, not eyeballs or internal organs, but neatly arranged Kong Fu braised beef noodles, with egg and sausage version. Steaming hot, the aroma filled the air. In this world filled with the smell of rot, this was truly a holy meal from heaven. Gulp. It was unclear who swallowed first. Immediately, the sound of swallowing echoed throughout the room. Want to eat? Fangyuan held his chopsticks, lifted a strand of noodles, and shook it in front of everyone. Yes. A few weak-willed contestants were almost crying. If you want to eat, that's good. Fangyuan adjusted his glasses, revealing that signature smile that sent chills down spines. Our restaurant has launched a new safety set. Made from imported flour from the Dragon Country, no poison, no pollution, guaranteed to help you complete your system tasks and restore full health. Fair prices, no cheating, young or old. He extended a finger. 1 bowl of noodles in exchange for 1 S-class item from you. Or, willingly transfer 1 point of national fortune to the Dragon Country. The entire place erupted in chaos. What? An S-class item? Why don't you just rob someone? 1 point of national fortune? Do you know what that means? That's the luck of the nation. Fangyuan. You're taking advantage of us. Facing the crowd's anger, Fangyuan remained unflinching. He lowered his head to glance at the watch on his wrist. 5 minutes left. After 5 minutes, mission failure. The pig demon chef over there told me its stock is running low and is waiting to throw you into the pot. Along with his words, the kitchen was filled with the sound of the pig demon sharpening knives and Zhu Zhenghuan chopping meat. The shadow of death instantly engulfed everyone. Is the item important, or is life important? Is the national fortune important, or is survival important? I'll buy it. Finally, a contestant from a small country collapsed. He trembled and took out a glowing dagger, S-class ghost weapon, from his pocket, placing it on the table. Give me noodles. Hurry, give me noodles. Deal. Fangyuan pocketed the dagger and had the magic wolf serve a bowl of noodles to that contestant. Huff huff. The contestant picked up the bowl and wolfed it down, tears streaming down his face. It was so delicious. This was the best noodles he had ever eaten in his life. Ding. Congratulations, player, you've completed the task, first meal in the park. Upon hearing the system notification, the mental defenses of the others completely crumbled. I'll buy as well. I have an item. I don't have an item. I'll transfer national fortune. As long as I can survive. Give me a bowl. Extra intestines. In an instant, the lobby of Ye's restaurant turned into a massive trading post. Fangyuan sat behind the cash register, collecting items until his hands were sore, watching the national fortune of the Dragon Country climb like a rocket on the system panel. Dragon Country national fortune +1. +1. +1. Acquired S-class item, substitute doll. Acquired S-class item, cursed pocket watch. In the livestream room, the Dragon Country audience was already boiling with excitement. Wow! Ye God is amazing. One bowl of instant noodles in exchange for a divine artifact? This is way too profitable. What is a shrewd businessman? This is what a shrewd businessman looks like. In a positive sense. Where are the foreign audiences who cursed Ye God earlier? Come out and take a walk? The national fortune of your contestants is now all ours. This is the big picture. While others are still trying to survive, Ye God has already started to reap the entire world. However, just as Fangyuan was happily counting his money. Boom! A loud crash suddenly came from outside the door. A pressure 10 times more terrifying than the previous pig demon instantly enveloped the entire food street. That aura was filled with hunger, greed, and endless emptiness. A cold, hoarse voice pierced through the walls, echoing in the lobby. Who is it? Selling what I do not allow to be sold, on my territory? Outside the door, the receptionist, Smith, sent out a terrified electronic voice. Warning! Warning! S+ class entity detected. Alert! The highest manager of the Gluttony Zone, King of Starved Ghosts, has arrived. Fangyuan stopped counting his money. He raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and looked at the black mist outside the door that blotted out the sun. Finally here? Just right, I have my first day's business earnings, it's time to discuss protection money, reverse issues. Condensed, it finally transformed into an extremely terrifying entity. It was a gigantic evil spirit, nearly 10 meters tall, resembling a mountain of flesh. It had no skin, dark red muscles exposed, flowing with yellow corpse oil. Its belly was astonishingly large, like a swamp filled with dead bodies, countless wrong souls struggling beneath its translucent belly. But the most terrifying part was its mouth. That mouth occupied 2/3 of its entire face, filled with densely packed serrated fangs. The corners of its mouth were ripped to the roots of its ears, saliva pouring down like a waterfall, eroding the ground into large pits. Encounter area boss, Lord of Hunger, the Starving Ghost King, S+ level. Traits, endless hunger, gluttony domain, devouring all. Description, it is never full. Its stomach is connected to an extra-dimensional black hole. Anything it swallows will leave not even a scrap of soul. Damn humans. The Starving Ghost King lowered its head, what a pair of eyes they were, filled with madness, greed, and endless thirst. One hand grabbed the doorframe, crushing it, pushing its massive head into the hall. Who allowed you to operate here without permission? Every piece of meat here, every drop of blood, belongs to me. I will eat you. Roar! A nauseous and foul-smelling whirlwind burst from its mouth, mixed with a nauseating sour rot. Several small country contestants near the door fainted from the stench. Faced with this destructive sense of oppression, Fangyuan still sat behind the counter. He slowly tucked the last S-level item he had just received into his pocket, then took a sip from his thermos, to wash away the previous foul breath. So noisy. Fangyuan pushed up his glasses and looked up at the gigantic ghost head that was almost ready to lift the ceiling. Are you the manager of this place? You came at the right time. He pulled out a pre-printed food donation agreement for poor mountain areas, Ghost Zone. I just looked at your district's financial reports, which he fabricated, and found that the ghosts here generally suffer from malnutrition, looking sickly and thin. As a multinational company with social responsibility, I have decided to bring some benefits to your district. The Starving Ghost King was stunned for a moment. Benefits? It had lived for hundreds of years, only seeing offerings of young boys and girls, and never something like benefits. What nonsense are you talking about? The Ghost King laughed in anger, opening its huge mouth, and a long, scarlet tongue shot out like a python, lunging towards Fangyuan. stop talking. You look quite nutritious. I will eat you first and then talk. Sigh, you're really impatient. Fangyuan did not dodge. He simply snapped his fingers lightly. Skeleton, bring it over. Magic wolf, feed it. Got it. The skeleton in charge, who had been standing by, suddenly dragged out a huge, dark green military container from the void system backpack. The box was labeled in big letters, 09 type individual compressed ration, special enhanced version. This was something Fangyuan specifically asked Director Zhang for before he set out. It was said to be a strategic material stored by the Dragon Kingdom to cope with apocalyptic crises, characterized by one thing: durability. A biscuit the size of a brick could expand tenfold when it encountered water, sustaining a person for 3 days with one bite, and a piece could make a cow burst. Try this. Fangyuan waved his hand. The magic wolf understood, its size rapidly increasing. 2 front paws lifted the container, and like shooting a basketball, accurately tossed it into the starving Ghost King's mouth that was ready to swallow him. Gulp! Before the starving Ghost King could react, it felt a hard, iron box in its mouth. Instinctively, it bit down. Crunch! The container shattered. Inside, a full ton of compressed biscuits instantly scattered into its mouth. Ha! What is this? The Ghost King chewed a couple of times. Dry and crumbly, kind of like eating wall plaster. It's a bit like eating sawdust. Is this it? Is this your counterattack? The Ghost King let out a mocking laugh. I am the starving ghost. My stomach is a bottomless pit. Don't say 1 ton of cookies, even a mountain I can eat. Don't rush. Fangyuan showed a wicked smile. He pointed to the dazed lighthouse country player, Smith, standing nearby. Smith, don't just stand there. Go, pour the half bucket of braised beef noodle soup you just hid down the district chief's throat. And by the way, let Abe over there call in the sewage system to bring over the water pipe. Even though Smith didn't know what Fangyuan was planning, his body was so scared that he could only obey orders. He immediately lifted the huge soup bucket and poured it into the Ghost King's mouth. At the same time, Abe Shinichi also, with tears in his eyes, dragged over the fire hose from the back kitchen and blasted high-pressure water into the Ghost King's mouth. Glug glug. The Ghost King was forced to drink a large belly of water. What are you doing? Are you trying to wash my stomach? Ha 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 ha. It was still laughing. But while laughing, its laughter suddenly caught in its throat. Its face, although it had no skin, changed. It felt something was wrong in its stomach. The compressed dry powder, which it had just crushed and swallowed after encountering water, began to crazily and exponentially expand like a chemical reaction with a catalyst. 1 time, 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. What was originally just a foundation of 1 ton of cookies instantly turned into 20 tons of high-density sticky paste, tightly blocking its stomach and continuing to ferment and expand. Mm. The starving Ghost King's already huge belly began to visibly swell. Like a balloon blown to the limit. It let out a painful groan, clutching its belly with both hands. That feeling, which it hadn't experienced in hundreds of years, even made it feel unfamiliar, surged to its heart. That was stuffed. And it was the kind of stuff that felt like it was going to explode. How is it? Tastes good, right? Fangyuan stepped out from behind the counter, holding a pointer, and like a teacher, tapped on the Ghost King's taut belly, making a thunk sound. This is our Dragon Country's black technology. High compression, high calories, expands on contact with water. Specially treats all types of gluttony and bad habits of having too good an appetite. I see your face turning a bit green. Are you too stuffed and want to vomit? The Ghost King nodded desperately. It now felt like its throat was blocked, and it could hardly breathe, let alone eat people. It wanted to throw up, but those cookie mush pieces were so sticky that it couldn't spit them out. Trying to vomit is useless. Fangyuan shook his head. According to the Food Waste Action Initiative, wasting food is shameful. Since you've eaten my goods, you have to pay. He took out a bill and waved it in front of the Ghost King's eyes. 1 ton of specially supplied compressed cookies, plus the labor feeding fee, fire hose fee, and mental distress fee. As a reward, the ownership of this gluttonous food street belongs to me. If you agree, just blink. If you don't agree. Fangyuan pointed to the other box of water-expanding cement powder in the hands of the skeleton manager behind him. I have an even more exciting dessert after the meal. Want to give it a try? The starving Ghost King stared at the box of cement, its eyes nearly popping out. A devil. This human is definitely a devil. It had never been this stuffed in its life. That kind of pain, where its stomach wall felt like it was going to burst, was a million times worse than starving to death. It blinked madly. Its eyelids were almost sparking. Whoa, I agree. I agree. Quickly take that thing away. Ding. Congratulations to player Yi Fangyuan for successfully acquiring, physically, the management rights of the gluttony area. Achievement unlocked, the man who stuffed the starving ghost to death. The gluttonous food street has been renamed, Ye's Catering Group First Factory. As the system prompt sounded, the starving ghost king finally collapsed to the ground like a pile of mud, letting out a sigh of relief. Its current appearance. Like a giant frog that has eaten too much, gone is its previous arrogance. Very good. Yi Fangyuan put away the bill and turned to look at the awestruck chosen ones from various countries. Everyone, good news. Our services have been upgraded. From now on, as long as you are willing to spend your national luck value, you can not only enjoy instant noodles but also S+ level Ghost King's bodyguard services. He pointed to the gluttonous Ghost King on the ground still burping. After all, once you're full, you have to work it off. Smith, go and paint the word security on our new security captain, Ghost King, S Flesh. Remember, use fluorescent paint, it needs to be eye-catching at night. Chapter 114, The Protest of the Lighthouse Nation, Want a Rebellion? Buy a protest ticket first. Gluttony Zone Ye's restaurant chain, originally the Guillotine Restaurant. Slurp. Gurgle gurgle. In the hall, the sounds of slurping noodles echoed back and forth. Those chosen ones from various countries, who had paid their protection fee, S-level items or national luck value, were now holding steaming bowls of braised beef noodles, tears streaming down their faces. In this S+ level instance filled with the stench of corpses and death, this bowl of instant noodles was not just food, but a hope for survival, the last warmth of a civilized society. However, not everyone was eating. At the entrance, the Terminator Smith from the Lighthouse Nation stood straight on guard. Though his exoskeleton armor was painted with welcome, his eyes behind the mask were filled with red veins. He was starving, and he was angry. Warning, 15% power remaining. Warning, driver's life signs fluctuating, blood sugar too low. The constant alarms ringing in his ears gradually broke Smith's sanity. Who is he? He is the super soldier of the Lighthouse Nation. The hope of all humanity. What is Yi Fangyuan? Just a cunning businessman. Why does he get to sit and collect money while everyone else, a chosen one, has to stand guard here? More importantly, he was hungry too. The smell of noodles was drilling into his nose, a real mental torture. F***K. I quit. Smith slammed the welcome sign, written "One Male Guest," onto the ground. Bang! A loud noise shattered the peaceful atmosphere of eating noodles in the hall. Everyone stopped their chopsticks, shocked at this outburst from the mechanical giant. Yi Fangyuan. Smith turned around, raised his arm, and with a couple of clicks, though the shoulder laser cannon had been removed, he still had a backup plasma wave emitter in his palm. At this moment, a bluish light gathered in his palm, filled with a sense of destruction. You are committing a crime. A betrayal of all humanity. Smith shouted, his voice amplified, resonating throughout the entire street. We are here to save the world, not to be your slaves. I represent the Lighthouse Nation, I represent the free world, and I present a serious protest to you. Immediately hand over all food and items. Divide them equally among all the chosen ones. Otherwise. The light in his palm grew brighter, aiming at Yi Fangyuan behind the counter. I will blow your black shop to pieces. Lighthouse Nation livestream. Good job, Smith. This is the spirit of the Lighthouse. Never yield. Let him know the power of the mechanical ascenders. Long live freedom. Knock that greedy dragon man away. Facing the sudden coup, Yi Fangyuan's hand counting money stopped. He did not panic, not even lifting his head, just pushed up his glasses and calmly asked. Are you done? Smith paused. What? I said, have you finished expressing your protest? Yi Fangyuan took a sip from his thermos and then pulled out a price list from beneath the counter, pointing to the small print at the very bottom. Ye's Restaurant Additional Service Price List. Item 18, Complaint and Protest Service. Price, 10 National Luck Points / time, or 1 S-level attack item. Mr. Smith. Yi Fangyuan spoke calmly, as if explaining the rules to a clueless customer. This store is a legitimate business location. Although we support freedom of speech, we still have to charge for the venue fee and noise pollution fee. That speech you just gave, although illogical, was quite loud. According to the rules, you need to buy a ticket first. If you shout randomly without a ticket, it's not called protest, it's called disturbing the peace. You. Smith was so angry that even his armor was smoking. Go to hell. Capitalist slapdog. Light of freedom, charge. Boom. A blinding blue beam shot out from his palm, carrying a heat capable of melting steel, heading straight for Yi Fangyuan's face. This strike was Smith's full effort. He wanted to kill with one hit, reclaiming the dignity that belonged to the Lighthouse country. However, the beam was blocked halfway by a meat wall. It was a dark red, oozing fat, extremely corpulent meat wall. SZZZZZZ. The high-temperature beam hit that wall, only producing a bit of smoke, scorching a little surface, without even releasing any fat. A dull thunderous voice sounded. That was the hungry Ghost King, just fed 20 tons of compressed biscuits and now feeling extremely uncomfortable. At this moment, the Ghost King was wearing an oversized fluorescent vest that barely fit, with the crooked words "Security Captain" written on it. It was worried about having no place to digest the food. Who dares to disturb the boss while counting money? The hungry Ghost King lowered its head, its huge face, large enough to swallow a truck, leaned in close to Smith. Even though it was too full to move now, its defense, because its stomach was full of water-swollen biscuit cement, had increased by more than 10 times. How could you listen to him? Smith looked at the once invincible S+ level boss in terror. You are the Ghost King. What about your dignity? The Ghost King let out a loud burp, spraying a wave of biscuit-flavored corpse gas. Dignity? Can dignity help me digest? The boss said, as long as I take down a troublemaker, I'll get a box of digestive pills. Roar! The Ghost King suddenly went mad. It didn't need to use any skills, it simply fell over. Like a mountain of meat collapsing. Tian Shan pressing down. No! Smith let out a desperate scream. He wanted to activate the thrusters to escape, but under the field suppression of the S+ level Ghost King, his armor completely malfunctioned. Boom! A loud noise, the ground trembled. The hungry Ghost King's massive body firmly pressed down on Smith. Crack SZZZZ. A sound of metal twisting and breaking came from under the meat mountain, accompanied by the sound of electric sparks flying around. That so-called indestructible Titan exoskeleton, in front of the dozens of tons of Ghost King's weight, was like a crushed soda can. Ah, my leg, my reactor. Smith's weak scream came through. Well done. Fangyuan walked out from behind the counter, holding a box of digestive pills redeemed from the system mall. He tossed the pills to the Ghost King as if feeding a dog. A reward for you. Thank you, boss. Boss is so generous. The Ghost King struggled to move a bit, rolled its tongue, and swallowed the pills, showing a blissful expression. Fangyuan squatted down, looking at Smith, who was pinned under the Ghost King's belly, with only his head and half a mechanical arm sticking out. Mr. Smith. Fangyuan maintained that maddening smile. In view of your recent disturbing the peace behavior, which caused our floor to be worn out, it didn't, air quality to decline, that's true, and the stamina of our security captain to deplete. Now, we need to discuss the compensation issue. Smith's face was covered in blood, his visor was shattered, and his gaze was vacant. I have no more props, Smith said weakly. It's okay. Fangyuan's gaze fell on Smith's damaged exoskeleton armor. Although this pile of scrap metal isn't worth much, those core chips and the mini reactor inside, taken to the real world to sell as scrap. It should still be worth some money. Fangyuan took out a screwdriver, a repair tool he always carries. Don't move. It might hurt a bit, but I'm quick. What are you going to do? That's my power core. Without it, I'll be paralyzed. That's your problem. Fangyuan skillfully disassembled the parts on Smith's armor while saying, this is the price for your cannon just now. Remember, in this amusement park, only by recharging can you become stronger. Want to rebel? Next life, remember to check your balance first. 5 minutes later. Smith was thrown out the door like a dead dog. His armor had been stripped down to just a metal thong, and that glowing electronic eye had been taken away by Fangyuan to use as a flashlight. Next. Fangyuan wiped the oil off his hands and returned to the counter, casting his gaze over the remaining group of shivering players from various countries. Is there anyone else who wants to protest? The entire place fell silent. Everyone shook their heads wildly and hurried their noodle eating. Protest? What a joke. Even the Terminator from the Lighthouse Nation was reduced to scrap metal, even the Ghost King turned into a dog for a few digestive tablets. In front of this man, to protest is to seek death. Very good. Fangyuan nodded in satisfaction. Since everyone has no objections, let's hurry up and eat. When we're full, we still need to go to the next stop. He looked up at the region far away outside the window, shimmering with neon light. That was the greedy arcade. I heard the boss over there is quite rich. Just right, I just collected a batch of scrap metal, Smith's parts, and leftovers, the pig monster stock. Let's go trade for some chips to play. Chapter 115, Second Stop, Greedy Arcade. It turns out the claw machine is for Gluttony Zone, Greed Zone Connecting Tunnel. After saying goodbye to the food street filled with the smell of oil smoke and corpse stench, Fangyuan led his transportation team into a bizarre neon tunnel. Walking in front was the skeletal supervisor, responsible for clearing the way, carrying 2 huge snakeskin bags, filled with premium ingredients scrounged from the pig monster's kitchen. In the middle was Fangyuan, still with his hands in his pockets, leisurely as if he were shopping at a mall. Bringing up the rear was the Terminator Smith from the Lighthouse Nation. At this point, Smith had completely lost his previous grandeur. His once shiny silver Titan exoskeleton had been stripped down to just a metal frame, making a squeaking sound as he walked. He carried a large basket on his back, filled with all the parts that had been taken from him: reactor, laser cannon core, alloy armor pieces. Hurry up! Fangyuan urged without turning his head. Mr. Smith, even though you're just scrap metal now, you still need to be useful scrap metal. These parts are our capital to turn the tide at the next stop. If you drop one, I'll take a screw from you. Smith gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes. F***K. Getting disassembled and then having to carry his own parts to sell? Is there no human rights? Is there no justice? Ding! You have entered the second major zone, Greed Evil Spirit Arcade. Rule reminder. Free to enter, charged to exit. The universal currency here is greed coins. You can exchange them with your body, soul, items, or lifespan. Always keep greed in mind. If you no longer wish to win, you will become the chips. Walking through the tunnel, the scene in front of him opened up. This was a huge indoor space filled with cyberpunk style. Countless glaring neon lights flickered, red, green, purple, illuminating the entire space like a dream. The air was filled with a thrilling smell of ozone and the scent of burning electronics. Various electronic sound effects filled his ears. Ding ding ding. Jackpot. Jackpot. Congratulations, player, for losing your left hand. One more time. Just one more time and you can win back. Looking around, thousands of strangely shaped game machines are arranged neatly. There are slot machines, but the symbols on the reels are not fruits, but skulls, severed fingers, and hearts. There are coin pushers, but what falls down are not coins, but bloody teeth and eyeballs. And in the center of the hall, countless scantily clad succubi bunny girls weave through the crowd, holding trays filled not with drinks, but with red chips. Is this the greed zone? Smith looked at all this, feeling his CPU tremble. There is no direct killing here, but the crazed atmosphere is 1,000 times more horrific than the gluttony zone. Welcome! A sharp, piercing voice rang out. At the exchange counter by the door sat a goblin with a long nose, the greedy goblin. It wore a thick magnifying glass, its greedy eyes scanning Fangyuan and the others. Ladies and gentlemen, would you like to exchange for chips? I see this gentleman has a decent bone structure, pointing at the skeletal manager. This gentleman's flesh is quite sturdy, pointing at Smith, and this dog could all fetch a good price. I'll exchange. Fangyuan walked to the counter and placed his thermos down. He ignored the goblin's greedy gaze and pointed at the pile of junk that Smith was carrying on his back. But I'm not selling myself. I'm selling scrap. Bang! Smith, teary-eyed, dumped the pile of parts on the counter. Mini-nuclear reactors, high-energy laser emitters, aerospace-grade titanium alloy plates, these products representing the peak of human technology now look like a pile of scrap metal. This. The goblin was momentarily stunned and picked up a nuclear reactor for a closer look with its magnifying glass. This has a high energy density. Though the craftsmanship is a bit crude, human technology seems crude to monsters, it is still a rare thing. The goblin's eyes turned, and it held up 3 fingers. 3 chips. Is it a deal? 3? Smith was so angry that he almost passed out. This equipment costs $10 billion. Only worth 3 chips? 3? Fangyuan laughed. He picked up the nuclear reactor and tossed it in his hands. Boss, business requires honesty. If this thing explodes here, it would blow your half-arcade sky high without a problem. I'm selling scrap, not a bomb. If you only give 3, then I won't sell. I'll just set it off for fireworks, see it make a sound. As he said this, he pretended to pull the safety pin from the reactor. No, no, no. The goblin jumped up from its chair in fright. It could sense the terrifying energy contained in that small box. If it exploded, it would definitely fail its KPI for the month. Let's talk. Let's talk. The goblin wiped its cold sweat and extended both hands again. 300. 300 greed coins. No more. 1,000. Fangyuan made a lion's bid. And a VIP card. You. The goblin gritted its teeth, fine. 1,000 it is. You drive a hard bargain. Transaction completed. Acquired, greed coins x 1,000. Fangyuan took the heavy tray of red chips and casually tossed one to Smith. Take it.
Go over there and play the slot machines, see if you can win back your skin. Smith held that one chip tightly, looking at the 999 chips left in Li Fangyuan's hand. Tears of humiliation streamed down his face. This was traded using my equipment. After exchanging for the chips, Li Fangyuan did not rush to play those slot machines that were likely to lead to losses. His gaze locked onto the most eye-catching row of machines at the entrance of the hall. It was dozens of giant claw machines. With pink lights and cheerful music, they appeared harmless. But if you looked closely, you would find that the transparent glass case was not filled with plush toys at all, but rather shrunk, living people, or ghosts. There were humans in adventure gear desperately banging on the glass walls for help. There were little winged fairies, gasping for breath, crushed beneath. There was even a tiny zombie wearing a robe, looking blankly at the outside. Game name, Lucky Doll Machine. Price, 10 coins per attempt. Reward, whatever you catch belongs to you. Whether it is an item, a pet, or a slave. Interesting. Yi Fangyuan walked up to one of the doll machines. In this machine, at the very top, there lay a glowing golden scroll. S-level skill book, Mastery of Trickery. And below the scroll, there was a crying little girl ghost, looking like some rare spirit. Boss, this machine clearly has a trick. The skeletal supervisor leaned over and whispered. That claw must be loose. I saw that ghost play over a dozen times, and every time it grabbed something, it dropped it. Loose? Yi Fangyuan tossed in 10 coins. As the coins dropped, cheerful music began to play. He gripped the joystick tightly. In my dictionary, there is no word loose. Talent activated, logical reconstruction, physical parameter modification. Target, doll machine mechanical claw. Modification item, grabbing force. Original setting, 10% probability of holding tight. New setting, hydraulic clamp level grip force. Once it grabs, it won't let go unless the machine is disassembled. Crack. The originally flimsy metal claw suddenly made a crisp sound of mechanical deformation. The claw tip flashed with a cold light, as if it had turned into some industrial-grade braking tool. Go! Yi Fangyuan slammed down the button. The claw dropped straight down, accurately grasping that S-level scroll. Then, it tightened. Squeak! The claw not only grabbed the scroll but also, due to too much force, pinched the head of that little girl ghost underneath it. Lift! There was no suspense. No shaking, no dropping. That claw was as steady as a rock, moving the loot all the way to the exit. Bang! The scroll and the little girl ghost fell out together. Congratulations on obtaining S-level skill book Mastery of Trickery. Congratulations on obtaining Rare Spirit Pet Crying Lowly A-level. The nearby ghosts playing games were all stunned. This doll machine could still be played like this? Did that claw just pinch that ghost girl's head into a different shape? Let's go again. Yi Fangyuan did not stop. He looked at the remaining goodies in the glass cabinet, such as that tiny zombie looking confused, appearing very punchable, and tossed in more coins. Since I'm here, let's restock the goods. After all, my company still needs a front desk mascot, someone to serve tea and water, and someone to guard the door. Thus, for the next 10 minutes. At the entrance of the greedy arcade, the sounds of crack, bang, kept ringing out. Yi Fangyuan was like an unfeeling stock machine. One doll machine grabbed empty, then he moved to the next one. No matter whether it was items, ghost pets, or unlucky former chosen ones, as long as they were targeted by that hydraulic clamp claw, none could escape. By the time the greedy goblin accountant heard the noise and rushed over, what it saw was 10 empty doll machines. And at Yi Fangyuan's feet, a mountain of loot piled up. This. The goblin's eyes went dark, and it almost fainted. Did they come here to play games? This was clearly to raid the place. Chapter 116, The Greedy Ghost King's Gamble. Is this called cheating? No, this is called skill adjustment. Greedy Zone Arcade Hall. Crash. With the last doll machine's glass shattered, because the claw couldn't grab that fat zombie, Yi Fangyuan directly chose physical opening. The entire arcade entrance was a mess. Dozens of once devilish machines that brought countless gamblers to ruin now looked like robbed vending machines, completely empty. The loot piled around Yi Fangyuan's feet formed a small hill. S-level skill books, rare ghost pets, and several confused former chosen ones, shrunken and sealed in balls, were now piled together like trash. Enough, enough. The goblin accountant, hiding behind the counter, finally broke down. It looked at Yi Fangyuan, who was about to walk towards the row of devour slot machines, and was so scared that it rolled out, hugging Yi Fangyuan's big leg. Master. Ancestor. Don't play anymore. If you keep playing, I will be turned into coins by the boss. The goblin cried, snot and tears flowing. It had seen good luck in its life, but never this kind that directly rewrote the machine's physical parameters. That claw had been turned into a hydraulic pliers. Who could withstand that? Oh? Boss? Fangyuan stopped and pushed his glasses. A glint of the hunter seeing prey flashed in his eyes. Are you saying, the real owner of this place? Just right, I am also tired of these mini-games. Winning has no sense of achievement. He kicked the pile of spoils at his feet. Go, call out your boss. Just say. I want to play something big with it. Boom. Before the goblin could go call anyone, the door to the VIP area deep in the arcade suddenly exploded open. A wave of extremely luxurious yet decayed golden light instantly illuminated the entire hall. Accompanying the golden light was a 3-meter-tall giant skeleton made entirely of pure gold. Its eye sockets were set with 2 huge rubies, fingers adorned with various power rings, and it wore a luxurious robe sewn from countless pieces of human skin. Encounter Region Boss, Greedy District Chief Golden Ghost King, S+ level. Traits, turning stone to gold, wealth curse, absolute trade. Description, it is the embodiment of greed. In its domain, money is the only truth. What it enjoys the most is forging the souls of losers into gold coins, forever to be kept. Who is? The voice of the Golden Ghost King was like metal scraping, harsh and cold. Dares to cause trouble in my territory? Its gaze swept over the 10 empty claw machines, and 2 flames of anger instantly ignited in its ruby eyes. Such boldness! I have always won from others, no one dares to win from me. It stepped forward, instantly covering dozens of meters, standing before Fangyuan. The oppressive feeling from above made the surrounding air feel heavy. Human! The Golden Ghost King stared at Fangyuan, extending a pure golden skeletal hand. Spit out 10 times what you have won. Otherwise, I will turn you into one of my immortal collectibles. Facing the threat of the S+ level boss, Fangyuan was not flustered at all. Instead, he was rather intrigued, examining the guy's whole golden skeleton. TSK TSK TSK. Fangyuan shook his head, as if looking at a crudely made artifact. So vulgar. So very vulgar. Are you a nouveau riche? Wearing all that gold, don't you find it heavy? He pulled out the newly received Gluttony Food Street land contract from his pocket, waving it in front of the Ghost King. Want me to spit it out? Sure. According to the rules of the street, let's gamble. Seeing the land contract, the Golden Ghost King's ruby eyes suddenly brightened. As the embodiment of greed, it was not only greedy for money but also for power. It had long coveted the territory of the neighboring Gluttony District, but unfortunately, that starving Ghost King was too difficult to deal with, and it had never had the chance to act. Unexpectedly, today someone had delivered themselves to the door. Good. You have guts. The Golden Ghost King let out a greedy wild laugh. What do you want to bet? Bet your life? Or bet your soul? That's too petty. Fangyuan slammed the land contract on a nearby gambling table. I will bet the ownership of the Gluttony District, plus all the spoils I have won, and add in. He pointed at himself. Plus my life. If you win, all these will belong to you. But if you lose. Fangyuan's finger pointed at the entire arcade, which was glittering with neon lights. This greedy arcade, along with yourself, will belong to me, the Yi Group, from now on. Dare to accept? The whole room was in an uproar. Hiding in the corner, Smith, who was currently assembling a pile of parts, trembled with his hands. Madman. This Dragon Country person is definitely a madman. To gamble one large district just acquired against another large district? This is simply the act of a gambling maniac. Ha ha ha. Take it. Why not take it? The Golden Ghost King seemed to hear some grand joke. At the gambling table, it was a god. It was invincible. What do you want to play? Dice? Poker? Or roulette? Whatever you prefer. Fangyuan made a pleased gesture. Good. With a wave of its hand, a huge green gambling table appeared out of thin air. Then, it took out a pitch-black, ominous dice cup and 3 bone-white dice. These were not ordinary dice, they were ground from the ear bones of a hearing ghost and could control the numbers at will. Let's play the simplest, big versus small. 1 round decides the winner. The one with the larger number wins. The Ghost King looked at Fangyuan, its eyes flashing with cunning red light. On its territory, with its dice, this was a guaranteed winning game. Okay. Fangyuan nodded in agreement. Shoo. The Ghost King grabbed the dice cup and started shaking. Its movement was extremely fast, even leaving behind afterimages. The sound of the dice inside clashing was crisp and pleasant, like the death knell. Bang! The dice cup slammed down heavily on the table. The Ghost King did not hurry to reveal but instead showed a sinister smile. Human, since it is your suggested game, I will be merciful and let you guess how many points are inside? It was very confident.
Because it had just used magical power, the point on the 3 dice was now 3 sixes, a triplet, 18 points. This was the highest number. Even if Fangyuan rolled a miraculous die, it would still be 18 points, but according to the dealer's rules, the dealer wins ties against the player. This was a surefire win. Fangyuan looked at the pitch-black dice cup. His all-knowing eye had already seen through the shell and saw the points inside. Indeed, it was 3 sixes. 3 sixes, huh? Fangyuan stroked his chin, seeming a bit troubled. What? Can't guess, the Ghost King mocked. No. Fangyuan suddenly smiled. He did not guess the points but picked up the thermos cup placed on the edge of the table. I think this number might be a bit inflated. For fairness, we need to make a small, technical adjustment. Before the words were out, Fangyuan's thermos cup, which was actually a disguised all-knowing staff, swung out violently. No fancy moves. Just simple, violent smash. Bang! With a huge sound. That incredibly hard S-level ghost artifact dice cup, which could even block mental probing, was smashed into pieces by Fangyuan's cup. But that's not all. The tremendous impact also affected the 3 bone dice inside. With the boost of the S-level physical transcendence talent, those 3 fragile dice instantly turned into a pile of white powder. When the wind blew, it scattered. Silence. A death-like silence. The Golden Ghost King's smile froze on its face. The greedy Earth Spirit's jaw dropped to the ground. Smith's newly assembled mechanical arm fell in shock again. What are you doing? The Ghost King looked at the pile of powder on the table, its voice trembling like a rusty gear. You smashed my dice cup? You're causing trouble. You're flipping the table. Who said I flipped the table? Fangyuan calmly retracted the thermos cup and blew off the dust on it. I'm revealing the cards. He pointed at the pile of white bone powder on the table. Everyone, please look. Are there any dice here? The Ghost King instinctively shook its head. No, turned to ash. Since there are none, that means 0 points. Fangyuan spread his hands, appearing innocent. Look, your points are 0. And I. Fangyuan casually pulled out a coin from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. The coin spun a few times before falling. Face up. Although I didn't roll the dice, this coin counts as 1 point, right? 1 point is greater than 0 points. Fangyuan adjusted his glasses, revealing a smile that made even ghosts tremble. Thank you for your hospitality, Ghost King. I won. You. The Golden Ghost King was so angry that its entire body of golden bones crackled. You're cheating. This is trickery. How can this be called cheating? Fangyuan stood up. The skeleton manager and the magic wolf stepped forward, exuding a terrifying pressure. This is called eliminating uncertainty from a physical level. Also, one must accept the stakes. Now, this shop is mine. Are you going to take off this golden skin yourself, or should I let my dog help you? The magic wolf obediently opened its mouth, drooling over the Ghost King's solid gold thigh. Oh whoa, golden bone. This thing will surely be great for grinding teeth. Chapter 117, Asset Liquidation, Golden Ghost King? No, you're walking reserve currency. Greed Zone Arcade Hall. Dead silence. The entire arcade hall seemed to be paused. All gamblers, succubi, goblins, and even those flickering slot machine screens stopped moving. All eyes focused on that green gambling table. On the table, a pile of white bone powder drifted in the wind. That was the Ghost King's dice. Next to the bone powder, a common steel coin lay quietly, face up, reflecting a mocking glow. 1.0 points. This is a math problem even kindergarten kids can understand. Yet at this moment, it declared the bankruptcy of an S+ level Ghost King. I refuse to accept this. The Golden Ghost King let out a heart-wrenching roar. Its solid gold skeleton trembled violently, and the rubies in its eye sockets almost burst into flames. You are using sophistry. It's fraud. This is my territory. I am the rule. I say you lost, you lost. Boom. With its roar, the monetary laws of the greed zone began to riot. Countless gold coins fell from the sky, turning into a storm of sharp blades, trying to shred Fangyuan into pieces. It wanted to break the contract. It wanted to kill in silence. Sigh. Fangyuan looked at the rain of gold and did not dodge. He just shook his head regretfully and pulled out a book titled Bankruptcy Law, Underworld Edition. Though I suspected you couldn't afford to play, I didn't expect you to look so ugly while eating. According to our previous bet absolute transaction. The moment you lost, you are no longer the master here and no longer have the right to interpret the rules here. Fangyuan pushed up his glasses, and the omniscient staff slammed down onto the ground.
Talent activated, contract enforcement. Judgment, gambling valid. Defaulting party, Golden Ghost King. Penalty, mandatory deprivation of all assets, and conduct, physical liquidation. Buzz. An invisible yet irresistible power of rules spread out from the staff. In midair, those originally bloodthirsty gold coinstorms suddenly stopped. Then, under the terrified gaze of the Ghost King, they turned around and clinked as they fell at Yi Fangyuan's feet, piling up into a mountain of gold. My money, my magic. The Golden Ghost King felt its connection to the city severed. Its proud power was dwindling away. Magic wolf, skeleton. Yi Fangyuan put away the staff and pointed at the dazed gold skeleton. Get to work. Since it lost, every gram of gold on it is now company assets. Give me, dismantle. Be gentle, don't scratch the gold, otherwise, the buyback price will drop. Oh, understood. The lawn-suppressed magic wolf sprang forward like a black lightning bolt. Convince with virtue. The skeleton manager quickly followed, switching the brick in its hand for a specialized, hydraulic pliers, redeemed from the system shop, for demolition use. Do you dare? I am the landlord of the greed zone. I am immortal. Crack. Before the Ghost King could finish its sentence, a solid gold leg bone was bitten off by the magic wolf. Ah! Immediately afterward, the skeleton manager stepped forward and skillfully used the hydraulic pliers to cut the Ghost King's ribs, one by one, neatly stacking them beside it. This was an extremely cruel, yet industrially beautiful live disassembly show. The dignified S+ level boss, in front of Yi Fangyuan's 2S level powerful aides, resembled a disassembled Lego toy. My hand, my spine. Please, don't disassemble anymore, leave me ahead, please. 5 minutes later. On the ground, only a golden skull inlaid with rubies remained, still howling in despair. Its body had already been disassembled into a pile of pure gold bones weighing several hundred kilograms, neatly stacked in front of Yi Fangyuan. TSK. Yi Fangyuan picked up a thigh bone, weighed it in his hand, and bit it with his teeth to check the purity. 24K pure gold, the purity is pretty good. But it has a bit of corpse energy, I'll need to refine it a bit. He turned his head to look at the remaining skull. Stop howling. I'm keeping your head because I still need a financial manager. From now on, you will be responsible for counting my money. If you miss even a single cent. Yi Fangyuan pointed to the nearby alchemy furnace. I will melt your last head too and turn it into a gold ring to give to my employees as a benefit. The Golden Ghost King, now only a head, looked at the fiery red furnace and immediately shut his mouth, the red light in his eyes turning into a flattering green. Yes. Boss. I will definitely count accurately. Ding. Congratulations, player Yi Fangyuan successfully took over the Greed Evil Spirit arcade. Achievement unlocked, bone disassembly and skin peeling, literal meaning. Current assets, Gluttony Food Street plus Greed Arcade plus Golden Ghost King, remains. As the system prompt sound faded away, Yi Fangyuan officially became the master of the two major areas of the amusement park. He stood up and looked around the hall. Those who originally belonged to the Ghost King goblins, succubi, and bunny girls were all kneeling on the ground, trembling. They had witnessed the tragic fate of their old master and now felt only deep-seated fear towards this new boss. Get up. Yi Fangyuan waved his hand. I don't like this feudal etiquette. We are a formal company, focused on efficiency and KPI. He walked to the center of the hall, looked at the rows of gambling machines and coin pusher machines, frowning slightly. These machines are too tacky. Gambling is illegal, we should develop green industries. He waved his hand, activating his talent for logical reconstruction again. From today onward, this place will no longer be called an arcade. It is renamed Yes Merit Accumulation Center. Change all these gambling machines to electronic wooden fish. Insert a coin, strike the wooden fish, and play a sound merit +1. Change those coin pushers to release pool, virtual version. Insert coins to rescue electronic fish, accumulating in virtue. As for currency, Yi Fangyuan took a phalanx bone from the pile of golden bones and threw it to the nearby goblin. Abolish all greed coins. Issue a new currency, Yes voucher. Tell those gamblers still waiting outside, want to cleanse your sins? Want to have a good reincarnation next life? Come to Yes Merit Center, strike the wooden fish, accumulate merit, and go to the world of bliss. Not really. The goblin stared dumbfounded. What the hell? The original casino was to make people lose money. Now the Merit Center makes people lose money, buying vouchers, while also feeling grateful? What level of capitalist is this? Yes. Boss. I'll get right on it, the goblin scrambled to change the sign. After arranging all of this, Yi Fangyuan finally turned his attention to the corner where the forgotten chosen ones from various countries were gathered.
Especially that Smith, who was left with only a metal skeleton, carrying a basket of scrap iron.
Gentlemen.
Yi Fangyuan smiled kindly.
Congratulations, you witnessed history. Now, both the gluttony zone and the greed zone are under the Yi name. This also means.
He took out a map and drew a circle around the two areas. All your expenses within this range, whether it's eating, sleeping, or even breathing air, will require you to pay taxes to me. Mr. Smith, you just inhaled about 50 breaths of air containing the scent of money in my hall. Thus, you owe 50 points of national luck value.
No money?
Yi Fangyuan pointed to the newly modified electronic wooden fish.
Then go work.
Strike the wooden fish 10,000 times to offset one breathing fee.
Come on, I'm counting on you.
Smith looked at the flashing electronic wooden fish and then at his mechanical hands that were left with only skeletons.
A desperate wail was emitted. No.
Chapter 118, Logistics Crisis, Delivery Too Slow? Must clear the main artery.
Ding. Merit +1. Ding. Merit +1.
The arcade, once filled with the noise of gambling and desperate screams, now echoed with the clear and pleasant sound of wooden fish, even carrying a hint of sacredness. Hundreds and thousands of gamblers, goblins, and even a few chosen ones who had just lost their minds, were lining up with earnest faces, feeding coins into the transformed electronic wooden fish slot machines, then frantically pressing buttons. With each press, a golden electronic lotus would appear on the screen, accompanied by ethereal Buddhist chants.
The boss is brilliant.
The former Ghost King, now financial director, with only a golden head left, was placed on the counter. It used a pure gold tentacle, a part disassembled from its original body, to swiftly manipulate an abacus, excitement flashing in its ruby eyes. These fools, oh no, these devout believers are going crazy to accumulate that so-called VIP reincarnation quota for the next life. In just an hour, our revenues have tripled compared to when we ran a casino. Yi Fangyuan sat in the boss's chair, watching the numbers on the back end constantly jump, but he didn't show a satisfied smile. Instead, his brows furrowed slightly, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the table.
Something's wrong. The efficiency is still too low. The Golden Ghost King was taken aback. Boss, this is low? This is already printing money speed. Look over there.
Yi Fangyuan pointed to the corner of the hall where the rest area was. There, dozens of ghosts who had just accumulated enough merit and were preparing to head to the adjacent gluttony area for a bowl of noodles as a late-night snack were slumped in their chairs, wailing.
Hungry ghost, so hungry. Why hasn't the delivery arrived? I've ordered it for half an hour.
They say the delivery person is still on the way. This broken amusement park is so big, it takes an hour to walk over. Yi Fangyuan pushed up his glasses, a glint flashing in his eyes.
Do you see that? That is the pain point. We have the best food in the gluttony area, Monopoly, and the best entertainment in the greed area, Monopoly. But there are dozens of kilometers of wilderness separating these two areas.
When customers get hungry while playing and can't eat, they become irritable, which affects the frequency of hitting the wooden fish, thus impacting our income. Moreover, the surplus takeout boxes produced over in the gluttony area not being transported here is also a waste of resources.
The Golden Ghost King suddenly understood, so what should we do? Hire more couriers? Hire more people? How much salary would that require? Yi Fangyuan looked at it disdainfully. Your vision is too small.
He stood up and walked to the enormous floor-to-ceiling window, looking out through the neon-colored glass at the sky above the amusement park. Under the purple, eerie sky, a gigantic, white dragon was spiraling above the 7 major areas, connecting every corner.
That was the track of the Raging Bone roller coaster.
Now and then, one could hear the sound of howling winds from above, as well as a flash of fire.
That is... The Golden Ghost King instinctively shrank its neck, following the gaze. That is the territory of the Rage Maniac. That's a killing machine.
It is said that very few ghosts who ride it can come down intact.
Killing machine?
A fervent smile curved at the corners of Yi Fangyuan's mouth.
No.
In my eyes, that is a perfect, fully covered, 800 km/h automated logistics conveyor belt.
Once we take control of it, hot meals from the gluttony area can be delivered to the greed area in 5 minutes. This is called clearing the economic main artery. 10 minutes later.
Yi Fangyuan assembled his demolition team and stood at the exit to the greed area.
The team's configuration was as follows.
CEO, Yi Fangyuan, responsible for making plans and directing. Security Director, Skeleton Supervisor, holding a hydraulic plier, responsible for physical persuasion. Factory Pet/Enforcer, Demon Wolf, responsible for eating hard bones.
Logistics/worker, Smith.
At that moment, Smith looked extremely miserable. His grand exoskeleton armor was long gone, leaving only a bare metal framework.
Even walking would leak oil.
Worse still, a huge iron basket was forcibly welded to his back by Yi Fangyuan.
The basket contained Yi Fangyuan's thermos, the head of the Golden Ghost King, carried by finance, and several boxes of local specialties meant for gifting. Yi. Boss Yi. Smith emitted a hoarse electronic voice, feeling the parts mourn with every step he took. I protest. I am a noble mechanical warrior, not a donkey. Mr. Smith. Yi Fangyuan turned around with a serious expression and corrected him. Please watch your words. Your current position is Chief Logistics Trainee of Yes Group. Do you know what a trainee is? It's a reserve talent for future senior executives. Carrying some things now is training your load-bearing capacity and endurance. When we win the roller coaster project, you will be the first station master. At that time, you can hang anyone you want on the roller coaster to enjoy the wind. This is a department with real power. Smith was stunned for a moment. Station master? It sounds a bit better than being a donkey now? Really, really? A hint of hope flashed in Smith's remaining electronic eye. I never lie to my employees, only lie to ghosts. Yi Fangyuan patted Smith's metal shoulder, making a clang sound. Work hard, I have high hopes for you. Let's go. A group of people marched with grandeur through the foggy wilderness between the Greed Zone and the Fury Zone. As they got closer, the temperature in the air began to rise, and the sound of the wind grew louder. Above them, the enormous white bone track obscured the sky, creating an overwhelming sense of oppression. Boom! Suddenly, a deafening roar swept overhead. A roller coaster, burning with fierce flames and linked by countless coffins, plunged down a vertical 90-degree track at an unexplainable speed, at least 800 kilometers per hour. Aha! From the train, horrific screams echoed out. That is... Smith looked up, and the scanner captured the images inside the train. It's the competitor from Bear Country. And the one from France. He saw a giant from Bear Country, who could wrestle bears, now holding tightly onto a coffin lid, his face distorted by the wind, mouth wide open, clearly screaming. Bang! In the next second, the competitor from Bear Country's head exploded like a crushed watermelon, bursting into a cloud of blood mist in the air. The headless corpse remained seated on the speeding roller coaster, continuing this deadly journey. System announcement: the chosen one from Bear Country, Ivan, is dead. Cause of death: violating the rules of the Fury Zone, screaming results in death. Punishment: horror stories descend upon Moscow, Bear Country. Blood rain fell from the sky, drenching Smith completely. Oh God! Smith's legs went weak with fear, and he directly knelt on the ground, the metal knee shattered the floor tiles. This is murder. This is a guillotine. Yi. Boss, are we really going to ride this? Yi Fangyuan caught a drop of blood that fell, the blood of the fallen companion. His expression remained unchanged as he wiped his hands. This is why I want to acquire it. To kill? That's too low level. At such speed, on such a good track, not using it for deliveries would be a waste. He strode towards the enormous entrance made from countless motorcycle wrecks. It had blood-stained letters written on it. Fury Death Race Club. Entry rule: only madmen can enter. Let's go. Yi Fangyuan adjusted his glasses, with flames named Infrastructure Maniac burning in his eyes. Let's teach these racers what traffic safety regulations are. The drumbeat is the sound of a heart beating, and the guitar is the sharp screech of bones rubbing together. In the hall, hundreds of bizarre evil spirits gathered. Some of them were headless, holding helmets, which were actually their own heads. Some were filled with exhaust pipes, pouring black gasoline into their mouths. Others had bodies fused with motorcycles, turning into half-mechanical, half-flesh monsters. They are raging biker gang. When Yi Fangyuan and his companions walked in, the originally noisy hall suddenly fell silent for a second. Hundreds of pairs of eyes flashing with crazy red light all focused on these few living intruders. Especially when looking at Smith's metallic frame, the eyes of these mechanical madmen were filled with greed. Hey, new blood has arrived? A ghoul with half a body made of tires slid over with a grim smile, holding a spiked chain in its hand. Still a cyborg? Just right, my Harley needs an exhaust pipe, I'll take you apart. Smack! With a crisp sound, the tire ghost's words had not finished when a bony hand in a suit sleeve slapped it hard, sending it flying into the wall, unable to be pulled down. The skeletal overseer withdrew his hand and even gracefully adjusted his tie as if he had just swatted a fly. Mind your manners. Yi Fangyuan pushed up his glasses, ignoring the murderous intent that suddenly rose around him, and walked straight to the highest throne in the hall. I'm here to find your boss. I heard he's doing logistics. I want to talk to him about a merger. Merger? A deep, hoarse voice as if running at idle speed came from the throne. Boom! A ball of fierce fire exploded on the throne. A terrifying figure appeared, dressed in black leather, with a huge exhaust pipe slung over its shoulder and a burning skull for a head. It sat on an extremely exaggerated heavy motorcycle made of bones and hellfire,
playing with a human skull in its hand, the skull of a contestant from the Mao Bear country who had just died. Encounter Region Boss, Raging District Chief Evil Spirit Knight, S+ level. Characteristics, Super Speed, Destructive Charge, Hellfire, Late Stage Road Rage. Description, it seeks ultimate speed. In its BGM, no one can surpass its vehicle. It is also the most violent being in the entire amusement park. Human. The Evil Spirit Knight's burning eye sockets fixed on Fangyuan. You have guts. The last one who dared to mention acquisition in front of me has already been hung on my bike's tail, dragged for 3,000 kilometers on the tracks, until only teeth were left. It pointed to the huge floor-to-ceiling window behind it. Outside the window was the fearsome bone roller coaster track. At this moment, a roller coaster was roaring past, carrying several white-faced foreign contestants, a French fencer, an Italian painter, who were desperately covering their mouths, tears and snot flowing, but did not dare to make a sound. Because any scream would result in exploding heads. Did you see that? The Evil Spirit Knight laughed madly. This is my logistics. Delivering fear, delivering despair, delivering death. You want to acquire this place? Sure. It suddenly revved the throttle, and the hellish motorcycle roared deafeningly. According to the rules here. If you defeat me, this place is yours. If you lose, you'll become my wheel, forever ground under my feet. Faced with the death invitation from the S+ level boss, Fangyuan showed no fear but instead pulled out a road traffic safety law and a speed radar ** from his pocket. Defeat you? Fangyuan shook his head and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, aiming the speed radar at the roller coaster outside. Beep. Speed, 850 kilometers per hour. Too fast. Fangyuan frowned, looking disapproving. Serious speeding. Moreover, the track has no guardrails, the cars have no seatbelts, and there isn't even a decent braking system. He turned around and tapped the Evil Spirit Knight's beloved motorcycle fuel tank with his pointer stick. This is not called logistics, this is called illegal street racing. Such transportation efficiency is extremely low, and the loss rate, death rate, is extremely high. What I want from logistics is safety, punctuality, and mission accomplished. Not for you to play tricks here. The Ghost Rider was stunned. Several question marks appeared over its burning skull. Illegal street racing? Loss rate? This human's brain must be sick, right? This is the world of monsters. Who the hell talks about traffic laws? Enough! The Ghost Rider roared, its flames instantly turning a ghostly blue. Stop wasting my time with all that nonsense. Either get in the car and compete with me. Or die right now. Compete? Fangyuan laughed. He handed a thermos to Smith, the humanoid hanger, beside him, then slowly rolled up his sleeves. All right. Since you play with cars, let's compete in driving skills. But? Fangyuan looked disdainfully at the Ghost Rider's flashy but single-seat motorcycle. Your bike is too petty. Since it's logistics, we should talk about cargo capacity. What's so great about speed? Being able to carry goods is the hard truth. He pulled out an old bus key from his pocket and pressed the unlock button. Beep beep. The crisp unlocking sound echoed in the hall. Then, boom! The walls of the hall suddenly collapsed. A bus emanating a terrifying ghostly aura, with a skull hanging from the front and a sign reading Capital City Abnormal Affairs Special Line, rushed in like a steel beast, ruthlessly smashing through the walls and charging into the hall. SCZ. A very stylish drift. The massive bus came to a steady stop right in front of the Ghost Rider's motorcycle. The giant wheels crushed a few parked scooters beside it. The door opened. The driver, Old Wine, who had no chin and wore an old-fashioned uniform, poked his head out, holding a blood-stained thermos. Boss, the bus is here. Filled up with fuel, corpse oil, ready to go anytime. Fangyuan patted the thick iron shell of the bus, raising his eyebrows at the already dumbfounded Ghost Rider. Let me introduce you. This is my ride, Route 13 Intercity Express. Seating capacity, 44 people, excluding hanging tickets. Maximum load, unlimited, as long as it fits. How about it, Fire Skull? Fangyuan pointed to the 90-degree vertical roller coaster track outside the window. Dare to race with my big vehicle on that? Whoever reaches the finish line first, which is to deliver the goods to the greedy area, is the boss here. The loser. Fangyuan pointed to the big iron cage on Smith's back. We'll be responsible for delivering takeout around the park from now on, and can't use any transportation, must go by foot. The Ghost Rider looked at the bus that was dozens of times larger than itself, radiating an S-level terrifying aura, and the flames in its eye sockets flickered violently. A bus? Racing on a roller coaster track? Does this even follow physics? But this was undoubtedly the biggest provocation. Good. The Ghost Rider roared, the sound of the engine echoed into the sky. No one has dared to provoke me on the racetrack. I will make you know that in the face of absolute speed, that pile of junk is just a moving coffin. Let's hit the track.